Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 876, Nascent Soul Level 2, Strength Enhancement. Only Song Qingming and Wang Xian, who were practicing on the top of the mountain, clearly felt the change of the spiritual energy around them, and their faces showed some surprise. When they realized that most of the spiritual energy was flowing in the direction of Song Qingming's retreat cave, Song Qingming, Wang Xian and others immediately stopped practicing and gave the pure spiritual energy on the mountain to Song Qingming, who was practicing breakthrough, for fear that it would affect his breakthrough and advancement. Now with the improvement of Song Qingming's cultivation, the spiritual energy on the top of Funiu Mountain is obviously not as abundant as before. Song Qingming's breakthrough cultivation alone has sucked out all the spiritual energy on the top of the mountain, and it was not until more than half a month later that it slowly recovered. At this time, Song Qingming, who was in retreat, slowly opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face. I have been in retreat for so long, and this time I finally succeeded. Although Song Qingming spent a lot of time in retreat this time, the result was as he expected. He successfully broke through the realm and became a second-level nascent soul cultivator. Thinking that he had just broken through the nascent soul for more than 10 years, he successfully advanced to the second level of the nascent soul. Such an achievement can be regarded as outstanding among all the nascent soul cultivators. However, the reason why Song Qingming was able to break through so quickly was not only because of his own hard work, but also because of the merit of swallowing and refining the flame heart jade that year. If it weren't for the spiritual object that saved him decades of hard work, he would probably need at least 20 years of slow practice to successfully break through. It must be said that the agreement with Chu Bai to find the flame heart jade that year, although the process was a bit tortuous and bizarre, the final result benefited him a lot. For Song Qingming, it can also be said that there must be good fortune after surviving a disaster. After stabilizing his own cultivation, Song Qingming did not rush to leave the retreat cave, and closed his eyes again to put his consciousness into his body. This time, Song Qingming's consciousness came to the sea of consciousness again, and soon Song Qingming saw a huge golden scroll. During the 3-year retreat, Song Qingming not only successfully advanced his cultivation to the second level of the nascent soul, but also made a breakthrough in the Tongshan Wanlingju technique, which had not been improved before, and successfully entered the golden core realm from the original late stage of the foundation building. Since Song Qingming obtained the Tongshan Wanlingju technique, he has been practicing hard for many years. However, due to the great difficulty of practicing this technique, he has not been able to improve much until more than 100 years later. He finally practiced it to the golden core realm as he wished. Although the Tongshan Wanlingju technique was created by a cultivator of the spiritualization stage, it is not very helpful to cultivators in the Qi Refining stage and the foundation building stage. It only helps to improve the purity of the mana in the body. In addition to breaking through the realm of practice, he can feel a little easier than ordinary people. And other things have not been shown to be of much use to Song Qingming. This time, after finally successfully breaking through the Jinden stage, Song Qingming couldn't wait to take the initiative to explore the subsequent techniques of Tongshan Wanlingju after the Jinden stage. As his consciousness slowly probed into the golden scroll, the subsequent techniques of Tongshan Wanlingju gradually began to appear in front of Song Qingming, attracting his attention. After half an hour, Song Qingming finally reluctantly withdrew his consciousness from his body, opened his eyes again, and couldn't help but utter a word. Absorbing the spirit of all things to temper the body, I didn't expect that this technique can also improve the strength of the cultivator's body. Through his own exploration, Song Qingming finally opened the subsequent techniques of Tongshan Wanlingju in the Jinden stage, and studied them carefully. After reaching the Jinden stage, Tongshan Wanlingju is no longer limited to absorbing the heaven and earth energy between heaven and earth to improve and purify the mana in the body. Instead, it is to absorb the heaven and earth energy that has been purified in the body, and directly temper the cultivator's body from the body. This method can not only gradually enhance and strengthen the cultivator's physical body, but also transform it into armor in the later stage, greatly improving the cultivator's own defense ability. In the world of immortal cultivation, except for some physical cultivators who specialize in this kind of skills to strengthen their physical bodies, few other cultivators will deliberately practice this kind of skills. Therefore, the strength of a normal cultivator's physical body is far inferior to that of a monster of the same level. When fighting, they are generally at a disadvantage in this regard and can only rely on magical powers to make up for these differences. Song Qingming has practiced for many years and has never practiced physical cultivation techniques. The strength of his physical body has always been relatively poor. Over the years, he has actually always wanted to find a suitable technique to strengthen his physical body and improve his defense ability. However, because the physical cultivation techniques among human cultivators have extremely high requirements for cultivators, people who practice this kind of techniques generally have to use external objects to temper their physical bodies all year round, which greatly delays the practice of other techniques. Therefore, if a cultivator is not a practitioner who specializes in physical cultivation, he will not easily spend time practicing this kind of cultivation method. Only some cultivators above the nascent soul stage will spend extra time to strengthen their physical bodies. Although Song Qingming has had ideas over the years, he has not been able to find a suitable cultivation method, which is why he has not been able to make any progress in this regard. At this moment, seeing that the subsequent cultivation method of Tongshan Wanlingju can actually help improve the strength of his physical body, Song Qingming was also very surprised and could not help showing a bit of joy. Anyway, he had to practice this set of cultivation methods anyway, and now he could just use it to make up for the shortcomings of his weak physical body, so Song Qingming was naturally very happy. It must be said that Song Qingming was somewhat satisfied with the results of the cultivation method obtained this time. Finally, his years of hard work in practicing the Tongshan Wanlingju were not in vain. And according to the cultivation method, practicing to the end can strengthen the cultivator's physical body by more than 10 times or even dozens of times. Such an extreme increase in strength is enough to make the physical strength of a human unyielding cultivator comparable to that of a unyielding demon king of the same level, and the fighting ability can also be greatly improved. The only uncomfortable thing is that the Tongshan Wanlingju Jinden period technique is as difficult to practice as the previous Qi refining and foundation building periods. When checking the technique just now, Song Qingming had already tried it, absorbing the internal Qi to temper the body from the inside. As a result, he found that he had just let the mana out of the danshan, and the meridians in the body soon could not withstand so much pure Qi tempering, which made Song Qingming feel a huge pain. In the end, before he could temper it for a long time, his body could not bear it because of the unbearable pain, so he had to temporarily give up tempering the body and send the mana back to the danshan in his body. Originally, Song Qingming thought that his cultivation had reached the unyielding stage after all, and even if this technique was difficult, it should not be as difficult to practice as before. Unexpectedly, after trying it, he realized that this Tongshan Wanlingju was indeed not as simple as he thought, and he had to proceed step by step. If Song Qingming wants to practice this technique to perfection and achieve the desired effect, he may need to spend a lot of time. However, Song Qingming was able to work hard step by step and successfully practice the Tongshan Wanlingju to the Jinden realm. He was also mentally prepared for this. No matter how difficult the future is, he will not give up easily. He must continue to practice this technique until he achieves his goal. Fortunately, there are still more than 100 years before the next opening of the Tongshan Tower, so Song Qingming does not need to be too anxious about it. When the Tongshan Tower is opened next time, as long as he can successfully practice this technique to the late Jinden stage, then Xuanshan should not be too disappointed in himself. After putting away his own mana, Song Qingming got up and came to the outer hall of the retreat cave. At this time, a blue figure on the other side of the hall had sensed his exit and quickly ran towards Song Qingming. Xiaojin welcomes the master out of retreat, and congratulates the master on his great success in cultivation. Looking at the slightly flattering ice and fire dragon in front of him, Song Qingming smiled and nodded, and praised, "Well, you are not bad, you have broken through to the second level of Jinden so quickly. It seems that your cultivation speed is indeed much faster than I thought, haha. This is not a master's cultivation. Xiaojin can cultivate so fast. It is all the credit of the master's support." Hearing Song Qingming's words, the ice and fire dragon suddenly showed a little more joy on his face, and hurriedly spoke a few humble words. As a spiritual beast, the ice and fire dragon has only followed Song Qingming for more than 100 years. And it has successfully advanced to the Jinden realm. This time, when Song Qingming was in retreat, the ice and fire dragon broke through again and successfully advanced to the second level of Jinden. The speed of cultivation is indeed beyond Song Qingming's expectations. However, the ice and fire dragon can cultivate so fast. In addition to its own outstanding bloodline, it is also because of the full support of its master Song Qingming. Over the years, Ice and Fire Dragon has been by Song Qingming's side, and has almost never been short of elixirs and spiritual objects. In addition, he has swallowed a lot of all spirit dew, which has strengthened his physical physique and helped him increase his magic power. Ice and Fire Dragon is very aware of this, and dares not take credit in front of Song Qingming. As soon as he heard the other party's praise, he hurriedly returned the credit. Seeing that this fellow had become much more modest in recent years besides being greedy, Song Qingming nodded with great satisfaction in his heart, and then took another look at the cave and continued to ask, "How have Jinfeng and the others been practicing in the past few years? Have you helped them replenish spirit stones and elixirs?" Reporting to the master, Jinfeng and Yinjia are still practicing in their retreat room. "After I broke through my cultivation level, I stopped retreating there, but don't worry, master, Xiaojin still helps them replenish spirit stones and elixirs on time. As for those golden illusion butterflies, I also feed them elixirs and spirit beast pills on time. It's just that these guys eat too much, and there are more and more of them. Recently, there are not many spirit beast pills in stock in the warehouse, so I can only reduce the amount, and as a result, they are beginning to be unhappy. Master, if you don't come out of retreat again, I'm afraid these guys will rebel." In addition to its own cultivation becoming much stronger, the Ice and Fire Dragon has indeed been much more intelligent than ordinary monsters in recent years since it broke through to the Jinden realm. In addition to daily practice, the Ice and Fire Dragon has now become a capable assistant to Song Qingming. In addition to his own practice, he will help his master take care of some trivial matters in the cave. For this reason, Song Qingming also gave him a convenient name, Xiaojin. Although it is a bit rustic, Song Qingming feels that it is convenient to call him just by calling him occasionally. Before Song Qingming went into seclusion, he told Xiaojin to take good care of Golden Wind, Silver Armor and Golden Fantasy Butterfly who were practicing in seclusion. A few years have passed, and seeing that the cave is still in order, Song Qingming's face also showed a bit of satisfaction. After listening to the patient report of Ice and Fire Dragon, Song Qingming nodded slightly, and took out a golden pill from his storage bag and threw it directly to him. "Thank you, master." Seeing the golden pill in Song Qingming's hand, the Ice and Fire Dragon immediately showed a bit of joy in his eyes. After taking the pill, he quickly swallowed it into his stomach with a happy face. After rewarding the Ice and Fire Dragon, Song Qingming turned around and came to the spirit insect room where many golden illusion butterflies were placed. As soon as he came in, Song Qingming saw thousands of dense insects rushing directly to him, and soon surrounded him tightly. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly took out a bottle of spirit beast pills specially used to feed spirit insects, which attracted the attention of many golden illusion butterflies and led them to the side. In recent years, as the cultivation technology has become more and more mature, the number of golden illusion butterflies following Song Qingming has also increased exponentially. Now there are already thousands of them, which is more than 10 times the number when Song Qingming just formed the elixir. Moreover, after Song Qingming fed a large amount of unyielding dew, many of these spirit insects have advanced to the golden core realm, and their power has also increased a lot compared to before. Although these golden illusion butterflies, the highest cultivation level can only reach the late golden core realm, their frontal combat ability is not very strong, and they can only deal with some golden core cultivators. However, because of his own powerful magic power of illusion, he had helped Song Qingming to contain those powerful opponents many times, and finally saved him from danger. Moreover, these golden illusion butterflies can also be used for exploration, monitoring opponents and other purposes, which are still very useful to Song Qingming. However, Song Qingming currently has no higher method to cultivate spirit insects, and cannot cultivate these golden illusion butterflies to a higher level. Otherwise the combat effectiveness of these spirit insects can be improved a lot. If all these golden illusion butterflies in the stone chamber can be cultivated to the 4th level, it is estimated that even if the unyielding cultivator faces them, it will be very troublesome. Although these are what Song Qingming wants to do, it will take time to accumulate and change slowly, and he can only wait until he has the chance in the future. After checking the status of the spirit insects in the cave, seeing that there is no big problem, Song Qingming walked out with confidence, and turned to another retreat stone chamber with rich spiritual energy not far away. This stone chamber was reserved by Song Qingming for golden wind, silver armor and ice and fire dragon to use in seclusion. A high-level spirit gathering array was also specially arranged in the stone chamber. After so many years of continuous practice, the cultivation of golden wind and silver armor has also improved a lot, reaching the peak of the 6th level of the golden core and the 4th level of the golden core respectively. As corpse puppets that can continuously improve their cultivation, Song Qingming also spent a lot of spiritual objects and spiritual stones on the two of them to provide them with cultivation. Except when he went out on weekdays, Song Qingming basically let them practice in seclusion here, and did not intentionally delay the speed of their cultivation. Although he has already advanced to the nascent soul realm, it seems that the benefits of spending so much effort to cultivate these two golden core corpse puppets will not be that great on the surface. But because Song Qingming has the 10,000 spirit puppet array, whether it is the golden wind and silver armor in the golden core period or the puppet beasts of a lower level on him, they are all very useful to Song Qingming. After Chu Bai's instruction, Song Qingming, who had obtained the heavenly heart divine art, had significantly enhanced his control over his own spiritual consciousness. He could now perfectly control 6 puppets on his body at the same time to form the one-ling puppet array. Not only that, Song Qingming also created a new set of runes in the process of practicing the fusion of the puppet array. This set of runes can help him temporarily increase his mana by about 1 time with the help of the power of the array to strengthen his own strength. However, the time is limited. At present, Song Qingming can only hold on for about an hour. After that, the power of the array will return to normal, and the mana forcibly absorbed by Song Qingming will also dissipate directly. In the previous battle to retake Pei State in the south, Song Qingming was able to defeat the Golden Horn Demon King, who had formed an infant earlier than himself. In addition to his own many high-level magic weapons, the most relied on is his biggest trump card one-ling puppet array. It was precisely because of this puppet formation that Song Qingming was able to temporarily improve his strength and directly defeat the Golden Horn Demon King, who was of similar cultivation level on the front battlefield. Afterwards, Bai Yuxin and Li Mufang also consulted Song Qingming for this. However, Song Qingming did not reveal too many details about his most important trump card, but only attributed the defeat of the Golden Horn Demon King mainly to the opponent's carelessness. In this regard, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin did not say much. After all, Song Qingming had just formed a unyielding at that time, and it was not strange that the Golden Horn Demon King did not take him seriously when he faced him. Regardless of whether Song Qingming's words were problematic, for them, being able to defeat the Golden Horn Demon King and rescue them was the best thing. Whether other things were true or false, these were not so important compared to the results. However, although Song Qingming's ability to control the one-ling puppet formation had increased a lot, the number and strength of the puppets on his body were still too few, and his strength improvement had not yet reached the limit. At present, Song Qingming can only defeat opponents of the same level, such as the Golden Horn Demon King, who have just advanced to the nascent soul realm. If the opponent is replaced by a powerful nascent soul demon king like the Black Dragon Demon King, Song Qingming is probably far from being his opponent, and it is difficult to contain him. In order to improve his strength, in addition to practicing hard, Song Qingming must work harder on the number and quality of his puppets in the future. However, Song Qingming's puppet skills are still at the 2nd level upper grade realm, and he cannot refine a 3rd level puppet beast of the Golden Core stage for the time being. Moreover, the materials for refining high-level puppet beasts in Uyghur are also very scarce. Song Qingming has only collected a few copies so far, but they were all damaged in his hands, and he failed to successfully refine a puppet beast of the Golden Core stage. Even because he has a fragmented map in hand, and his own cultivation has broken through to the nascent soul realm, Song Qingming learns the cultivation skills several times faster than others. It's just due to the lack of materials and the fact that his own talent is not that strong. When Song Qingming was learning the low-level puppet skills before, although it was much easier to improve, when he needed to advance to the 3rd level, he still clearly felt that the difficulty suddenly increased a lot. Now, although Song Qingming is very eager to improve his puppet skills and refine more high-level puppet beasts to enrich his own strength, but it is obviously useless to be anxious, and he needs to find a way to improve it slowly later. After checking the situation in the cave, Song Qingming put it down and returned to the hall. He also explained it carefully to Xiaojin, who had just swallowed the elixir, and then opened the formation restriction of his cave and walked out with confidence. After Song Qingming came out of seclusion, He did not see Song Qingyu and Wang Xian coming to greet him. Instead, Song Yuanhao came to the top of the mountain, one step ahead, and waited patiently on the side. Seeing that Song Qingming had just appeared, Song Yuanhao hurriedly took a step forward with a happy face and bowed to him respectfully. Yuanhao, meet Uncle 7. Congratulations on your great success in cultivation. Seeing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly, waved his hand, and asked directly, Are Xian and Qingyu still in seclusion? Reporting to Uncle 7, during the years you have been in seclusion, the two ancestors have also been practicing in the mountains, and they are still in seclusion now. In recent years, nothing major has happened near the family. Only half a year ago, the sect sent a letter to us and asked us to pass it to Uncle 7. What is the letter? Bring it to me. Hearing that there was a letter from the sect, Song Qingming hurriedly asked Song Yuanhao to take out a letter, but was told that the letter had been in Wang Xian's hands. Seeing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly and immediately came to the outside of Wang Xian's cave. Not long after, Wang Xian, who was in seclusion, received the warning and immediately came to Song Qingming, and handed the letter directly to Song Qingming. Husband, I have read this letter before. It was sent by senior sister Bai from the sect. She wanted to ask you if you wanted to go. At that time, you were in seclusion. I saw that you couldn't come out for a while, so I took the initiative to reply to their message. Later, when I went to the sect to help senior brother Qi refine the elixir, I heard from them that it seemed that senior sister Bai went to Qin State. Oh. Senior sister Bai went to Qin State, so what is the situation now? Chapter 877, Having a Child, Trapped in the Formation. A few years ago, when Song Qingming held the nascent soul celebration, Zhao Wuling, the nascent soul ancestor of the Unyielding sect, came in person to congratulate him. Later, at the celebration, Zhao Wuling asked Song Qingming about the news about the blood demon ancestor in person, and got from him several nests where this demon ancestor had hidden. After returning to Qin, Zhao Wuling organized the monks and the sect and began to search for the traces of the blood demon ancestor and other blood spirit sect demon cultivators along the address provided by Song Qingming. Demon cultivators have 3 burrows, and it is not an easy task to find them. Originally, when Song Qingming handed the address to Zhao Wuling, he did not think that they could really find the blood demon ancestor. But what everyone did not expect was that after the Unyielding sect monks explored, they really found the hiding place of the blood demon ancestor and other demon cultivators. It was discovered that this group of demon cultivators was hiding in a small country next to Qin, and had already controlled many high-level monks in this country. In order to completely eliminate the blood demon ancestor and the blood spirit sect, the Unyielding sect, a demon sect that has been a disaster to the world of immortal cultivation for many years, began to secretly summon monks to eliminate the demon cultivators. Because these demon cultivators were hiding under their noses and had infiltrated many places around the Qin state, it would be difficult for the Unyielding sect to mobilize a large number of cultivators, and it would definitely be difficult to avoid their eyes and ears. For this reason, the Unyielding sect, fearing that it would alert the enemy, chose to gather only some high-level cultivators and go lightly to eliminate the demon cultivators. Before taking action, the Unyielding sect also specially sent a letter to Qingming Mountain, wanting to invite Song Qingming, a unyielding cultivator who had dealt with the blood spirit sect cultivators, to help. As a result, it happened to be the critical moment when Song Qingming was in seclusion to break through his cultivation. After receiving the news, Wang Xian could only directly reply to the sect truthfully. However, since eliminating demons and defending the way is the common cause of the human cultivators, it is not appropriate to directly reject the invitation of the Unyielding sect. If it is spread out, other sects will think that the cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect do not care about the overall situation. After Bai Yuxin and Lim Yufang discussed it, they decided to go to Qin State to help instead of Song Qingming. It has been several months since Bai Yuxin left. However, there has been no news from the Unyielding sect in Qin State, so Song Qingming's face is a little nervous at this moment. In addition to worrying about Bai Yuxin's personal safety, Song Qingming wants to know more about the news of the blood demon ancestor who has set his sights on him. I don't know if this demon is still alive after being besieged by many cultivators of the Unyielding sect. Since killing Ma Wuchen that year, Song Qingming has been targeted by the blood demon ancestor. Over the years, he has always been a little worried that this demon will suddenly come to his door to cause trouble for him. If the blood demon ancestor was really wiped out by the Unyielding sect monks in one battle, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for Song Qingming, and he could finally rest assured in the future. However, there was no news from the Qin state yet. Although Song Qingming was a little anxious, he could not know the details for a while, so he could only sigh slightly. Seeing that Song Qingming looked a little nervous and seemed to be still worried about it, Wang Xian quickly spoke to comfort him. "Husband, senior sister Bai has only been gone for more than 2 months, and the Wanling sect has intentionally blocked the news in order not to alarm the other party. It is normal that there is no news yet, so don't worry about it." Hearing this, Song Qingming nodded gently and replied, "Well, you are right. No matter what the situation is, it is useless for us to worry here. Today I rarely come out of seclusion. Why don't you accompany me to the foot of the mountain to take a look around? We haven't walked together for a long time." "Husband, you are so kind to invite me. I am honored." In the past few years, when Song Qingming was in seclusion to break through his cultivation, Wang Xian quickly followed in seclusion to try to break through the bottleneck of the late Jinden period, wanting to make her cultivation further before the monster turmoil. However, Wang Xian tried several times in seclusion, but failed to successfully break through the realm, and her cultivation still remained at the peak of the 6th level of Jinden. At this moment, she was feeling a little annoyed. When she heard Song Qingming invite her to go for a walk at the foot of the mountain, Wang Xian smiled slightly and nodded and agreed immediately. After the two of them walked out of the cave, they greeted Song Yuanhao, who was standing outside, and then walked slowly down the mountain together. In recent years, because of Song Qingming's bold decentralization, Funiu Mountain has indeed changed a lot. After Song Yuanhao and Song Yuanfang took charge, the entire Song family quickly issued several family-related development plans. Now many places on Funiu Mountain have newly built pavilions and towers. Song Qingming and the others walked on the mountain trails, and they could see many clansmen coming in and out from a distance, busy with their own affairs. These are all kinds of family industries that Song Yuanfang plans to expand. In addition to supplying the monks of the clan, many of the spiritual objects refined in them will be directly distributed to the major markets around the Song family. Compared with Song Qingming's low-key style, these two younger generations are obviously much bolder in running the family, and the family's development speed has increased a lot compared to before. Song Qingming has no objection to their idea of developing the family quickly, and he does not want to interfere with their ideas. After all, his cultivation has reached a nascent soul stage now. Even if the family still has many enemies outside, there are not as many crises as before, and they need to be on guard against being targeted by others at all times. At this time, the Song family no longer needs to be deliberately low-key as before. It is indeed understandable to speed up the development of the family appropriately. Nowadays, there are more and more cultivators in the Song family, but the family territory is always limited. At this time, adding more family industries can also give them more options to earn spirit stones. They don't have to take risks and violate family regulations like before, and set their sights on the family's gold pavilion. When the two were walking on the mountain path, they suddenly felt a sound coming from the front. When they looked up, they found that it was a little girl of 5 or 6 years old running towards them with a smile. Soon, the little girl in a red short robe quickly came to Song Qingming and the others, and couldn't help showing a curious look on her face when she saw them. "Hey, whose child is this? She's so cute." Seeing the little girl in the distance with a pair of big black eyes, a few braids on her head, and a very cute look, Wang Xian couldn't help but smile and said in surprise. Seeing this, Song Qingming also carefully passed his gaze over, and was also convinced by the little girl's petite and lovely face, and smiled at her. Before Song Qingming and the others asked, the little girl blinked and whispered in confusion, "Brother, sister, have you seen my mother, Mom? Who is your mother?" Hearing the little girl's question, Wang Xian realized that the other party seemed to be lost, and couldn't help but step forward and hook her cute nose. But the little girl suddenly felt a hint of danger and took a few steps back. "Mother is mother, who else could it be? Haha. Everyone in this world has a mother. If you don't tell me your mother's name, how can I know who it is?" "Well, mother's name." After hearing Wang Xian's explanation, the little girl seemed to realize that something was wrong, and began to frown and try to recall her mother's name. But after trying hard for a long time, she still couldn't come up with the answer she wanted, and a trace of grievance appeared on her face. "Did your mother tell you her name?" Seeing the little girl's face aggrieved and about to shed a few tears, Wang Xian immediately felt a little distressed, and hurried forward to hold her little hand again. "Then what's your name? You should know it." I'll take you along the way to look for it together and see if I can send you back. Don't rush to cry. Well, Kinger, thank you, sister. Hearing that Wang Xian was going to take her home, the little girl in red quickly turned her worries into joy and nodded, and then turned around and walked back under the leadership of Wang Xian and Song Qingming. The three of them had just turned a few ridges when they saw a woman in the air with a somewhat anxious face, stepping on the swordlight and quickly approaching their location. Song Qingming and the others looked closely and found that the person coming was Song Yuanxu, the family's foundation building elder. After the swordlight fell, Song Yuanxu saw the little girl in red following Song Qingming and the others, and her face was slightly relieved. She hurried forward and bowed and took the initiative to salute. Yuanxu, meet the ancestors. Kinger disturbed the two ancestors out of ignorance. I hope the ancestors will forgive me. Song Yuanxu had just come over, and the little girl in red following Wang Xian quickly recognized her, and her eyes quickly revealed a burst of joy, and ran towards her with a happy face. Mother! Kinger finally found you. Fortunately, there are big brothers and sisters to help, otherwise Kinger would never see Mother again. What big brothers and sisters? These two are the ancestors of our mountain. Don't break the rules, kneel down and kowtow. Song Yuanxu was a little nervous when she saw her daughter walking with Song Qingming and Wang Xian. At this moment, hearing her daughter calling the two ancestors brother and sister, Song Yuanxu was so scared that her face changed on the spot. She hurriedly stopped them loudly and pulled the little girl to salute Song Qingming and the two. Seeing that the little girl was suddenly frightened by her mother, Wang Xian smiled and waved to Song Yuanxu and the two. The child is just still young and doesn't know these. Yuanxu, don't blame her so much. It's fate that we met her here today. We are all family. There is no need to be so polite. Get up first. Seeing that the two family ancestors in front of him didn't seem to be angry, Song Yuanxu was relieved a little, and then he stood up with his daughter. Yuanxu, I didn't expect that this child's mother is you. Kinger is really pretty. Have you tested her spiritual roots? I think this child should have some immortal fate. Hearing Wang Xian praising her daughter, Song Yuanxu nodded and turned back with a smile. Yes. Thank you for your concern, ancestor. I have borrowed a spiritual testing plate from the clan to test Kinger's spiritual roots. The result is the same as mine, also a 3 spiritual root qualification, but her spiritual root attribute is much better than mine, and she should be able to go further than me in the future. Since Song Yuanxu established her foundation, she has been responsible for managing the spiritual medicine garden in the back mountain of the family in the clan for these years. She is the best in the spiritual plant skills of the Song family. However, in addition to being outstanding in the spiritual plant skills, Song Yuanxu's cultivation talent is relatively average, and her cultivation has just broken through to the late stage of foundation building. Because she knows that her cultivation talent is average and it is difficult for her to have the opportunity to reach the stage of Dan formation, Song Yuanxu did not devote herself to cultivation like Song Qingyu. Decades ago, Song Yuanxu bought spiritual objects in Qingming Mountain and met a foundation building casual cultivator. The two of them fell in love and became Taoist couples. Because the Song family was very powerful in Uyghur, far beyond the reach of ordinary immortal cultivation families, Song Yuanxu's Taoist couple did not hesitate too much and decisively chose to marry into Funiu Mountain. The two have been married for decades and have given birth to several children. Because the first 2 children had no spiritual roots, they were sent to the foot of the mountain to live with mortals as soon as they grew up. Although Song Yuanxu's third son has spiritual roots, he is also an ordinary 4 spiritual root cultivator with limited talent for cultivation. I'm afraid he won't achieve much in the future. But this last daughter can actually be a good 3 spiritual root qualification, which makes her feel a lot of comfort. When Song Yuanxu mentioned this in front of Song Qingming and the others, there was some pride on her face. Hearing this, Song Qingming nodded to her and said, the 3 spiritual roots are not bad. You must cultivate them well in the future. Maybe they will have the qualifications to form a pill in the future. Thank you, Uncle 7. With your attention, I think this child will definitely not be worse than me and her father in the future. Yes. With the support of you two, her future achievements will definitely not be bad. Song Yuanxu is the oldest of the Yuan generation, except for Song Yuanfang. She is now nearly 170 years old. At her age, she has just broken through to the 7th level of foundation building, and it is difficult for her to form a pill. However, as a foundation building cultivator, Song Yuanxu still has at least 70 to 80 years of life. If she wants to cultivate her daughter to build a foundation in the future, it is still very likely that she will see her form a pill. Hearing Song Qingming's affirmation, Song Yuangsu nodded slightly, and took Qinger to kowtow to Song Qingming and the others. Only at Song Qingming's signal did he turn around and leave the place. After Song Yuangsu left with her daughter, Song Qingming turned around and continued to walk down the mountain with Wang Xian. However, Wang Xian, who was walking on the road at this moment, still kept thinking of Qinger's lovely figure. As they walked, Wang Xian suddenly turned around and looked at Song Qingming seriously. "Husband, why don't we have a child too?" Hearing what Wang Xian suddenly said, Song Qingming was slightly stunned. It took him a while to react and nodded with a smile. "If you like, then we can have one in the future. However, now that your cultivation is at a critical moment of breakthrough, having a child at this time may affect your cultivation. It is better to wait until you break through to the late stage of Jinden. After this monster riot, how about making this plan? At that time, I will try to find some spiritual objects to nourish the fetus, and strive to make the child's spiritual roots better." "Well, that's fine. I'll listen to my husband's arrangements." Seeing that Song Qingming was just a little surprised and did not have any objections to her sudden desire to have a child, Wang Xian breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded with a smile. Since the two of them became Taoist partners, they have gone through more than 200 years. From Qi refining, foundation building, Jinden to the current nascent soul realm, Wang Xian has followed Song Qingming all the way, and has also experienced untold hardships and various crises. In these years, Song Qingming and Wang Xian have devoted themselves to the Tao and constantly worked hard to improve their cultivation realm. The two of them and Song Qinggai led the entire family to move forward slowly and carefully. Facing the constant crises around them, they did not have much time to focus on raising their children. But now that Song Qingming's cultivation has advanced to the nascent soul realm, for them, it can be said that they have passed the most dangerous time on the road. Finally, they can control their own destiny as they wish, and no longer need to worry about being targeted by those high-level cultivators. At this time, Song Qingming heard that Wang Xian had the idea of having a child, and naturally he no longer had any worries in this regard. The only thing that made him a little worried was that he was afraid that this matter would affect Wang Xian's path, so he suggested that she wait until her cultivation broke through to the late Jinden before considering giving birth. After all, Wang Xian's cultivation is now stuck at the bottleneck of breaking through the late Jinden, which is also a very difficult level for Jinden cultivators to break through. At this critical moment, Song Qingming really didn't want to delay her cultivation time too much. Otherwise, if Wang Xian's cultivation is stuck here for too long, it will definitely delay her time to impact the nascent soul realm in the future, and then they will have some gains and losses. Seeing that Wang Xian had no objection to his proposal, Song Qingming was slightly relieved. Although there are many high-level cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation who are devoted to the Tao and do not want to waste too much time and energy on giving birth and raising offspring. But Song Qingming has not thought about the matter of having children carefully in recent years, but he has never been disgusted in his heart. Just like when he and Wang Xian met Qinger just now, Song Qingming was also conquered by her cute appearance, and he couldn't help but start to imagine what his child would look like in the future. In the world of immortal cultivation, as the cultivator's cultivation level increases, the probability of their children having spiritual roots will increase. Now Song Qingming's cultivation level has reached the nascent soul stage, and both he and Wang Xian are high-level cultivators. Logically speaking, the children they will have in the future will basically have spiritual roots. However, the level of spiritual roots is not something that a cultivator's parents can decide. Even for a nascent soul cultivator like Song Qingming, the children born in the future will most likely have ordinary qualifications of 4 or 5 spiritual roots, which are difficult to control. But if we can find some high-level spiritual medicines for nourishing the fetus before the fetus is born and give them to Wang Xian, it can also enhance the physical fitness of the fetus in her belly, so that he can walk more smoothly on the road of cultivation in the future. As a unyielding cultivator, it should not be difficult for Song Qingming to get 1 or 2 in the future. After the two of them discussed it, Song Qingming took Wang Xian to continue walking down the mountain, and soon came to a vegetable garden at the foot of the mountain. This vegetable garden was carefully taken care of by Wang Xian for many years at the foot of the mountain. In addition to practicing in seclusion, Wang Xian often came here to plant some ordinary fruits that only ordinary people would eat in recent years, so as to increase her own practice experience. At this moment, because she had been in seclusion for a long time and had not come down the mountain, there were already a lot of weeds in the vegetable garden, and the fruits and vegetables originally planted in it had been covered by weeds, and no fruits could be seen. Seeing this scene, Wang Xian sighed slightly, cast a spell and took out a hoe that she often used for weeding from her storage bag. However, before she started using it, Song Qingming took the hoe in her hand and smiled at her. "You always work hard to make tea and cook for me. Today, your husband will help you do some work. Oh, you are so hard-working, you are the unyielding ancestor. If people see you, it will be disgraceful. They will laugh at us. Don't worry, even if we are seen here, no one will dare to laugh at us in the future." Seeing Song Qingming smiling and waving the hoe in his hand, Wang Xian smiled slightly, took out a farm tool from her body and walked forward again. Under the setting sun under the Funiu Mountain, the two of them started their hard work like an ordinary mortal couple. Floating Cloud Mountain range in the western part of the Zeuxin world. In the Fantasy Sea Desert. One day, 3 figures suddenly flew over and landed in the sky above a desert, revealing 3 figures of 1 man and 2 women. The gray-robed man in the lead stood on the air and looked at the flying sand all around him. He couldn't help but frowned a little on his forehead. Seeing this, another purple-clothed woman standing next to him couldn't help but ask directly, "Fellow Taoist Wang, how about we haven't walked out of this place yet? It seems so. This place is really weird. We have been walking for so long, but there is no change around us. It is obvious that we are still wandering around here. It's impossible for the 3 of us cultivators to get out with our speed. Are we trapped by some formation or restriction?" Hearing the explanation of the gray-robed man, a trace of worry suddenly appeared on the face of the purple-clothed woman, and she couldn't help but guess again. At this time, the other woman in white standing not far from the 2 of them looked around calmly, and suddenly her face changed and she said to the 2 of them solemnly, "Friend Han, you guessed right, we should be trapped here by some formation. It's just strange that we have been looking for so long, although we have always felt the fluctuations of the restriction, but we still can't find the center of the formation. This formation is far from as simple as we imagined. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out directly from here. Even the nascent soul cultivators can't get out. What should we do?" Hearing the explanation of the woman in white, the gray-robed man and the purple-robed woman couldn't help but show some ugly expressions on their faces. For a moment, the 3 of them fell into silence. Chapter 878, Rush to Rescue and Head to Qin. Spring passed and autumn came. Several months had passed since Song Qingming broke through and came out of retreat. On this day, a red light suddenly flew from the top of the Funiu Mountain, which was originally very peaceful, and landed outside the mountain protection formation. As the light dissipated, a woman in red immediately appeared, and quickly sent a sound transmission talisman into the mountain protection formation in front of her. A moment later, a man in a black robe flew out of the formation with a smile and landed in front of the woman in red. "Yuan Hao greets senior sister Su, junior brother Song. I am honored." Seeing Song Yuan Hao coming out to greet her, Su Ziyin hurriedly smiled and bowed in return, and then continued to say, "This time I came here on the orders of my uncle to visit Uncle Song. I wonder if Uncle Song has come out of retreat now." Hearing Su Ziyin's question, Song Yuan Hao nodded and said, "Seventh uncle has come out of retreat a few months ago and is now on the mountain. Senior sister, please follow me to Huxin Pavilion and wait for a while. I will send someone to inform the ancestor." After Song Yuan Hao finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to Su Ziyin in front of him, and the two soon entered the mountain protection array together. After waiting for a while in the Huxin Pavilion on the top of the mountain, Su Ziyin soon saw Song Qingming coming from outside, and a bit of surprise appeared on her face. "Ziyan, meet Master Song. Congratulations on your progress and success." After seeing Song Qingming face to face, Su Ziyan had clearly felt a different kind of pressure from him. It has been less than 20 years since Song Qingming advanced to the nascent soul stage. This time, Su Ziyan did not expect that Song Qingming had successfully broken through to the second level of the nascent soul stage. She felt a strong shock in her heart. You know, it is very difficult for a cultivator to break through a level in the nascent soul stage. Generally, a nascent soul cultivator has to practice for at least dozens or even hundreds of years to break through a level. Even by a Yuxin, a genius with a spiritual root, could not advance to the second level of the nascent soul stage in more than 10 years. Song Qingming's speed of practice was really shocking to Suzy Yan. She understood and hurriedly bowed to Song Qingming in person to congratulate him. Her tone was already full of respect for Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand, and said softly, "No need to be polite. Sit down first." After greeting Su Ziyan with a smile, Song Yuanhao, who was standing by, immediately asked the Song family cultivators to bring a few cups of spiritual tea. Then, under the hint of Song Qingming's eyes, he took the initiative to withdraw from the meeting Immortal pavilion with the others. When there were only 2 of them around, Song Qingming put down the teacup in his hand and asked Su Ziyan, "Ziyan took the initiative to come to my house today. Could it be that she just came to visit me? Is there anything else from the sect? There is no one here now. Just tell me if you have anything to say." Since Song Qingming advanced to the nascent soul realm, the sect basically sent him a letter to inform him of any matters. Even if Su Ziyan and other giant elders came to Funiu Mountain for something, they basically consulted with Song Yuanhao and others, and would not easily disturb Song Qingming, who was practicing in seclusion on the mountain. Seeing Su Ziyan coming to visit him, Song Qingming immediately guessed that there might be something going on with the sect, so he asked directly. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Su Ziyan nodded quickly, then took out a letter from her body and handed it to Song Qingming. "Uncle Master, please forgive me. Ziyan came here on behalf of Uncle Master Li. The matter is of great importance, and Uncle Master was afraid that something might happen on the way to deliver the letter directly, so he asked me to come and ask Uncle Master to go to Qingming Mountain to discuss the matter." "Oh. It was Brother Li who asked me to go over to discuss the matter. Did he tell you what it was?" Song Qingming took the letter from Su Ziyan, opened it and took a look, and a bit of doubt appeared on his face again, and he asked again. Hearing this, Su Ziyan shook her head gently, and replied helplessly, "This, Master did not tell me before leaving, and I only know that the matter is a little urgent and I don't know the details. I hope Master will not blame me." "Well, it's okay. Wait a minute, I'll go with you and you'll know." Seeing that Su Ziyan didn't know why Li Mufang suddenly wanted to discuss matters with him, Song Qingming didn't ask much, and smiled and nodded slightly. Then Song Qingming called Song Yuanhao, who was guarding outside, in again, and after telling him a few words, he took Su Ziyan and left the meeting Immortal pavilion. Not long after, 2 escape lights passed through the Funiu Mountain mountain protection formation and went southwest, and soon disappeared in midair, in a cave on the top of Qingming Mountain. A man in a gray robe was sitting on a golden cushion in the cave, closing his eyes and meditating to absorb the spiritual energy around him. Suddenly, the man in the gray robe opened his eyes on his own initiative and stood up from the cushion. After tidying up his appearance, the gray-robed man quickly turned around and came to the entrance of the cave, removed the restrictions at the entrance, and then strode out. "Greetings, Senior Brother Li and Senior Uncle Li." Seeing Song Qingming and Su Ziyan standing outside to salute, Li Mufang smiled slightly. Just as he was about to bow to Song Qingming in return, he suddenly stopped his action. "Junior Brother Song, have you broken through the second level of the nascent soul?" Seeing that Li Mufang was also full of surprise after seeing him, Song Qingming immediately smiled slightly and nodded to him. "It's all thanks to the elixir that Taoist Zhao gave me last time. This elixir really benefited me a lot. After I refined the purple cloud pill in seclusion this time, I felt that my cultivation suddenly improved a lot, so I took the opportunity to try to break through the bottleneck in my body. Unexpectedly, this time the bottleneck was extremely smooth, and I was lucky enough to break through the realm. Haha. I didn't expect that my junior brother could successfully break through the second level of the nascent soul with just 1 purple cloud pill. It really makes me a little envious." I learned from Song Qingming that the reason for his breakthrough was because of the purple cloud pill that Zhao Wuling gave him during the last nascent soul celebration. Li Mufang's face was slightly silent for a moment, but he quickly reacted, smiled and nodded to him, and took the initiative to bow and congratulate him. Seeing this, Song Qingming also hurriedly bowed in return. After the 2 exchanged a few polite words, Li Mufang's face changed slightly. He turned around and told Su Ziyan, who was standing beside him, "Ziyan, Junior Brother Song and I will have something to talk about. You wait outside first. Remember, no one is allowed to interrupt us, Uncle Master." Rest assured, Ziyan will obey. Hearing Li Mufang's serious and careful instructions, Su Ziyan hurriedly nodded to the 2 Yuanying supreme elders of the sect beside him, and then watched Li Mufang and the others walk into the cave. After the two left, Su Ziyan's eyes moved slightly, and he cast a spell to release several golden spirit birds, commanding them to guard around. Only then did he sit down with peace of mind and guard the front of the cave. After entering the cave, seeing Li Mufang's face full of solemnity, and very carefully arranged several restrictions at the door before asking him to sit down, Song Qingming couldn't help but have a few more bad premonitions in his heart. Since he had formed a baby, this was the first time in these years that he had seen such a cautious look on his senior brother Li Mufang's face. Something big must have happened in the sect to make this Yuanying Grand Elder, who has been at the helm of the sect for hundreds of years, so nervous today. But Song Qingming didn't know whether this matter was good or bad, so he couldn't say much. He could only sit aside and wait for Li Mufang's next words. As Song Qingming thought, not long after the two of them sat down, Li Mufang couldn't help but speak to him directly. "Junior brother Song. I called you to Qingming Mountain this time because there is an important matter related to the survival of the sect. I want to entrust it to you. I hope you can help me shoulder this burden temporarily. I don't know what happened, please tell me frankly." Li Mufang nodded slightly, then took out a letter he had received not long ago and handed it to Song Qingming carefully. "This is the letter that the sect just received from the Unyielding sect yesterday. Sister Bai and the others had an accident in the Fantasy Sea Desert." "What? Sister Bai had an accident?" Hearing what Li Mufang said, Song Qingming felt nervous and quickly opened the letter from the Unyielding sect in his hand and carefully checked it. Finally, he gradually understood what happened in Qin. Half a year ago, Bai Yuxin was invited to Qin to cooperate with the monks of the Unyielding sect to eliminate the blood spirit sect demon cultivators hiding in a small country nearby. Because the Unyielding sect was well prepared in advance, the matter went very smoothly at the beginning. Soon, Bai Yuxin and others, under the personal leadership of the monks of the Unyielding sect, blocked the blood demon ancestor and other demon cultivators in a cave. Unfortunately, they did not expect that the blood demon ancestor had a substitute blood corpse puppet in the nascent soul stage, and was deceived by his real body and escaped. Later, Bai Yuxin and others found out and tracked the injured blood demon ancestor all the way into the Fantasy Sea Desert in the west. They wanted to completely eradicate this great demon who had been a scourge to the floating cloud mountain's immortal cultivation world for thousands of years. What everyone didn't expect was that after Bai Yuxin, Wang Yan, the Yuanying elder of the Unyielding sect, and Han Yu, the Yuanying elder of the Huayang sect, tracked each other into the Fantasy Sea Desert, the three of them suddenly disappeared and never came back. Later, Zhao Wuling, the great elder of the Unyielding sect, led people into the Fantasy Sea Desert to search for a while, but still couldn't find any trace of the three of them. Then they sent a letter to inform the Xiaoyao sect of the matter, wanting them to help organize people to enter the Fantasy Sea Desert to rescue the trapped Bai Yuxin and his companions. After receiving the news, Li Mufang was also worried about it. Fortunately, Bai Yuxin and his companions were all Yuanying cultivators, and there were still soul lamps in the sect. Although they were thousands of miles apart, they could still judge that they were still safe. After understanding the situation, Li Mufang hurriedly invited Song Qingming from Funiu Mountain to discuss how to go to the Fantasy Sea Desert to rescue Bai Yuxin. "Junior brother Song, junior sister Bai's now trapped in the Fantasy Sea Desert, and she doesn't know whether it will be a disaster or not. I have to go to Qin State quickly and rescue junior sister Bai with the Unyielding sect. During the time that senior brother is away, I would like to trouble junior brother Song to stay in Qingming Mountain for a while to prevent the monsters from taking the opportunity to attack." After Li Mufang finished speaking, he had another white J token in his hand and sent it to Song Qingming. Seeing that Li Mufang wanted to go to Qin State in person to rescue the trapped Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming thought for a moment, but still did not take the white J token in his hand, and shook his head slightly. "Senior brother Li, now, the monsters around Wei State are it everywhere. If you leave suddenly, the sect will inevitably be in turmoil. I am afraid that the monsters will soon notice the abnormality. Originally, senior sister Bai went there for me. Now that she is in trouble, it is my responsibility to save her. Why don't you let me go to Qin State?" Before learning that Bai Yuxin went to Qin State for him, Song Qingming had always been a little worried about her. Song Qingming suddenly knew that she was trapped in the illusionary desert by the demon cultivators, and he felt a little ashamed. Without much hesitation, Song Qingming immediately expressed his inner thoughts and wanted to go to Qin to rescue Bai Yuxin. Hearing that Song Qingming was going to Qin to rescue Bai Yuxin on his behalf, Li Mufang was slightly surprised, and then soon showed a relieved smile. It's not that I don't trust you, but I'm afraid that this trip to Qin will be a little dangerous. I'm still a little worried if you go there rashly. You should stay in the sect with peace of mind. With you in charge, I can feel more at ease outside, brotherly. I have dealt with people from the Blood Spirit sect several times before, and I have some understanding of their magical powers. If I go, it should be of some help to rescue Sister Bai and the others. Don't worry, my cultivation has reached the second level of the nascent soul now. Although I am not as good as the cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul, I still have the ability to protect myself against them. Brother, the last time I fought with a Black Dragon Demon King, my injuries have not fully recovered. If you fight with the enemy now and consume the vitality in your body, it will not be worth the loss. It's better for you to stay and take charge. Seeing that Song Qingming still wanted to insist on going instead of him, Li Mufang's face gradually fell silent, and he didn't directly refuse. In the previous battle with the Black Dragon Demon King, Li Mufang was injured in his own consciousness by the mysterious magic weapon on him. Afterwards, although he had recovered a lot from the years of retreat, he had not yet fully recovered. Moreover, Song Qingming had dealt with many cultivators of the Blood Spirit sect before, and had some understanding of the magical powers of these demon cultivators. From these two aspects, Song Qingming was indeed more suitable to rescue Bai Yuxin than Li Mufang was now. After hesitating for a long time, Li Mufang finally nodded to Song Qingming calmly and agreed to let him go to Qin to help rescue Bai Yuxin. Then Li Mufang took out another magic weapon from his body and gave it to Song Qingming. Junior brother Song, since you are going to Qin, the journey is long and dangerous, so you should take this magic weapon with you first. Once junior sister Bai has news, remember to send the news back to me quickly, and remember to be careful. Seeing the 4th level low-grade defensive magic weapon that Li Mufang took out on his own initiative, Song Qingming's face was slightly surprised, but he quickly took it. Thank you, senior brother Li. Please rest assured, as long as senior sister Bai has any news, I will inform the sect as soon as possible. After solemnly bowing to Li Mufang, Song Qingming did not stay for long, and soon got up and said goodbye. Looking at Song Qingming's back as he took the initiative to leave, Li Mufang couldn't help but sigh slightly, but the next moment, the nervous look on his face quickly recovered. After leaving Guiyang Mountain, Song Qingming immediately returned to the family. After that, he explained to Wang Xian and Song Yuanhao, pack up and set off for Qin. Qin, where Unyielding sect is located on the west side of the floating cloud mountain range Xiuxin realm, tens of thousands of miles away from Uiguo. With Song Qingming's nascent soul cultivator's speed, it still took him 6 days at full speed to reach the territory of Unyielding sect in Qin. When Song Qingming had not yet broken through the nascent soul realm, he had passed by the Qin state many times in order to go to the Donghuang state on the west side of the continent. However, due to the fact that the relationship between the Unyielding sect and the Xiaoyao sect has always been relatively ordinary, Song Qingming has never dared to really set foot in the territory of Qin state in recent years. Until this time, in order to rescue the trapped senior sister Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming came to the territory of Qin state for the first time, and also saw the territory under the jurisdiction of the first sect of the floating cloud mountain range in the world of immortal cultivation. Although the area of Qin state is much larger than that of Wei state where the Xiaoyao sect is located, the environment of the realm in Wei state do not look much different. However, unlike the many mountains and hills in Wei state, the terrain of Qin state is relatively flat, which seems to be more suitable for mortals to farm and live. After entering the territory of Qin state, Song Qingming went all the way to the northwest and soon came to a towering mountain that soared straight into the sky. After glancing at the tall spiritual mountain in front of him, Song Qingming cast a spell and released a sound transmission note the next moment, sending it into the mountain protection formation in front. Soon, a woman in yellow took the initiative to walk out of the formation, came to Song Qingming, and held his hand and bowed. I am Qi Lingyuan, meeting fellow Taoist Song, and welcome to Funiu Mountain. Fellow Taoist Qi is polite. After returning the greeting, seeing Qi Lingyuan suddenly staring at him with a strange look, Song Qingming hurriedly pretended to look at him and asked with a puzzled look, fellow Taoist Qi, is there anything wrong with me? Oh. It's my fault, fellow Taoist Song, will you come in with me? Hearing Song Qingming's question, Qi Lingyuan was slightly stunned, and immediately came to her senses, and stretched out her hand to invite Song Qingming into the mountain protection formation. Soon, The two came to a halt on the top of Funiu Mountain together. Not long after sitting down, Qingming saw two figures outside the hall in the distance, and the one walking in front was Zhao Wuling, the great elder of Unyielding sect whom he had met before. Seeing this, Qingming hurriedly stood up and took the initiative to greet Zhao Wuling. Seeing the changes in Qingming's cultivation in front of him, Zhao Wuling was also slightly stunned, and then smiled and introduced the other person next to Qingming. Fellow Taoist Song, this is fellow Taoist Fu, the great elder of Huayang sect, and I specially invited him to help. I am Qingming from Xiaoyao sect, Taoist. I am honored. Hearing Zhao Wu's initiative to introduce, Qingming quickly turned around and bowed to a tall and strong man next to him. Hearing this, the great elder of Huayang sect, Fu Yongui, also bowed to Qingming, and there was a little more strangeness in his eyes when he looked at him. I have heard of fellow Taoist Song's great name for a long time, and it is rare to see you today. Fellow Taoist is really a talented person. Fellow Taoist Fu, you are too kind. Hearing the other party's praise, which was obviously directed at his own cultivation, Qingming just smiled and said modestly, and didn't say anything more. After the two sides met and greeted each other, Zhao Wuling immediately arranged for a few people to sit down and began to chat about business with Qingming. Previously, Zhao Wuling had to guard the northern demon tribe in Qin State, so he did not personally go to encircle and suppress the blood demon ancestor. He only sent an avatar to participate in the war. More than a month ago, after tracking the opponent into the Phantom Sea Desert, Zhao Wuling's avatar was entangled by another strange unyielding demon cultivator who suddenly appeared, so he and Bai Yuxin and the other two separated. When Zhao Wuling's avatar got rid of the target and wanted to go back to reunite with Bai Yuxin and the other two, he suddenly found that they could not find their traces. Seeing this, Zhao Wuling could only search around, but still found nothing. In the end, he had no choice but to return to Qin State to send a message for help. Fellow Taoist Song, the place where junior brother Wang and fellow Taoist Bai disappeared that day is near the center of the Fantasy Sea Desert. That place is mostly a gathering place for high-level demon cultivators, and I'm afraid there are far more demons than just the blood demon ancestor. I was alone at the time, and there was really no better way, so I could only retreat first. After hearing Zhao Wuling's explanation, Qingming was not too surprised. He nodded gently and said, in that case, when are you going to leave? Seeing that Qingming was a little anxious, Zhao Wuling waved his hand and said, it is not an easy task for us to enter the Fantasy Sea Desert to look for people. Now there are still two fellow Taoists who haven't arrived. Fellow Taoist Song, don't worry, wait 2 more days and we will set off together. Oh, that's fine. After hearing that Zhao Wuling had also invited 2 nascent soul cultivators to come, Qingming nodded slowly and said nothing more. Soon 2 days passed, and 2 more nascent soul cultivators appeared in Funiu Mountain. When Qingming saw one of them, he was not surprised. It was Wu Zhengyuan, the unyielding ancestor of the Zhengyuan sect of Yu State whom he had met before. As a semi-vassal sect of the unyielding sect, Wu Zhengyuan appeared here to help, naturally because of the call of the unyielding sect, but the last person to arrive, Qingming was a little surprised. It was Zhang Zidan, the supreme elder of the Xingqian sect, who is the most incompatible with the monks of the unyielding sect. First of all, I wish all Taoist friends a happy Lantern Festival. Xiao Meng rushed to Nanjing recently, and came back with a cold, so the update was a little late. I am really sorry. I hope that all Taoist friends can forgive me. Next, I will try to update earlier. Chapter 879, Fantasy Desert, Mysterious Restriction. Many years ago, before he had formed his infant, Qingming had heard Zhang Zidan say more than once that he was full of disdain for the unyielding sect. But today, seeing Zhang Zidan come to Qin State to help for the sake of the human race, Qingming was really surprised. He couldn't help but have a little more respect for Zhang Zidan. However, although Zhang Zidan arrived at Funiu Mountain, except for the initial greeting when he met everyone, he stood aside with a cold face afterwards. Obviously, the purpose of his trip was just to be invited to help, not to really ease the relationship with the unyielding sect. Zhao Wuling and the other 2 of the unyielding sect did not mind it too much. After Zhang Zidan arrived, everyone who was eager to go to rescue people quickly set off together and went directly to the Fantasy Sea Desert west of Qin State. The Fantasy Sea Desert is located on the west side of the Floating Cloud Mountains. It stretches hundreds of thousands of miles from east to west, directly dividing the entire Floating Cloud Mountains Yuxin world and the eastern Phoenix country to the west into 2 halves. In the entire Fantasy Sea Desert, most of the places are hairless yellow sand desert and Gobi shallows, and there are very few places suitable for human survival. Although it is located in a barren desert, there are still some places in the Fantasy Sea Desert where there are spiritual veins and oases, and there are also many monsters that are very adaptable to this desert environment. The high-level sandworm that Song Qingming and Feng he encountered when they first went to the East Phoenix country to cultivate immortals was one of them. In addition, there are also many cultivators in the human race who have offended others and are desperate, as well as various demon cultivators and bandit cultivators who are usually not seen in the light. In order to escape the pursuit of enemies, they choose to hide here. Because these cultivators are all fierce and brutal, as well as the monsters and sandworms hiding in the desert, the entire Fantasy Sea Desert is also an extremely dangerous place for ordinary human cultivators. Ordinary mortals simply cannot survive in that environment. Even those low-level cultivators in the Qi Refining and Foundation building stages who enter the desert to search for spiritual objects usually have to go in groups, and few people dare to venture in alone. On this day, beside a sand dune in the illusionary sea desert, a team of 30 or 40 cultivators were patiently walking in the desert. Most of this large group of cultivators were ordinary Qi Refining cultivators, with cultivation in the middle and late stages of Qi Refining. Only the 3 cultivators riding the tall sand camel beast at the front of the team had a higher cultivation level and had reached the foundation building stage. However, even with a foundation building stage cultivation, these people did not dare to underestimate the enemy when walking in the illusionary sea desert. They always looked around carefully to guard against possible dangers at any time. Just as the team walked forward for a while and came to a hill, a man in the late foundation building stage who was walking in the front suddenly stopped and waved to stop the entire team. Wait! There seems to be some movement ahead, prepare to fight, hearing the voice of the leading foundation building monk in front. Many monks in the team immediately showed some nervousness on their faces, and took out their magic weapons one after another. Under the command of the leading monk, 3 agile late-stage Qi training monks soon climbed up the hill in front. The 3 of them had just arrived on the sand dune, and a vibrant oasis immediately caught their eyes. It's a second-level wind unicorn beast. There are 2 of them. This time we finally found them. Seeing 2 snow-white wind unicorn beasts drinking water hundreds of feet ahead, the 3 of them immediately showed a trace of joy on their faces. One of them quickly threw out a sound transmission note and informed the people below the sand dune of the good news. Soon, under the command of the 3 foundation building monks, these people quickly dispersed into several teams and quietly surrounded the oasis in front from all sides. At this time, the 2 level 2 wind scale beasts were still happily playing in the water in the oasis. There were 7 or 8 low-level monsters beside the pool watching them carefully, not daring to disturb them. While the wind scale beasts were playing, they suddenly felt a very dangerous breath coming from not far behind them. The 2 monsters quickly separated and looked around. But before they could see the situation around them clearly, a purple net suddenly fell directly to the location of the wind scale beasts. Seeing this, the 2 wind scale beasts suddenly emitted a burst of green spiritual light and retreated quickly. Want to leave? Haha, it's too late. Just when the 2 monsters were about to avoid the coverage of the big net, a somewhat proud voice suddenly came from behind them. Then, a middle-aged man in black rushed up from the sand below, raised a silver copper hammer in his hand and hammered forward with all his strength. Facing the fierce attack of the man in black, the 2 wind scale beasts did not dare to confront head-on, and could only stop and drill directly into the sand below to avoid the opponent's attack. However, what they didn't expect was that the loose sand below was covered with a layer of light white light and became as hard as iron. The 2 wind scale beasts just landed on the ground, and they were knocked back several steps as if they hit a stone. At this time, half of the head of a woman in yellow slowly emerged from the ground in the sand not far away, and a layer of light white light was also emitting from her body. Haha. My skill of turning soil into stone is not good. Seeing that someone was playing tricks, the 2 wind scale beasts were immediately furious, and they flicked their tails lightly and released 5 or 6 wind blades directly to greet the woman in yellow. However, before the attack reached the woman in yellow, the man in black had already taken his position in advance and raised an iron plate to block it behind him. Drop the formation. At the same time, a voice sounded on the other side at the same time, and a large net that was encircled from behind fell on the 2 monsters. Seeing the large net coming, the 2 wind scale beasts wanted to turn around and escape. But just as they turned around, Large nets appeared in the other two directions, and soon trapped the wind-scale beast in a golden cage. Brother! They shouldn't be able to escape this time. Seeing this scene, the man in black and the woman in yellow not far away showed some joy on their faces. At this time, an old man in a yellow robe had already descended from the sky holding a circular array plate and stood in front of them. Seeing that his two companions were already full of joy, the old man in the yellow robe nodded slightly, but his face did not relax. Don't be too happy yet. This formation can only trap them for a moment at most. If you want to kill them, you and I have to do it. Don't worry, big brother. They are just two wind-scale beasts in the early stage of foundation building. I don't think you will have to do it later. My third sister and I are enough to deal with them. It took a lot of effort to catch two wind-scale beasts. Second brother, don't be too careless. This place is a bit close to the magic wind city. In order to avoid more trouble, we still have to be careful. Let's act together and fight quickly. Third sister is right. Second brother, don't brag here. Let's do it quickly, the old man in yellow robe said, and before his two companions nodded, he took out a golden sword from his body and rushed directly into the golden net in front. Seeing this, the other two men in black and the woman in yellow smiled helplessly, picked up their own magic weapons and followed. Half an hour later, as the two wind-scale beasts fell one after another, the golden net surrounding the outside gradually dissipated. Seeing that the two monsters were killed by the three yellow-robed old men, the dozens of Qi Refining monks who had been guarding the area hurriedly gathered around with joy. Quick! Disassemble and pack all the monster bodies. Remember not to damage the scales on their abdomens. If anyone dares to do it again like last time, I will skin him myself. Following the command of the black-robed monk, the Qi Refining monks who were surrounding them hurriedly stepped forward to deal with the bodies of the wind-scale beast. The three black-robed monks put away their magic weapons with satisfaction and supervised from the side. Brother! You are well informed this time. We spent 2 months and finally this trip was not in vain. With these two wind-scale beasts, we will not have to worry about spirit stones for at least 1 or 2 years when we return this time. Second brother, you are dreaming. These two wind-scale beasts are only a few thousand spirit stones at most. There are so many people in the gang now, and we can't share many. Maybe it won't be long before we come to this ghost place again. Wait? Brother, what is that? As the three people were talking, the woman in yellow suddenly caught a glimpse of a black dot in the air in the distance, and she couldn't help but shout out directly. The two old men in yellow robes next to her turned their eyes when they heard her voice. As the black dot in the distance got closer and closer to the location of the few people, some doubts appeared on their faces. Brother, is this the legendary black sand wind? It doesn't seem right. I saw the black sand wind in the past, and it didn't look like this. This black wind doesn't look right. It doesn't seem to be something in the desert. If it's not something in the desert, could it be? As the man in black was halfway through his words, a trace of unsightly color appeared on the faces of the three people. Big brother, third sister, you wait here, I'll go over and see what kind of monster it is. Second brother, be careful. Seeing that the man in black had taken out a flying sword and rushed forward. The two men in yellow robes could not stop him and could only speak a word. The man in black did not show any fear on his face, and the speed of the flying sword under his feet quickly increased to the fastest speed and turned into a black sword light. From a distance, they saw the black sword light approaching the black spot. Just when the two old men in yellow robes looked a little nervous, a scream suddenly came from a distance, and then the black sword light disappeared in front of them. The two old men in yellow robes kept staring at the front, but they didn't even see how the man in black disappeared, and they couldn't help showing a bit of shock on their faces. Second brother, third brother, don't go over there, I'm afraid there is a monster coming out. Everyone retreat quickly. Seeing that the woman in yellow next to him was about to go forward to check on the safety of his companions, the old man in yellow robes quickly reached out to stop her, and then turned around and shouted to the back. A monster is coming, everyone, retreat. Many monks who were dealing with the wind-scale beast heard the voice of the black-clothed man not far away, and their faces changed. They left the monster corpses that had not been dealt with and fled directly to the distance. But just as everyone was retreating, the black spot not far away also quickly approached this side, and its speed was much faster than that of the old man in yellow robe and others. It was not until the black spot was not far behind them that the old man in yellow robe and others saw clearly that it was an extremely huge black hurricane. Wherever it passed, except for the yellow sand, All plants and creatures were swept into it, and soon they were swallowed up. Soon, many Qi Refining monks who were caught up by the black hurricane were sucked into the black wind one by one, and screams were heard one after another. Seeing that they could not get rid of the strange black hurricane behind them, the old man in yellow robe and the woman in yellow could only step on the flying swords and flee to the distance separately. But the next moment, what they did not expect was that two black giant hands suddenly flew out of the black hurricane and grabbed the two people. No matter how the two yellow-robed men struggled, they were like children in front of the black giant hand and could not fight against it at all. With a desperate scream, the two men were soon swallowed by the black hurricane and disappeared in the vast desert. After the black hurricane went away, the surrounding area of the oasis returned to its original appearance, but there was no other sound around, as if it had suddenly fallen into dead silence. 2 days later, 7 or 8 escape lights flew over the oasis again, stopped in the air and turned into 7 or 8 figures. Zhao Wuling, standing on the clouds with his feet in the void, glanced around, and a green jade plate appeared in his hand with a move of magic power. After taking a closer look at the jade token in his hand, Zhao Wuling calmly said to everyone, "Dear fellow Taoists, the location indicated by Junior Brother Wang's horoscope is not far from here." Upon hearing this, Fu Yongui, the great elder of the Huang sect standing next to Zhao Wuling, also took out a white jade pendant, and then cast a spell to cover the jade pendant with his spiritual consciousness. After a while, Fu Yongui nodded slightly, and everyone turned their attention to Song Qingming on the side. At this time, he also had a semicircular jade ring in his hand, and nodded to everyone calmly. Senior Sister Bai is indeed nearby. It seems that the three of them should still be together. Seeing that the information provided by Song Qingming and Fu Yongui was the same as his own, Zhao Wuling nodded slightly and spoke again. "I used the life tablet that Junior Brother Wang left in the sect to find this place before. I searched the surrounding area for several times but didn't find anything unusual. I thought I had gone to the wrong place. Now it seems that they should be trapped nearby. But I don't know what kind of illusion has been cast here that can even conceal the consciousness of unyielding cultivators. We will need to search carefully later. Don't worry, Brother Zhao. We have so many people here this time. As long as we are sure that Brother Wang and the others are here, we will definitely find them." Fu Yongui heard this and thought for a moment, nodded slightly and said, "Yes. What fellow Taoist Wu said is very true. How about this? We will split into 2 groups to search. Fellow Taoist Song, fellow Taoist Zheng and I will search northward. Fellow Taoist Zhao, fellow Taoist Wu and these juniors will go south to have a look and meet here in half a day, alright? This is the secret spiritual talisman of our sect. The message can be received instantly within 10,000 miles. Everyone should bring one. If you encounter any danger, remember to send a message immediately." After Zhao Wuling finished speaking, he took out several sound transmission talismans from his body and threw them to the people present. Afterwards, Fu Yongui, Song Qingming and Zhang Zidan each took a sound transmission talisman, bowed to Zhao Wuling and others beside them, and turned into 3 rays of light to escape to the north. Among the cultivators who stayed at the scene, in addition to Zhao Wuling and Wu Zhiyun, there were 3 late giant and cultivators of the Wanling sect. After staying in place for a while, the few people soon turned into several rays of light and went south. In the fantasy desert, except for a few oases, there are endless yellow sand everywhere. Song Qingming and the other 2 walked forward for thousands of miles, but apart from the yellow sand dunes that rose and fell, they could hardly see anything else different. The 3 of them walked and stopped, carefully checking the surrounding environment, but still found nothing. After searching for more than an hour, Song Qingming took out a purple jade ring on his body again and cast a spell to find the location of Bai Yuxin. The location shown by the purple jade ring was indeed not far away, but Song Qingming and the other 2 searched around for several times, but still found nothing. Seeing this, the 3 of them could only continue to go north. After walking for thousands of miles, seeing that the time to meet up with Zhao Wuling and the others was very close, Zhang Zidan spoke up to remind Song Qingming and the others. "My 2 Taoists, this place is more than 6,000 miles away from where we started. I think Taoist Bai and his men should not be around. Otherwise, let's go back and meet them first to see what the situation is like over there." Fu Yongui and Song Qingming looked at each other and saw that they were somewhat helpless. They could only nod and agreed with Zhang Zidan's idea. The 3 of them turned around again and flew directly in the direction they came from. This time, because they were in a hurry to get on the road, they did not search the ground so carefully, and their speed increased a lot. Soon, the figures of Song Qingming and the other two appeared above a sand dune hundreds of miles away from the meeting place. After walking here, Fu Yongui, who had been flying in the front, just passed through a group of white clouds in the air in front of him. Suddenly, he found that Song Qingming and Zhang Zidan, who were originally behind him, appeared in front of him, and his face showed a bit of surprise. "Hey! Fellow Taoist Song, fellow Taoist Zhang, wait a moment." Hearing Fu Yonggui's voice suddenly coming from behind, Song Qingming and Zhang Zidan, who were on their way ahead, were also slightly startled, stopped and turned around to look behind. They found that Fu Yongui was indeed behind them, and both of them showed some confusion on their faces. "Fellow Taoist Fu, what happened?" Hearing Zhang Zidan's question, Fu Yongui also looked puzzled and asked, "Just now I remember that the two Taoists were clearly behind me. How come you are in front of me all of a sudden? I thought you found something in front. This is really strange. Just a blink of an eye, Taoists suddenly came behind us. We thought you found something and stopped on purpose." After the three met, each of them had some confusion on their faces, not knowing why the three of them suddenly changed positions when they were on their way just now. It was not until the three of them confirmed that nothing unusual had happened when they were on their way just now that they turned their eyes to the air not far away. Could it be that there is some special restriction around here? As Song Qingming said a guess, Zhang Zidan and Fu Yongui thought for a moment and nodded gently. The three of them went back to the white cloud they just passed by. After arriving here, Song Qingming and others carefully checked the surroundings. Whether it was in the sky or underground, there was still nothing unusual. Seeing this, Song Qingming took out a golden array disc from his body, cast a spell to activate the array disc and slowly began to explore the surroundings. Just when the golden array disc came to void in the air, Song Qingming suddenly felt a strange spiritual light coming out of the array disc, and his face changed and he quickly moved closer. "What's wrong? Did Brother Song find anything?" Seeing Song Qingming's face suddenly change, Zhang Zidan and Fu Yongui immediately moved closer to him, and gave Song Qingming a somewhat surprised look. Song Qingming, who was controlling the array disc, nodded slightly, but said with some embarrassment, "I just found a mysterious restriction here, but after arriving here, I couldn't find the exact location of the restriction, and it seemed to have suddenly disappeared. I'm not sure if my judgment is right or not. When I woke up in the morning, I suddenly received the bad news from my family. An old man who watched me grow up passed away. When I saw her during the Chinese New Year, she was still fine. It was really too sudden. I hurried home to send the old man off. My typing state is not very good. I owe you all. I will try my best to make up for it after these few days." Chapter 880, Fierce Wind Sandworm, See Through Its True Form. Seeing the puzzled look on Song Qingming's face, Zhang Zidan and Fu Yongui, who were standing aside, looked at each other and turned their eyes to the surroundings. The next moment, a colorful feather fan appeared in front of Fu Yongui. After the feather fan appeared, it instantly grew more than 10 times larger in the air, and then a flash of spiritual light appeared on it and a ball of red flame appeared. "Go!" With a loud shout from Fu Yongui, the colorful feather fan was vigorously fanned in front of the three people, and thousands of red feathers with flaming flames flew out from above the feather fan and shot straight forward. Before these feathers left far away, Fu Yongui converted his magic power again, controlled the colorful feather fan to change the direction and release the feather flames. Soon, the air around the three people was full of flames, illuminating the entire sky in a red color. At the same time, Zhang Zidan also took out a silver bronze mirror magic weapon and began to cast a spell to emit silver light to illuminate the surroundings, trying to find something unusual. However, after working for a long time, the two of them did not find anything unusual, and they could not help but show a bit of disappointment on their faces. "Fellow Taoist Song, we have searched several times just now, and did not find anything strange. How did you find that mysterious restriction before?" Hearing Zhang Zidan's question, Song Qingming, who was also full of doubts, could only take out the array plate in his hand again. Then Song Qingming opened the array plate, took out an ordinary-looking round iron ball from it, and explained to them calmly, "You two fellow Taoists don't know that I accidentally obtained a rare treasure many years ago. This thing is naturally very sensitive to the surrounding restrictions. Any restriction array, no matter how deep it is hidden, as long as it is close to a certain distance, it can sense it. Just now, I found out that there are restrictions around here through it. But after arriving here, the restriction mysteriously disappeared, and I was a little puzzled as to what was going on. Well, I have heard for a long time that fellow Taoist Song is also a high-level array master. In terms of mastery of array restrictions, fellow Taoist should be better than fellow Taoist Zheng and I. Since you can be sure that a mysterious restriction has appeared here, there is probably something fishy about this place. I think we should send a message to fellow Taoist Zhao and the others to come together, and we can search together. With their help, we can save some effort. After hearing Fu Yanggui's suggestion, Song Qingming and Zhang Zidong nodded in agreement. Soon, a beam of light shot up to the sky in front of the three people and disappeared in the air in the distance. Just after sending the message, Song Qingming and the other two were about to turn around and continue searching the surroundings, but Song Qingming suddenly caught a glimpse of a black spot in the distance behind them. What is this? Hearing the doubts from Song Qingming, Zhang Zidong and Fu Yangui just raised their eyes and looked into the distance, and found that the black spot suddenly became much larger, and seemed to be approaching them quickly. Seeing that the black spot was heading straight for their location, Song Qingming and the other two immediately showed a solemn look on their faces. My two Taoist friends. I will deal with this thing, and you can just continue searching with peace of mind. Facing this black spot that was obviously coming with bad intentions, Zhang Zidong moved his magic power and a green flying sword appeared, and he spoke lightly to the two people beside him. Hearing this, Song Qingming and Fu Yangui glanced at him, nodded lightly, and said nothing more, and began to look for the restrictions around them again. Although the origin of this black spot has not been determined by several people, Song Qingming and the others are still very confident in Zhang Zidong's strength. Zhang Zidong, the Supreme Elder of the Stargate, is a veteran unyielding cultivator who has broken through the unyielding realm for many years, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the third level of the unyielding realm. In the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world, there are very few things that can threaten unyielding masters like him. Just as Song Qingming and his team focused on finding the ban, Zhang Zidong also quickly saw the appearance of the black spot that was close at hand. A group of mysterious black hurricanes was discovered. Before the black hurricane came to the front, Zhang Zidong's cyan flying sword had already cut out a cyan sword light and rushed straight to the opponent. After the cyan sword light emitted by Zhang Zidong appeared, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly appeared around, and the vitality of the nearby heaven and earth seemed to be driven by his sword. Seeing the extremely powerful aura of the cyan sword light in front, the black hurricane also immediately felt the danger and quickly transformed into two black hands to stop the sword light in front of them. But the two black hands obviously underestimated the cyan sword light in front of them. With just one sword, the black hurricane in front was directly cut by Zhang Zidong. Then it turned into two smaller hurricanes and disappeared directly in front of Zhang Zidong. Seeing the black hurricane in front of him killed him with a sword, Zhang Zidong's face did not have much joy at this moment, and his eyes were still sharply staring at the distance in front of him. After a while, the flying sword in Zhang Zidong's hand gathered a more powerful cyan sword light again, and then slashed it at the distance. This time, the target of the cyan sword light was not on the air, but on the ground not far from the position where the black hurricane disappeared. As soon as the sword light fell on the sand, a huge cloud of dust immediately rose from the ground, and the surrounding sand was directly lifted up into the sky. In the dusty smoke, a black shadow retreated in panic. But before he could escape far, a red-robed figure came in front of him and stopped him. Seeing someone blocking the way, the black shadow did not dare to stay for too long, and once again dodged and wanted to drill directly into the sand on the ground. But before he could successfully drill in, Zhang Zidong kicked the ground directly and shook him directly into the air. Then a green sword light flew out of the figure and directly pierced his head. Soon the black shadow stopped moving and fell directly from mid-air. When the black shadow landed, Zhang Zidong stepped forward and found that it was a fierce wind sandworm that was unique to the Fantasy Sea Desert. However, the fierce wind sandworm in front of him was full of evil spirits and was entangled with a strange black air. It looked a little different from the ordinary fierce wind sandworm in the desert. Feeling that the corpse of the fierce wind demon insect in front of him obviously had such a trace of demonic energy, Zhang Zidong suddenly smiled. This demon beast has been controlled by the demon cultivator. There is indeed a ghost nearby. After muttering to himself, Zhang Zidong turned around and was about to go and tell Song Qingming and the others about the news, but he didn't expect the corpse of the fierce wind demon insect in front of him to suddenly move. Seeing this, Zhang Zidong, who thought that the demon beast in front of him was not dead, frowned slightly and stopped his steps again. He waved his hand at the fierce wind demon insect not far away and released a sword light. However, just as the sword light approached the demon insect, The next moment the corpse of the fierce wind demon insect suddenly flashed a black light, and then stood up. The fierce wind demon insect that had just stood up opened its mouth and spit out more a ball of black light, blocking the green sword light released by Zhang Zidan. When the black light disappeared, the corpse of the fierce wind monster on the ground disappeared directly in front of Zhang Zidan, leaving only a pool of fresh blood on the ground. Hey! What's going on? Seeing the strange scene in front of him, Zhang Zidan's face suddenly showed surprise. At this time, Song Qingming and Fu Yongui had also discovered the abnormality here and flew over directly. Fellow Taoist Zhang, what happened? It's really strange. I just killed the monster, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. I don't know. After hearing Zhang Zidan's explanation, Song Qingming quickly understood what had just happened, and nodded to the two people beside him. Fellow Taoist Zhang should be right. I just sensed that a restriction suddenly appeared here. The body of the monster should have fallen into the restriction and suddenly disappeared, so, there is indeed something wrong with this place. Why don't we wait for a fellow Taoist Zhao and others to come? Seeing that Song Qingming and Zhang Zidan were sure that there was a mysterious restriction nearby, Fu Yongui thought for a moment and suggested waiting for Zhao Wuling and others to come. However, just as he finished speaking, a black spiritual light suddenly flashed in the air not far from the three people. For some reason, the violent wind insect that had just disappeared suddenly appeared in the air again. Yes, it was it that just ran away. This guy was clearly dead, but he was able to come back to life. It seems that someone is controlling it. Seeing that the fierce wind demon insect in front of him still had traces of his injuries, Zhang Zidan quickly explained to Song Qingming and the others. In fact, Zhang Zidan didn't need to explain much. Song Qingming and the others had already noticed that trace of demonic energy emanating from the fierce wind demon insect in front of them. This kind of demon beast with demonic energy is obviously subdued or secretly controlled by demon cultivators. Moreover, the demonic energy emanating from the fierce wind demon insect in front of him is much stronger than those demon beasts that Song Qingming has seen controlled before. It is estimated that the demon cultivator who is controlling it behind the scenes has probably reached the nascent soul stage. After this fierce wind demon insect appeared in front of Song Qingming and the others, before everyone could make a move, a burst of black light appeared next to the demon beast again. Then, another identical fierce wind demon insect appeared out of thin air in front of Song Qingming and the others. Then dozens of black lights lit up again, and in the blink of an eye, Song Qingming and the other two were surrounded by dozens of fierce wind demon insects. Good guy, he can actually control so many demon insects at the same time. It seems that we have underestimated him. Facing dozens of giant and stage fierce wind demon insects that appeared at the same time, even though Song Qingming and the other two were all unyielding stage cultivators, they did not dare to show their underestimation of the enemy at this moment. Two Taoists, it seems that someone can't stand you and me taking a break. In this case, let's each relax our muscles and bones first, and then wait for Taoist Zhao and the others to come. Seeing so many fierce wind demon insects surrounding him, Fu Yongui first smiled and said to himself to Song Qingming and the other two, and then directly took out the 7-colored feather fan that he had just used from his body. At this time, Song Qingming and Zhang Zidan also took out their own magic weapons, ready to fight at any time. Song Qingming and the other two had just prepared here, and the fierce wind demon insects not far away had already made a somewhat special buzzing sound. Then these fierce wind demon insects used their magical powers and blew dozens of black hurricanes directly on the spot, rolling towards the location of Song Qingming and the other two. Seeing this, Fu Yongui, holding the 7-colored feather fan, immediately rushed out and fanned the black hurricanes in front of him, and 7 or 8 fire dragons flew directly towards them. Wherever the fire dragons flew, the surroundings immediately turned into a sea of fire, and the black hurricanes in front of them instantly engulfed them. But what Fu Yongui didn't expect was that those black hurricanes had just been engulfed by the fire dragons and suddenly disappeared directly from the sea of fire. The next moment, the figures of these fierce wind demon insects turned into black light again and reappeared not far in front of him. Hiding your head and showing your tail, it's really troublesome. Seeing this scene in front of him, Fu Yongui also understood that the other party must have used the nearby restrictions to hide, so that he could avoid his attack so easily. Seeing the fierce wind demon insects in front of him coming to kill him again, Fu Yongui could only activate the 7-colored feather fan in his hand again, launching an attack to kill these fierce wind demon insects again. However, what made Fu Yongui somewhat helpless was that although these fierce wind demon insects were only at the giant realm, their strength was not very strong. But these fierce wind demon insects in front of him not only had restrictions that allowed them to escape at any time, but even if they were killed, their corpses could still be resurrected like the first fierce wind demon insect. For a while, Funiu, a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, was actually unable to do anything with these giant and demon insects and could not completely solve the opponent. Like Funiu, Song Qingming and Zhang Zidong also encountered the same situation. Although the two killed more than a dozen fierce wind demon insects one after another, without exception, the corpses all came back to life and could not be completely killed. Moreover, these fierce wind demon insects would also work together. The black hurricane formed by more than a dozen demon insects huddled together also posed a certain threat to nascent soul cultivators like Song Qingming. At present, the bodies of these fierce wind monsters must be destroyed in order to completely kill them. However, because of the existence of the mysterious restriction everywhere, these fierce wind monsters can escape from the air restriction at any time. Even if Song Qingming and others have a much higher cultivation than these monsters, they can't do anything to them for a while. After the two sides fought for a while, Song Qingming and the other two frowned on their faces, thinking about how to defeat the enemy in their minds. Just when the three were trapped in the constant siege of the fierce wind monsters, Zhang Zidong was the first to sit still and took out a golden cloth bag magic weapon from his body, and then shouted loudly to Song Qingming and the others, "Two Taoist friends, these monsters are too difficult to deal with. Let's evacuate here first, and then defeat the enemy after joining Zhao Wuling and others." After Zhang Zidong finished speaking, the golden cloth bag in his hand immediately became dozens of times larger. Then, Zhang Zidong cast a spell with both hands quickly, and a fierce gust of wind blew out of the golden cloth bag, blowing the fierce wind monsters that were besieging back directly. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Zhang Zidong repelled the fierce wind demon insect in front of him, Song Qingming and Funiu looked at each other and quickly dodged to retreat outside. But just when the two were about to leave the encirclement, a black light suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of them, and then several fierce wind demon insects appeared in front of Song Qingming and the others. Seeing these fierce wind demon insects suddenly blocking the front, Song Qingming immediately slashed at them with a Luo red heart sword in his hand. This sword was as expected by Song Qingming, and it directly cut the fierce wind demon insect in front of him into two halves. However, before Song Qingming could dodge away from the spot, a flash of light suddenly appeared in front of him, covering his eyes, and he could only retreat quickly. When Song Qingming opened his eyes again the next moment, unexpectedly, the surroundings around him suddenly became quiet, and even the sound of fighting disappeared. Looking around, Song Qingming discovered, not only did Funiu and Zhang Zidong, who were originally beside him, disappear, but even the fierce wind monsters that besieged them also disappeared. Song Qingming was left alone in the air, and the yellow sand that was constantly blown up by the breeze. Where are the two Taoist friends? Seeing this, Song Qingming's face was also surprised, and he could only shout to the sky, trying to find their location. But no matter how Song Qingming shouted, he was always responded by the wind and yellow sand, and there was no sound he wanted to hear. The green dragon jade pendant on his body did not react, which showed that the scene in front of him was not an illusion, but a real place. But Funiu and the others all disappeared, which made Song Qingming really difficult to understand. Faced with such a situation, Song Qingming, who was still a little confused about the situation, couldn't help but show a trace of ugliness on his face. Could it be? I just accidentally fell into that mysterious restriction. After standing in the air and thinking for a while, Song Qingming flashed forward again, trying to find a way to leave the place where he was. But what he didn't expect was that after flying forward for hundreds of miles, there was still no movement around. Song Qingming found nothing except white clouds and yellow sands in the sky. He could only think in mid-air about how to get out of here next. Just when Song Qingming wanted to move forward again, he suddenly found a figure not far ahead. A yellow-robed figure flew towards him quickly, with a look of joy on his face. "Friend Zhang, it's you." Seeing Zhang Zidong coming in front of him with a happy face, Song Qingming's face also showed a little more joy, and he couldn't help but take the initiative to greet him. "Fellow Taoist Song, it's great that we finally found you. Just now, you disappeared all of a sudden, and we thought you were being plotted against, so we separated from Taoist Fu to look for you. Fortunately, you are fine, and we can finally breathe a sigh of relief." After stepping forward and bowing to Zhang Zidong, Song Qingming smiled and explained, "I don't know what happened before, and I suddenly got separated from you. Taoist Zhang, are you alright? Hearing Song Qingming's caring words, Zhang Zidan hurriedly smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Taoist Song, Taoist Fu and I are safe. We have just gotten rid of the pursuit of those monster insects, so we separated to come to pick you up. Fortunately, Taoist fellow is also safe, and we have finally gotten rid of those monster insects completely. Oh. This is really great. Seeing that Zhang Zidan and the others had gotten rid of the predicament, Song Qingming suddenly smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zidan smiled and stretched out his hand to Song Qingming, saying, Fellow Taoist Song, fellow Taoist Zhao and the others will be here soon. We'd better go and meet up with them quickly, lest we make them wait there for a long time and think we are being rude on purpose. Yes. Fellow Taoist Zhang is absolutely right. Please lead the way and let's go over quickly. Hearing Zhang Zidan's urging, Song Qingming thought for a moment and quickly nodded in agreement. Then the two of them turned into two beams of light and flew to the road Zhang Zidan came from. Not long after, they disappeared into the sky together, leaving only the yellow sand and white soil on the spot. This time, because Zhang Zidan led the way, Song Qingming followed behind him, and the speed of escape was also much faster. After the two of them traveled hundreds of miles forward again, a large pile of yellow stone pillars suddenly appeared in front of them, like a broken relic. These yellow stone pillars are of different shapes, some are tall and some are short, but the color is very uniform, the same earthy yellow color as the wind and sand below. But what is a little strange is that on these yellow stone pillars, many of them can still be seen with various rune patterns, and the age seems to be very old. Although most of them are already a little broken, many of them can still be seen directly, and they are somewhat similar to the ancient runes that Song Qingming had seen many years ago. After arriving here, Song Qingming was slightly stunned and stopped his steps, and then Zhang Zidan, who was leading the way in front, also stopped on his own initiative. This place seems to be an ancient relic. Fellow Taoist Zhang, how did you find it? Facing Song Qingming's question, Zhang Zidan had obviously guessed it in his heart, and quickly responded with a smile. Fellow Taoist Song, this is a temporary resting place we just found. You didn't expect us to find it. To be honest, we were chased by those monster insects and accidentally entered this place. We didn't expect to find an ancient relic here. It really surprised us. Fellow Taoist Song, fellow Taoist Fu and others are in front. I just received a message from him that fellow Taoist Zhao and others have also arrived. Let's go over and meet up with them. Hearing Zhang Zidan's urging again, Song Qingming's face was not anxious, and he asked again with a calm face, are fellow Taoist Zhao and the others almost here? The rendezvous place we sent them before doesn't seem to be nearby. How did they find here so quickly? This. Haha. If you hadn't said that, fellow Taoist Song, I almost forgot. Hearing the doubt in Song Qingming's mouth, Zhang Zidan was slightly stunned, but quickly regained his smile and continued to explain to him, the previous rendezvous place was indeed not here, but later when fellow Taoist Fu and I separated to search for you, he sent me a message to tell me about fellow Taoist Zhao. I think it should be that he sent a separate message to inform them after he and I separated. You also know that their relationship was better than ours before, and they must have other ways to contact each other. After hearing Zhang Zidan's explanation, Song Qingming, who was standing in place, was silent for a moment, and then looked at the Zhang Zidan in front of him with a serious face. Fellow Taoist, your explanation is reasonable. However, you acted well, but you still missed something. I don't think there is a meeting place ahead, and there is no Fu Taoist and others as you said. You don't have to take me there. Suddenly, when Song Qingming's tone changed, a trace of surprise slowly emerged on Zhang Zidan's face, and he looked at Song Qingming standing not far away with some surprise. After a while, Zhang Zidan standing aside changed his face slightly, frowned and responded to Song Qingming, oh. How did you see it just now? With your current magical powers, can you see through my true self? P.S. I wish you all a happy Valentine's Day, and hope everyone can have fun today. Don't worry, Xiao Meng doesn't have to celebrate the holiday, and will write seriously. I will make up for the hundreds of words I owed yesterday today. Chapter 881, Nascent Soul Duel, Forbidden Formation Platform. Although Zhang Zidan looked the same as before, his expression suddenly became very strange. His eyes looking at Song Qingming also became very sharp, as if he wanted to see through the other person's inner thoughts. The calm look on Song Qingming's face also changed the next moment, and he looked at the other person seriously. Dao, you worry too much? Your transformation technique is indeed amazing, and I haven't seen through it. The reason why I can tell that you are not Dao Zhang is not because of any magical power, but because you forgot something. When we came here, Dao Zhang and Dao Zhao always called each other by their first names. How can I not doubt you suddenly changed your name? But I didn't confirm this just now, I just wanted to try it out, but I didn't expect you to admit it directly. Before, when he met Zhang Zidan halfway and the two of them walked together, Song Qingming had always been a little wary in his heart. However, after Zhang Zidan appeared, Song Qingming carefully checked beside him and didn't find anything unusual at first. Later, the reason why Song Qingming found something wrong with Zhang Zidan was that the other party suddenly changed his name to Zhao Wuling, but there was actually another reason. That is, after he followed the other party to this ancient ruins, the silver ball on Song Qingming's body suddenly reacted. It was obvious that there was a special ban in the ruins ahead. If Zhang Zidan was not abnormal, then even if he was going to meet Fu Yonggui, he should not bring him to such a place. It was precisely because he had noticed some danger ahead in advance that Song Qingming was sure that the Zhang Zidan in front of him was not the one he knew. Oh. So that's the case, I was a little careless. But since you are here today, it is unlikely that you can leave safely, so you should leave your life here. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Zhang Zidan couldn't help but look a little ugly, and then his face changed slightly, and he cast a spell to take out a black spear. After the black spear appeared, Zhang Zidan had a flash of spiritual light on his body, and a ball of black flames appeared on his body. His momentum suddenly increased and he had reached the middle stage of the nascent soul. Seeing that the other party was ready to attack, Song Qingming's face also changed, and then his body flashed and retreated directly. Want to leave? It's too late, Zhang Zidan uttered softly, and then waved his hand, and the black spear in his hand stabbed directly in front of Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately put his hands together and cast a spell quickly. The next moment, his life magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror appeared in front of him, gathering into a huge golden bronze mirror to block in front of him. 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror just blocked the opponent's black spear, and Song Qingming felt a strong aftermath, shocking him and couldn't help but step back several steps. The opponent's cultivation was obviously higher than his own, and Song Qingming was not surprised by this result. Before he could stand firm, several black lights appeared above his head again, and hid him directly. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately flashed away from the spot, trying to avoid the opponent's attack. But just as he moved, the black light above his head automatically changed direction and pressed down on him again. Realizing that he had no way to avoid it, Song Qingming frowned slightly and gathered the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror directly on his head. With a boom, Song Qingming was directly pressed down in the air and fell to the ground. However, the black lights above his head were still relentless and turned into several huge black fists that continued to fall, as if they wanted to crush Song Qingming into powder. Just when Song Qingming was about to fall to the ground, a huge golden rune suddenly emanated from his body, and those black fists seemed to be pulled by someone and stopped in the air and could no longer fall. Not long after, the golden runes below suddenly merged into the middle, and then a sword light suddenly flew out from below. After the sword light flew over, the black fists above Song Qingming's head were like tofu, and were directly cut in half by the sword light. Hey! How could this happen? Feeling something strange coming from below, Zhang Zidan standing in midair suddenly changed his expression and dodged a sword light that was attacking him. The next moment, a green light flew up from below and stood directly in the air opposite Zhang Zidan. At this moment, Song Qingming not only had 6 more puppets behind him, but also a layer of light golden light covering his entire body, and his aura and pressure increased a lot compared to before. His eyes once again focused on Zhang Zidan not far away, with a solemn look on his face. Just after a short fight, Song Qingming had already felt the strength of the person in front of him, and his cultivation should be at least around the 4th level of the nascent soul. Facing such a powerful mid-stage nascent soul master, Song Qingming was almost beaten by the opponent without any ability to fight back, and he did not dare to be careless at all, so he could only use the one-ling puppet array in advance. Now that Song Qingming's cultivation has broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul, coupled with the blessing of the 10,000 spirits puppet array, his strength can barely approach the 4th level of the nascent soul. In this way, Song Qingming temporarily has the confidence to fight against Zhang Zidan in front of him. You can actually use this kind of array to strengthen your own magic power to fight the enemy. I really underestimated you. It seems that I have chosen the wrong opponent. Sir, You dare to attack us here? You must have enough confidence. However, since you chose me as your opponent, let me see how strong your confidence is." After interrupting the opponent's attack, Song Qingming did not dare to waste time. He held the Luo Red Heart Sword and took the initiative to slash his sword light at the position of Zhang Zidan. "Humph! Relying on the blessing of the array, you also want to be my opponent?" Seeing this, Zhang Zidan showed a slight disdain in his eyes, and directly cast a spell in front of him to release 2 black vortexes. As soon as the red sword light released by Song Qingming touched the black vortex, it was quickly swallowed by the 2 vortices and disappeared in front of Zhang Zidan. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming's face was slightly surprised. The next moment, the Luo Red Heart Sword in his hand flew out several extremely sharp sword lights again, piercing the opponent from several angles. But the result still surprised Song Qingming. As soon as these sword lights touched the vicinity of the black vortex, they were directly absorbed by the vortex, and then slowly disappeared in front of Zhang Zidan. Seeing that his attack could not do anything to the opponent at all, Song Qingming's face immediately became ugly and frowned slightly. In contrast, Zhang Zidan not far away had already revealed a smile on his face, and seemed to be more confident in this battle. The successive attacks failed to work, and Song Qingming moved his magic power and summoned the green jade bottle magic weapon on his body again. This time, seeing that the spiritual light gathered in Song Qingming's magic weapon was obviously much more powerful than before, Zhang Zidan did not dare to take it hard on the spot, and he flashed to a place not far in front of Song Qingming. Next, before Song Qingming gathered his magic power to cast the green jade bottle magic weapon, the spiritual light in front of Zhang Zidan moved, and 5 or 6 black lights attacked him. Facing the fierce attack, Song Qingming did not want to dodge directly, but still stood in place to gather magic power. When the iron fist transformed from black light came in front of him, Song Qingming cast a spell with one hand and pushed the 6 puppets behind him to his front. As soon as these 6 puppets came forward, they immediately combined into a hexagonal magic array, and a golden rune 5 or 6 feet wide appeared in front of them. The golden rune had just formed, and the next moment the black iron fist hit it directly shocking the 6 puppets in front of Song Qingming back several steps. However, facing this level of attack, the puppet magic circle in front of Song Qingming shook, but it was not broken, and it still firmly blocked the black iron fist in front. After this attack, Song Qingming's magic power had been accumulated. The next moment, a blue sword light was immediately released in front of the green jade bottle, and it went straight to the position of Zhang Zidan. Feeling the powerful pressure brought by Song Qingming's release of the green sword light, Zhang Zidan's eyes also shook slightly at this moment, and he quickly cast a spell and released several black vortexes to block in front of him. Just when he was ready to defend, the green sword light had already killed him. This time, facing the attack of the green jade bottle magic weapon in Song Qingming's hand, the black vortex released by Zhang Zidan no longer had the power before. Just the first green sword light directly knocked away a black vortex in front of the opponent, and even Zhang Zidan was knocked back several steps by the sword light. Although the attack just now did not injure the opponent, seeing that the attack of the green jade bottle was indeed effective, Song Qingming's eyes immediately showed a little more joy. This is enough to prove that the black vortex exerted by the opponent can swallow the attacks of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. But when the attack has become powerful to a certain level, the black vortex can no longer swallow it directly, so Zhang Zidan can only confront it head-on. After discovering that there is a way to crack the opponent's defense, Song Qingming did not hesitate and used the green jade bottle again to gather sword light, wanting to imitate the first attack before. Seeing this, Zhang Zidan also quickly saw the opponent's purpose. And the black spear in his hand suddenly became several times larger and pierced Song Qingming directly. Facing the opponent's entanglement, the puppet array in front of Song Qingming took the initiative to intercept again. Although the opponent's attack was powerful, the power of the puppet array after the formation was also not to be underestimated, and it still successfully defended the black spear. However, just when Song Qingming thought he had blocked the opponent's attack, the black spear suddenly disappeared in front of the puppet formation. Before Song Qingming could see clearly where the black spear was going, the next moment, this magic weapon suddenly appeared out of thin air behind the puppet formation and went straight to Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming's face was surprised, but at this moment, he didn't have time to think about the reason. He hurriedly stopped casting spells in his hands, and released the 5 elements divine light mirror again to block himself in front of him, trying to block the opponent's attack. Boom! With a loud noise, Song Qingming was repelled several steps by the black spear before he slowly stabilized his body. It can actually attack through my puppet formation defense. Could it be that in this restriction, the opponent can also perform the space secret method of displacement? Seeing the strange attack of the black spear just now, Song Qingming was surprised and frowned again. But before he could figure out the problem, Zhang Zidan cast a spell with both hands again, and once again controlled the black spear to split into two, and launched an attack from both sides. Seeing this, Song Qingming could not care about casting the green jade bottle magic weapon, and could only focus on controlling the defensive magic weapon in front of him to parry the opponent's attack. But the black spear in the opponent's hand attacked quite strangely, and it could always attack him directly from various angles that Song Qingming could not predict, through the defense arranged in front of Song Qingming, making him a little overwhelmed for a while. Soon Song Qingming was forced to retreat again and again by the opponent, and his mana was consumed very quickly, and he couldn't help but feel a little more worried in his heart. Originally, Song Qingming was able to compete with the opponent because he absorbed the mana of the one-ling puppet array, which could increase his mana by about twice in a short period of time. But this method is time-limited after all. Now he can only hold on for about an hour at most, and the mana in his body will gradually dissipate and return to the formation behind him. Although it would not be dangerous for Song Qingming to continue to fight with the opponent in this way, the result would definitely be extremely unfavorable. The opponent also saw this, so he continued to attack fiercely, wanting to quickly exhaust the mana in Song Qingming's body. Seeing that the opponent was pressing so hard and not giving him a chance to recover his mana, Song Qingming simply made up his mind and released a ball of white lightning from his body, covering it on his own life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror. This white lightning is one of the many heaven and earth divine thunders that Song Qingming has absorbed in his body over the years, and it has a certain restraint on the magic cultivation method. After covering the lightning on the life magic weapon, although the speed of Song Qingming's mana consumption increased a lot, but it also provided him with an extra defense, which temporarily relieved some of the pressure when facing the continuous attacks of those black spears. After relieving some of the pressure, Song Qingming dodged and retreated to the side to avoid the opponent. Then Song Qingming took the initiative to fall down, and quickly threw out several formation flags in his hand, and set up a yin-yang baji formation around him. After the formation was set up, soon there was a yin and yang energy above Song Qingming's head, covering him completely. Facing this 4th level inferior formation temporarily arranged by Song Qingming, Zhang Zidan smiled contemptuously on his face, and didn't care too much. Soon he took the black spear in his hand and rushed directly into the formation. When Zhang Zidan rushed into the formation, Song Qingming's figure had already disappeared on the spot, leaving only a ball of black flames attacking Zhang Zidan. Seeing this, Zhang Zidan released a black vortex with one hand, and easily blocked these black flames directly in front of him, and then began to cast a spell to attack the yin-yang baji formation from the inside. Seeing that the formation was constantly attacked by the opponent, Song Qingming did not want to come out to stop it, and soon the yin-yang baji formation was damaged by the opponent. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Zhang Zidan broke the formation directly, and the yin and yang, water and fire inside immediately disappeared in front of his eyes. The next moment, Zhang Zidan looked up and saw that the magic weapon green jade bottle in Song Qingming's hand not far away had already locked its target on him. Before Zhang Zidan could react, the green sword light in Song Qingming's hand had already rushed towards him again. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zidan immediately released several black vortexes, and then gathered them into one to block in front of him. In order to prevent this defense from blocking the opponent's attack, Zhang Zidan also took out an extra shield magic weapon from his body and blocked it behind the black vortex. Soon, the green sword light released by Song Qingming had already arrived in front of Zhang Zidan, and the two sides soon began to confront each other directly. This time, although Zhang Zidan was fully prepared, what he didn't expect was that the second green sword light released by Song Qingming was also much more powerful than the first one. In order to have a chance to break the current deadlock, Song Qingming directly gave up using the second sword light in the green jade bottle and directly released the last sword light. In order to prepare for this attack, Song Qingming even abandoned the only 4th level formation yin-yang baji formation on his body and used it as bait to contain the opponent. Just to help him buy time to continue to exert force, so as to break the opponent's defense with one blow. Seeing the green sword light coming in front of him, Zhang Zidan, who felt the strong pressure above the sword light, had a rare look of surprise on his face. Obviously, the power of Song Qingming's attack was beyond the opponent's expectations. The first defense Black Vortex released by Zhang Zidan did not block the opponent's attack for long, and was soon penetrated by his sword. Fortunately, there was a black shield in front of him, which blocked the opponent's subsequent attack in front of him and was not immediately defeated. But this black shield was still at a disadvantage in the face of Song Qingming's green sword light, and was hit by the opponent's attack and trembled on the spot. Even though Zhang Zidan put all his strength into the shield, after resisting for a while, a crack gradually appeared on the black shield. Not good. Feeling that the magic weapon in front of him seemed unable to block the opponent's attack, Zhang Zidan's face once again became a little ugly. After a bang, the black shield in front of Zhang Zidan was shattered by the sword light, and the aftermath rushed straight to him again. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed by the green sword light in front of him, Zhang Zidan suddenly had an extra battle flag in his hand, and then drew a white circle directly in front of him. After the circle appeared, Zhang Zidan flashed and went directly into the circle, successfully avoiding the green sword light that had already come in front of him. The next moment, Zhang Zidan appeared in another space. But before Zhang Zidan could breathe a sigh of relief, a green light appeared again in the white circle that had not yet healed not far away. Then a familiar figure appeared in front of Zhang Zidan again. It was Song Qingming, the last one to enter the white circle. "It's you?" Seeing Song Qingming suddenly appear beside him, Zhang Zidan had a hint of surprise and panic on his face. He obviously didn't expect Song Qingming to be so brave. He dared to follow him in without any hesitation. Not only him, Song Qingming, who chose to follow Zhang Zidan to enter here, also had a very surprised look on his face after seeing the surrounding scene here. In the previous battle, Song Qingming had already consumed most of his mana, and he didn't dare to stay here for long to continue dealing with the other party. Seeing the circular restriction opened by Zhang Zidan, Song Qingming thought it would be a door leading directly to the outside, and he followed the other party in without thinking much. It was not until he came to this special space that Song Qingming found that the surrounding scene was completely different from what he thought, and he frowned directly. The place where Zhang Zidan escaped was located in a special hall with light walls on all sides, which was completely different from the vast yellow sand outside. Moreover, Song Qingming saw a transparent sphere that was constantly rotating in the middle of the hall, and pictures flashed on the sphere from time to time. Some of the pictures were empty and vast yellow sand, while others were sand dunes, rocks, and oasis pools. They kept rotating and changing. Is this the place where the formation controls the forbidden formation? As a high-level formation master, Song Qingming's understanding of formation restrictions is naturally far beyond that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Seeing the transparent sphere not far in front of him, Song Qingming guessed his position with just a simple glance, and his face showed a little shock. Unexpectedly, he accidentally got into the core area of the control of the forbidden formation. No wonder the face of Zhang Zidan was so surprised. You know, as long as a cultivator controls a forbidden formation, it is equivalent to controlling the entire forbidden formation outside. The other party was able to cast a spell to separate himself from Zhang Zidan and the others just now, relying on the ability to control the forbidden space. Otherwise, if Song Qingming was with the two of them, it would be impossible for this person to dare to attack him with his magical powers. After discovering Song Qingming coming in, his eyes were fixed on the transparent sphere not far away, and Zhang Zidan's face became ugly again. The next moment, Zhang Zidan gathered two black spears in his hands again, and stared at Song Qingming with cold eyes. Seeing that the other party became so nervous all of a sudden, Song Qingming calmed down instead, and took out his magic weapon again with a smile on his face. "Fellow Taoist, it seems like you haven't fought enough. Let's continue, humph. Since you are so eager to die, I can only grant your wish." Chapter 882, Control of Restrictions, Summoning Array. Facing Song Qingming's verbal provocation, Zhang Zidan showed a bit of disdain on his face again, as if he didn't take the other party seriously. However, at this moment, Song Qingming's attention was no longer on the other party. From time to time, he looked at the restricted array not far in front of the two people, trying to find a strategy to deal with the enemy. Now Song Qingming's mana is less than 40% left, and he will not be able to hold on for too long if he continues to fight with the other party. Song Qingming already knew this in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it casually in front of others, so that the other party would know his details. After the two fought again, Zhang Zidan was obviously a little anxious, and kept casting spells with all his strength, wanting to decide the winner with Song Qingming as soon as possible. After Song Qingming sensed the other party's intention, he immediately turned from offense to defense, desperately casting 9 Palace Meteor Escape to dodge the other party's fierce attack. Fortunately, the location of this hall is not small, which made it a lot of convenience for Song Qingming to avoid the other party's attack. For a while, even if Zhang Zidan was anxious in his heart, he didn't have much to do with Song Qingming. Seeing Song Qingming deliberately approaching the restricted array platform in the hall, Zhang Zidan also immediately realized the other party's thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he cast a spell again, summoning more than a dozen giant and stage violent sandworms from midair, commanding them to jointly block the front of the restricted array platform. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming was even more certain of the importance of the restricted array platform in the other party's mind. As soon as the other party's defense was in place, Song Qingming flashed and turned into a beam of light to the location of the array platform, forcibly rushing straight. Don't run. Seeing this, Zhang Zidan immediately followed up with 2 black spears in his hand, attacking Song Qingming from behind, trying to interrupt the other party's actions. But these actions of Zhang Zidan were obviously already expected by Song Qingming. Before the black spear killed him, Song Qingming threw a silver talisman in his hand. The talisman suddenly turned into a silver round shield in midair, blocking behind him. The next moment, the attack of the black spear hit the silver shield, but did not break it directly, but was stopped in midair. Seeing that the opponent's attack was blocked by himself, Song Qingming was delighted, and hurriedly sped up his escape speed and flashed to the forbidden array platform. However, when he came here, more than a dozen fierce wind sandworms had already been waiting in front of Song Qingming, weaving a large square net to block Song Qingming. Before, Song Qingming had dealt with these fierce wind sandworms outside, and knew that these sandworms could be resurrected infinitely after being controlled by the opponent, and it was difficult to kill them directly. Therefore, Song Qingming did not want to delay time with them after coming up, and directly threw out several third-level top-grade talismans. As several violent explosions sounded, a cloud of smoke immediately enveloped the scene. The powerful impact of the explosion immediately blew away the many fierce wind monster insects formations in front of Song Qingming. And several monster insects were killed on the spot by the talismans he used. Although these Li Fang Yaochang that were killed were able to come back to life soon. But Song Qingming, who was hiding in the smoke, had taken this opportunity to turn into a green light and rushed through the opponent's guard line, approaching the restricted array platform. Just when this green escape light was about to reach the array platform, Zhang Zidan, who was tracking not far away, suddenly showed a strange smile on his face. When Song Qingming just stood on the array platform, before he could make any move, a large black net suddenly appeared out of thin air on the restricted array platform, and Song Qingming was put into the net. Haha! I finally caught you. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zidan suddenly showed a trace of joy on his face, and flew directly to the location of the black net. The nervousness of Zhang Zidan about the array platform position before was deliberately pretended in front of Song Qingming, just to lure the other party into the trap. Without checking, Song Qingming lowered his guard around the restricted array platform, which led to him falling into the trap set by the other party in advance. Seeing that Song Qingming had been caught by the black net he had set up, Zhang Zidan finally relaxed his face and cast a spell to tighten the black net. But just as Zhang Zidan was casting a spell, something unexpected happened in the black net. A dazzling burst of colorful spiritual light suddenly came out from Song Qingming, who was originally caught. The next moment, Song Qingming suddenly turned into a large group of colorful butterflies flying around the black net. This is illusion. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zidan suddenly showed a trace of surprise on his face, and quickly moved his eyes to the array platform on the side. At this time, a green light happened to fly out from the smoke that had not yet completely dissipated after the explosion, and rushed directly to the restricted array platform in front. Just as Zhang Zidan was surprised, Song Qingming pressed his hand directly on the transparent sphere in front of him. The next moment, the transparent sphere began to rotate rapidly. Stop! Seeing Song Qingming directly activate the transparent sphere on the array, Zhang Zidan was shocked, and he quickly flashed forward to stop Song Qingming from casting the spell. However, his action was obviously expected by Song Qingming. Before Zhang Zidan could kill him, Song Qingming had already summoned his life-saving magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror to protect himself. At the same time, Song Qingming also had a yellow jade magic weapon on his body, which cast a yellow light shield to block him. This yellow jade magic weapon was lent to Song Qingming by Li Mufang for self-defense before he left. It was also a powerful 4th-level low-grade defense magic weapon. With these magic weapons guarding him, and the Wanling puppet array blocking him, Song Qingming felt relieved and focused his attention on the transparent sphere in front of him, pouring all the remaining mana in his hand into it. As Song Qingming cast the spell with all his strength, the speed of the transparent sphere in front of him also became faster and faster. Seeing this, Zhang Zidong's face suddenly became anxious, and he used all his strength to control the black spear to kill in front of Song Qingming. But facing Song Qingming's several iron-like defenses, Zhang Zidong could not break through these defenses for a while, even if he used all his strength. Just when Zhang Zidong wanted to cast the spell again to control the many fierce wind monster insects beside him to attack Song Qingming's side, suddenly, a circular restriction appeared in front of these spirit insects, and then all the fierce wind monster insects in front of Song Qingming were swallowed by the circular restriction and disappeared in front of Song Qingming. Wait, seeing this scene, Zhang Zidong's face suddenly changed. Just when he wanted to shout, he saw that a circular restriction suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing this situation, Zhang Zidong immediately moved and took the initiative to retreat. But just as he was moving, he didn't expect that there was suddenly an open circular restriction behind him. After hearing Zhang Zidong shouting unwillingly, the whole person was directly sucked into the circular restriction, and the next moment, he disappeared directly in front of Song Qingming. Outside the restriction formation, Fu Yongui and Zhang Zidong were carefully searching for something in a desert. Just as they were staring at the surroundings around them, a strong spiritual fluctuation suddenly came from not far in front of them. Feeling this strangeness in front, Fu Yongui and the others immediately stopped and took out their own magic weapons. Not long after, a flash of spiritual light suddenly appeared in front of them, and more than a dozen fierce wind monsters that were blown into a bloody mess by the spiritual talisman. Seeing this scene, Fu Yongui and the others were surprised, wondering who had just injured these fierce wind monsters. Just as Fu Yongui and the others were about to clean up these monsters in front of them, a white light suddenly appeared out of thin air not far away. The next moment, a figure that shocked Fu Yongui and the others appeared in front of them. Fellow Taoist Zhang, what's going on? Seeing another Zhang Zidong suddenly appearing in front of him, Fu Yongui, who was full of surprise, quickly turned his eyes to his teammates beside him. At this time, seeing another identical self not far away, Zhang Zidong's face was also full of shock, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Fellow Taoist Fu, he is fake, Zhang Zidong said softly, and then waved his hand and took out a silver bronze mirror magic weapon from his body to prove his identity to the other party. Fu Yongui had seen this silver bronze mirror magic weapon before. It was a 4th-level medium-grade magic weapon passed down by the ancestors of the Xingqian sect. In the entire floating cloud mountain range cultivation world, only the Xingqian sect had one. Even if the other party could change his body shape, it was still difficult to imitate a magic weapon exactly. Seeing this, Fu Yongui hurriedly nodded slightly to him and put down a trace of worry in his heart. However, facing the two people who were full of doubts, the Zhang Zidong who suddenly appeared not far away did not take the words of the two people to heart. After appearing, Zhang Zidong immediately took out a golden array flag from his body, and began to cast a spell quickly in front of the two people. However, Zhang Zidong had just cast a spell to draw circular ban. But the next moment, after the ban appeared, there was no reaction at all. And it disappeared in front of him out of thin air in a short time. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zidong's face suddenly showed a bit of ugliness, and he cast a spell again to draw the ban he wanted to open in another direction. But no matter how he cast the spell, the result was the same as before, and he could not open the ban in front of him at all. At this time, Fu Yongui and the other person standing not far away had already seen that the other party seemed to want to use this to escape. After the two looked at each other, Zhang Zidong, who had a hot temper, cast a magic weapon first and released a sword light at the other party's position. On the other side, Fu Yongui also moved his magic power quickly, and cast a spell to release several fire dragons to greet the opponent. The Zhang Zidong in front of him seemed to have a higher cultivation level than the original owner, and his magical powers were very strange. Even their nascent soul cultivators could not see the illusion cast on the other party. Facing such an opponent, Fu Yongui and the others naturally did not dare to be careless, and chose to attack together without any agreement. The Zhang Zidong who wanted to escape from here with the help of the ban, saw Fu Yongui and the others coming straight to him, and his face instantly became a little ugly. Zhang Zidong and Fu Yongui, One is at the peak of the 3rd level of the nascent soul, and the other has a cultivation level as high as the 5th level of the nascent soul. Both of them have higher cultivation levels than Song Qingming and are more difficult to deal with. Facing the joint siege of these two nascent soul masters, Zhang Zidong had to be cautious on his face, and quickly stopped casting his spell and directed the fierce wind demon insect beside him to help resist. He turned around and ran away, not wanting to fight them head-on. Seeing this, Zhang Zidong and Fu Yongui would not let the other party get what they wanted easily. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, they immediately controlled the magic weapon in front of them and chased after them. While Zhang Zidong and his team were fighting with their opponents, Song Qingming, who was in the restricted array, had clearly seen this scene through the transparent ball in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. When he tried to send the other party out of the restricted array before, he deliberately sent it in front of Zhang Zidong and the other party. As expected by Song Qingming, Fu Yongui and the other party immediately identified the enemy and the friend as soon as they saw each other, and began to besiege the Zhang Zidong who suddenly appeared. At this moment, Song Qingming, who was in the restricted array, tightly controlled the magic array in front of him, not allowing the other party to easily return to the restriction. In this way, without this magical power that can shuttle through the restriction at any time, the other party will definitely not be the opponent of Zhang Zidong and the other party with his cultivation. Moreover, Song Qingming and his team had already contacted Zhao Wuling and others before. As expected, they are also rushing here at full speed. As long as the reinforcements arrive, no matter how powerful the opponent's magical powers are, they will inevitably be unable to escape the siege of so many unyielding masters. What Song Qingming needs to do now is to firmly control the restricted array platform in front of him, and not give the opponent a chance to escape easily. In the previous battle, Song Qingming's strength was not as good as the opponent's after all, and it was indeed a bit lucky to be able to control the restricted array platform from the opponent's hands. If the opponent is given another chance to enter the array platform, with Song Qingming's current strength, he can't deal with it for long. Fortunately, this array platform is not particularly complicated. Song Qingming himself is also a high-level array master. After some attempts, he has been able to control it skillfully. Now it may not be so easy for the opponent to enter here. After firmly controlling the restricted array platform in front of him, Song Qingming controlled the puppets such as Golden Wind to guard around him, and then began to study the transparent sphere in front of him. Before, he and Zhang Zidong and others had been looking for the entrance to the restriction for a long time, but couldn't find it. Unexpectedly, this forbidden formation was actually right beside them. They just couldn't find the center of the formation, so they were fooled by the other party. It was not until the man behind him took the initiative to trap himself in the formation that Song Qingming had the opportunity to see this forbidden formation, which was also a coincidence for him. Now, taking advantage of the opportunity that the other party was entangled by Zhang Zidong and the others, Song Qingming could finally shift his attention to the transparent sphere and began to carefully study this forbidden formation. Like some forbidden formations that Song Qingming had seen before, the transparent sphere on the formation platform was also a magical tool that could check the inside and outside of the forbidden formation at any time. After hearing the control of the transparent sphere to rotate, Song Qingming's eyes immediately appeared with pieces of yellow sand, oasis grasslands, sand dunes and rocks. Wherever his eyes passed, Song Qingming saw many places he was familiar with, and also saw the vastness of this forbidden formation. Just as Song Qingming was searching around, a purple figure quickly caught his eye, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The purple-clothed figure was none other than Han Yu, the Yuanying Grand Elder of the Huayang sect, whom Song Qingming knew. However, at this moment, she was in an underground secret room covered by wind and sand, struggling to support herself in the face of a very strong yellow wind, and her appearance was already somewhat embarrassed. Previously, Han Yu, Bai Yuxin, and Wang Yan, the Grand Elder of the Wanling sect, had been tracking the blood demon ancestor together before they disappeared and were trapped in the illusionary sea desert. Seeing Han Yu at this moment, Song Qingming immediately confirmed that Bai Yuxin and the others should also be trapped in this forbidden formation, and quickly cast a spell to rotate the transparent sphere in his hand. After a careful investigation, as Song Qingming expected, Bai Yuxin and Wang Yan were also trapped in a special space respectively. However, although the two of them were trapped, their current situation was slightly better than Han Yu, and they were not as embarrassed as she was. Not only that, Song Qingming also found a person in this forbidden formation who was somewhat unexpected to him. That was the blood demon ancestor with whom he had had many conflicts. Seeing that the blood demon ancestor was trapped in a special space like Bai Yuxin and the others, and his appearance was also a bit ugly, Song Qingming's face suddenly flashed a little surprise. Unexpectedly, the mysterious demon cultivator was not in the same group as the blood demon ancestor, and even he was trapped in the restriction. Seeing that the blood demon ancestor was struggling in a lava formation, Song Qingming's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of murderous intent, wanting to control the restriction there to kill his enemy. But what Song Qingming didn't expect was that although he could see and open the restriction in the space where the other party was, he had no way to directly control the magic array in the restricted space. He couldn't help but show a bit of helplessness on his face, and sighed softly. Unexpectedly, the restriction here could not be completely controlled. It's no wonder that Bai Yuxin and the others were still able to hold on after being trapped for so long. After figuring out the reason why he couldn't completely control the forbidden formation, Song Qingming's face quickly recovered and he focused his eyes on the transparent sphere again. Since this forbidden formation is so mysterious, how did the other party find it and what did they want to do here? With doubts in his heart, Song Qingming cast a spell again to search for other places in the forbidden formation. Soon, an underground secret room that had been covered by yellow sand for more than a few years appeared in front of Song Qingming again. Looking at a large black formation in the secret room that was constantly rotating around a black knife, Song Qingming was stunned for a while before slowly coming back to his senses. This seems to be the summoning formation of the demon cultivator. Seeing the huge black formation that was constantly rotating in front of him, Song Qingming recognized it quickly, and his face showed a bit of shock. In the world of cultivating immortals, in addition to some teleportation formations that can connect two places at any time, there are also many special space teleportation formations that can summon cultivators or spirit beasts from faraway places. Some of the larger summoning arrays can even connect to the upper world and invite the monks and real demons from the upper world down. In order to deal with Qiu Daoping, Feng He once set up an array to invite a trace of the real demon spirit to the lower world, and finally helped him to avenge his hatred. However, this kind of summoning array that connects to other interfaces is generally difficult to summon the real demon's body to the lower world, and can only temporarily summon his clone or divine consciousness. Seeing the summoning array that was still slowly running in the transparent sphere in front of him, Song Qingming didn't expect that he would find a summoning array arranged by a demon cultivator here, and his face was extremely shocked. Although Song Qingming had always been curious about the origin of the mysterious demon cultivator, he never thought that the restricted array specially arranged by the other party here would be related to those real demons in the upper world. It was not until this moment that Song Qingming understood the other party's intention, and at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. If the other party really summoned the real demon clone to the lower world, I am afraid that the floating Cloud Mountain Range cultivation world, and even the cultivators and mortals of the entire Eastern Phoenix Immortal continent will experience a catastrophe. Thinking of this, Song Qingming also knew very well that in addition to rescuing Bai Yuxin and others, he seemed to have another task that he had to do. Outside the forbidden formation, Zhang Zidong and Fu Yongui were still fighting with each other, chasing the demon cultivator who wanted to escape. Just as the three of them were fighting, a few more figures suddenly appeared not far away. They were Zhao Wuling and his men who came from afar to join them. Seeing that the other side had reinforcements, the demon cultivator knew that if he continued to fight today, he would not be able to escape. Seeing this, the demon cultivator Zhang Zidong suddenly spit out a burst of black mist from his mouth, covering himself completely in it. Then, more than a dozen Zhang Zidongs with the same figure and appearance flew out of the black mist and left quickly in all directions. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zidong and Fu Yongui couldn't help but look surprised, and then their magic weapons quickly smashed the fleeing demon cultivator clones. After hearing a series of roars, the many clones that escaped in the air were basically killed directly by Zhang Zidong and the others. Only one clone took advantage of the black fog and smoke to sneak into the ground secretly, and quickly escape into the sand and gravel below without anyone noticing. After an unknown amount of time, a figure wearing a bamboo hat slowly emerged from the ground next to an oasis on the west side of the battlefield. After the figure came to the ground, he took out a white array plate from his body, took a look at the array plate, and then a helpless look appeared on his face. I didn't expect that after hiding here for so long, they still found me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883, Red Jade Plate, Encircling and Killing the Old Demon. After muttering to himself, the black shadow in the bamboo hat looked at the array plate in his hand, and then looked at the yellow sand in the distance with some reluctance. After a while, a flash of light flashed in the black shadow's hand, and the next moment he was covered by a black light. As the light slowly disappeared, the black shadow in the bamboo hat also disappeared directly from the spot. The wind and sand blew over the spot, and soon blew away the footprints on the ground, as if the whole person had never appeared here. At this time, in a space under the ground, Song Qingming and a man in a yellow robe were standing in front of a black array, and a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes from time to time. This man in a yellow robe was Wang Yan, the Yuanying Taishang of the Wanling sect who was trapped in the forbidden array before. His cultivation was higher than Fu Yongui, and he had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Yuanying. After discovering the 3 Bayuxin trapped in the forbidden array, Song Qingming used his ability to control the forbidden array platform to teleport them all to the vicinity of the array platform. After explaining what happened before, Song Qingming told Bayuxin and the other 2 about his discovery of the summoning array of the demon cultivator. After hearing this, Bayuxin and the others were also shocked and hurriedly discussed how to destroy the summoning array. After the 4 people discussed, in order to prevent the other party from entering the forbidden array again, Bayuxin and Han Yu took the initiative to stay and guard the forbidden array platform. Wang Yan and Song Qingming took on the task of destroying the summoning array of the demon cultivator and teleported directly to this underground stone chamber. After arriving here, seeing the huge black summoning array in front of him, Wang Yan was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. What is the origin of this demon cultivator? He can actually set up such a high-level summoning array. Does he want to directly summon the real demon from the upper realm to the lower realm? Summon the real body of the real demon from the upper realm to the lower realm? How is this possible? Hearing Wang Yan say that this black summoning array in front of him could actually directly summon the real demon from the upper realm to the lower realm, Song Qingming's face was even more surprised. In the world of immortal cultivation, because of the isolation of the interface, it is difficult for both the cultivators of the upper world and the real demons to pass through the interface and come directly to the lower world. When Feng He summoned the demon god of the lower world in the Xianhe immortal cultivation world, it was only a wisp of divine thought on his body, not the real body of the demon god. In Song Qingming's impression, it was only in the ancient times that this world was weak because of the interface power. He was spotted by a powerful real demon in the upper world, who sent his real demons to break through the boundary and invade this world, wanting to sacrifice the entire Huayang world to refine the magic weapon in his hand. Later, many ancient sects of the human race were forced to send messages to ask the ascended cultivators from the upper world for help, and finally spent a huge price to drive those real demons from the upper world out of the world, ending this catastrophe that lasted for hundreds of years. If this summoning array in front of you is really as Wang Yan beside you said, it can directly connect to the upper world to summon real demons. This is much more serious than Song Qingming had originally imagined. Perhaps billions of lives in the entire Huayang realm may be targeted by the true demons from the upper realm again. Seeing Song Qingming's face full of shock and confusion, Wang Yan's face was somewhat relieved and he continued to speak. Fellow Taoist Song, although I am not good at the art of formation, I still know some things about the real demons in the upper realm that have been passed down from ancient times. It is said that the east of the Fantasy Sea Desert was not such a barren land originally, and there were human cultivators guarding this place all year round. What I said just now was by no means alarmist. If I am not mistaken, this formation should be a boundary-breaking teleportation formation connecting other interfaces. However, at present, this formation seems to be in a broken state and cannot be used normally. It is estimated that the demon cultivator hid here just to repair this formation. If he succeeds, I am afraid that our cultivators in the lower realm will encounter another catastrophe. After hearing Wang Yan's explanation, Song Qingming carefully observed the formation in front of him, then his face relaxed a lot and nodded slightly to him. Fellow Taoist Wang is right. This magic circle is still in a broken state and has not been completely repaired. I never thought that this place would hide an ancient magic circle that breaks the world. If we hadn't discovered it by accident, the consequences would be disastrous. Haha. Perhaps this is destined. Evil cannot prevail over justice. After saying this, Wang Yan smiled slightly, then cast a spell to take out a golden flying sword, and released a sword light towards the black magic circle in front. Seeing that Wang Yan had already taken action, Song Qingming smiled slightly, without saying much, and his eyes were also focused on the black magic circle. Only a loud boom was heard. Wang Yan's sword light had just arrived in front of the black magic circle when it was intercepted by a purple light shield that suddenly appeared, which also prevented his attack from damaging the formation at all. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's face was slightly surprised, and he cast a spell again to control the golden flying sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 more sword lights flew out. However, these sword lights fell on the purple light shield, but were still intercepted by the opponent and failed to shake this defense. Seeing the strong shield in front of him, Wang Yan, a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, showed a bit of ugliness on his face. Fellow Taoist Wang, there is a restriction outside this magic array. If we want to destroy it, it seems that we need to break the restriction outside first. Hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Wang Yan quickly suppressed his anger, put away the flying sword in his hand and replied softly, "Fellow Taoist Song, I am not as good as you in this restricted array. Next, I will have to work hard for you. If you need any help, I will do my best to cooperate. Slaying demons and eliminating evil for the sake of the people of the world is my duty." Fellow Taoist, after Song Qingming bowed slightly, he immediately flew forward to the front of the purple light shield and carefully observed the restriction. After a while, Song Qingming retracted his gaze and cast a spell to take out several golden array flags from his body. As Song Qingming's hand moved, 5 golden flags flew to the surroundings of the purple light shield, and then several golden rays shot out from the top of the light shield, forming a pentagonal golden magic array. After doing all this, Song Qingming turned to Wang Yan and said, "Fellow Taoist Wang, I will use the magic array to weaken the power of this ban. Please wait for me to cast the spell, and then attack the weak point in the middle of the ban with all your strength. There should be hope to break the ban directly, don't worry, fellow Taoist Song, leave this to me." After Wang Yan finished speaking, the golden flying sword in his hand flew out again, and then under his spell, the aura on his body suddenly increased a bit. At the same time, Song Qingming had also cast a spell to make the golden magic array above his head fall down, directly covering the purple light shield. The golden magic array that Song Qingming cast was a high-level magic array that was specifically designed to weaken the power of the ban. Although this formation cannot directly break these restrictions, as long as the runes on it are attached and integrated into other restrictions, the internal spiritual energy circulation can be blocked. In this way, the power of the opponent's restriction formation can be weakened by at least 3 or 4 layers. Although there is no way to directly break the purple restriction in front of him, it is also the best way for Song Qingming to break the formation. Next, whether the formation can be successfully broken depends on the performance of Wang Yan, a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. As soon as Song Qingming nodded, Wang Yan immediately threw out a white talisman in his hand and covered his own flying sword. As the talisman merged into the flying sword, the golden flying sword in front of Wang Yan rose again, and even the flying sword itself had become more than 10 feet larger at this moment. When the golden flying sword's aura rose to the extreme, Wang Yan looked forward with a firm gaze, and the next moment he controlled his own flying sword to fall directly from mid-air. Bang! After a flash of golden light, a huge sound suddenly came from the entire underground stone chamber, and the golden sword energy was everywhere. The aftershocks of the explosion forced Song Qingming, a unyielding cultivator, to release a protective aura to block himself, and then he stopped the golden sword energy that was running around. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Wang Yan and Song Qingming both showed some joy on their faces when they saw a huge pit above the purple light shield in front of them. Fellow Taoist Song, since the ban has been broken, let's go in first. Hearing Wang Yan's urging, Song Qingming nodded slightly and followed him into the purple light shield from above. However, before leaving, Song Qingming, who is always cautious, left a few golden illusion butterflies in place to help him guard the surroundings. After the two entered the purple light shield, they quickly came to the front of the black formation. After observing the black formation up close, Song Qingming and Wang Yan looked at a red jade plate in the middle of the formation at the same time. This red jade plate floated in the middle of the formation, emitting bursts of black spiritual light, controlling the changes in the spiritual energy of the entire formation. With just one glance, Song Qingming and the others could see that this red jade plate had an extraordinary origin, and was at least a special magic weapon of level 4 or above. After confirming that this red jade plate seemed to be the core array that controlled the formation in front of him, Wang Yan's flying sword flew forward again with a fierce momentum. With just one sword, Wang Yan directly knocked the red jade plate in front of him away and dropped it to the side. As this magic weapon was shot down by Wang Yan, the spiritual light of the entire black formation suddenly rioted and suddenly shook violently. After a while, the black formation in front of him slowly calmed down, and the black spiritual light on it gradually dissipated, revealing a somewhat dilapidated ancient formation platform. After glancing at the formation platform in front of him, Wang Yan seemed a little worried, and controlled the flying sword in his hand again, blasting dozens of sword lights at the formation platform in front of him. However, after the sword light fell, the array platform only had a few minor damages, and was not completely destroyed. It can be seen that its solidity far exceeded Wang Yan's expectations. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Friend Wang, this array platform should be forged with 10,000 years of black gangstone. Although we are nascent soul cultivators, it is unlikely to completely destroy it." "Oh. It is actually 10,000 years of black gangstone, no wonder it is so hard." After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Wang Yan nodded slightly, sighed lightly, and directly put away his life-saving magic weapon Golden Flying Sword. Seeing this, Song Qingming stepped forward again and took a closer look at the array platform in front. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers left, Song Qingming cast a spell again and released several golden array flags, and arranged a third-level magic array on the array platform to cover this ancient array platform. This array platform was made of 10,000 years black gangstone. It was difficult to completely destroy it, not to mention an ordinary nascent soul cultivator like Song Qingming, even if a great late nascent soul cultivator took action. However, in order to prevent other demon cultivators from finding this place in the future and causing any unexpected incidents, Song Qingming still tried his best to arrange the array to temporarily cover it up. After doing all this, Song Qingming shifted his gaze to the red jade plate used as the center of the array, and took the initiative to step forward and collect it. "Fellow Taoist Wang, I don't know what this jade plate is. I want to take it back to check it out. Do you have any objections?" Hearing what Song Qingming said, Wang Yan smiled slightly and nodded immediately. "It's just a magic weapon used by demon cultivators. It's not very useful to cultivators like us. If you are interested, just take it. But the things left by demon cultivators are probably stained with a lot of demonic energy. If you want to study it, you need to be careful, so as not to fall into the calculations of those demon cultivators in the future." Although the red jade plate in Song Qingming's hand does look like a very high-grade 4th-level magic weapon, but after this magic weapon was used by demon cultivators, it must have been stained with a lot of demonic energy. If ordinary cultivators want to use it, they can probably only use it to decompose some high-level materials. Such a high-level magic weapon stained with demonic energy is not considered too precious in the eyes of a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul like Wang Yan. Faced with Song Qingming's active inquiry, Wang Yan did not hesitate too much and immediately agreed. After all, they were trapped in the restriction before, and it was Song Qingming who helped them get out. Even if this red jade plate is really valuable, considering that Song Qingming helped him before, Wang Yan couldn't directly compete with Song Qingming for it. It was reasonable for him to do a favor to the other party. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Wang." Seeing that the other party agreed, Song Qingming smiled and bowed slightly, and then put the red jade plate directly into the storage magic tool. Afterwards, Song Qingming and the others searched around the array platform and found a lot of high-level materials used to repair the array next to it. These high-level materials, like the 10,000 years black gangstone, are also extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation. They can also be used as materials for refining high-level array plates outside. For unyielding cultivators like Song Qingming, it is still of some value. After finding these materials, Song Qingming wanted to share these spiritual objects with Wang Yan, but the other party insisted on not accepting them. In the end, Song Qingming could only keep them for himself. There were still some magic weapons such as the formation flags that were stained with demonic energy. At first glance, they were of no value. Song Qingming was too lazy to check them one by one, and directly cast a spell to destroy them all on the spot. After dealing with these things, Song Qingming was relieved to cast a spell to activate a communication talisman in his hand, and soon a circular restriction appeared in front of him. Looking at the circular restriction in front of them, Song Qingming and Wang Yan immediately flashed into it and left the underground place in front of them. After Song Qingming and Wang Yan returned to the location of the restriction array one after another, Bai Yuxin and Han Yu immediately looked happy and asked Song Qingming and the others. After learning that Song Qingming and the others had successfully destroyed the black magic array, Bai Yuxin and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After some greetings, everyone turned their attention to the transparent sphere in front of Bai Yuxin. Everyone, now that we have broken the summoning array of the demon cultivator, we should leave this place. But there is still a demon trapped in the array. How should we deal with him? The other demon mentioned by Bai Yuxin is the blood demon ancestor, who is still trapped in the restriction. At this moment, he is alone in a lava purgatory to deal with the lava pythons that are swarming in. Although the blood demon ancestor has reached the peak of the 6th level of the nascent soul, he did not feel too much pressure when facing these golden elixir level lava pythons. However, these lava pythons were born from the forbidden aura. Not ordinary living things. Even if they are killed by the opponent, they can still be reborn from the underground magma. After dealing with it for a long time, the blood demon ancestor now has a bit of fatigue on his face, and no longer fights the opponent head-on. Instead, he chooses to save his own mana and keeps avoiding the siege of these lava pythons. After seeing the blood demon ancestor in the transparent sphere, everyone discussed and quickly decided on the next countermeasure. Half a quarter of an hour later, outside the Forbidden Formation. After killing all the mysterious demon cultivator clones, Fu Yongui and Zhang Zidong had already joined Zhao Wuling and others, and were now looking for traces of the previous Forbidden Formation over a sand dune. Just as Zhao Wuling and others kept searching around, a circular restriction suddenly appeared in the air in front of them, instantly attracting the attention of everyone outside. Just as Zhao Wuling and others had just arrived in front of the circular restriction, a figure that they all had some surprises suddenly emerged from it. Blood demon old ghost, I didn't expect it to be you. Before, he was trapped in the lava restriction for a long time. Finally, he saw a forbidden formation next to him. The blood demon ancestor didn't think much and came out directly from it. Unexpectedly, the 4 righteous unyielding masters Zhao Wuling, Fu Yongui, Zhang Zidong, and Wu Zhengyun who had just escaped from the trap were waiting outside. Faced with so many righteous unyielding cultivators, even the unyielding demon head who has been famous for thousands of years, such as blood demon ancestor, was a little surprised for a while. Seeing that everyone was about to besiege him, blood demon ancestor hurriedly turned around and wanted to escape from here in another direction. However, before he could move his body, a circular restriction suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, 4 figures blocked the front of blood demon ancestor who wanted to escape. They were Song Qingming and the other 4 who had just come out of the restriction array platform. Blood demon old ghost. Let's see where you can escape this time. Seeing Song Qingming and the other 4 appearing in front, Fu Yongui and others on this side suddenly had a happy look on their faces, and they flew over at a faster speed. Soon everyone surrounded blood demon ancestor. Seeing this, blood demon ancestor suddenly panicked, and cast a spell to release a cloud of blood mist to force Song Qingming and the other 4 to retreat. However, Song Qingming and his team had already prepared for this. Facing the blood mist cast by the blood demon ancestor, the 4 of them immediately joined forces to release a shield to block the opponent's attack. The next moment, Wang Yan slashed out another very sharp red sword light in front of him, forcing the blood demon ancestor, who turned into blood mist and wanted to take the opportunity to escape to retreat. As an old opponent who had fought for many years, Wang Yan had long known about the magical powers of the blood demon ancestor. Before taking action, a high-level red flame talisman that could restrain the opponent's blood mist magical power had already been attached to his natal flying sword. Using the high-temperature red flame sword energy, the blood mist on the opponent's body was evaporated in advance, making it difficult for the blood demon ancestor to hide. Just after being intercepted by the opponent, before the blood demon ancestor could cast his magical power again, a very sharp sword energy from the back had already attacked directly. It was Zhao Wuling, who had the highest cultivation and magical power among the crowd. Zhao Wuling came with his own body this time. As the strongest person in the human race in the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world, his cultivation and magical powers are even higher than that of the blood demon ancestor. A sword flew over, and the blood demon ancestor felt a very dangerous breath, and could only turn around and release a blood-colored shield to resist Zhao Wuling's attack. As a master of the demonic way of the nascent soul who had already formed a baby and came forward, the blood demon ancestor's magical powers were indeed impressive. The blood-colored shield he released was shaken away by the sword of Zhao Wuling, a late nascent soul master, but he still managed to stop it. However, facing the pursuit and interception of so many nascent soul masters present, the blood demon ancestor still could not resist the siege of the crowd, even if he used all his magical powers to deal with it, and was soon forced into a desperate situation by the crowd. Seeing that he could no longer get away head-on, the blood demon ancestor simply made up his mind and blew up his body in front of everyone, relying on the many poisonous blood mists accumulated on his body to temporarily force Song Qingming and others to retreat. Then, the nascent soul of the blood demon ancestor hid in the blood mist, fled far away quickly, and escaped from the siege. When a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, he has already cultivated his nascent soul. As long as the nascent soul is still there, even if the physical body is destroyed, he can still use spiritual objects to reshape the physical body and restore his original cultivation in the future. Seeing that the nascent soul of the blood demon ancestor has escaped from the siege, Zhao Wuling did not seem too anxious. He calmly took out a high-level spiritual talisman with a shining spirit. Blood demon, even if you voluntarily give up your physical body today, don't think you can escape so easily. With a cold snort, Zhao Wuling's spiritual talisman immediately turned into a sword light and rushed straight to the blood demon ancestor not far away. Chapter 884, Kill the demon and return safely. The talisman Zhao Wuling used was a high-level talisman specifically designed to deal with demon monks. Although the talisman was only of the 4th level middle grade, its power was close to the 4th level upper grade talisman when used on demon monks. Seeing that the blood demon ancestor had already destroyed his own body and had reached the end of his rope, Zhao Wuling threw out this trump card without hesitation. It was a rare opportunity to block the blood demon ancestor, a giant demon, here, and no matter what everyone said, it was impossible for him to get away easily. Zhao Wuling had just thrown out the talisman in his hand, and the blood demon ancestor who was desperately escaping in the distance immediately felt a hint of danger and turned to look behind him. But when a sword light flew over, the face of the blood demon ancestor changed, and he immediately began to cast spells desperately. After the cultivator's unyielding left the body, although it could speed up its own escape speed in a short period of time, compared with it, its own fighting power would also be greatly reduced. Facing the pursuit of the high-level talisman in Zhao Wuling's hand, even if the blood demon ancestor concentrated all the blood mist around him to resist, he was still directly penetrated by the sword light that was chasing him. The next moment, as the blood mist surrounding the blood demon ancestor's nascent soul slowly dissipated, his nascent soul immediately appeared in midair. At this time, a very conspicuous crack had appeared on the round belly of the nascent soul of the blood demon ancestor, and his face became extremely shocked. Today's hatred, I will avenge you in the future. As the blood demon ancestor finished speaking intermittently, the cracks on his nascent soul gradually became larger and larger, and soon broke directly in midair. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming and others who came not far away were all happy on their faces, and hurried forward to surround the place where his nascent soul fell. Since the nascent soul of the blood demon ancestor had been killed, this old demon had basically fallen into their hands. The rest is nothing more than cutting the grass and rooting out the roots, completely killing its original soul, and preventing it from taking over another body and rebirth in the future. Song Qingming had just arrived at the battlefield. Zhang Zidan, who arrived one step ahead of him, looked up and observed the surroundings. With a move of his magic power, he threw out a silver bronze mirror magic weapon. As soon as this silver bronze mirror magic weapon appeared, a wave of spiritual light came from the void not far away from the crowd, and a transparent black smoke was quietly escaping into the distance. Feeling the abnormality coming from the front, Zhao Wuling, who was standing next to Zhang Zidan, immediately changed his face and cast a spell to control the flying sword beside him. Then a sword light went straight to the location of the black smoke. The blood demon ancestor, who was left with only his original soul, had long lost any resistance under the tracking of Zhao Wuling's flying sword. He was soon killed by his sword and his soul disappeared directly between heaven and earth. Haha. I didn't expect that we would actually catch the old blood demon this time, and get rid of this great scourge for the immortal cultivation world in the floating cloud mountains. It's really worth it for so many of us to come out for this trip. After successfully killing the original soul of the blood demon ancestor, Wang Yan, who was following behind Zhao Wuling, suddenly showed a trace of joy on his face. Then, he handed over the storage magic weapon of the blood demon ancestor that he had just found on the battlefield to Zhao Wuling beside him. Seeing this, Song Qingming and others who arrived a step later also immediately raised their hands and bowed to Zhao Wuling. Congratulations to fellow Taoists for eliminating demons and defending the Dao. Although everyone had participated in the last demon-killing war just now, it must be said that the main force that killed the blood demon ancestor was still Zhao Wuling, the top master among the human cultivators in the floating cloud mountains. If it weren't for him, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, today, although Song Qingming and his group had many people, it would not be so easy to win this battle so easily, and someone might even be injured. However, when Zhao Wuling saw Song Qingming and others coming forward to congratulate him, he politely waved his hands to everyone and said, "It is not my own achievement to successfully eliminate the old blood demon today, so please do not be so polite. Brother Wang, you can take the spiritual objects from the old demon first, and share them with fellow Daoists later." Zhao Wuling only glanced at the storage magic tool on the blood demon ancestor that Wang Yan had taken, and then cast a spell to return it, seemingly not caring about it at all. Then, Zhao Wuling flashed and flew into the air, and his eyes began to scan the surroundings again, as if he wanted to see if there was anything missing nearby. Seeing this, Wang Yan did not say much, and took back the storage magic tool of the blood demon ancestor in front of everyone. After a while, after confirming that there was nothing missing around, Zhao Wuling turned around and returned to Wang Yan and others. "Junior brother Wang, when I arrived just now, I heard from Taoist Fu and the others that they had encountered a mysterious demon cultivator, and then Taoist Song suddenly disappeared. Why did you come out of the restriction with the old blood demon? What happened?" When Zhao Wuling and the others arrived at the battlefield, Wang Yan, Song Qingming and the others were still destroying the summoning array in the restriction array, and they didn't know what happened inside. Later, they suddenly saw Song Qingming and the others appear with the blood demon ancestor, and everyone was busy fighting against this demon together. It was not until now that Zhao Wuling had time to ask them about this matter. Hearing this, Wang Yan immediately told them everything that had happened in the restricted array, including the fight between Song Qingming and the mysterious demon cultivator. Hearing that it was Song Qingming who controlled the restricted array platform and rescued Wang Yan and the others, Zhao Wuling and Zheng Zidan couldn't help but turn their eyes to him, and there was a bit of surprise on their faces. Song Qingming had just formed his nascent soul for less than 20 years. In terms of cultivation strength, except for a few golden core cultivators from the Wanling sect who followed him, Song Qingming should be the worst among the many nascent soul cultivators present. Before, the mysterious nascent soul cultivator trapped Song Qingming in the restriction. Zheng Zidan and Fu Yangui both thought that he might be in danger. Unexpectedly, Song Qingming not only successfully escaped, but also took the opportunity to control the restriction array to help rescue Wang Yan and others, and finally allowed them to change the entire battle situation. I was wondering, how did junior sister Han and the others suddenly escape? It turned out that fellow Taoist Song helped a lot. Anyway, fellow Taoist, I will remember your kindness. After hearing Wang Yan's explanation, Fu Yangui, the great elder of the Huayang sect, took the initiative to step forward and thank Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately waved his hand humbly and said, "Fellow Taoist Fu, you are too polite. We, the righteous cultivators, came here to fight demons and defend the way, and also to rescue senior sister Bai and the others. How can we take it as a great favor? I was lucky to be able to rescue fellow Taoist Han and the others this time, and I never expected to run into the world-breaking magic array set up by that mysterious demon cultivator. If it weren't for the help of fellow Taoist Wang and the others, I would not only be unable to break the demon cultivator's magic array, but it would also be difficult for me to escape. Now that I have accomplished my mission and turned the danger into safety, it is also thanks to the help of several fellow Daoists, haha. Fellow Taoist Song, you are too modest." Faced with a praise from Fu Yangui and everyone else, Song Qingming hurriedly said a few humble words. After a while, everyone turned the topic to the mysterious demon cultivator and the world-breaking magic array he mentioned before. Hearing that this demon had actually found a broken break the world array handed down from ancient times in this illusionary sea desert, Zhao Wuling and others were also somewhat surprised and began to ask about the details. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin immediately took out a control restriction array disk that he had prepared, cast a spell to open the restriction again, and brought everyone to the underground secret room. Seeing the destroyed black array in front of them, everyone stepped forward to carefully confirm it, and finally came to the same conclusion as Song Qingming and the others guessed. The black array in front of them was an ancient break, the world transmission array that Wang Yan mentioned. At this moment, Everyone also understood the seriousness of the matter in front of them. Zhao Wuling turned around and asked Fu Yongui and Zhang Zidong, who were standing aside. "Friend Fu, has the clone of the mysterious demon cultivator who escaped before been killed by the two of you?" Facing Zhao Wuling's question, Fu Yongui and the others looked at each other, then sighed slightly and replied, "Well, fellow Daoists, the two of us did kill many of his clones. However, the origin of this demon's magical powers is indeed extraordinary. We have no way to confirm whether we have killed this demon or not. Moreover, we searched everywhere afterwards, but did not find the original soul of this demon. It is estimated that the possibility of this demon escaping is still very high, although this demon's cultivation and magical powers are not as good as those of the old blood demon. He is also a demon cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. He must have many means to save his life." Since fellow Taoist Fu and his companions did not find the original soul of the demon cultivator, it is likely that he has escaped. There is no one guarding this place, and I am afraid that the demon will most likely come again in the future. Senior brother, what do you think we should do? Since that's the case, let's first arrange for nearby sects to send out cultivators to patrol this place in turns at regular intervals. Tell them that if they find anything unusual, they must report it to the sect immediately to avoid being exploited by the demon. After this monster riot, we will go to the Donghuang Kingdom's Xiuxin realm again and ask someone to think of a way to see if this array can be completely sealed up. Then let's do as Dao Ayao Zhao said. Dao Ayao is right. If you need us, we will send you. Hearing Zhao Wuling's solution, Fu Yongui and others nodded in a hurry and agreed to it. Although this break-the-realm teleportation array found by the demon cultivator is located in the Fantasy Sea Desert to the west of the floating cloud mountains, if it is really used by the mysterious demon cultivator and provokes the real demons from the upper realm, I'm afraid that the entire floating cloud mountains Xiuxin realm will be unable to avoid this catastrophe. Faced with this huge crisis that will threaten the life and death of the creatures of the entire interface, even if everyone is unwilling in their hearts, they dare not shirk responsibility at this time. After talking to everyone about this, Zhao Wuling led everyone to leave the underground secret room, and then everyone set off to the east and left the Fantasy Sea Desert, in a mountain east of the Fantasy Sea Desert. In a cave on the top of the mountain, a man in black was meditating in the cave. Not long after, a red light suddenly flashed on the man in black, and then his whole face changed, and he began to tremble as he sat there. "Ah, spare my life." After a long time, the man in black slowly stopped making sounds, opened his eyes and revealed a pair of strange eyes. "Fortunately, I left a soul here in advance, otherwise I would have been completely killed by them today. But after this disaster, I don't know when I can recover my cultivation. I'm afraid I will have no chance to seek revenge on them in this life." After the man in black muttered to himself, he recalled the figures of a group of cultivators in his mind, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes again. After sitting there for a while, the man in black stood up and checked around himself and the cave. After finding nothing wrong, he tidied his clothes a little, stood up and walked out of his cave with a calm face. However, not long after the man in black walked out of his cave, a beam of light suddenly flew over from a distance, landed in front of him and turned into a middle-aged man in a green robe. Seeing the man in black coming out of the cave, the man in green robe was slightly surprised and asked quickly, "Ziyu, you just came out of seclusion not long ago? Why did you suddenly come out? Did you encounter any difficulties?" Hearing the concern of the man in green robe, the man in black was stunned for a moment, and immediately bowed to him somewhat unnaturally. "Master, I did encounter some problems during this retreat. I was just about to ask you, but I didn't expect to meet you here." "Oh? There is nothing that can't be said between you and me. Just ask here." Seeing that the green-robed man agreed, the black-clothed man suddenly showed a trace of joy on his face and asked him a few questions. In response, the green-robed man also answered questions and patiently cleared up his doubts. "Thank you, Master, for clearing up your doubts. This time, I have benefited a lot. I will be able to successfully break through the realm in the future. I still have to prepare for retreat, so I won't bother you anymore. Well, go." Now that the ancestor has not come back, in order to prevent someone from leaking the news, we should try not to go out. After a while, the black-clothed man bowed respectfully, then said goodbye to the green-robed man, and turned back to the cave where he had been in retreat at the beginning. When the black-clothed man disappeared from his sight, the green-robed man, who had originally looked very kind, suddenly flashed a cold look in his eyes. This guy has been in seclusion for such a short time, How come he's a little confused? He can remember the things he asked me before, but he can't remember them correctly. Could he really be? The green-robed man hadn't finished speaking when his expression changed again, and suddenly he had a strange smile. 1 month later, west of the Fantasy Sea Desert, in the Liangzhou territory of the eastern Phoenix country's Yuxin realm. Located in the north of Liangzhou, in the backyard of a Taoist temple built on the top of a high mountain. At this time, a white-haired old Taoist was seriously sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground with a green bamboo broom. Suddenly, a breeze blew in the distance, and the fallen leaves on the ground kept flying, blowing the ground that the old man had just swept into a mess. Looking at the ground he had just swept, the white-haired old Taoist showed a helpless smile at the corner of his mouth, and turned around and walked back. Just as the white-haired old Taoist was waving the green bamboo broom in his hand again, the chirping sounds of several flying birds suddenly came from above his head not far away. The old Taoist with white hair suddenly looked up at the top of his head after hearing the birds' calls. His eyes, which were originally very kind, suddenly became extremely sharp, and he shot several sword beams in front of his head like flying swords. At this time, the birds on the tree seemed to suddenly feel a hint of danger and flew away from their original places. After a while, the area around the Taoist temple gradually became quiet. The old Taoist with white hair smiled with satisfaction, and turned around to clean up the fallen leaves on the ground. But what surprised him was that, at some point, a man in black clothes and a bamboo hat appeared in the courtyard, standing not far in front of him and staring at him closely. Seeing this man, the old Taoist with white hair was slightly surprised, but he did not stop sweeping the floor. The black shadow in the bamboo hat stood quietly in place and looked at the other party, like a stone sculpture that suddenly appeared. It was not until half a quarter of an hour later, when the white-haired Taoist priest had swept away all the fallen leaves on the ground, that he put away the green bamboo broom in his hand and placed it in the corner. "Why don't you stay in the east? Why do you suddenly have time to come to my place?" Hearing the white-haired Taoist priest's question, the black shadow in the bamboo hat, who had been standing there motionless for a long time, slowly moved his body and responded to him. "Something happened over there. The world-breaking teleportation array was found by the monks of the Unyielding sect. Oh. I told you a long time ago that the teleportation array could not be used, but you just didn't believe it. You should give up this time." Hearing the words from the black shadow in the bamboo hat, the white-haired Taoist priest sighed slightly. After that, he took the other party to a small wooden house not far behind him. "I also know that this method is unlikely to succeed, but we don't have many options right now, so we can only take a risk and give it a try. In fact, I have almost repaired the teleportation array, but I am still short of a few materials before I can try to operate the array to communicate. Unfortunately, this time I originally wanted to capture a few nascent soul cultivators in advance to use as sacrifices to activate the array. As a result, something went wrong, and one of them figured it out, and even the Holy Star Disk was lost there." "You even lost the Holy Star Disk? Haha, it's quite strange that you were figured out by someone. The floating cloud mountains are such a barren place for cultivating immortals, and there are only a few who can cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Who on earth could make you suffer such a big loss? Could it be Zhao Wuling from the Unyielding sect?" Hearing the doubts from the white-haired old Taoist, the black shadow in the bamboo hat following behind him shook his head slightly and said, "It's not him, but a somewhat unfamiliar nascent soul cultivator. I don't know his name either. I just heard that his surname seems to be Song. This person's cultivation is not high, and it seems that he has just broken through the nascent soul realm. It's a pity that I have been busy repairing the formation these years, and my own cultivation has been somewhat neglected. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to fall into the opponent's calculation because of underestimating the enemy." "You said his surname is Song? How come it is the same as what she said at that time?" "It's a bit coincidental." When the other party mentioned the other party's surname, the white-haired old Taoist suddenly seemed to remember something and muttered softly. Seeing this, a trace of doubt appeared on the face of the black shadow in the bamboo hat, and he couldn't help asking him, "What coincidence did you say?" "Oh, last time I heard them tell me about someone who was also surnamed Song, so I thought it was a bit coincidental." "Well, if you have anything to say, wait until you see them and ask slowly. I'll take you there first. You'd better think about how to explain to them about the loss of the Holy Star Plate later." After the white-haired old Taoist finished speaking, he gently pushed open the wooden door in front of him and walked directly into the wooden house in front of him. After the two of them went in, They looked up. From the outside, it looked like a small, inconspicuous wooden house that was only 2 or 3 feet long and wide. Unexpectedly, the space inside was extremely vast, like a huge palace. In the middle of the hall, there was a high platform with a very tall teleportation array on it. After walking into the array with a black shadow in the bamboo hat behind him, the white-haired Taoist took out a black token from his body and cast a spell directly into the air. As a dazzling aura appeared on the black token, the white-haired Taoist and the black shadow in the bamboo hat quickly disappeared from the spot. Floating Cloud Mountain Range Xiuxin Realm, Uyghur Xiaoyao Sect. On this day, 2 escape lights suddenly flew from the west of Qingming Mountain and landed outside the mountain protection array. Looking at the familiar scenery in front of him, Yuxin, who had been away from the sect for some time, couldn't help showing a bit of joy on his face. Junior brother Song, we finally came back safely. Yes. When I went out this time, I thought I would not come back so soon. Thanks to the blessing of the ancestor of the sect, we were able to come back so smoothly. After leaving the illusionary sea desert, Song Qingming and Yuxin only stayed in the Wanling sect of Qin state for 2 days to avoid Li Mufang and others worrying, and then returned directly to Wei state. The 2 of them went to eliminate the demon cultivators one after another as agreed. Although the process was a bit bumpy, the 2 of them returned safely and successfully solved the hidden danger of the blood demon ancestor. Song Qingming was also very happy at the moment. After saying that, Song Qingming took out a storage bag full of spirit stones from his body and sent it to Yuxin. Senior sister Bai, the spiritual objects that Taoist Wen gave us have all been converted into spiritual stones. This is your share. I left in a hurry before, and I am afraid that Xian and the others at home will worry. I will not accompany you back now. I will come to Qingming Mountain to drink tea with you in a few days. Junior brother Song, it is thanks to you that I was able to escape this time. How can you still take these spiritual stones? Put them away first. Seeing Song Qingming suddenly take out the spiritual stones, Yuxin waved her hands at him and refused to accept them. Seeing Yuxin's serious look and refusing to accept the spiritual stones, Song Qingming could only nod to her helplessly. Take care, then, senior sister. I'll go back first. Seeing Song Qingming's figure turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot, Yuxin, who was standing on the spot, smiled slightly. After a while, he turned around and entered the mountain protection formation. Chapter 885, The road is difficult to pass, double happiness comes. In the Huxin Pavilion on the top of Funiu Mountain in Qing County, Wang Xian, dressed in white, was holding a scroll of the Tea Classic in her hand, reading it carefully. After reading the secrets in the Tea Classic carefully, Wang Xian put away the scroll in her hand, raised her jade hand gently, and the teapot in front of her immediately flew from the table to her front. The next moment, Wang Xian pinched 2 fingers with one hand, and a ball of red flame instantly appeared in her hand, and then under her control, it turned directly into a fire dragon and wrapped around the teapot. The water boiled, the tea fell, and a fragrance instantly overflowed from the teapot. Not long after, Wang Xian had a cup of fragrant spiritual tea in her hand. After taking a sip, Wang Xian's face was silent for a moment, and then she shook her head gently, as if she was not very satisfied with the taste of the spiritual tea she had just brewed. Just as Wang Xian raised her hand and wanted to try to brew spiritual tea again, a spiritual light wave suddenly came from below the Huxin Pavilion. The next moment, a voice transmission came to Wang Xian. Looking at the sound transmission talisman in front of him, Wang Xian sighed slightly and hurriedly took the talisman in his hand. Half a quarter of an hour later, Song Yuanhao brought a middle-aged man to Wang Xian. Although the middle-aged man was very well-groomed, the obvious extra white hair on his forehead could no longer be concealed, revealing some vicissitudes of life on his body. The middle-aged man who followed Song Yuanhao was the current patriarch of the Wang family in Qi Mountain, Qing County, Wang Meng. Wang Meng was a cultivator of the same generation as Song Yuanli, much older than Song Yuanhao, and now his lifespan is nearly 200 years old. This is already considered a relatively old age among the foundation-building cultivators. If he cannot form a golden elixir, Wang Meng will only have a few decades left. As soon as he saw Wang Xian sitting quietly in front of him, the middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward and knelt on the ground, bowing to her with a respectful face. "Mengda, meet my great-aunt." Upon seeing this, Wang Xian waved to him, motioning Wang Meng to stand up first. then turned to Song Yuanhao and said, Yuanhao, I'm going to talk to Mengda here, nothing else, you go and get busy first. After Song Yuanhao left, Wang Xian turned to Wang Mengda and asked softly, as the head of your clan, why don't you stay at home to practice well? Why did you think of coming to Funiu today, haha? Please don't blame me, old ancestor. When my 19th uncle was still alive, he often taught me not to forget the kindness of my great-aunt to the family. Before he left, he specifically told me to come to Funiu more often when I have time. Mengd came here this time to bring you some specialties of our Qi Mountain. After Wang Mengd finished speaking, he took out 7 or 8 spiritual objects that had been prepared long ago and carefully presented them to Wang Xian. Oh. You have sent many things to Funiu Mountain over the years. Why did you bother to come here in person this time? You are thoughtful. Ever since Wang Xian successfully built her foundation outside, the Wang family of Qi Mountain regretted the marriage and wanted to ease the relationship with Wang Xian. Especially after Wang Sibo, the former head of the Wang family, came to power, the Wang family of Qi Mountain sent people to Funiu Mountain every year to send Wang Xian some of her favorite special spiritual objects. However, in the past, it was basically other cultivators of the Wang family who sent these things, but this time it was the head of the Wang family, Wang Mengd, who came in person, which made Wang Xian's face slightly more surprised. Seeing the many spiritual objects that Wang Mengd took out, Wang Xian nodded slightly and was about to put them all away. But when her eyes swept over one of the spiritual objects again, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in her eyes. She couldn't help but put down her hand that had just been raised and looked at Wang Mengd again. Where did you get this thing? Did you send it to the wrong place? Seeing the direction in which Wang Xian was pointing, a fiery red third-level spiritual medicine was emitting bursts of spiritual light. Wang Mengd hurriedly stepped forward to explain to Wang Xian, Grand Aunt, you misunderstood. This spiritual medicine and other things are actually produced in our Qi Mountain. I didn't get them from outside. The family doesn't have a high-level alchemist now. I'm afraid that if this spiritual medicine is left on the mountain after it matures, it will attract the covetousness of bad people. Today I might as well present them all to your great aunt. I don't lack this third-level spiritual medicine. Why give it to me? If you have this spiritual medicine, you can directly present it to the Xiaoao sect. Maybe you can exchange it for a jade dust pill. There's no need to waste it on me. Do you have anything else to ask me for today? Just say it quickly, don't beat around the bush. Seeing Wang Xian staring at him with a puzzled look on her face, Wang Mengd thought for a moment, and suddenly stepped forward and knelt on the ground. Grandma, besides visiting you, I also want to ask for something from you. I hope you can help me. Okay. If you have anything to say, please stand up and say it. Over the years, I have helped you a lot. Are you afraid that I won't listen to you? When you wanted to marry Xiaoning, I risked my old face to speak for you. Recently, I have taken care of you a lot of elixirs and spiritual objects. Now Qing County is peaceful, and Qi Mountain is much better than before. I really don't know what you are not satisfied with. Since Song Qingming broke through the Jiandan and the Song family became a Jiandan family, the major immortal cultivation families in Qing County have been following the Song family and have been living a good life. Except for a few immortal cultivation families like the Lu family in Qingming Mountain, which declined and died due to the interruption of foundation building cultivators. Others like the Wang family in Qi Mountain, the Gao family in Lotus Mountain, and the Li family in Qilin Mountain have all achieved certain development and are much stronger than they were 200 years ago. Wang Meng's Wang family in Qi Mountain now has 7 foundation building monks, and the number of Qi refining monks has increased by several times compared to the past. Their strength has far surpassed that of Wang Shengxin's era. Of course, Wang Xian, the ancestor of Funiu, is also indispensable, secretly caring for her former natal family. However, although Wang Xian still has some old feelings in her heart, she still keeps a distance from the Wang family. Except for Wang Mengd, the head of the Wang family, other Wang family monks rarely have the opportunity to meet her. How dare Mengd forget the kindness that my aunt has shown me? If you hadn't helped me, Xiaoning and I would never have been together. If I hadn't had to, I wouldn't have dared to come to my aunt's house today to disturb her. Now that the monsters are about to start a riot, I would like to ask my aunt to give me an external pill to help me break through the Golden Pill Avenue one last time, so that I can help protect the family in the future. Seeing that Wang Xian was not very happy when she heard what he asked, Wang Meng didn't dare to say much and immediately told her the purpose of his visit. Hearing this, Wang Xian's face was surprised, and she couldn't help but look at Wang Meng with some seriousness. External pill? You want to go the way of fake pills? Although Wang Meng is also a double spiritual root cultivator, his cultivation talent is not much worse than Wang Shengxin's back then, and he has cultivated to the 9th level of foundation building early. But as a cultivator of a foundation building family, Wang Meng can't rely on his elders to easily collect better 5-element pill spiritual objects like Song Yuan Heo and others. He could only use the inferior spiritual object Jade Dust Pill to impact the Golden Core Realm, just like his family's ancestors did. As a result, Wang Meng, like Wang Shengxin, although he impacted the Golden Core Realm twice, failed without exception and failed to successfully form a pill. Now Wang Meng is nearly 200 years old. Although there is still a possibility of forming a pill in theory, Wang Meng already knows in his heart that it is difficult for him to form a pill normally in this life. Therefore, he had an idea in his mind, wanting to use the inner pill of the monster beast to impact the Golden Core Realm and become a fake pill cultivator, just like Zhang Rong of Camel Cloud Mountain back then. After the Battle of White Dragon Valley a few years ago, Song Qingming got several inner pills of the Monster Kings because he killed several Monster Kings. 2 of them were given to Wang Xian, so that she could use them for alchemy in the future. I don't know where Wang Meng got the news, so he directly brought the spiritual objects to Wang Xian, wanting to exchange a Monster King inner pill from her. After knowing what Wang Meng wanted, Wang Xian paced for a long time before turning around and slowly asking him, "Fake elixir is not the real golden elixir path. You have been practicing for so many years. I think you should know this even if I don't say it. Whether it can be successful or not, if you take this path, there will be no other way out in the future. Although you don't have much time left to live, it doesn't mean that there is no hope at all for forming an elixir. Are you really determined to take this path?" Facing Wang Xian's serious question, Wang Meng answered with a firm look, "Grandma, the nephew you mentioned has already thought about it. I know that the way of fake elixir is not so easy to follow. But for someone like me who has no hope of forming an elixir, this may be the last way I can choose. Before coming here, I had already visited Senior Son in Funiu Mountain and learned some things about forming an elixir from him. I am still somewhat confident about it. At home, Zhuning and I have also discussed it, and the other elders of the family have no objection to it, so, you are ready. This is the spiritual stone that the family uses to exchange for external elixir. I hope that Grandma can help my nephew. We will find a way to slowly make up for the remaining shortage in the future." After Wang Meng finished speaking, he took out a storage bag full of spiritual stones from his body and sent it to Wang Xian. There were more than 20,000 pieces. Looking at Wang Meng, whose eyes were already very determined, Wang Xian sighed slightly, and nodded slightly after thinking for a moment. "This is your own business after all. Since you have made up your mind, I will not stop you. I can help you refine the external pill directly. It won't take much time. You can take back the spiritual stone first. When the pill is refined, I will send someone to inform you. You can bring the spiritual stone to get it. If you change your mind, don't worry about it. Just let me know at any time." "Thank you, great aunt." Hearing that Wang Xian agreed to his request, Wang Meng's face suddenly lit up, and he quickly knelt on the ground to thank her again. After seeing Wang Meng off, Wang Xian put away the tea set on the table and walked out of the Huxin Pavilion, wanting to go to the family's alchemy pavilion at the foot of the mountain. But just halfway through, Wang Xian suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy not far from the top of the mountain. When she looked up, she couldn't help but flash a look of surprise. When Wang Xian flew to the top of the mountain, she saw a figure in green clothes who had already arrived here in advance, staring at the colorful clouds in the sky not far away. "Qingming, why are you here? I thought you had a breakthrough. Since the Battle of White Dragon Valley a few years ago, Song Qingming has been practicing in seclusion in the family for these years, and has hardly left the cave." Seeing the sudden appearance of the heaven and earth phenomenon on the top of the mountain, Wang Xian thought that Song Qingming was trying to break through the bottleneck of her cultivation, but she didn't expect to see her outside the cave. Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately shook her head and said, "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. My cultivation has not yet reached a bottleneck, so how can I break through so quickly? It's not me who is breaking through the realm this time, but Senior Sister Li." It turned out to be Senior Sister Li, Turning her eyes to the cave below the heaven and earth phenomenon, Wang Xian immediately reacted and nodded to Song Qingyu beside her with a smile. I didn't expect that senior sister Li would advance to the 9th level of the golden core so soon. It seems that she, like my husband, will definitely have the hope of advancing to the nascent soul stage in the future. Senior sister Li's cultivation method is the same as that of my 7th brother, which is inherited from the ancient great sect. It is reasonable that she can cultivate so fast. However, the path to the nascent soul stage still depends on personal luck. My 7th brother was able to successfully form a nascent soul because of his luck. It is hard to say who among us will be able to reach this step in the future. Even though senior sister Li's cultivation is one step faster than ours, maybe my sister-in-law will be able to surpass senior sister when the opportunity comes in the future. Haha. Qingming, you are really good at talking now. Your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. However, I am not a 3-year-old child. I really believe that I can form a nascent soul in the future after hearing these 2 sentences from you. You also know that breaking through the nascent soul depends on personal opportunity. In this regard, I am far inferior to you and senior sister Li. Now I still think about how to break through the late Jinden stage. As for the future nascent soul realm, we will talk about it when we have the chance. Since breaking through the 6th level of the Jinden, Wang Xian has faced the bottleneck of the late Jinden stage in recent years. She has tried several times but failed. She also realized the difficulty of her cultivation realm. Since building the foundation, Wang Xian has been able to practice all the way to the present. In fact, it is more because of the sufficient resources. She also knows that her own talent is not as good as Song Qingming and others. At this moment, hearing Song Qingyu's flattery, Wang Xian smiled and shook her head helplessly. Hearing this, Song Qingyu wanted to continue to respond. But at this moment, Song Qingyu suddenly turned his head and saw a beam of light coming quickly towards the location of Funiu Mountain in his sight. Hey! Who is coming? Hearing the doubt in Song Qingyu's mouth, Wang Xian looked over quickly. Seeing that the person seemed to have a high level of cultivation, she also showed some doubt on her face. Now is the critical moment for senior sister Li Zuanai to break through the realm. At this time, a master happened to come to Funiu Mountain, and Wang Xian and the others naturally became a little nervous. Qingyu, you stay here to protect senior sister Li. I will go out to see the situation. If there is anything wrong, quickly notify Yuan Hao and others to activate the mountain protection formation, and do not let anyone disturb senior sister Li's retreat and breakthrough. After telling Song Qingyu, Wang Xian hurriedly flew out of the formation, took out the magic weapon on her body, and took the initiative to block the front of the beam of light. Just as Wang Xian was staring at the distance with a nervous face, a voice transmission had already flown out of the beam of light. Soon, the green light arrived not far in front of Wang Xian and transformed into a person that she was very familiar with. Husband. It turns out that you are back. When Wang Xian confirmed that the person who came was Song Qingming who had left not long ago, a trace of joy suddenly appeared on her face. She took the initiative to put away the magic weapon beside her and quickly moved towards him. Seeing that Wang Xian was so nervous just now when she saw him, Song Qingming nodded slightly, and then asked with some doubts, Xian, did something happen at home? Husband, it's really a coincidence that you came back. Just now, someone on the mountain broke through the realm. Seeing you just come back, Qingyu and I were afraid that someone would come to make trouble at this time. Oh. This is really a happy event. I wonder whose cultivation has improved again. Husband, come with me and you will know. Wang Xian smiled mysteriously, and soon led Song Qingming through the mountain protection formation and returned to the top of Funiu Mountain together. 7th brother. Why is it you? Last time I heard you say you were going to Qin State, I thought it would take a long time for you to come back. Seeing that it was his 7th brother Song Qingming who came outside, Song Qingyu's originally nervous expression immediately relaxed, and he hurriedly took the initiative to step forward and greet Song Qingming. After standing there and talking for a while, Song Qingming and the other two returned to the cave where senior sister Li Zuanai was in seclusion. Knowing that senior sister Li Zuanai was breaking through the realm, Song Qingming, who had just rushed back, was also a little happy for her. After the three of them waited in place for half a day, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the sky slowly dissipated. Not long after, Li Zuanai, dressed in white, appeared at the door of the cave. Looking at Li Zuanai in front of him, his cultivation had obviously changed compared to before the seclusion. Song Qingming and Song Qingyu and others beside him hurriedly smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Congratulations to senior sister Li for her progress. Hearing the congratulations from Song Qingming and the other two, Li Zuanai's face was immediately filled with smiles, and she quickly bowed and saluted them. Thank you, junior brother Song, Qingyu, and Xian. It's not easy to find a quiet place to practice when you're away from home. I was able to break through so smoothly this time, thanks to your care. Everyone, please accept Zuanai's salute. Seeing senior sister Li Zuanai bowing to him with gratitude, Song Qingming quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to help her up. Senior sister, you are too polite. Senior sister Li, you are a great benefactor of our Song family. If you are so polite, you are treating us as outsiders. It is a rare occasion that my seventh brother comes back today, and I also meet my senior sister who has broken through the realm. It is really a double happiness. I think, why don't we go to Huxin Pavilion to celebrate first, and then we can chat slowly. Hearing Song Qingyu's suggestion, Wang Xian also nodded with a smile and said, yes. Qingyu is right, it is time to celebrate. Everyone, please move to Huxin Pavilion first. I will ask Yuan Feng and others to prepare a banquet and send it over in a while. After speaking, Wang Xian smiled and left first and walked down the mountain. Song Qingyu and Song Qingming took the initiative to invite them, and soon brought their senior sister Li Zuanai to the third floor of Huxin Pavilion. Since Song Qingming formed an infant, the few of them have needed to practice in seclusion for a long time, and they are often in their own caves. It is rare for them to have a chance to get together. This time they all happened to have some free time, so they naturally did not miss this opportunity. They raised their glasses to drink and tasted the delicious spiritual food cooked by Wang Xian herself. During this time, Song Qingming also briefly informed Song Qingyu and the others about his trip to the state of Qin. Just to prevent them from worrying, Song Qingming did not make the process sound too dangerous. Hearing that Song Qingming and his team had killed the blood demon ancestor this time, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian were very happy and could not help but raise their glasses to celebrate. Before, because Song Qingming accidentally provoked the blood demon ancestor, Song Qingyu and the others had always been a little uneasy. Including the last time the demon cultivators attacked, they were even more worried about it, fearing that the blood demon ancestor would come to their door at any time. This time, seeing that Song Qingming and his team had finally solved the disaster, the two of them finally let go of their worries. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Zuanai suddenly raised his glass to Song Qingming and the other two. Junior brother Song, after I break through this realm, I plan to go out and travel. I may have to leave soon. Today I will take this opportunity to say goodbye to you first. Otherwise, you will all be in seclusion and I won't be able to say goodbye in person. Oh, senior sister wants to go out for a walk, that's fine. I wonder where you want to go, and when will you come back, senior sister Li? Hearing that senior sister Li Zuanai was going out for a walk, Song Qingming didn't think much about it, and nodded to her with a smile. Hearing this, Li Zuanai shook her head and replied, I want to go to Liuanxi for a walk, and it will probably take a long time to come back. Junior brother Song, don't worry, I will be careful and try to come back as soon as possible. It is estimated that more than 10 years should be enough. When the monsters are in turmoil, I should be able to come back to help you. Well, then congratulations to senior sister Li, come back soon. Now that Song Qingming's cultivation has advanced to the nascent soul realm, the situation in Uyghur is no longer the same as before, and Song Qingming and others are not so worried about the monster turmoil that occurs once every 100 years. Song Qingming didn't care whether Li Zuanai could come back to help. In fact, he was more worried about the safety of his senior sister Li Zuanai. The 4 of them drank wine and chatted all night until dawn, when Li Zuanai said goodbye and left, returning to the cave to stabilize her cultivation. Song Qingming also returned to his own cave, closed the door, took out a storage bag, and poured out a bunch of spiritual objects and materials inside. Chapter 886, Inventory of Spiritual Objects, 10 Years of Seclusion. In just a moment, the stone table in Song Qingming's cave was filled with spiritual stones and various high-level materials that glowed with spiritual light. These spiritual stones and high-level materials were all spoils of war that Song Qingming obtained when he went to the Fantasy Sea Desert to rescue Bai Yuxin. Some of the high-level materials were obtained from the mysterious Forbidden System, and some were obtained from the storage magic tools on the Blood Demon Ancestor after they surrounded and killed him. Unlike the demon cultivators that Song Qingming had killed in the past, the spoils seized from the blood demon ancestor this time were extremely rich. When they just opened the storage magic tools on the blood demon ancestor, they saw that it was full of more than 100,000 spiritual stones, as well as various high-level materials and magic weapons. Not only Song Qingming, but also Bai Yuxin, Zhang Zidong and others did not expect to be able to seize so many spiritual objects from the blood demon ancestor at one time. Later, after everyone sorted and appraised, each of the nascent soul cultivators who participated in the war basically received spiritual stones and spiritual objects worth tens of thousands of yuan. Song Qingming, who had the greatest contribution in rescuing Bai Yuxin and the other two, received more than 90,000 spiritual stones. Later, Bai Yuxin gave his share to Song Qingming, allowing him to bring back a total of 150,000 spiritual stones and spiritual objects from this trip to Qin State. In addition, Song Qingming had previously obtained a high-level magic weapon and some materials from the Forbidden Formation, so the total value of the spiritual objects in front of him should be around 200,000 spiritual stones. This trip only took a few months, and he got spiritual objects worth 200,000 spiritual stones. For Song Qingming, this trip was a great harvest. Just as Song Qingming was sorting out the spiritual stones and spiritual objects in front of him, the ice and fire dragon, who was practicing in the cave, seemed to feel something strange and quietly rushed out from the stone chamber behind Song Qingming. Seeing the many glittering spiritual objects and spiritual stones in front of Song Qingming, the ice and fire dragon suddenly flashed with surprise in his eyes, and he quickly approached Song Qingming with joy. "Master, you are finally back. Wow! So many spiritual stones, the master has made a fortune again this time." Seeing the ice and fire dragon rushing forward with excitement, his eyes fixed on the various spiritual stones piled up in front of him, Song Qingming took out an ordinary cloth bag and put dozens of medium-grade spiritual stones in it, and threw it directly to the other party. "Take these spiritual stones and put them in the back first. If Jin Feng and the others still need spiritual stones for your cultivation in the future, you can use them directly. Remember to save them and tell me when you are out of them." "Well, thank you, Master. Xiao Jin will definitely work hard to cultivate." Seeing the thousands of spiritual stones thrown by Song Qingming, the ice and fire dragon hurriedly nodded to thank him, and then returned to his own cultivation cave with his spiritual stones with a happy face. Seeing that the spiritual stones on the table had just been taken out, and a bunch of them were taken away before he had even finished counting them, Song Qingming also showed a helpless smile on his face. In order to break through the nascent soul realm, Song Qingming spent almost all of his valuable spiritual stones and spiritual objects on the nascent soul realm, in addition to his magic weapons. For this reason, Song Qingming also owed his senior sister Li Zuanai a 4th level spiritual medicine because he asked someone to protect him, and he has not paid it back yet. Although after the nascent soul realm, he joined the sect, and the Xiaoyao sect now pays thousands of spiritual stones every year to subsidize Song Qingming's practice. But for Song Qingming now, these spiritual stones subsidized by the sect can only barely maintain his own practice, and there is not much surplus. In addition, Golden Wind, Silver Armor and Ice and Fire Dragon, Golden Illusion Butterfly, these puppets and spiritual beasts that have followed Song Qingming for many years. Every year, he has to consume a lot of spiritual stones in his practice. In addition, he also needs to collect high-level materials to learn puppet skills, which requires a huge investment. If it weren't for the fact that he received a large amount of spiritual objects from the nascent soul celebration, and that he could make some high-level spiritual talismans to sell in the market over the years, Song Qingming would have been penniless now. After reaching the nascent soul realm, Song Qingming needed to improve in many areas besides daily practice. For this reason, Song Qingming also felt that his demand for spiritual stones was increasing, and he needed to think of other ways to earn spiritual stones in the future. After the ice and fire dragon left, Song Qingming sorted out the spiritual stones and materials in front of him, and put them back into his storage bag. In the end, Song Qingming's eyes were on a red jade plate again, and he cast a spell to take it in his hand. After carefully observing the red jade plate in his hand, Song Qingming's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then cast a spell to cover the magic weapon. As Song Qingming's magic power quickly poured into his hands, a red spiritual light suddenly appeared above the red jade plate. Then, under Song Qingming's control, this magic weapon propped up a red light shield in front of him. "Hey! It's not contaminated by the devil's energy," This red jade plate magic weapon was found by Song Qingming when he and Wang Yan destroyed the Break the World teleportation array. When he saw that this object was used as the array by the mysterious demon cultivator, Song Qingming felt that its origin was somewhat extraordinary, so he brought this red jade plate back. At first, Song Qingming thought that this magic weapon was a 4th level magic weapon contaminated by the devil's energy. Therefore, after obtaining it, he did not study it too carefully. It was not until now that he took it out from his body again and examined it carefully that he found that this magic weapon was not contaminated by the devil's energy as he thought, and it could be directly controlled by it. However, Song Qingming is not very familiar with this red jade plate magic weapon now. After trying it, he found that he didn't know the other functions of this magic weapon, except that he could control it to release a shield. In the end, he could only temporarily put it back into his storage magic weapon. In any case, the grade of this red jade plate is at least level 4, and its defensive ability is still good. When used at a critical moment, it should not be much worse than the general level 4 low-grade defensive magic weapon. Seeing that he had gained another seemingly good defensive magic weapon in this moment, Song Qingming was very happy. After packing up all the spiritual objects around him, he got up and went to the retreat cave next to him, took out more than a dozen spiritual stones and started his daily practice. 2 months later, after senior sister Li Zuanyi stabilized her own cultivation, she came out of the retreat cave again. This time, after Li Zuanyi came out of retreat, she did not tell others and went directly to the outside of Song Qingming's cave to say goodbye to her. Originally, Song Qingming wanted to keep her on the mountain for a few more days to practice for her. But senior sister Li Zuanyi had already made up her mind to travel and didn't want to stay on Funiu Mountain for a long time, so she directly rejected Song Qingming's kindness. Seeing this, Song Qingming didn't say much, but took out several 3rd-level spiritual talismans that he had prepared long ago and gave them to senior sister Li Zuanyi for self-defense. After all, the place where Li Zuanyi was going this time was in the Liyuan Hexiuxin realm, far away from Dongherong Xian's Hao. If there was really something, Song Qingming would not have the opportunity to help her hundreds of thousands of miles away, so he could only try his best to give her some spiritual objects for self-defense. But now Song Qingming's wealth is average, and he has nothing else to give except these 3rd-level spiritual talismans that he can refine. Li Zuanyi said a few polite words to Song Qingming's kindness but did not refuse it, and still collected all the high-level spiritual talismans he gave her. After saying goodbye to Song Qingming, Li Zuanyi boarded the flying boat alone and headed east, and soon left Qing County. After seeing off his senior sister Li Zuanyi, Song Qingming, who had nothing to do, went into seclusion again. Time passed, and soon 10 years passed in a flash. One day, a swordlight flew from the south of Funiu Mountain. As the swordlight fell, a yellow-clothed woman quickly fell from the sky and stopped outside the Song family's mountain gate. Before the woman came forward, several Qi Refining monks wearing Song family clothes at the mountain gate took the initiative to greet her and bowed. Junior Song Silian, meet the senior. I wonder what the senior is doing in my Funition. Hearing the question from the Song family monk in front of her, the yellow-clothed woman smiled slightly, took out a silver token from her body and handed it over. This is the family elder token. May I ask where did you get it from? Now in the Song family, only monks who have established their foundation or above can have the opportunity to serve as family elders and receive the family elder token given by the patriarch. Seeing the yellow-clothed woman in front of him, who looked a little strange, handing over a silver token, which was only the elders of his family who were qualified to wear it. Song Silian and his 2 companions behind him were immediately surprised, thinking that the other party had obtained it from the elder of the family, and hurriedly asked anxiously. However, in response to the questions of several people, the yellow-clothed woman smiled and shook her head and said, "You misunderstood, this token was given by the ancestor of the mountain himself, not from other places. I am also a guest elder of the family." After hearing the explanation of the yellow-clothed woman, Song Silian thought for a moment, and suddenly a trace of surprise flashed in his mind. He hurriedly bowed his hands and responded respectfully, "Oh. It turned out to be you, Silian meets Elder Linxi. We were a little rude just now, and I hope the elder will not blame me." "No problem. I have something to do on the mountain today, you can take me in first." Seeing that several people had confirmed her identity, the yellow-clothed woman nodded with a smile, and then followed Song Silian through the Funiu Mountain mountain protection formation. After the woman in yellow went up the mountain, A young woman of 15 or 16 years old who was standing behind Song Silian looked at her disappearing figure and asked the elder in front of her with some curiosity, "Hey, Uncle 16. I remember that this senior is not among the guest elders of the family. Who is she?" Faced with the confusion of the younger generation beside him, Song Silian paused for a moment before explaining softly, "Senior Linxi is actually also the blood of our Song family, and the patriarch once explained in the clan that she was specially allowed to serve as a guest elder of the family. It's just that Elder Linxi grew up in Qi Mountain since she was a child, and has already joined the sect and rarely comes back. Don't say you don't know her. If she hadn't taken out the elder token just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't remember it." "Oh. It turns out that she is from the small sect of Qi Mountain. Why have I never heard of this name?" Half an hour later, in the meeting hall of the Song family, Song Linxi, under the guidance of a Song family cultivator, had just walked into the hall when he saw two people sitting at the top of the hall. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Linxi, meet the two ancestors." "Oh. It's Linxi. I've sent a message to my great aunt. She should be down soon. Come and sit down first." Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanhao, who were sitting and chatting, saw Song Linxi coming up, and hurriedly stood up and waved to him, calling Song Linxi over. Song Linxi had just sat down when another figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall and walked in quickly. Seeing this, the three of them hurriedly stood up and bowed at the same time. "Greetings, ancestors. No need to be polite. Sit down and talk first." After waving to the three people, Song Qingming went directly to the top of the hall and found a chair to sit down, and then glanced at Song Yuanfang and the others below. After a while, Song Qingming's gaze stayed on Song Linxi, who was standing aside, and he asked softly, "Linxi, do you know the purpose of the family calling you back this time?" Reporting to the ancestor, Linxi just came out of retreat, and received a message from the family and rushed here in a hurry, and didn't know about it. Song Qingming heard it, his face calm, and said, "Your cultivation has now reached the 9th level of foundation building, and you will soon face the formation of a pill. I have already sent a letter to say hello to senior sister Su, asking you to move to Funiu Mountain first to practice with me, and then return to the sect after avoiding the limelight." These are the things that 7th brother explained before he retreated. You should understand what he meant. Linxi naturally understands the good intentions of the patriarch, but if I just stay in Funiu Mountain like this, will other people in the sect gossip about the family? After all, Linxi is a disciple of the sect. Now that the sect is in trouble, how can I come to Funiu Mountain alone to avoid a disaster? I hope the ancestor can take back the order. After speaking, Song Linxi took the initiative to stand up and bowed to Song Qingming, who was in the upper position. 100 years had passed in a flash, and now it was almost time for the northern monsters in the floating cloud mountains to gather and move south. At this time, when Song Qingming asked him to stay on Funiu Mountain, it was obviously to allow him to avoid the monster turmoil that would occur once every 100 years. Song Linxi knew this very well. However, as a foundation-building cultivator who had practiced for 100 years, Song Linxi obviously did not want to avoid disasters under the protection of his elders, so he still bit the bullet and wanted to refuse Song Qingming's kindness. Seeing that Song Linxi seemed reluctant, Song Qingming thought for a while and tried to persuade him. "Linxi, your master Zinai was delayed in forming the elixir because of injuries on the battlefield, which left a regret. Now, we don't want you to follow in Zinai's footsteps, so we made an exception and asked senior sister Su to keep you in Funiu Mountain." Linxi is very grateful for the kindness of the ancestor, but as a disciple of the sect, Linxi really doesn't want others to say that I am afraid of death behind my back. I hope the ancestor can fulfill my wish and don't worry about this little thing of mine. No matter what dangers I will face next, Linxi will never regret it. Okay, that's it. Even so, it's destined by heaven. I won't force you, and I hope you can take care of yourself. Seeing that Song Linxi's eyes were full of determination and he was unwilling to accept his kindness, Song Qingming thought about it and didn't say anything more, and accepted the other party's request. "Thank you for your help, old ancestor." Upon seeing this, Song Linxi hurriedly bowed and stood up to express his gratitude. Then, when Song Qingming nodded in agreement, he turned around and left the hall. After Song Linxi left, Song Qingming turned his gaze to Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanhao, and asked them directly, "Now that the monster riot is approaching, what's the situation in the north now? Has the sect sent any news?" Hearing this, Song Yuanhao, who was sitting next to Song Qingming, stood up and responded directly, "Reporting to my great aunt, The sect now sends us messages to Funiu Mountain every month. The news I just received a few days ago shows that everything in the north is relatively peaceful now. Although the monster party of Funiu Mountain has gathered a lot of monsters in the north, there has been no unusual movement, and no large-scale monsters have moved south. At the front line of Beishifang, Linru and his men have been investigating the news at the front line recently, and have not found any signs of monsters moving south. According to our estimation, this monster riot may not be so fast, at least it will take 3 to 5 years. Song Yuanhao had just finished speaking when Song Yuanfang, who was sitting next to him, immediately stood up and said, "Don't worry, Great Ant. In recent years, the law enforcement team of the White Lion Market has expanded its investigation range to 3,000 miles to the north. As long as there is any unusual movement of the monsters in the north, we will receive the news immediately. There are also cultivators stationed there by the family. Last year, they checked and repaired all the formations in the market to ensure that nothing will go wrong. As for Qingming Mountain, I have also told Xuanting and others to strengthen the vigilance of the market and be ready to deal with the monster army heading south at any time." Well, you have done a good job on these things now. After hearing the answers from Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanhao, Song Qingming nodded calmly, and then his expression changed slightly and he continued to speak. "However, there is one thing I want to remind you of. The northern monster beasts have not made any unusual movements, and it is very likely that they have been accumulating strength in secret. Perhaps they may go south at any time in less than 3 to 5 years, so everyone must not be careless. You too have been shouldering the family's responsibility in recent years, so you should also go out more and go to the north to check the situation in person. Don't wait until something happens in the future to find out what went wrong below. We will remember the teachings of our great aunt." Hearing Song Qingyu's reminder, Song Yuanhao and Song Yuanfang both showed a bit of embarrassment on their faces, and hurriedly took the initiative to step forward and bowed to respond. 10 years passed in a flash, and Song Yuanhao's cultivation had successfully cultivated to the second level of the golden core. In the past few years, because Song Yuanfang was in seclusion to form a pill, many things were placed on Song Yuanhao alone, which delayed some of his cultivation time. In the past few years, while Song Yuanfang was recuperating from his injury and came out of seclusion, Song Yuanhao took the opportunity to start seclusion and cultivation, and has not gone down the mountain for several years. Song Yuanfang, because of the failure of the retreat to form the elixir a few years ago, he injured his meridians, and spent most of his time on recuperation. It has also been a long time since he went to the front line of the White Lion Square in the north of the family. These things naturally could not be hidden from the several family ancestors who were practicing on the top of the mountain. Today, Song Qingyu also took the opportunity to discuss matters and reminded the two of them to pay attention to the northern front of the family. After knocking on the two of them, Song Qingyu took out a bottle of elixir from his body and handed it to Song Yuanfang, and said to him with concern, "Yuanfang, this is the elixir that my sister-in-law brought back from the East China Sea. It may be good for your recovery. Take it first. The matter of healing needs to be done step by step, don't rush it." "Thank you, ancestor, thank you for the reminder from my great aunt." Seeing the healing elixir handed over by Song Qingyu, Song Yuanfang's face was also touched, and he hurriedly stepped forward to thank her. Just as Song Yuanfang took the pill and left, Song Qingyu seemed to have thought of something and looked up and asked, "By the way, I heard that Linyu was under house arrest by you some time ago. What happened?" Hearing the ancestor in front of him mention his granddaughter Song Linyu, Song Yuanfang's face froze, and he nodded awkwardly and said, "Grand aunt, this girl was spoiled by me in Yuking. Now she doesn't practice well and runs down the mountain at every turn. I have no choice but to lock her up at home and want to calm her down." Facing Song Yuanfang's explanation, Song Qingyu nodded slightly, but then sighed, "You are also an experienced person. Some things have to go with the flow. Linyu is now a foundation-building cultivator, not a child. You shouldn't worry about her too much." Grand aunt is right, Yuanfang has taken note. After talking to Song Yuanfang and the others for a few more words, Song Qingyu walked out of the hall and returned to the top of the mountain with peace of mind. Just as Song Qingyu was about to return to the cave to practice, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a figure standing proudly on a huge rock on the top of the mountain, looking into the distance. Song Qingyu's face immediately lit up, and he flashed and turned into a beam of light and flew over. "Seventh brother, when did you come out of retreat? Why haven't I received any message from you? Turning around and seeing Song Qingming who came over happily, Song Qingming smiled and replied, actually, I just came out of retreat, and I haven't had time to send you a message. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. I haven't seen you for 10 years. I didn't expect that your cultivation has improved so much, Qingming. I think you are not far from advancing to the 9th level of the Golden Core, 7th brother. What you said is a bit too much. It's only been a few years since I broke through the 8th level of the Golden Core. How come I am not far from advancing to the 9th level of the Golden Core? If you keep bragging like this, I will go and complain to my sister-in-law when she comes out of retreat in the future. How do you know that I was bragging? When the opportunity for cultivators of my generation comes, our cultivation will naturally improve. The turmoil is coming. Maybe your opportunity is not far away. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he turned around and looked to the north with a serious expression, and there seemed to be a hint of complexity in his eyes. At this time, in the floating cloud mountains tens of thousands of miles away from Song Qingming's sight, a pair of sharp eyes also turned and stared at the south. Chapter 887, The Demon Race Moves. Senior, help me. Deep in the Funiu Mountains, on top of a towering mountain, the Black Dragon Demon King stood alone on the top of the mountain, staring at the distant horizon quietly, as if thinking about something in his mind. Not long after, a white light suddenly flew from below and landed beside the Black Dragon Demon King, transforming into a middle-aged man with a somewhat rough face. Silver Tiger. What do you want to see me for? After turning his eyes and glancing at the middle-aged man in front of him, the Black Dragon Demon King asked calmly. Seeing this, the white-robed man immediately bowed respectfully to the Black Dragon Demon King in front of him, and then responded softly, Ancestor. Someone is coming from Mount Mountain, and has arrived on the mountain, and is eager to see you. Yes. I know. You go and notify Bailong and the others, and ask all the demon kings in the north to come to Funiu Mountain to discuss matters immediately. Hearing the reply from the white-robed man, the Black Dragon Demon King replied to him slowly, as if he was not in a hurry at all. After the man in the white robe bowed and left, the Black Dragon Demon King turned around and walked down the mountain. Half an hour later, with more than a dozen spiritual lights flying from all directions, more than a dozen demon kings soon gathered in the hall on the top of Golden Feather Mountain. What puzzled the many demon kings below was that at this time, in addition to the Black Dragon Demon King, there was actually a demon king with a cultivation base of only the peak of the Golden Core, standing in the position closest to the demon king. This demon king looked very unfamiliar. The giant elephant demon king and many other demon kings standing below had never seen this demon before, and they were inevitably curious about his origins. Seeing that many demon kings below were looking at him from time to time, the Black Dragon Demon King stood up and said to the people below him with a serious face, Listen carefully, this is my nephew Fengling, who came from Funiu Mountain to help us. From now on, my nephew Fengling will always be by my side. If he needs help with anything, you must do your best to help him and never disobey him. I will obey the order of the ancestor. Many demon kings who had been discussing before showed some surprise on their faces when they heard the introduction from the Black Dragon Demon King, and they lowered their heads and responded quickly. After knowing that the other party came from Funiu Mountain, the giant elephant demon king and other late giant and demon kings no longer looked down on each other after they stood up. After introducing the Fengling Demon King next to him to the other demons, the Black Dragon Demon King then spoke loudly to the demons in front of him. In recent years, because the Xiaoyao sect has greatly increased its strength, the human cultivators in the south have repeatedly advanced northward and have seized many territories of our demon clan. Now that the northern border demons are heading south again, we must take this opportunity to go south and compete with them. This time, I have specially contacted the Mount Mountain and invited my nephew Fengling to help. We must let those humans know the benefits of our demon clan. Ancestor is right. In the past few decades, so many monsters of my Funiu Mountain demon clan have died at the hands of human cultivators. And they have also occupied thousands of miles of our territory. This time we must take all these territories back and let those human cultivators know how powerful we are, ancestor. And last time, fellow Taoist Qingming and others died tragically at the hands of human cultivators. We must also avenge these grudges, and we must make the human cultivators pay the price. Hearing the passionate words from the Malign Demon Emperor, many demon kings such as the giant elephant demon king below hurriedly spoke up in agreement, their faces instantly filled with excitement. Since the Battle of Qingming Mountain, Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming have successfully formed nascent soul. As a result, the Xiaoyao sect, which was originally at a disadvantage in terms of strength against Funiu Mountain, suddenly had 2 more nascent soul cultivators, and its strength increased greatly, gradually surpassing the demon clan. In the past few decades, the demon clan of Funiu Mountain in the north has been defeated in battles against the northward advance of the human cultivators in the south, and was forced to swallow several defeats. After the war, not only did they lose thousands of miles of territory including White Dragon Valley, but even many demon kings of Golden Tiger Demon King and Green Sheep Demon King died in the hands of human cultivators. For this reason, the demon clan of Funiu Mountain has been very frustrated for several years, and has been hoping that one day they can avenge their previous shame, go south to defeat the human cultivators and regain the territories originally occupied by the demon clan. Now it is the time for the northern border monsters to go south once 100 years. In recent years, the Funiu Mountain monster clan has absorbed many monsters from the northern border that went south, and the strength of each department has increased greatly. He finally had the confidence to go south again and fight a decisive battle with the human cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect. Seeing that the faces of many demon kings present were full of confidence, the Mauling Demon King was also very happy. He waved his hand with satisfaction to calm the demon kings below temporarily. Don't worry, we have the help of Boyan Mountain this time. Even if Xiaoyao sect has 3 nascent soul cultivators, we are not inferior to them in strength. I called you here today to inform you that your departments should be prepared first. As soon as the reinforcements from the north arrive, we will immediately go south to attack Uyghur. This time, we must not only let Xiaoyao sect know how powerful we are, but also find a way to kill their high-level cultivators. As long as we can successfully injure Li Mufang and others, then they will naturally retreat when they see the difficulty, and the entire northern part of Uyghur will all belong to us. What the ancestor said is right. The human cultivators are actually just relying on the formation, and Li Mufang, Song Qingming and the others are stronger than us in terms of high-level combat power. As long as we can inflict heavy damage on them, how can the human cultivators be a match for our demon army? By then, not to mention the entire northern part of Uyghur, we will be able to take down Guiyang Mountain. Don't worry, ancestor. I have already made an agreement with the Golden Horn Demon King. By then, the Taiyu Lake Demon Clan will also raise an army from the south to contain part of the Xiaoyao sect's power. In this way, the Xiaoyao sect's strength will be weakened by 3 points. When our main force goes south to Uyghur, our chances of winning will increase a little more. Hearing the special reminder from the White Dragon Demon King on the side, the Black Dragon Demon King nodded slightly and said, well, by long, I'll leave this matter to you. When our army is assembled, notify the Golden Horn Demon King and his men to move east to contain the Xiaoyao sect. When they are scattered, we will attack them from the south and catch them off guard. This time, we must severely damage the Xiaoyao sect and crush the Uyghur. After the Mauling Demon King finished speaking, he gently pointed south with one hand. An array of spiritual light immediately penetrated a huge rock not far in front of him. In just a moment, the huge rock was shattered into powder with a loud bang. The ancestor is mighty, tens of thousands of miles away, in the Xiaoyao hall of Guiyang Mountain. Bai Yuxin, who was sitting at the top of the hall, looked carefully at the letter handed over by Su Ziyan below. After a while, Bai Yuxin nodded calmly and returned the letter in his hand to Su Ziyan. Uncle Bai. Don't worry. There hasn't been any major movement in the north recently, and the news from other countries is similar to ours. I estimate that the monsters in the north should not move south so quickly, and we have to wait a few years. Hearing what Su Ziyan said, Bai Yuxin smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, well, although it's still early, everyone should not lower their guard, and you still need to be careful. Has there been any news from Piguo in the south recently? After Uncle Song defeated the Golden Horn Demon King last time, Piguo has been very quiet in recent years. We estimate that this time the monster riots will not put too much pressure on the south. Last time, Brother Lee sent a message back saying that some cultivators are homesick and want them to come back early to visit their families. Uncle Bai, do you think we should arrange to transfer them back from the south to rest? Hearing Su Ziyan's suggestion, Bai Yuxin's eyes moved slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, last time there was an unusual movement in Pei State. The Black Dragon Demon King in the north got the news, which shows that there must be some connection between them. Now the monster riot is imminent. Once the monster army of Funiu Mountain in the north moves south, Taiyu Lake is very likely to cooperate with him. It is better not to rashly mobilize the cultivators in Pei State, lest the people of Zhenyang Mountain are unstable. Let's wait until the monster riot is over before we talk about it. Master Uncle is very worried. Then I will reply to Senior Brother Li according to your wishes. Hearing Bai Yuxin's decision, Su Ziyan did not say much, and immediately smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin nodded slightly, and continued to speak to him. Ziyan, Senior Brother Li has been in seclusion recently, and I still need to protect Zuingxin. Please worry more about the affairs of the sect. Discuss everything with Fangping, Mangling and others. If there is anything urgent, you can send a letter to Ask Junior Brother Song, or come to me directly. After Bai Yuxin finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the hall, outside the Yinfeng Ridge mine of Yunwu Mountain in Qing County. On this day, on a mountain more than 10 miles east of the mine, a young man wearing the clothes of the Song family was sitting in a stone cave on the top of the mountain meditating and practicing. The young man's name is Song Yushin. He is the second oldest cultivator of the latest generation of the Yu generation of the Song family. Song Yushin is only in his 20s, but his spiritual root talent is not bad. His cultivation has reached the 5th level of Qi Refining, which has surpassed his peers by a lot. Although he was sent to the mountain to practice since he was a child, Song Yushin has always relied on himself for the path of practice because his ancestors have never produced any powerful immortals. After he became an adult, Song Yushin left the family mountain early and came to Yinfeng Ridge to perform the guarding mission assigned by the family. The cave where he is a sentry post set up by the Song family's cultivators, stationed in Yinfeng Ridge, at the frontier of Yunwu Mountain. It is specifically responsible for monitoring the monsters of Yunwu Mountain to prevent them from raiding the Yinfeng Ridge mine. Because the spiritual energy in the cave was relatively thin, Song Yushin stayed here for more than a month, and his daily practice could only be supplemented by the spiritual stones issued by the family. At this moment, he was still holding a low-level spiritual stone tightly in his hand, constantly absorbing the abundant spiritual energy in the spiritual stone. After the spiritual stone in his hand turned into powder and disappeared, Song Yushin opened his eyes with satisfaction and stood up from the ground. After finishing his practice, Song Yushin hurried to the top of the mountain outside the cave and looked around. After seeing that there was no movement around the high mountain, his face was slightly relieved and turned back to the cave below. As soon as he came back, Song Yushin suddenly felt a little hungry in his stomach, and skillfully took out a bag of spiritual rice from the storage bag, intending to make a fire and cook some spiritual rice to eat. As a cultivator in the Qi refining stage, Song Yushin did not completely fast, and he needed to eat spiritual rice every few days to relieve his hunger. However, as a cultivator of the Song family, when they are on missions outside, the family will distribute the spiritual stones and spiritual rice needed for cultivation on time every month, basically not letting them live in poverty. In this regard, Song Yushin does not need to be as frugal as other casual cultivators he knows in the Yinfeng Ridge mine. He can eat as much as he wants without worrying about it. After Song Yushin's familiar operation, a large bowl of fragrant spiritual rice soon appeared in his hands. After a wolfing down, the spiritual rice was soon swallowed by Song Yushin, making him burp with satisfaction. Although it is a bit hard to be stationed outside alone, he can get an extra income of 3 spiritual stones every month. This is indeed a very good source of income for Song Yushin, who is only at the 5th level of Qi refining. Compared with learning to make talismans in the mountains, the income is much more stable. Just after eating the spiritual rice, Song Yushin took out a few talisman papers and talisman pens from the storage bag, wanting to try to refine a few low-level spiritual talismans. At this moment, Song Yushin, who was sitting in the cave, suddenly heard the sound of wind chimes above his head, and he couldn't help but look up at the top of the cave. Wherever he looked, the bells hanging on the top of the cave were still shaking and ringing. Seeing this, Song Yushin's face suddenly showed some doubts, and he stood up and walked out of the cave quickly. Just as he arrived at the top of the mountain, Song Yushin saw a gust of dust flying in the depths of the cloud mountain in front of him, and it was coming straight to him. Not good. It's a beast tide. Seeing this scene, Song Yushin's expression suddenly changed, and he took out an extremely precious red talisman from his body, and decisively cast a spell to activate the talisman in his hand. Soon, under the urging of the magic power, the red talisman in Song Yushin's hand turned into a sharp sword and flew directly into the air and disappeared into the sky. After doing all this, Song Yushin glanced at the thick smoke coming from a distance and ran down the mountain. After an instant of time, Song Yushin finally saw the mountain protection formation of Yinfeng Ridge that had been lit up after running hard, and hurriedly quickened his pace and ran forward. But at this moment, there was a violent roar behind Song Yushin, and then a cloud of smoke suddenly chased up from behind him. Seeing that the beast tied behind him was getting closer and closer, Song Yushin's face suddenly flashed with panic, and his body accidentally stepped on the air and fell down a slope in front. After rolling on the ground for a while, when Song Yushin got up and walked out of the slope and wanted to move forward again, several monsters behind him had already caught up with him. Seeing Song Yushin not far away, the monsters immediately turned around and pounced on him. Seeing that his way ahead had been blocked by monsters, Song Yushin felt bad and could only turn around and go into the mountains and forests beside. Not knowing how far he had run, Song Yushin was soon chased by several monsters to the edge of a canyon. Looking at the dark valley not far ahead, Song Yushin was just about to find another way to escape when he heard a few wolf howls behind him. Turning his head, he found that 4 monsters had come to his side. In a moment, all of Song Yushin's retreat routes were almost blocked by these monsters. Seeing that the monsters in front of him were already close, Song Yushin could only bite the bullet and take out a medium-grade flying sword from his body to prepare for the enemy. Just as Song Yushin was ready, 2 black wolf monsters not far away flashed and rushed towards him quickly. Facing the siege of 2 mid-stage Qi refining monsters, Song Yushin's face tightened, but he did not dare to take a step back. He held the flying sword and went straight to the front. Although his courage was commendable, Song Yushin was young and had little experience in fighting, and his cultivation was only at the 5th level of Qi refining. And his opponents were not only 2 mid-stage black wolf monsters of weapon refining, but also 2 lower-level early-stage Qi refining python monsters who helped to besiege Song Yushin. The 4 monsters joined forces and quickly beat Song Yushin back, forcing him to the edge of the cliff behind him. Another round of fighting, Song Yushin was in a hurry to dodge, and one of the black wolf monsters approached him. Seeing the opponent's claws slapping at him, Song Yushin had no choice but to forcibly lock the opponent's claws with his left hand, and then flew out with a sword to directly blind the opponent's eye. With a roar, the black wolf monster was blinded by the opponent, but its claws still slapped Song Yushin back a few steps. There was a sound of crack, and Song Yushin felt a sharp pain in his left arm, and his entire left arm instantly lost strength. Before Song Yushin could stand firm, a huge tail swept in front of him not far away, knocking him to the ground. Seeing that 2 black wolf monsters not far away were rushing towards him again, Song Yushin could only roll on the ground with all his strength to avoid the opponent's attack. What Song Yushin didn't expect was that he was already on the edge of the cliff. Although he rolled hard to avoid the attack of the 2 black wolf monsters, he also fell off the cliff. Soon, Song Yushin disappeared and fell directly into the canyon. Hearing a scream from the bottom of the canyon, several monsters standing on the edge of the cliff came forward to take a look. They were still unwilling to give up and began to look around. Half a minute later, in a pool of water below the canyon, with a loud bang, a figure fell from the sky and fell directly into the pool, causing a large splash of water. After falling into the water, Song Yushin felt that his mind suddenly went blank. After a while, Song Yushin's consciousness gradually returned to his body, slowly controlled his body, and floated to the surface. Looking around, he found that he was deep in a dark place without sunlight. Song Yushin could only rely on a faint light to swim to the edge of the pool. After a while, Song Yushin finally came to the edge of the pool and took a short break. At this moment, his left arm was broken by the black wolf monster in the previous battle, and he had no strength left. If he hadn't been lucky enough to fall into this pool when he fell off the 1,000-foot cliff just now, he would have landed directly on the hard ground. He was only at the 5th level of Qi refining, and he would have been unable to move even if he hadn't died. Although falling off the cliff this time was very dangerous, it at least helped him temporarily get rid of the siege of the monster and saved his life. Thinking of this, Song Yushin, who was already in a very embarrassed state, couldn't help but smile a little. After resting for a while by the pool, there was a sudden noise in the distance ahead. Song Yushin was startled, and hurriedly got up and walked hard into the depths of the canyon. Now Song Yushin was not only exhausted, but also had many injuries on his body. If he met those monsters just now, he would definitely not be able to escape. All he could do was to walk deeper into the canyon to see if he could find a place to hide temporarily. After walking forward for about a few hundred feet, Song Yushin's eyes suddenly became much brighter. Seeing a burst of white light in front of him, Song Yushin, who thought he had found the exit, hurried over. When he got closer, what Song Yushin didn't expect was that the white light was not an exit, but was emitted from a spiritual medicine. Moreover, there was not only one spiritual medicine in this place, but dozens of them, like a spiritual medicine field. Why are there so many spiritual medicines here? Could it be that someone in the family cultivated a spiritual field here? Seeing a large area of spiritual medicine suddenly appearing in the depths of the canyon, Song Yushin's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Although these spiritual medicines did not look high level, they clearly had traces of human intervention and did not seem to grow naturally in the canyon. Boy, how did you get here? Just as Song Yushin's face was full of confusion, a voice suddenly came from behind him, making him tense up instantly. Who are you? Although he clearly heard someone talking, Song Yushin didn't see anyone around after turning around. He felt that the voice just now seemed to come from the void. I'm asking questions. Do you know the rules? Seeing that the voice in the distance seemed a little impatient, Song Yushin turned his eyes and hurriedly raised one hand to speak. Senior. I was just chased by a monster and unfortunately fell from above and mistakenly entered this place. I hope you can forgive me. Oh. In this case, I won't make it difficult for you. Just go back the same way. Remember, after you go out, you'd better not mention what happened today to anyone. Otherwise, if anything happens, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Hearing the other party's obviously welcoming voice, Song Yushin was about to nod in response. But just when he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a familiar monster cry from the direction he came from, which shocked Song Yushin's face. Seeing that he had no way out, Song Yushin didn't think too much and knelt down on the ground. I was driven here by a monster. If I go out like this, I'm like a sheep falling into a tiger's mouth. I hope you can save my life, Senior. Chapter 888, 100 Years of Agreement, A Perfect Plan. Save your life, Boy, I don't blame you for accidentally entering here, it's already good enough, why should I save your life? If you don't leave here now, it will be difficult to leave later. Facing Song Yushin's kneeling request, the voice in the dark did not show any mercy and directly refused the other party. Hearing this, Song Yushin's heart suddenly flashed a chill, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Just as he hesitated, a burst of rustling sounded again in front of the canyon. It was obvious that the monsters had smelled the blood and chased here. Senior, even if I go out now, I will die. It's better to die in your hands and be quick. It's better than becoming a blood food in the mouth of the monster and ending up with no body left. Seeing that Song Yushin actually got up and walked to the side of the stone wall to find a clean place to sit down, with a look of closing his eyes and waiting to die, the voice in the dark sounded again with some impatience. HMPH. Who said I want to kill you? Senior asked me to go out now. Isn't it because you want to kill me? Anyway, I won't go out to die. My life is here. You can kill me or chop me up. After saying that, Song Yushin took out his flying sword, found a place on the spot and started digging, as if he wanted to prepare a burial place for himself in advance. Boy, I'll give you a chance. Do you really don't want to leave? Do I still have a chance? Facing the advice of the voice behind him, Song Yushin didn't want to listen to a word, and continued to dig a hole with one hand. Hearing this, the mysterious voice sighed again and continued, if you really don't want to leave, stay with me for 100 years and help me take care of this medicine garden. If you agree, I can keep you safe. But, you must not leave here in the future, whether you live or die. Are you willing? 100 years. This, hearing that the other party wanted him to stay here to take care of the medicine garden for 100 years, Song Yushin's face was suddenly surprised and happy, and he couldn't help but stop digging the hole. He was happy that the other party didn't seem so unkind and was willing to save his life. He was shocked that he had to stay here for 100 years. The price of saving his life was indeed beyond his imagination. You have to know that an ordinary Qi refining cultivator normally has a lifespan of only 120 years. If the other party wanted him to stay here for 100 years, with Song Yushin's lifespan, if he really stayed here for 100 years, it would mean that he would never be able to leave here in his life. HMPH. The reason I gave you a chance is just because I think you are still useful, not because I really don't want to kill anyone. If you don't like this request, it doesn't matter. You can leave now, Senior. 100 years is 100 years. Anyway, I will die if I go out now. Even if I can die of old age here peacefully, It is better than being buried in the belly of a monster. But if I disappear, I am afraid that my clansmen will come here in the future. It will be difficult for me to explain this to them. Senior, can you please, HMPH? Don't worry. No one can easily get in here, awoo. While the two were talking, a few wolf howls suddenly came from not far ahead. After a while, two pairs of eyes that glowed in the dark environment appeared in front of Song Yushin. Seeing that the two black wolf monsters in the distance had already pounced in front of him, Song Yushin's face changed, and he was about to swing his flying sword to deal with the attack of the wolf monster. Unexpectedly, before he could see clearly, a white light suddenly lit up in the darkness not far behind him. A figure wrapped in a black robe suddenly flashed forward and released a sword light. The next moment, the two black wolf monsters in the air were pierced by the sword light before they could react, and fell directly from the air. Under the absolute power, the two black wolf monsters had no power to fight back, and turned into a somewhat stiff corpse in front of Song Yushin. Seeing this somewhat shocking scene, Song Yushin's face flashed a trace of shock at this moment, and he couldn't help but start to guess in his heart that the person in front of him was indeed the same as he thought before. He was able to kill two mid-stage Qi refining monsters with one blow. If nothing unexpected happened, this person should at least be a senior cultivator in the foundation establishment stage with a successful cultivation. Thank you for saving my life. Okay, there shouldn't be any monsters coming in the valley. You should stay here and recuperate first. Since you have promised me to come down, don't think about sneaking away from here. Also, you'd better dig that pit deeper, otherwise if I know you don't obey me in the future, I won't have the time to help you dig another one. Hearing Song Yushin's thanks behind him, the black-robed figure didn't pay much attention. After warning him, he left the place directly. Hearing this, Song Yushin looked at the other person's back as he left, and then looked at the deep pit he had just dug halfway not far away, and shook his head helplessly. Because his injuries were a bit serious, seeing that he had escaped the danger in front of him, Song Yushin immediately found a stone to sit cross-legged. No matter what happens in the future, he has survived after all, so he should quickly heal his injuries. Things in the future can only be discussed later. Half a day later, outside the Yinfeng Ridge Mountain Protection Formation. After a great battle, Song Lingyuan and Song Side, two foundation-building elders of the Song family, were looking at the numerous corpses of monsters on the battlefield with solemn expressions. Next to the two was an old man of the Song family in the late stage of Qi training, who was holding a list of monks who had just been counted and reporting carefully to the two elders of the family. In recent years, as the monsters from the northern border moved south, the number of monsters in the floating cloud mountains increased sharply, and many monsters went all the way south and directly into the adjacent Funiu Mountain. This also caused the Yinfeng Ridge mine guarded by the two to be frequently attacked by monsters recently, and even a large-scale beast had appeared. In the previous battle, the monks stationed in Yinfeng Ridge successfully repelled this wave of beasts attacking from Funiu Mountain and defended the mine. But the guarding monks also paid a considerable price for this. Reporting to the elder, in addition to the death of Xian and the other five, Yushin has also disappeared. When the monsters attacked before, someone saw him being chased by several monsters and fled into the woods in the west. I asked people to search nearby but couldn't find his body. The news of the beast tide this time was sent by Yushin in advance. I didn't expect that the child didn't survive. It's really a pity, don't worry, and since Yushin's body has not been found, it's too early for us to say that he has died. Send someone to look for him near the back mountain, and then send a letter to his family to ask about the situation of Yushin's life talisman left in the family tree. I will follow the elder's order. Hearing the order passed down by another family elder, Song sighed. The old man nodded and responded, then turned around and left the place quickly. A few days later, a beam of light suddenly flew outside the Yinfeng Mountain Protection Formation. Then a figure that no one expected appeared outside the Mountain Protection Formation. Greetings, clan leader. Seeing Song Qingming suddenly rushing over, Song Side and Song Lingyuan were also a little surprised. They quickly opened the formation and took everyone to come up and pay their respects. Glancing at the two of them, Song Qingming calmly asked directly, I heard from Yuan Fang before that a clan member disappeared in the canyon behind the mine. Have you sent anyone to look for him? Reporting to the clan leader, after Yushin disappeared, we took people to search for him on the canyon for a long time, but we only saw some traces of fighting on the cliff, but did not find him. because the clan leader had previously instructed not to go deep into the canyon. So far, we have not sent anyone to look for him in the valley. I hope the clan leader will forgive us." When Song Qingming asked about the search for Song Yushin, Song Lingyuan's face suddenly became a little nervous, and he could only bite the bullet and tell the truth. Hearing this, Song Qingming nodded calmly, and then said, "Well, I have set up a magic circle in the canyon. If you go down rashly, it may be dangerous. I will go down and take a look later. If he is really down there, I will bring him up." After saying this, Song Qingming disappeared in a flash, leaving only Song Lingyuan and the other two who were still looking at each other in bewilderment. Before learning about Song Yushin's disappearance, the two immediately reported the matter back to Funiu Mountain to inform the family. It was thought that the missing Song Yushin was very likely to have been buried in the belly of a monster. What Song Lingyuan and the other two did not expect was that Song Yushin's disappearance would actually alarm the clan leader Song Qingming, who had been in seclusion in the clan for more than 10 years, and he came here in person to inquire about his news. Seeing Song Qingming suddenly appear in Yinfeng Ridge, Song Lingyuan and other Song family cultivators stationed here showed a bit of solemnity on their faces. For a moment, they couldn't figure out how this matter alarmed their own Yuanying clan leader. Arriving at the cliff behind the mine, Song Qingming looked up at the canyon below, and the next moment, his figure flashed and he came directly into the canyon. Arriving in the air in the canyon, Song Qingming quickly released his spiritual sense and soon covered the entire canyon below. Not long after, a smile appeared on Song Qingming's face, and his figure flashed to an empty medicine garden. At this time, Song Yushin, who was sitting cross-legged on a bluestone, suddenly felt a strong breath in front of him, and quickly put away his magic power and opened his eyes. "Are you Yushin?" Suddenly seeing a figure in front of him, Song Yushin was shocked at first, and then he reacted. His whole face suddenly showed excitement, and he quickly stood up and saluted. "Patriarch." Yushin greets the Patriarch. Song Yushin's injuries have improved after a few days of healing in the valley. Because you promised a mysterious man to stay in the canyon for 100 years to help him look after the spiritual medicine garden, Song Yushin did not dare to leave the place casually after escaping danger. Unexpectedly, during the few days he stayed in the canyon, the family cultivators really did not dare to come down to look for him as the mysterious man said. Song Yushin was already a little discouraged, but at this moment, he suddenly saw the figure of the clan leader Song Qingming. How could he not be excited? You know, Song Qingming, as the family's nascent soul ancestor, usually spends most of his time practicing on the top of the mountain. Except for a few elders such as Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanhao, very few clan members can see him. Song Yushin, as a young cultivator of the Yu generation in the family, has seen him in person for the first time since he went up the mountain, except for seeing his portrait in the family school. If Song Qingming hadn't taken the initiative to speak, Song Yushin would not have reacted for a while. It is really hard to imagine that a nascent soul cultivator like Song Qingming would come to the canyon to look for an inconspicuous junior in the Qi refining period. After a quick glance, Song Qingming waved his hand and asked softly, "Your injuries are no longer a problem, why do you still stay here and not return to the mine?" Reporting to the clan leader, "When I fell, I was chased here by a monster." Hearing Song Qingming's question, Song Yushin hurriedly told him everything about his previous encounter with a mysterious man. Before, Song Yushin suffered from his low cultivation level, so he was forced to agree to the mysterious man's request and was trapped here. Now that Song Qingming has come, he has also ignited a glimmer of hope in his heart that he can escape. Even if the mysterious man has a high cultivation level, the clan leader is at the nascent soul stage. If nothing unexpected happens, Song Qingming should be able to take him away from here. But what Song Yushin didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, Song Qingming's face was a little surprised, and there was a hint of complexity in his eyes when he looked at him. After listening to the agreement between Song Yushin and the mysterious man, Song Qingming stood there in silence for a moment, and suddenly said to him softly, "As a cultivator of the Song family, we must act on trust when we are outside. Since you have promised him to stay for 100 years, I can't take you out at will. From now on, you can stay here and help him take care of the spiritual medicine garden." This clan leader, Yushin knows. Hearing Song Qingming's reply, he actually asked him to keep his promise and stay here. Song Yushin was shocked and thought he had heard it wrong. After a while, Song Yushin accepted the reality and nodded to Song Qingming with a look of disappointment. Seeing his face full of disappointment, Song Qingming sighed lightly, waved his hand, took out a storage bag and threw it into Song Yushin's hand. It's not a bad thing for you to stay here to practice. Maybe this will be your chance in the future. You should keep these spirit stones first, and don't slack off in your own practice. Since he asked you to help take care of the spirit medicine garden, you should have enough medicine for practice in the future, so you don't have to worry about it. I will tell the elders of the clan, and I won't let anyone find you here to disturb you. After saying that, Song Qingming ignored Song Yushin, who was standing there in a daze, and left the place in a flash. Looking at the place where Song Qingming left, Song Yushin's heart could not calm down for a long time. What happened just now was a great ups and downs for him. If he hadn't been holding a large bag of spirit stones in his hand, he would have even thought he was in a dream. Outside a cave not far from the spiritual medicine garden, Song Qingming looked around, cast a spell to release a talisman, easily opened the restriction at the entrance of the cave, and then strode into it. I just caught a young man to do some work for me. You shouldn't be so stingy with me and chase me here in person, Senior Chu Bai. You have misunderstood me. Seeing a black-robed figure suddenly appearing in front of him, Song Qingming first bowed to him, and then a black spiritual fruit appeared with his magic power. Yinzi fruit, where did you find this? Seeing the black spiritual fruit in Song Qingming's hand, Chu Bai's tone was immediately shocked, and he quickly urged his magic power to take the spiritual fruit in front of him. Seeing the other party's satisfied look, Song Qingming walked forward slowly and continued to explain. This spiritual fruit was found by my family in a market in the East China Sea when I was in seclusion a few years ago. Knowing that the senior needs these things, I have asked them to pay attention to this matter over the years. It can be said that they are lucky to find this Yinzi fruit this time. After Song Qingming finished speaking, his hand flashed with inspiration again, and he took out another scroll of martial arts, and continued with a smile. In addition to offering treasures, I do have some things I want the senior to help me solve today. I hope the senior can condescend to preach to me. As soon as the words fell, Chu Bai immediately waved and took the scroll in his hand in front of him. While checking it, he said, "Well, when I gave you this martial arts method earlier, I thought that you might have some trouble practicing. But I am a little surprised that you can practice for so long before coming to me." After carefully examining the puzzling parts of the scroll in Song Qingming's hand, Chu Bai suddenly flashed with inspiration. A beam of transparent white light shot directly into Song Qingming's head, and soon his mind suddenly filled with a lot of information about the technique. He quickly closed his eyes and absorbed it all into a sea of consciousness. Your talent for cultivation is average, but I didn't expect that your understanding of the technique is quite good. It's only been more than a decade, and you can practice the Shiangtsen divine art to the golden core realm. This is rare among the people I have seen. After a while, Song Qingming digested all the information, and hurriedly stepped forward to bow to Chu Bai and said with a smile, "Senior, thank you for clearing my doubts. It's just a small favor, no need to thank me for this. You came here specifically to offer me treasures, and I still took advantage of you. If there's anything else you need my help with, you can just tell me now." After receiving the black spiritual fruit offered by Song Qingming, Chu Bai's face was obviously very happy at this moment, and his speech became unusually generous. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not hesitate to speak to him directly. "Since Senior said so, I have come here to entrust you with one thing or another. In recent years, the northern monsters have been moving south continuously, and it is the time of the monster riots that occur once every 100 years. I am afraid that I will not have the time to take care of my family. If King County encounters any danger at that time, I would like to ask Senior to help look after Funiu Mountain. As long as Senior is willing to help, if you know where there are spiritual objects that can be useful to you in the future, I will do my best to find them for you. Well, take this thing back. If there is any danger, ask someone to cast a spell to use it to send a message. I will naturally go to help you deal with it after receiving the news. But I've agreed with you in advance that I can only help you take care of this matter secretly. If there is any trouble that is difficult to solve, don't expect me to risk my life to help you. Thank you, Senior, that's all." As a result, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a bit of satisfaction when Chu Bai threw over a white jade plate, and he put it away happily. "I like the guy outside, let him stay and help me take care of the spiritual medicine. When I don't need him anymore, I will let him go. You can handle the rest by yourself," Chu Bai said, and immediately turned around and walked back to the cave. Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately bowed and replied, "It is his blessing to be able to serve you. Don't worry, I will arrange these things and won't let anyone come down to disturb you." After talking to Chu Bai, Song Qingming also turned around and left the place directly. After coming out of the canyon, Song Qingming left Yinfeng Ridge without saying hello to others, on the east side of the floating cloud mountains, in a mountain stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Countless monsters are striding southward with a cloud of dust. Some of these monsters are flying in the air, and some are slowly moving forward with their tribes on the ground, and their goals are all, without exception, under a high mountain far ahead. In the monster team, a white crane demon king with a red head and white wings followed the team in front, constantly shouting to urge the team to move forward. It is precisely because there are many monster kings such as the white crane demon king in the air to command that many low-level monsters below can follow the team in order and move forward without any chaos. When the monster team here was moving forward, a silver spiritual light suddenly flew in the air far ahead and turned into a silver tiger monster in front of it. "Taoist fellow Bei, I have come to greet you on the order of the ancestor." Upon seeing the silver tiger demon king in front of him, the white crane demon king immediately stepped forward, spread his wings and greeted him, then said loudly, "Taoist fellow Yinhu, the army of monsters that came this time is less than 2,000 miles away from Funiu Mountain. I wonder if Ancestor Maling asked you to come here. Does he have any instructions?" The ancestor has an order. Let Taoist fellow Bei lead the army to the east first, and cooperate with Ancestor Qingming to attack Zhang State. Go east to Qingming Mountain? Brother Yinhu, is this the order of Ancestor Maling? Could you have made a mistake? Hearing that the Silver Tiger Demon King wanted him to turn around and go east, the White Crane Demon King was surprised and couldn't help but ask again. Facing the doubts of the White Crane Demon King, the Silver Tiger Demon King nodded seriously and said, "Dao, I didn't hear it wrong. We are going to Qingming Mountain in the east." This time, the ancestor is fully prepared and has already informed Qingming Mountain in advance. You will know everything when you get there. Since the ancestor has a perfect plan, we will obey your orders. Seeing that the Silver Tiger Demon King was so serious, the White Crane Demon King thought about it and didn't say much. He directly let out a few piercing screams in the air. As the White Crane Demon King issued the order, countless birds in the sky began to scream continuously. Not long after, this group of tens of thousands of demon beasts gradually began to change direction while advancing. They strode eastward all the way. Chapter 889, Long Peace and Tide of Beasts. King County, on the top of Funiu Mountain. Song Qingming stood by the third-floor window of the family's Wuxin Pavilion. As far as the eye can see, the entire Funiu Mountain pierces the sky, and the bluestone and green leaves on the mountain seem to grow naturally on the sea of clouds. Around the top of the mountain, all kinds of tall pavilions and towers are densely distributed in the mountains, and white clouds pass by with the wind. The whole Lingshan looks like walking into fairyland. The family has been established here for hundreds of years. Today's Funiu Mountain is no longer what it looked like when the Song family first came here, but a great family of immortal cultivation that dominates the entire northeast of Uyghur. Since he was a child, he has followed the elders of the family to Lingshan to practice. Now Song Qingming has gone through 300 years. And he has also become a unyielding ancestor, standing at the top of the immortal world step by step from a Qi refining cultivator who has just entered the Tao. Time flies, and the people around him are passing by, but his own appearance has not changed much. Now standing on the top of the mountain, Song Qingming looked at the familiar and novel scenery below the mountain, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Seventh brother. What are you thinking about? Just as Song Qingming was thinking, a green figure came to his side with a smile, and asked curiously. Turning around and looking at Song Qingming beside him, Song Qingming shook his head gently, and said calmly, "It's just to look at the scenery and think of some past events. I have been in seclusion for a few years this time, and I didn't expect that the mountain has changed so much. Although it is indeed much more beautiful than when we were young. However, I always feel that a lot of things in my memory are missing over the years, which makes people miss the appearance of the mountain back then. People always have to grow up. There are so many people in the family now, how can it never change? It is enough for the two of us to have a place to practice on the top of the mountain. Don't think too much about other things." After speaking, Song Qingming turned around and took Song Qingming to the wooden table next to him, and sat down cross-legged facing each other. In addition to the two teacups, there was also a very beautiful chessboard on the table, with dozens of black and white chess pieces densely placed on it, as if a chess game had not yet been completed. The four looked at each other, and Song Qingming turned his gaze to the chess game on the table, raised his hand and took out a black piece from the side and dropped it directly. Song Qingming, seeing this, did not say much, and the white piece in his hand soon followed and fell, and the two continued the chess game on the table that had not yet been completed. Whether it was Song Qingming or Song Qingming, both of them were high-level cultivators who had already entered the upper echelons of the cultivation world. But at this moment, they were very absorbed in the chess game. Soon, there was no sound of talking in the entire Huxin pavilion on the third floor, leaving only the occasional crisp ticking sound of chess pieces falling. It was just at the speed of the two people's chess, from the rapid drop at the beginning, soon became much slower. Until the end, when it was Song Qingming's turn. He held the chess piece in his hand for a long time and could not drop it, causing the entire hall to suddenly fall into silence. Just as the two were extremely absorbed in the game, a figure suddenly came up from the bottom of the stairs at the bottom of Huxin Pavilion. Report to the two ancestors. Elder Yuan Hao wants to see you. Hearing the voice coming from not far away, Song Qingming frowned slightly, put down the chess piece in his hand, turned around and said to him, "Didn't I just say that I want to play chess with my seventh brother? If there's nothing urgent, don't come up to disturb us." The elder said there is something urgent, and he said there is news from Qingming Mountain. Hearing the unhappy words from Song Qingming, the little girl from the Song family standing at the stairs could only bite the bullet and answer again. Seeing this, Song Qingming quickly waved to him and said, "It doesn't matter, let Yuan Hao come up first." After the little girl left, Song Qingming immediately threw the chess piece in his hand back to the chessboard with an unhappy look on his face, and stood up. "I finally got to play a game of chess, but it was interrupted at the critical moment. I've been feeling really restless recently. Seventh brother, I didn't lose this game. I will definitely beat you next time." Well, when it comes to playing chess, winning or losing is not a matter of a moment. Since you have the confidence to study hard, your chess skills will surpass mine sooner or later. Seeing Song Qingming's unwillingness to admit defeat, Song Qingming smiled slightly, and without saying much, he stood up and took her to a chair and sat down. As soon as the two of them sat down, Song Yuan Hao appeared in the hall and took the initiative to come forward and bow to the two of them. After Song Qingming waved to him, he immediately asked calmly, "Yuan Hao, what news has been received from the sect?" Upon hearing this, Song Yuan Hao immediately took out a letter from his body and cast a spell to hand it to Song Qingming. Reporting to the clan leader, "I just received a letter from Qingming Mountain this morning. Taifeng in the south was attacked by a tide of beasts, and senior sister Yun has already brought people there to provide support. Also, last month, news came from the Shiangxing Gate of Zhang State in the east that a large number of monsters were found in the north. It is very likely that the monsters from Qi Mountain have begun to move south in advance. This is a letter sent by senior sister Su herself, asking us to be more careful and beware of the monsters from the northern border moving south in advance. There is no movement on the front line of Beishifang at the moment, right?" After taking the letter from Song Yuan Hao's hand, Song Qingming nodded slightly and glanced at it, then asked him softly, "Don't worry, clan leader. Brother 16 has been supervising the front line of Beishifang for the past half-month. Everything in the north has been normal recently, and we haven't found any signs of monsters moving south. It is estimated that Funiu Mountain was hurt by us last time, and the Black Dragon Demon King dare not move south easily. He will wait until fighting breaks out in other places before he will seize the opportunity to act. Well, in this case, let's keep an eye on the north first. Remember, in the future, if there is any news about northern monsters, no matter how big or small, you must report to me at any time to prevent any accidents. Don't worry, clan leader, we are well aware of these things and will never dare to neglect them easily." After bowing and responding, Song Yuan Hao smiled at Song Qingming and the others and continued, "Clan leader, great event. There is a happy event today, and Yuan Hao wants to inform you too." "Oh. What's the happy event? Yuan Hao, tell me quickly." Suddenly hearing Song Yuan Hao talking about the happy event, Song Qingming, who was sitting aside sipping tea, immediately put down the teacup in his hand, and turned to look at the other party with interest. At this time, Song Qingming also showed a bit of curiosity on his face, and he was looking forward to what happy event Song Yuan Hao was talking about. Seeing this, Song Yuan Hao did not pause for too long, and directly said to the two of them, "Reporting to my great aunt, when the Yao Fang family ascended to immortality a few days ago, The guarding monks in Mujao town at the foot of the mountain also held an immortality conference. Unexpectedly, this immortality conference was a bit strange, and a pair of twins with spiritual roots were found. Moreover, one of the children, after being confirmed by the family, is a cultivation genius with special spiritual roots. Twins, and special spiritual root qualifications, are indeed a bit rare. It is very rare for mortals to have spiritual roots, and special spiritual root monks are even more rare among them. The Song family has been established for hundreds of years, and now there are thousands of monks, most of whom are ordinary 3 or 4 spiritual root monks like Song Qingming and Song Qingyu. The number of people with dual attribute spiritual roots can be counted on one hand, and they are all the focus of the family's training. Among them, the only spiritual root cultivator in the family for hundreds of years is Song Yuanhao, who has successfully formed a golden elixir standing in front of the two. Hearing that another child with spiritual roots was found at the foot of the mountain, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu were surprised, and then they showed a look of joy at the same time. Such a happy event is also a rare encounter for the family. Where are the 2 children? Bring them to let me see. Today, I will meet the clan leader, and I brought them up specially. They are downstairs. Please wait for a moment, clan leader, grandmother, I will bring them here. Seeing that Song Qingming and the others were a little impatient to see the family prodigy who had just come up the mountain, Song Yuanhao nodded hurriedly, and then walked downstairs quickly. After a while, 2 boys aged 8 or 9, with a hint of nervousness on their faces, came to the 3rd floor hall of Huxin Pavilion under the guidance of Song Yuanhao. Greetings, ancestor. As soon as they fell to the ground, they felt a very gentle magical power, lifting them up from the ground. Before they could react, a very tall figure flashed in front of them. Relax, don't be nervous. After hearing a soft voice, the 2 felt a big hand covering their heads, and then the whole person seemed to be directly controlled by someone, and for a while they couldn't even make a sound. After a while, as 2 spiritual lights of different colors emerged from them, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu beside him suddenly showed some joy on their faces. That's right, like senior brother Lu. He has the talent of wind attribute spiritual root. If the family cultivates well, he should also be able to form a pill in the future. Senior brother Lu mentioned by Song Qingming is the former Xiaoyao sect Jinden elder Lu Boyang, who is also a spiritual root cultivator with wind spiritual root. Spiritual root cultivators are not only rare in the Song family, but also in the entire Uyghur cultivation world. There are tens of thousands of cultivators in the Xiaoyao sect, and there are less than 10 cultivators with special spiritual roots. According to the past situation of the sect, almost half of them have the hope of successfully forming a pill in the future. Song Yuanhao, the only cultivator with special spiritual roots in the Song family, successfully formed a pill a few years ago, breaking the record of the entire family. He did it, something that even the patriarch Song Qingming could not do at the beginning. In addition to the heavenly spiritual roots cultivators who are rarely seen in 1,000 years, the special spiritual roots cultivators are undoubtedly the best cultivation talents in the world of immortal cultivation. Seeing the 2 juniors in front of him, one has a very rare wind attribute special spiritual root, and the other is a little worse, but also has a better 3 spiritual roots qualification. Song Qingming nodded with great satisfaction on his face, and then put his hands down from their foreheads. By the way, is there no wind attribute technique in the family's treasure pavilion now? Hearing Song Qingming's question, Song Yuanhao nodded and said, I already asked the day before yesterday. Currently, there is only an incomplete wind-attributed technique in the Sutra library, which can only be practiced to the initial stage of foundation building. However, rest assured, 7th uncle, I have sent a message to the sect a few days ago to ask, and the sect still has a complete Jinden stage technique suitable for cultivators with wind spiritual roots. He can practice the family's techniques first, and after building the foundation, consider whether to go to the sect to exchange for subsequent techniques. Well, that's it for now. Let him go to the family academy to gain experience for a few years first, and after he is familiar with the practice method, let him practice with you. Before the foundation is built, he must not go down the mountain easily. Yuanhao obeys the order. By the way, 7th uncle, these 2 children have just been on the mountain for a few days, and the family has not had time to change their names. Since I have the opportunity to meet you today, why not trouble 7th uncle to continue the family tree for them, which is also a good opportunity for them? Well, Let me think about it. Hearing Song Yuanhao asking him to change the names of the two children, Song Qingming stood there in silence for a moment before continuing. Now that the family has passed on the name Yu, they are already the 11th generation of cultivators, so let's name them Anping. The elder brother is An and the younger brother is Ping, which means that the family will be peaceful and long-lasting in the future. I also hope that everyone can survive the next monster turmoil. Hurry up and thank the clan leader for the name. Hearing Song Yuanhao's urging, Song Yuan and Song Yuping, who were still a little confused, hurriedly bowed to the ground. As soon as the two children stood up, Song Qingming waved his hand with a happy face, took out a green jade plate from his body, and handed it to the child with different spiritual roots, Song Yuping. This magic weapon can automatically resist the full force of the foundation building cultivator for you. Carry it close to you, in case you encounter any danger in the future. It can save your life. Thank you, clan leader. Seeing the exquisite green jade plate in Song Qingming's hand, Song Yuping nodded quickly, stepped forward and took the jade plate with a proud face. Seeing his brother get such a beautiful spiritual object, Song Yuan's face suddenly showed a bit of envy, and his eyes were fixed on the green jade plate. What he didn't expect was that the next moment a flash of light flashed before his eyes, and a golden talisman with shining golden light appeared in front of Song Yuan. This top-grade talisman, although not as valuable as the jade plate, is also a good protective item. Since you are here today, it means we are destined to be together, so I will give you this talisman. Seeing that he also had a gift, Song Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, and he hurriedly stepped forward to thank him and took the golden talisman from Song Qingming's hand. Song Qingming had just given the spiritual object here, and Song Qingming beside him suddenly stood up and walked over. Seventh brother, although these two children have different talents, you are biased in front of them, which will not be good for them in the future. Let me add one more thing for you. You can't say that our elders are biased in the future. After Song Qingming finished speaking, the magic power in his hand moved, and two more medium-grade spirit stones appeared, which he stuffed directly into Song Yuan's hands. Seeing that what Song Qingming took out was actually a medium-grade spirit stone, Song Qingming smiled helplessly, shook his head and said, "You are accurate in your calculations, but if you give this spirit stone to him now, I'm afraid it will cause trouble again. Yuanhao, you keep it for him first, and return it to him when his cultivation breaks through the middle stage of Qi refining in the future." Yuanhao knows. Hearing Song Qingming's instructions, Song Yuanhao hurriedly smiled and nodded, then took the spirit stone and led Song Yuan and Song Yuping to leave the Huxin pavilion. After Song Yuanhao and others left, Song Qingming walked to the window and couldn't help but pick up the Guiyang Mountain message he had just received. Looking at the letter in his hand again, Song Qingming couldn't help showing a bit of doubt on his face. There are movements in the east and south, but the north is so peaceful, which is a bit strange. Tens of thousands of miles away, at the entrance of a cave deep in the Tair Lake, the Golden Horn Demon King, wearing a golden crown, looked at the closed water house in front of him and couldn't help pacing anxiously. After a long time, the door of the water house suddenly opened. Then, a green giant turtle with two white beards on the corners of its mouth and a huge turtle shell on its back walked out of the cave slowly. "Your Highness Jinjiao, my ancestor is still in seclusion now. I'm afraid I won't have time to see you these days." "What? The Iron Wall Demon King is still in seclusion? The last time I came, the Iron Wall Demon King was still discussing with me the next military campaign against the human race. Why did he suddenly go into seclusion at this time?" Hearing the news from the green giant turtle, the Golden Horn Demon King changed his face and immediately asked with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing the Golden Horn Demon King suddenly staring at him with a cold look, the giant green turtle was frightened and immediately bowed to him and said respectfully, "Your Highness, you may not know that my ancestor has been practicing for so many years and has already reached the edge of breaking through the bottleneck. Over the past few hundred years, the ancestor would often go into seclusion to try to break through his cultivation whenever he was touched. This is no longer a strange thing. Some time ago, the ancestor happened to have some insights while tasting wine and went into seclusion directly. It is really not convenient for us to go in and disturb him at this time. This is not possible. News has come from the north that a large number of northern border monsters have moved south. This is a rare expansion opportunity for our monster clan that only comes once in 100 years. If we don't take the initiative to attack at this time, there will be no such good opportunity in the future and we can only be trapped in the lake. Please go and report again, and tell him that I have an urgent matter to see fellow Taoist B. If he doesn't see me, I will never leave here easily today." Facing the golden horned demon king with a very determined look in front of him, the green giant turtle hesitated for a while when he stood there, but turned around helplessly and walked into the water palace. After a while, the green giant turtle turned around in the huge water palace and finally came to the bottom of a huge rock, where he saw a white-haired old man who was meditating. "Why, he still hasn't left." The Iron Wall Demon King, who was meditating with his eyes closed, felt the person in front of him, opened his eyes and asked immediately. Hearing this, the green giant turtle nodded with a somewhat ugly expression. "Ancestor. His Highness Jinjiao suffered a loss at the hands of the human race last time, and it seems that he is not willing to give up this time. Alice, I wanted to be quiet, but I can't hide." After the Iron Wall Demon King shook his head lightly, he threw out a white tortoise-shell magic weapon with a flash of light in his hand. "You give this magic weapon to Jinjiao and tell him that I will send troops to contain the monks of this ancient sect of Wu. We will not get involved in the things in the east. It's up to him. Don't worry, Ancestor, I will tell His Highness Jinjiao right away." After the green giant turtle left, the Iron Wall Demon King flashed with magic power and took out another bronze tortoise shell. He cast a spell and gently urged it, and the bronze tortoise shell immediately began to rotate slowly in his hand. After a while, as the tortoise shell slowly stopped rotating, the Iron Wall Demon King looked at the distant east with a serious look. "The wind is fierce and the fire is strange, which is an unlucky sign." A month later, outside a market in Pei State to the east of Taiyu Lake, several low-level casual cultivators in the Qi refining stage were riding a wooden boat in Taiyu Lake with dozens of mortals, trying to go to the market ahead. Since the army of monsters broke through the southern part of Pei State, the monks and mortals of the entire Pei State have suffered heavy casualties. Although the monks of Pei State later relied on the help of neighboring countries to regain the southern territory, the number of human monks in Pei State is now far less than that in its heyday. There were only a few small boats sailing on the entire lake, and there were not many traces of human beings. Moreover, when these people were driving the wooden boats, they kept looking around. Their faces were very nervous, for fear that they would encounter the fierce monsters in the lake at any time. Just as the wooden boat was about to dock and everyone's faces gradually let go of their nervousness, a shout suddenly came from the back of the boat, causing everyone to look behind them. In the distance, where the sky and water met, a line of white light suddenly appeared. The white light came from far away, gradually thickening from a thin line, and gradually formed a very dazzling white wave. "It's a big tide, the monsters are coming, everyone run." Seeing the huge tide that suddenly rose in the lake, everyone's face was suddenly startled, and they hurriedly sped up to dock, abandoned the boat and ran for their lives in the distant market. Southeast of Weiguo, Taiyufang. Looking at the groups of monsters that were constantly attacking outside the mountain protection formation in the market, Yu Nishan and another middle-aged man in a green robe both showed a bit of solemnity on their faces. "Junior brother Zhao, there are quite a few monsters coming this time, and I'm afraid there may be a monster king among them. I'm afraid I'll have to work hard for you later, haha. We are all working for the sect, you are too polite. With Sister Yuan in charge of the market, we are not afraid of one or two monster kings." The green-robed middle-aged man who was talking to Yu Nishan was named Zhao Chengyan. He was a giant cultivator of the Zhao family in Donglan County and also a guest elder of the Xiaoyao sect. Zhao Chengyan was a descendant of Zhao Xingtang's clan. He was also a giant cultivator who exhausted the family's strength and fully cultivated him before he passed away. However, Zhao Chengyan, like Zhao Xingtang, was also a fake Dan cultivator who relied on external forces to form Dan. Now his cultivation level is only at the first level of Jiandan. Although they were both at the Jiandan level, Zhao Chengyan, who was standing behind Yu Nishan, had a trace of awe on his face when he talked to her. While the two were talking, the army of monsters in the distance had already killed to the market formation and began to fight with the cultivators stationed in the market. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the monster group in the distance, which made Yu Nishan and the others look surprised. "The Monster King is coming, everyone be careful." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890, Secret Method of Invisibility, Rescue of Qingming. Floating Clouds Mountain Range, there is the state of Zhen. Although the territory of the Zhang State's Xiuxin world is not small, there is no Yuanying force in it. Most of the territory belongs to two giant sects in the territory. They are the Xiangxing sect entrenched in the west, and the Ming sect occupying the east of Zhang State. One day, a yellow light suddenly flew over a high mountain located in the north of the Xiangxing sect and close to the floating clouds mountain range, and it flew south quickly. Not long after the light passed, two more lights followed closely behind, chasing closely behind the other. The leading yellow light was a middle-aged man, whose aura had reached the Jiandan realm. He was Meng Yuanzhao, one of the four Jiandan elders of the Xiangxing sect. The two lights that were chasing closely behind Meng Yuanzhao were also amazing. They were also two Jiandan demon kings who had advanced to the Jiandan realm. Seeing the two demon kings behind him, the light was getting closer and closer to him, and a panic suddenly appeared on Meng Yuanzhao's face. Before he could think of how to get out, a red sword light flew behind Meng Yuanzhao, forcing him to dodge. Soon, he was blocked by two demon kings. Meng Yuanzhao had received news that the demons were heading south, and he wanted to go north to investigate the intelligence of the demon army. Unexpectedly, Meng Yuanzhao was discovered and chased by the two demon kings when he was not far from the demon army. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked, Meng Yuanzhao could only cast a spell to activate his life magic weapon, summoning 3 golden round beads from his body and surrounding him. He made good defense here, and the two demon kings not far away immediately cast their own spells to force Meng Yuanzhao in front of him, and soon the three of them started fighting on the spot. Meng Yuanzhao's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Jiandan. Facing the siege of two demon kings whose cultivation was not lower than his own, he felt a lot of pressure for a while. He could only fight and retreat, trying to escape slowly to the south. But the two demon kings had obviously seen through his thoughts, and before Meng Yuanzhao could escape far, they quickly blocked his way in front. Seeing that he had tried several times but still couldn't get away, Meng Yuanzhao simply made up his mind and took out a silver talisman from his body while the two demon kings were not paying attention. There was only a loud bang. A burst of smoke suddenly rose in the middle of the battlefield. The next moment, a yellow escape light flew out of the thick smoke, and Meng Yuanzhao immediately fled quickly without looking back, holding an arm that was bleeding. This time he paid the price of half an arm, and finally injured an enemy giant and middle-stage demon king at close range, giving himself a chance to escape. When the two demon kings reacted and chased out of the smoke, Meng Yuanzhao had already turned into an escape light and left the battlefield in the distance. Seeing this, the two demon kings stood there and looked at each other fiercely, and still chose to turn around and leave the place and retreat northward. After running fast all the way, Meng Yuanzhao finally arrived near a market in the south of the sect. Thinking that he was about to escape, he couldn't help but feel relieved. When Meng Yuanzhao approached the market, he was a little surprised that not only was there no trace of the mountain protection formation above the entire market, but there was also a very strong bloody smell. The monster army is still in the north. How could it suddenly appear here? After seeing that the market in front of him had already been broken by many monsters, Meng Yuanzhao was surprised, wondering why the monster army thousands of miles away suddenly came here. Before Meng Yuanzhao could figure out the problem in front of him, his face suddenly changed and he quickly retreated behind him. At the place where he left, 2 white wind blades suddenly appeared, slashing directly in front of Meng Yuanzhao, and a white spiritual light was drawn in the air. The next moment, a white figure suddenly appeared from the air. It was a white crane monster with a snow-white body. A late giant and demon king. Seeing the white crane demon king in front of him, Meng Yuanzhao's face changed, and he turned around and fled far away. But just after he dodged and retreated not far, 2 figures suddenly appeared from the void in the air around him, blocking him. They were also 2 giant and demon kings with high cultivation. In just a blink of an eye, Meng Yuanzhao was surrounded by 3 demon kings again. At this time, he couldn't help but be shocked. How could these demon kings appear out of thin air? He couldn't detect how they came to his side. What's going on? Could it be that they all know some secret method of invisibility? After half an incense stick, a yellow-robed figure fell from mid-air to the ground, and then 3 escape lights flashed in front of him. Looking at Meng Yuanzhao, who had already lost his breath in front of him, the white crane demon king opened his mouth with satisfaction and swallowed him directly into his stomach. Human giant and monks, the taste is really good. It has been a long time since I tasted this level of delicacy. Next, we should go to the next market to taste the monks there. After savoring it with satisfaction for a while, the White Crane Demon King issued another order, and soon countless monsters flew out of the nearby market and came to the front of the Demon King in an instant. When these low-level monsters gathered near him, the White Crane Demon King suddenly spit out a white ball from his mouth, and then a cloud of smoke enveloped it and the nearby monsters. Not long after, the figures of the thousands of monsters disappeared in a blur. Soon, the originally fierce battlefield suddenly became quiet, leaving only a bloody smell, and there was no other sound. Thousands of miles away, in the ancestral hall of the Qingming, a Qingming monk, holding a token, just walked into the hall, and his eyes were suddenly attracted by several oil lamps above his head. 3 of the lamps were still lit, but the one on the far right had no light and had been extinguished for a long time. Seeing this, the young monk thought he had seen it wrong, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes, and stepped forward to check it carefully again. However, the next moment, the token in his hand suddenly fell, and he ran out in panic. Not good, the soul lamp of the great ancestor has an accident. The news that the soul lamp of the ancestor of the sect suddenly went out soon spread to the sect hall, alarming the other 3 Qingming giant and elders who were in retreat. At the same time, several towns and cities far in the north of the Qingming also sent emergency distress communication symbols to the sect. The northern border monster army has already moved south. In just one day, not only the Qingming, but also the neighboring Ming sect and several small countries to the east of Zhang State were attacked by the monster army at the same time. The war in Zhang State also officially kicked off the once-in-a-century monster turmoil in the northern border. Half a month later, outside the Qingming Mountain of Wei State, a swordlight flew quickly and stopped at the gate of the Xiaoyao sect. Seeing several Xiaoyao sect monks in the distance taking the initiative to come over, the visitor hurriedly took out a token to prove his identity and handed it over directly. This fellow Taoist, I am a disciple of the Qingming sect. I have something to do and come to see the head of your sect, Su. Please let me know. When the gatekeeper Xiaoyao sect disciple took the other party's token, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be something invisible under the token. Sensing the abnormality in his hand, the Xiaoyao sect disciple smiled slightly, and then looked at the token in his hand carefully. Seeing that there was no problem with the identity of the visitor, he stretched out his hand to invite him in. After a while, the Qingming sect disciple was taken to the sect's Xiaoyao hall and met Su Ziyan and another middle-aged man who were busy here. Since breaking through the 7th level of the Golden Core a few years ago, Su Ziyan has officially taken over the position of the head of the Xiaoyao sect under the witness and suggestion of the sect's supreme elder Bai Yuxin. The position of elder of the sect's General Affairs Hall that Su Ziyan originally served concurrently has now been succeeded by another new Golden Core cultivator Zhang Zongxin, who has just formed a core not long ago. He is the middle-aged man standing next to Su Ziyan now. After arriving at the Xiaoyao Hall and alarming Su Ziyan and Zhang Zongxin, the Qingming sect disciple hurriedly stepped forward and took the initiative to bow and salute. Junior greets the 2 seniors. No need to be polite. Stand up and say anything. Su Ziyan first waved her hand gently, and after she stood up, she immediately asked, a few days ago, I received a message from your sect and learned that the monsters in the northern border were heading south. I don't know why fellow Taoist Lin sent you here again, but what happened on the front line? Hearing Su Ziyan's question, the Qingming disciple stepped forward and knelt on the ground, and tears rolled out of his eyes in an instant. Reporting to the seniors, now the front line of Zhang State is in a state of emergency. More than a dozen markets have fallen into the hands of monsters, and the monster army has already approached our Qingming Valley. This time, the junior was entrusted by the great elder to come for help. I hope the 2 seniors can lend a hand and save our Qingming from danger. Our sect will definitely be grateful for your kindness. After speaking, the Qingming disciple took out another letter from his body and held it above his head with a respectful face. It's been less than half a month, and the army of monsters has come to Qingming Valley. It's too fast. Hearing the news from the visitor, Zhang Zongxin, who was standing aside, suddenly showed a trace of surprise on his face, and couldn't help but ask a question. Su Ziyan, who was standing beside him, also had some surprise on her face, and hurriedly took the letter that the other party took out. After opening the letter and taking a closer look, Su Ziyan's face became more solemn, and she said to Zhang Zongxin beside her, it's difficult for you and me to decide on this matter, and we need to report it to Uncle Bai as soon as possible. Junior brother Zhang, please take this little friend down to settle down first, and I will go and tell Uncle Bai." After Su Ziyan finished speaking, he immediately got up and walked out of the hall. A day later, a light suddenly flew from the north of Qingming Mountain. Not long after, an ordinary-looking man in green and a woman in white came to the outside of Xiaoyao Hall and strode directly into the hall. "Junior brother Song, junior sister Wang. You are here, come and sit down first." Seeing Song Qingming and Wang Xiaoyun coming in, Bai Yuxin, who was sitting at the top, stood up and waved to them with a smile, inviting Song Qingming to sit down next to her. In addition to Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming who had just arrived, there were also 9 people in the hall: Su Ziyan, Zhang Zongxin, Chu Fangping, Zhao Mengling, Li Junayan, Zhang Tiang, Luo Qingyan, Fang Baixun, and Wang Xiaoyun. As soon as Song Qingming sat down, Bai Yuxin immediately handed him the letter of request for help that she had just received from Zhang State, and explained softly, "Junior brother Song, half a month ago, the monsters in the northern border have all moved south, and most of the fronts in the surrounding countries have been attacked by monsters. This is a letter of request for help sent by the Xianxing sect of Zhang State yesterday. This time, the number of monsters in Zhang State is several times more than before, and the Xianxing sect and Ming sect are already unable to cope with it. Senior sister Bai, do the Xianji sect and Xingqian sect know about this? Have they received any news recently?" After taking the letter and glancing at it, Song Qingming looked up and asked. Hearing this, Bai Yuxin nodded immediately and said, "This time the monster riot came very suddenly. Except for our north, which is still relatively calm, other sects in various places have basically already fought with a monster army. Xingqian sect was pinned down by the monsters in Taiyu Lake. This time they are under great pressure, and it is difficult for them to free up their hands in a short period of time. Fellow Taoist Yang of Xianji sect is still dealing with the monsters in Belan Mountain in the east. It is estimated that it will take about half a year to repel the monster army over there and withdraw to the north. Now, we are the only one who can free up our hands around Zhang State. This time, it seems that we have to go to Zhang State. Has the Scarlet Cloud Demon King shown up in Zhang State?" Seeing Song Qingming raised his eyes and looked at him, Su Ziyan hurriedly bowed and responded, reporting to Uncle Song, "According to the news from Xianxing sect, the Red Cloud Demon King has not appeared yet. However, the number of demon beasts attacking Zhang State this time is twice as many as before, and there are also many demon beasts from Qi Mountain mixed in. I think the Red Cloud Demon King should be hiding behind the scenes and controlling this matter. Otherwise, the dozen Demon King armies attacking Zhang State may become chaotic without a leader. It is impossible for them to reach Xianxing Valley so quickly. Well, in the past, most of the demon beasts from the northern border on our side went south and concentrated in Qingming Mountain. Why do they all seem to have gone to Qingming Mountain this time? Qingming Mountain is now, since the main monster beasts have not yet moved south. We don't know what the Black Dragon Monster King is planning. Junior brother Song, no matter what, we still have to find a way to save Zhang State. Otherwise, once the monster beast army breaks through Xianxing Valley and occupies the entire Zhang State, the eastern countries will probably fall into the hands of the monsters, which is also a great threat to us. In this case, senior brother Li is still in retreat, and senior sister Bai still needs to stay at the mountain gate, so I will go to Zhang State. Who of you is willing to go with me?" Hearing Song Qingming's loud question, Su Ziyan and others standing in the hall immediately bowed and responded in unison, "We swear to serve the sect until death, and are willing to follow Uncle Master to defeat the enemy." Seeing the unity of the sect, Bai Yuxin nodded with satisfaction and said, "This time, the situation is urgent to rescue Zhang State. I think Tiang, Baixun, and Qingyan should go with junior brother. The others should stay in the sect first to prevent the Funiu Mountain monsters from going south. I will follow Uncle Master's orders." After hearing Bai Yuxin's arrangement, many elders of the sect present did not raise any objections and responded in unison again. After discussing with Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming took thousands of sect monks on a large flying boat the next day to cross the Funiu Mountain and headed straight to Zhang State in the east. In addition to Zhang Tiang, Fang Baixun and Luo Qingyan, Song Qingming also brought Wang Xiaoyun and Song Yuanhao with him. After crossing the Funiu Mountain, the flying boat soon arrived at the territory of Zhang State. As soon as they arrived at Zhang State, Song Qingming and others saw a large number of mortals and sect monks fleeing south from the flying boat. Since the formation of the nascent soul by the Red Cloud Demon King 700 years ago, Almost every monster turmoil in the past few hundred years has brought a life and death test to the cultivators and mortals of Zhang State. Faced with a huge pressure from the Red Cloud Mountain in the north, the two major giant sects of Zhang State, the Star Sect and the Ming Sect, could not compete with it at all. Every time the monsters from the northern border went south, the territory of Zhang State was in a mess, and in the end, they needed the help of the surrounding countries to barely repel the monsters' attacks. Last time, the countries in the floating Cloud Mountain range united to march north to attack the monsters. With the help of the Star Sect of Wu State, Zhang State regained a lot of lost territory from the monsters. However, it was only a few decades later that the monsters from the northern border went south again. Soon, the two sects of Zhang State were beaten back by the monster army, and even their own sect Lingyuan was in danger. After Song Qingming and others entered Zhang State, the flying boat turned north and soon arrived outside a valley with extremely high terrain. Looking at the army of monsters besieging the Shiangsing Valley mountain protection formation below, the faces of the people on the flying boat suddenly became a little solemn. As a giant sect with decent strength, the disciples of the Shiangsing sect and the affiliated forces under its sect added together, there are less than 5,000 cultivators. And in front of them, the army of monsters besieging the Shiangsing Valley is endless, and there are at least 10,000 or so. The strength of the demon army outside the valley has long exceeded that of the Shiangsing sect cultivators. It is no wonder that the demon army can kill all the way from the north to the outside of the Shiangsing Valley in just half a month. Seeing that the monsters in front are constantly attacking the mountain protection formation, the situation of the Shiangsing sect is already somewhat precarious. Song Qingming did not hesitate at all, and immediately walked to the front of the flying boat, cast a spell to release a red talisman in his hand, and directly informed the Shiangsing sect cultivators who were besieged in front of the news of the people coming to help. At the same time, Wang Xian, Song Yuanghao and other giant monks from the sect had already left the flying boat and arrived in the air. My fellow disciples, follow me to kill the enemy. With the order from Wang Xian and others, many monks on the flying boat immediately jumped down and followed the giant elders in front of them to kill the weak points of the monsters in front of the monsters. Song Qingming, a Yuanying monk, stood in front of the flying boat, staring at the surroundings to prevent the Yuanying demon king who might appear at any time. The army of monsters besieging Shiangsing Valley was led by 9 giant and demon kings, besieging the mountain protection formation from all directions. The direction of Wang Xian and others' attack happened to be the place where a giant and early-stage demon king was leading. This demon king was originally average in strength, and his cultivation was only the second level of giant. After only fighting with Wang Xian for more than 10 rounds, he instantly fell below. Since his cultivation advanced to the 6th level of giant, Wang Xian has been stuck in this realm for many years and has not made any progress. Half a year ago, with the help of a 3rd-grade top-grade elixir, Wang Xian finally succeeded in breaking through and advancing to the late stage of the Golden Core after years of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion this time, Wang Xian's strength has greatly improved compared to before, and it is no problem to deal with a 2nd-level Golden Core Demon King. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, the Demon King did not care and directly abandoned the many demon beasts under his command, turned around and took the initiative to retreat to the side. Wang Xian saw that the Demon King wanted to escape, so she would not let him go easily. He quickly cast a spell in his hand, and a golden ring turned into sharp spiritual light and rushed straight to the opponent. The Demon King had just hidden in the crowd of demon beasts below when he saw a golden light coming and instantly killed many low-level demon beasts nearby, forcing the Demon King out again. The next moment, Wang Xian, holding a golden ring, caught up and entangled the opponent again. The golden ring magic weapon in Wang Xian's hand was the 3rd-level top-grade magic weapon Golden Yao Bao Halo that Song Qingming used that year. Since his cultivation broke through the nascent soul realm, the several 3rd-level magic weapons in Song Qingming's hands have become less and less effective for him. Seeing that these magic weapons were useless to him, and Wang Xian and others lacked powerful high-level magic weapons after their cultivation, Song Qingming simply gave them to several people around him. Among them, Song Qingming was assigned the White Dragon Ruler, and Wang Xian got the Golden Yao Bao Halo, a 3rd-level top-grade magic weapon with extremely strong attack power. With the blessing of the Golden Yao Bao Halo, Wang Xian did not give the opponent too many opportunities and forced the Demon King into a desperate situation on the spot. Although several nearby demon kings rushed to support after discovering the arrival of reinforcements, they could only watch from a distance and could not help because of the efforts of Song Yuanhao and others. With a scream, the unlucky demon king's huge body fell from the sky and died in Wang Xian's hands. The beheading of the demon king frightened the low-level demon beasts nearby, and soon the entire demon beast army on the battlefield was in chaos. Taking this opportunity, thousands of monks in the Xiangxing Valley Mountain Protection Formation in the distance immediately rushed out of the Mountain Protection Formation and raided the rear of the demon beast army. Under the attack of the monk army from both inside and outside, the demon beast army was still caught off guard despite its large number, and was soon penetrated by two groups of human monks and merged into one battlefield. Seeing that the human monks were fighting more and more bravely, the demon beast armies that were attacking the Mountain Protection Formation from other directions immediately stopped their attacks and surrounded the battlefield. Everyone, don't fight the monsters here, retreat to the Mountain Protection Formation first. Seeing that there were more and more monsters around and their own monks began to lose more and more, Wang Xian and others immediately commanded the monk army to gradually retreat into the Xiangxing Valley Mountain Protection Formation. At this time, Song Qingming had also boarded the large flying boat and appeared at the back of the battlefield. This is a unyielding monk. Chapter 891, The sect is destroyed, and the cave is weird. Feeling a very strong breath coming from the flying boat, the faces of many demon kings who were besieging Wang Xian and others changed and turned their eyes. Then they saw a huge flying boat flying from behind and soon arrived above the battlefield. At this time, Song Qingming, who was standing on the flying boat, glanced at the battlefield below and then turned to the sky not far away. In the air where Song Qingming was looking, there seemed to be nothing else except a few white clouds floating in the wind. But at this moment, his face showed a little solemnity. Looking at the huge flying boat flying above, the army of demon beasts that were besieging the human cultivators not far away, felt a huge pressure from above, and involuntarily made way for it. Soon, the flying boat under Song Qingming's feet passed through the battlefield and directly entered the Xiangxing Valley Mountain Protection Formation not far away. The demon kings outside saw that the human cultivators had taken the opportunity to withdraw into the Mountain Protection Formation and could only helplessly order a temporary stop. As the monster army besieging Xiangxing Valley took the initiative to retreat to High Mountain in the north, the fierce battlefield, which was originally filled with killing sounds, gradually calmed down. Only corpses were left on the ground and the bloody smell floating in the air, recording the cruel scene that had just happened. Half a day later, in the main hall of Xiangxingmen, several Xiangxingmen Jinden elders were standing in the lower position, which was very rare at this time, and took the initiative to give the center of the hall to Song Qingming, a Yuanying cultivator. Other people who came with him, such as Wang Xian, had also come to the main hall and were listening to the Xiangxingmen cultivators explain what had happened recently. A month ago, the Qi Mountain monster tribe took advantage of the chaos of monsters in the northern border and gathered tens of thousands of monster tribe troops to march south. On the Zhang side, the two major Jinden sects Xiangxingmen and Ming sect did not expect that there would be such a large-scale monster army marching south, and they were all caught off guard. Soon, the Xiangxing sect lost almost all of its territory on the northern front. Even Meng Yuan's Hao, one of the four Jinden elders of the sect, was besieged and killed on the battlefield by the Demon King. If it weren't for the fourth-level lower-grade magic array guarding the Xiangxing Valley, the sect's sacred mountain, the Xiangxing Valley would have been unable to hold on in the face of such a siege by a demon beast army that was several times larger than the number of demon beasts, and Song Qingming and others would not have come to support them. Ancestor. Before, junior brother Meng led people to the north to investigate the news. Apart from the demon tribe of Qi Mountain, they did not find many foreign demon beasts. This time, the demon beast army came a little strangely. Those demon kings seemed to appear out of thin air and suddenly killed us in the market behind us. Junior brother Meng was besieged by those demon kings because of his carelessness, and he fell into the hands of the White Crane Demon King. If it weren't for Senior Song and fellow Daoists who came to rescue us in time, I'm afraid there would be no Xiangxing sect in this world anymore. Before, the cultivators of Xiangxing sect suffered great losses after being besieged by the demon army for a long time, and they had already been a little desperate. At this moment, reinforcements finally arrived, and several elders of Xiangxing sect were also very excited, showing a feeling of surviving a disaster. After hearing the careful narration of several people from Xiangxing sect, Song Qingming and others in the hall finally had a general understanding of the current situation in Zhang State, and hurriedly spoke to comfort them. After asking for a while, Song Qingming, who was standing at the head of the hall, asked everyone again, "Everyone, what is the current situation of Ming sect?" Hearing Song Qingming asking about the situation of Ming sect in the east, several Jinden elders of Xianxing sect immediately showed some unpleasant looks on their faces. Later, Hu Zuanjing, the chief elder of the sect, took the initiative to step forward and answer Song Qingming's question. Reporting to the senior, "After our sect was trapped, we sent a message to the east to contact Ming sect, but for some reason, except for the reply we received the first time, there has been no reply from Ming sect in the past 10 days. Now the surrounding area is all occupied by monsters, and the cultivators we sent are also blocked by monsters. Therefore, we are not very clear about the recent situation of Ming sect. Well, now that the monster army has temporarily retreated, please go to Ming sect with junior brother Zhang and fellow Taoist Hu to see what the situation is there. If the situation in Ming sect is not good, please send a message back quickly. I will follow the orders of the ancestor." As soon as Song Qingming gave the order, Zhang Tianying and Hu Zuanjing hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to receive the order, then turned around and walked out, heading straight for the Ming sect in the east of Zhang State. Next, Song Qingming spoke again and gave instructions, and everyone in the hall received the order and left the hall. Although they lost a lot of monks before, they have received support from thousands of monks from the Xiaoao sect this time, and the number of human monks in the Xianxing Valley has doubled compared to before. Although the total number of human monks in the valley is still less than that of the monster army outside, relying on the Xianxing Valley Mountain Protection Formation, the overall strength of the human race is no weaker than that of the monster race. In addition, there is Song Qingming, a unyielding monk, sitting in charge. Even if the monster race is strong, it is difficult for them to have a chance to take down the Xianxing Valley for a while. In the previous war, Song Qingming, as a unyielding monk, had the ability to change the entire battle situation in an instant, but he did not act casually. It is also for this reason that on such a large battlefield, the protagonists of the battle are generally monks below the unyielding level. The high-level combat power of the unyielding level on both sides will not end easily because of their great destructive power. Otherwise, if the unyielding monks of both sides act casually on the battlefield, the casualties of the low-level monks on both sides will definitely be affected by the battle and suffer heavy losses. Whether it is the human race or the monster race, this result is difficult to accept. Not only Song Qingming, but also the Red Cloud Demon King of the Demon Clan also did not show up in the previous war. However, although Song Qingming did not see the Red Cloud Demon King with his own eyes, but before entering the Xianxing Valley Mountain Protection Formation, his consciousness still sensed a breath that was not weaker than that of a unyielding cultivator in the distant void. As expected, the Red Cloud Demon King was also hidden in the demon army outside the valley. After the war, the Demon Clan, which suffered a loss, did not rush to attack the Xianxing Valley again as expected by Song Qingming and others, but began to mobilize monsters everywhere to come to support. Taking advantage of the interval when the Demon Clan paused its attack, the human race also began to prepare for war quickly, repairing the damaged mountain protection formation with all its strength, and preparing to deal with the next wave of attacks from the Demon Beast army at any time. Just when the Xianxing Valley cultivators were fully preparing for war, Zhang Tianying and Hu Zuanjing, who went to inquire about the news, brought back a very shocking news. A few days ago, the two of them finally bypassed the Demon Beast army outside and arrived at Ming Mountain. Unexpectedly, the mountain protection formation on the mountain had already been broken by the demon army, and the mountain gate territory of the Ming sect had all fallen into the hands of the demon army. The monks of the Ming sect on the mountain had not actively sent out any news, and it was estimated that most of them had suffered an accident. This giant sect, which has been passed down for more than 1,000 years, is very likely to have been wiped out by the demon army. Upon learning the shocking news brought by Zhang Tianying and the others, everyone in the Xianxing Valley was also shocked. Although the Ming sect only has 2 giant elders in the sect, and its overall strength is not as good as that of the Xianxing sect, it is at least an old-fashioned giant sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. Moreover, the sect's spiritual land Ming Mountain is guarded by a 3rd-level top-grade mountain protection formation, which can at least deal with the siege of 4 or 5 giant and demon kings. Logically speaking, even if the monks of the Ming sect cannot defeat the demon army, It should not be a big problem to be trapped at the mountain gate like the Xianxing sect. No matter how you look at it, it is unlikely that the demon army would break through Lingshan in less than a month and suffer a tragic disaster. After learning this shocking news, Song Qingming was also surprised. Originally, he wanted to send people to unite with the Ming sect in the east, and the two sides would serve as a horn to defend against the northern demon army and maintain the northern line of defense of Zheng. Unexpectedly, they had just arrived at the Xianxing gate and the Ming sect had been broken through by the demon army. Now, in the entire Zhangxiuxin world, there is only the Xianxing Valley alone. It is difficult for human cultivators to counterattack the demon army. Seeing that his own situation was not good, and the demon army outside the city was constantly accumulating strength, Song Qingming immediately sent a message to the Xianji sect in the south, as well as several countries around Zheng. Let them quickly organize the monk army and bring people to support. At the same time, Song Qingming also quickly informed the Guiyang Mountain of the critical situation in Zheng, so that Bai Yuxin and others could prepare for it in advance. In case of any unexpected incidents on the Zheng side, the demon army of Zheng in the east would pass through the Yunwu Mountain from the east to harass the territory of Wei. After 2 days of rest, the demon army soon returned under the personal leadership of many demon kings and began to attack the Xianxing Valley again. However, although the strength of the demon army this time was not weaker than before. However, the intensity of the demons' attack formation was significantly lower than before, and it seemed that they were also a little afraid of the human monks in the Xianxing Valley. For this reason, many human monks in the Xianxing Valley were also slightly relieved. The two sides confronted each other outside the Xianxing Valley. Although there was a big battle almost every day, both sides were testing each other. A few days later, dozens of miles north of the Xianxing Valley, in a cave, more than a dozen demon kings were gathered here to discuss how to attack the Xianxing Valley next. A red-robed man sitting at the head of the demon kings was the Red Cloud Demon King, who commanded the demon tribe near the Red Cloud Mountain. He squinted his eyes and looked at the demons below. Just as the chattering continued in the cave, a white light flashed at the door, and then the White Crane Demon King in white strode in from outside the cave. Seeing the White Crane Demon King suddenly appearing in front of him, the Red Cloud Demon King who was originally sitting at the head suddenly had a gleam in his eyes and stood up. "Greetings, Ancestor. You go out first, I have something to discuss with the White Crane." After waving his hand quickly at the White Crane Demon King in front of him, the Red Cloud Demon King immediately sent out the demon kings in the cave, leaving only the White Crane Demon King. After the demons left, the Red Cloud Demon King waved his hand to set up a soundproof magic circle at the entrance of the cave, and then turned around and walked back with a happy face. Before the other party could speak, the White Crane Demon King suddenly asked with a somewhat unhappy look on his face, "Dao Yao, the number of troops under your command is several times that of human cultivators, but you have not been able to capture Xianxing Valley for such a long time. Your actions are too slow. Now that the reinforcements of Xiaoyao sect have arrived, even if we merge together, it may not be so easy to capture Xianxing Valley again." Hearing the questioning tone in the words of the White Crane Demon King, the Red Cloud Demon King had an abnormal expression on his face and did not show any displeasure. Instead, he nodded calmly and replied, "Don't blame me, fellow Taoist Bey. We have tried our best to attack the Xianxing Gate in the past month. It's just that the Xianxing Valley's mountain protection array is really powerful, and the reinforcements from the Xiaoyao sect came so quickly. We didn't expect this. But fellow Taoist, don't worry. I have already passed the news of Song Qingming's coming to Zheng State to the Ancestor. Our current task is to temporarily contain this person in Zheng State. As for breaking through the Xianxing Valley, don't worry. As long as we can successfully delay the opponent, when the demon army flattens Wei State in the future, a small Xianxing Valley will be in our hands and we can take it down at any time." Of course I know all this. But Xianxing we didn't take down the valley, so our contribution this time is much smaller. When others make great contributions in the future, we will definitely suffer some losses when we discuss merits and rewards in front of the Ancestor. Haha. Now that the matter is done, fellow Taoist, there is no need to force it. Let's concentrate on doing the current work and never make any mistakes. If we delay the Ancestor's important work in the future, let alone rewarding us, it will be hard to say whether we still have a foothold in the floating cloud mountains. Well, how did you see Song Qingming? He shouldn't have seen any flaws, right? Hearing the question from the White Crane Demon King, the Red Cloud Demon King smiled slightly, and suddenly transformed into another unfamiliar face. Don't worry, my transformation technique was passed down by the Lion Patriarch himself. Even a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul would find it difficult to see through it. Qingming's cultivation is only in the early stage of the nascent soul. Unless he is face to face with me, he will definitely not be able to see through my secret technique. And for safety reasons, except for you, they don't know my true identity. As long as you and I are fine, there will be no problems in this matter, now that the Ming sect has been taken down by me. As long as the Taoist can contain Qingming, the others are not to be feared. We will immediately start to act after the order from the Patriarch. Seeing that the aura of the Red Cloud Demon King in front of him suddenly changed and transformed into a strange-looking giant and Demon King, the White Crane Demon King also showed a bit of joy on his face. A few months later, outside the White Dragon Valley in the north of Uyghur, the monster beast disturbance in the northern border that spanned the entire Funiu Mountain range cultivation world has lasted for nearly half a year. Not only in Zheng State in the east, but almost the entire floating Cloud Mountain range cultivation world, wars were ignited everywhere, and countless monsters came from the northern border to the south to harass the human territory in the south. At this time, the northern part of Wei State was unusually calm, and did not fall into chaos like the surrounding areas. Because Wei State was so peaceful, the scattered cultivators from the surrounding countries fled here, causing the number of cultivators in the northern part of Wei State to increase instead of decrease, and it was much more lively than before the turmoil. On this day, outside the White Dragon Valley, two scattered cultivators suddenly rushed from the north to the market. After the two arrived at the gate of the market, they immediately shouted to the gatekeeper, "The monsters are coming. There is a beast tide coming over there. How many monsters are coming? Where are they now?" Seeing the two scattered cultivators shouting anxiously that the beast tide was coming, a Zioao sect key training lay cultivator guarding the gate of the market hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the other party with a calm face and asked a question. Hearing this, the casual cultivator paused for a moment and immediately responded. "We just discovered that there are estimated to be at least thousands of monsters, and there may be a monster king. Now they are in the valley in the north, less than 10 miles away from here." After hearing the detailed information about the beast tide from the other party, the Zioao sect cultivator guard in the city did not look too panicked, and quickly turned around and ordered several cultivators beside him, "This beast tide may be different, hurry up and send a message to the law enforcement team. After a quarter of an hour, close the city gate. Everyone retreat into the city first and prepare to fight the enemy." Under the arrangement of the cultivator guard in the city, the news of the monster attack quickly spread to the market. Then, a white light flew up outside the market and enveloped the entire White Dragon Valley. Thousands of cultivators guarding the city quickly took their positions and came to the northern city wall. Most of these cultivators guarding the market were disciples of the Zioao sect, and there were also a small number of casual cultivators in different clothes, including dozens of foundation building cultivators. Soon, a beam of light flew from the sky, revealing a middle-aged man in a white robe. It was Qi Refinement, the late giant and elder of the Zioao sect. Qi Refinement glanced at the many monks who were already on the city wall, nodded calmly, and looked up to the north. Just as everyone waited nervously and patiently, a cloud of dust finally rose in the north of the White Dragon Valley, and a roar came from outside the city. However, when the many monks on the city wall saw the invading monsters below, they breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. The invading beasts in front of them were sparse, and the total number might be less than 200, and there were no thousands of monsters as the previous intelligence said. Moreover, the grades of these monsters were generally not high, and there were only a few level 2 monsters, not to mention the fierce level 3 monster kings. Seeing this scene, Qi Refinement, who was standing in the air, sighed slightly, and left the place in a flash. He ignored the many cultivators below and returned directly to his own cave for cultivation. At this time, a leading late-stage foundation building cultivator, standing on the city wall, gradually showed an ugly look on his face. He turned around and angrily scolded the two cultivators beside him. "Didn't you say that the beast tide this time is different and there might be a demon king attacking? You made a fuss over this little demon beast and even asked me to alert the ancestor to come out of retreat. You people are really incapable of doing anything but causing trouble. Who was the idiot who provided the information just now? Send him to the law enforcement team immediately for punishment according to the law. This has happened several times this month. I think they are all crazy about getting the reward." After scolding, The foundation-building cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect, who was still a little unsatisfied, saw that the demon beasts in front had arrived under the city wall, so he stepped on the flying sword and rushed out, venting his anger directly on these ignorant demon beasts. These hundreds of low-level demon beasts suddenly encountered thousands of powerful city-guarding cultivators, and were soon beaten and fled by the human cultivators. The remaining monsters, led by a level 2 monster, quickly turned around and retreated to the north. Chase? Don't let any monster go. Seeing that the last level 2 monster in the group of monsters ahead was trying to escape, the leading disciple in the late Foundation establishment stage quickly stepped on his flying sword and led a few people to chase after it. However, although the second level monster in front of them was not very powerful, it was a bird monster. Its speed of escape was no slower than theirs. It quickly escaped more than 10 miles into a valley. The several disciples of the Xiaoyao sect who were chasing behind them saw that the other party was about to escape from their sight, so they quickly took out the talisman and blessed themselves, and increased their speed to catch up. Just when they chased to the back of the valley, the escaping monster suddenly changed direction and turned around. After a while, it went into a dark cave on the edge of the valley. Seeing that the monster actually hid in the cave in front of them, several Xiaoyao sect foundation building monks suddenly showed joy on their faces and quickly chased in. This monster is really not very intelligent. It actually ran in here. It really saved me some effort, junior brother who is right. We finally caught a monster in the middle stage of foundation building. This time we can finally get a lot of merits. Hearing the happy words of several companions beside him, the leading late stage of foundation building cultivator, looking at the dark cave in front of him, felt inexplicably uneasy in his heart, and immediately said, "Okay. When we find the monster, we will fight it quickly and go back quickly. Otherwise, when Uncle knows we are not here, he will blame us again, haha. Don't worry, Senior Brother Yuan, Uncle Chu just returned to the cave for retreat. How could he come out so soon? It's better to be safe than sorry. You guys have been practicing for so many years, why are you still so careless? Senior Brother is right." Seeing that the leading cultivator named Yuan had a little displeasure on his face, the people around him didn't dare to say anything more. They immediately took out their magic weapons and walked quickly into the depths of the cave. Soon, they found the mid-stage foundation building monster that had just escaped in a cave at the bottom of the cave. Just as everyone was about to go forward to deal with the monster in front of them, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew from the depths of the cave, and then a somewhat cold voice came into the ears of several people with the wind. "My friends, you really kept me waiting for a long time. Who is it, sneaking around?" Hearing this somewhat strange voice, several Xiaoyao sect monks suddenly changed their faces and looked at the depths of the cave with a vigilant look. The next moment, 2 strange red lights suddenly shot out from the darkness not far away, heading straight for the Xiaoyao sect people. Before they could react, the red light fell on their bodies, and several people suddenly found that their bodies seemed to have lost control in an instant. They couldn't even shout out, and could only stand there in shock. Chapter 892, War breaks out again, sudden change in the north. Northeast of Uyghur, in the White Lion Square. As the largest market in the northeast of Uyghur, after decades of vigorous management by the Song family, the White Lion Square has thousands of permanent cultivators and casual cultivators in the market. Its prosperity has gradually surpassed the Camel Cloud Mountain and Iron Ferry Valley in the west of Uyghur, and it is now the leading large market in Uyghur. However, today's White Lion Square streets are unusually sparsely populated. Most of the shops in the market have closed their doors, and many cultivators in the city have rushed to the city gates on all sides. Standing on the wall of the market, Song Yuangsu and many foundation building cultivators guarding the city frowned slightly as they looked at the hundreds of monsters swarming below. Although the beast tide in the northern border has been moving south for half a year, the north of Uyghur has been very peaceful, and only occasionally encounters a small number of low-level monsters moving south to harass. It was the first time that Song Yuangsu and others had encountered such a big commotion as today, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Before, everyone knew that the sect had defeated the monster army in the White Dragon Valley, and they thought that the monster tribe of Golden Feather Mountain might not dare to go south easily this time. Unexpectedly, even after more than half a year, the monster army still came south and did not allow them to avoid this disaster. As a family foundation elder, Song Yuangsu had also experienced the last monster turmoil, and naturally knew the cruel fate that the monks in the city would face next. But now at this moment, Facing the many monster armies outside the city, Song Yuanxu's eyes gradually calmed down, turned around and said seriously, "There are so many monsters coming this time, I'm afraid there are monster kings among them. Everyone should be smart when they go out to fight the enemy later. Once the monster king appears, quickly withdraw to the mountain protection formation first. Don't worry, Grandma, we know." Hearing Song Yuanxu's instructions, Song Linru and others on the side immediately bowed and responded. Seeing that the army of monsters below had already killed the city, Song Yuanxu immediately waved his hand, and many high-level magic weapons arranged on the walls of White Lion Square immediately shot out a series of spiritual lights. These spiritual lights turned into sharp arrows in the air and went straight to the bottom of the city wall. Soon, many monsters running in the front screamed. The Song family has been operating White Lion Square for many years, and has already built this family's northern defense line very solid. In White Lion Square, there is not only a third-level medium-grade mountain protection formation, but also several third-level flying cloud crossbows on the city wall. These high-level magic weapons used to defend the city are very powerful. If used properly, they can even threaten the Golden Core Monster King. The only disadvantage is that these high-level magic weapons are too bulky and cannot be moved at will. The attack distance is relatively limited. And when using them, they need to be constantly filled with a large amount of spiritual stones, which also consumes a lot of spiritual stones for the defenders, making it difficult to use them continuously in battle. After several third-level flying cloud crossbows and other low-level city defense magic weapons were launched, many low-level monsters below were also shocked by their power and stopped in their tracks. At this moment, more than a dozen second-level monsters in the monster group rushed out immediately, constantly driving their low-level monsters to attack the mountain protection formation in the market. As the monster army continued to approach, even though many magic weapons on the city wall continued to attack, they still could not stop their edge. Soon the entire White Lion Square mountain protection formation felt a wave of pressure. Seeing this, Song Yuanxu immediately commanded the city defense monks to take the initiative to kill out of the mountain protection formation and fight with a monster army. After the two sides fought, the sound of shouting and killing was endless, and the entire battlefield was also filled with a bloody smell, which made the young monks standing behind the mountain protection formation feel uncomfortable. However, those who came to the front battlefield were basically elite monks specially selected by the Song family. Facing the tragic scene on the battlefield ahead, although their faces looked a little ugly, their eyes still did not show much fear. Hearing the order from the foundation building monks in the back, they shouted and jumped directly out of the mountain protection formation and rushed into the battlefield. This time, the army of monsters that came to attack the White Lion Square numbered more than 1,000. And the number was no less than that of the monks guarding the city on Song Yuanxu's side. The two sides were almost evenly matched, and the fight was also very tragic. Fortunately, after the monks shared the pressure on the mountain protection formation in the square city was instantly reduced a lot, and there was no crisis for the time being. But just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, a roar suddenly came from the monster group in the back. Then, a tall figure flew up from behind the monster army, stepped forward and spit out a beam of spiritual light directly on the White Lion Square mountain protection formation, and the mountain protection formation that was hit shook violently. Giant Elephant Demon King, seeing the tall figure suddenly appearing in front of him, Song Yuanxu couldn't help but be surprised, and quickly cast a spell to release a sound transmission note that he had prepared in his hand. The Demon King is coming, everyone retreat quickly. Although there are many cultivators on the human side, they are definitely not strong enough to stop a powerful giant and demon king. Staying on the battlefield will only cause casualties. Song Yuanxu had just released the sound transmission note, and many human cultivators on the battlefield had also seen the tall figure of the giant elephant demon king and began to retreat to the mountain protection formation behind them. Seeing this, the giant elephant demon king was also very unceremonious. He didn't care about the demon army fighting with a human race below, and directly cast a spell to spit out several spiritual lights. In just a moment, dozens of cultivators on the human side fell under the attack of the demon king, which shocked Song Yuanxu and others on the city wall. Just when the giant elephant demon king wanted to wreak havoc on the battlefield, a green sword light suddenly and quickly attacked from the mountain protection formation. The sword light was so powerful that even though it was hundreds of feet away, the giant elephant demon king instantly felt the danger and had to stop casting spells and spit out a shield magic weapon to block himself. Bang! The sword light flew over, and there was a loud noise. The giant elephant demon king was forced back more than 10 feet by the sword light before he stopped and stabilized his body. The next moment, as the green light fell, a heroic-looking woman in green flashed over the battlefield, staring coldly at the giant elephant demon king not far away. Song Qingming. It's you? Seeing Song Qingming suddenly appearing in front of him, the giant elephant demon king suddenly showed a solemn look on his face. Decades ago, during the White Lion Ridge battle, Song Qingming's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, and he was far from being the opponent of the giant elephant demon king, a great demon king in the late Golden Core realm. Unexpectedly, after only a few decades, Song Qingming's cultivation has already broken through to the 8th level of the Golden Core, and his cultivation has caught up with the giant elephant demon king, who advanced to the Golden Core hundreds of years earlier than him. Just after the two fought, the giant elephant demon king also fell behind and was repelled by Song Qingming's sword. Even if he was unwilling, at this moment, the giant elephant demon king had to sigh in his heart that the cultivation speed of the human cultivators was indeed too amazing compared to the cultivators of the same level of the demon race. Song Yuexu and others on the wall of the market city were still panicked when they faced the giant elephant demon king. At this time, seeing Song Qingming suddenly appear, everyone's face suddenly turned from danger to joy, showing a burst of excitement, and shouted to the many cultivators who were still retreating under the wall, "The ancestor has arrived, don't be afraid, quickly stop the monsters outside the city." Above the sky, seeing that the giant elephant demon king recognized him at a glance, Song Qingming's face did not show any surprise, and his eyes looked at the other party calmly. "You have been a Taoist for so many years, but you still bully the younger generation like this. It's really embarrassing. Since you want to fight, let me meet you." "Humph. It would be great if we could fight, but I'm afraid you don't dare to come." Facing Song Qingming's verbal provocation, the giant elephant demon king was not afraid, and took the initiative to fly to the uninhabited area on the side of the battlefield. When Song Qingming saw that the other party took the initiative to stay away from the battlefield, he followed him without hesitation, and the two soon came to the sky above the open space on the side. The reason why they needed to change places was that both of them were late giant and cultivators, and the power of the aftermath of the battle alone was amazing. If they fought in the same place, they might accidentally hurt the low-level cultivators and monsters nearby, so they tacitly changed to a more remote battlefield. When fighting for the White Lion Square spiritual vein, the one who fought with the giant elephant demon king was Song Qingming, who had not yet formed an infant. Song Qingming's cultivation had just broken through the middle giant period, and he had not fought with the giant elephant demon king head-on on the front battlefield. When they met again this time, Song Qingming's cultivation had already caught up with the other party. In addition to his own practice of sword cultivation, his fighting ability was even better than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. At this moment, facing the giant elephant demon king, Song Qingming not only had no fear in his heart, but was looking forward to this battle. Sword shadow split light. As soon as the two stood still, Song Qingming moved his magic power and split his natal flying sword Zunming sword into 7, turning into dozens of sword shadows and rushing straight to the giant elephant demon king in the distance. On the other hand, the giant elephant demon king drove the elephant trunk to extend more than 10 times, like a long snake around itself, forming an airtight defense wall. Soon, as the sword light came, a burst of white light immediately rose beside the giant elephant demon king. The next moment, the sound of boom resounded throughout the battlefield. Both of them were late giant and cultivators, and their cultivation was not much different. Although Song Qingming practiced sword cultivation and had a very strong fighting ability, the giant elephant demon king was also one of the few great demon kings with a strong body among the demons. Even though he was suppressed by the sword light controlled by Song Qingming, he did not show any signs of defeat for a while. Just as Song Qingming and the giant elephant demon king were fighting, 3 more rays of light flew in the air in the distance and headed straight for the battlefield. Not far behind the rays of light, there was smoke and dust, and it seemed that there were many low-level monsters following. These 3 rays of light were extremely fast, and they were obviously cultivators above the golden core level. When these 3 rays of light approached the battlefield, Song Qingming, who was fighting with the giant elephant demon king, also discovered the opponent in advance. Seeing that several rays of light not far away were coming towards him, Song Qingming hurriedly stopped attacking and dodged to avoid the opponent's siege. But before Song Qingming left the battlefield, the front of the giant elephant demon king's long nose suddenly became several times larger, and then a huge suction force attacked Song Qingyu. The long nose of the giant elephant demon king can not only stretch freely, but also swallow wind and spit water. It is considered to be his innate magical power that is not inferior to magic weapons. Relying on the huge suction force released by the long nose, the giant elephant demon king instantly fixed Song Qingyu, who was eager to escape, in mid-air, making it difficult for him to leave the battlefield. The giant elephant demon king rarely uses this magical power in front of people. Even Song Qingming, who had fought with him several times in the past, had never seen it, and Song Qingyu naturally didn't know it, so he was entangled by the magical power of the giant elephant demon king for a while. Sword shadow transformation. Suddenly trapped at this moment, Song Qingyu could not move his body for a while, and could only cast spells quickly with both hands. Controlling the Qingming golden light sword not far away to transform into several sword shadow clones, and stepped forward to block the several escape lights flying in front. After breaking through the late giant stage, Song Qingyu can now split into 3 sword shadow clones. In a short period of time, each clone can have 30% of its own strength, barely reaching the 4th level of Jinden. Among the 3 demon kings who came not far away, there was no powerful Jinden late-stage demon king. After several demon kings were stopped by Song Qingyu's sword shadow clone, although they quickly gained the upper hands in the fight, they could not get close to the battlefield for a while. After temporarily blocking several demon kings in the distance, Song Qingyu quickly cast a spell to take out the magic weapon White Dragon Ruler and released a light shield to block the huge section in front of him. Then Song Qingyu threw another talisman and stuck it under his feet. With a flash of light, he forcibly left the original place and fled backwards. After using several important magic weapons on his body in succession, Song Qingyu finally got rid of the entanglement of the giant elephant demon king as he wished, and turned to escape far away. "Where are you going?" Seeing Song Qingyu escape, the giant elephant demon king quickly rolled his long nose forward and instantly came to Song Qingyu to stop him. But Song Qingyu obviously didn't want to entangle with it, so he dodged it directly and changed direction to fly to the battlefield below not far away. At the same time, the demon kings that were stopped by Song Qingyu's sword shadow clone had also gotten rid of their opponents and chased up to block the escaped Song Qingyu together with a giant elephant demon king. Song Qingyu was not too panicked when she was blocked by the 3 demon kings in front of her. She called back the Qingming golden light sword again and turned it into a sword shadow clone to block in front of her to deal with the 2 demon kings. She raised her hand and turned it into a sword light, directly slashing at the red python demon king, the weakest of the 3 demon kings. The red python demon king was only at the 2nd level of the golden core. Facing Song Qingyu, who was at the 8th level of the golden core, although he tried his best to resist, he was still repelled by his sword. Fortunately, the momentary obstruction gave the giant elephant demon king a little time. The long nose blocked Song Qingyu again, leaving her no chance to escape. Seeing Song Qingyu being blocked from retreat by himself and the red python demon king, the giant elephant demon king finally showed a bit of pride on his face, and said excitedly, "Song Qingyu, Song Qingming and Wang Xian are not here today. I'm afraid no one in the Song family can come to save you." "Oh. Dao Yao is so confident, I guess it will be difficult for me to leave here today. Not only you, today I will avenge Dao Yao Beishi, all the human cultivators here. Don't even think about escaping." Seeing the excitement on the face of the giant elephant demon king not far away, Song Qingyu looked at him calmly, still without the slightest fear. "Since you can't leave, then I will accompany you to have a good fight." As the voice fell, a cold light flashed in Song Qingyu's eyes, and with a single hand, he recalled the sword shadow clone beside him and transformed it into the Qingming golden light sword. Just as Song Qingyu was about to continue fighting with the other party, many human cultivators suddenly rushed out of the White Lion Square mountain protection formation not far away. One of them stepped on the wind and rose up, turning into golden light and quickly came to Song Qingyu's side. Although the man had a head full of silver hair and looked a little old, his face was very ruddy, and his aura had reached the level of Jinden. He was Wang Meng, the head of the Wang family of Funiu Mountain. After exchanging a demon pill from Wang Xian, Wang Meng was really lucky. After several years of hard retreat, he finally succeeded in forming a pill with the help of external pills and broke through to the Jinden realm. Because he belonged to the Song family, When he heard that the White Lion Square was besieged by monsters, Wang Meng was the first to rush to the Wang family to help. Fortunately, there was a teleportation array in the Red Flame Square connected to the White Lion Square, and Wang Meng and others arrived in time and arrived at the battlefield at this moment. Seeing Wang Meng suddenly appear, Song Qingming, who was just besieged by many monster kings, was relieved. On the other hand, the giant elephant demon king was a little surprised when he saw Wang Meng bringing people to help, but he soon calmed down and brought several demon kings to Song Qingming to kill him again. Friend Wang, please help me to contain the red python, and leave the other demon kings to me. After a brief communication with Wang Meng, Song Qingming's Qingming golden light sword was divided into 7, and he took the initiative to stop the 3 demon kings including the giant elephant demon king. Wang Meng, on the other hand, held a flying sword and faced the red python demon king, the weakest one left on the field. The two sides started a big battle again. Although Wang Meng helped to entangle the red python demon king, the giant elephant demon king thought that he had the advantage and would definitely defeat his opponent quickly with 3 against 1. But what the giant elephant demon king did not expect was that Song Qingming, holding the Qingming golden light sword, faced the siege of 3 demon kings and performed very fiercely. Not only did it not allow the giant elephant demon king to gain an advantage, but it was able to occasionally spare some energy to help Wang Meng deal with the red python demon king. This battle lasted from the afternoon until dusk, but the result was no winner. Seeing the night falling, both sides had to stop fighting and leave. After the war, Song Qingming and his companions who returned to the White Lion Square immediately summoned all the cultivators above the foundation building level in the market to discuss matters and strengthen the repair of the mountain protection formation in the market. At the same time, Song Qingming also immediately sent a message to inform the Qiyang Mountain of the news that the northern border monsters were heading south, and requested the sect to send troops to help. In the daytime battle, Song Qingming and others defended the White Lion Square. However, facing the giant elephant demon king leading a large number of northern monsters heading south, the White Lion Square was obviously caught off guard. And the monks suffered heavy casualties. In just the first battle, the White Lion Square lost nearly 200 low-level cultivators, and hundreds of people were injured in the battle, and it was temporarily difficult to resume the battle. On the other hand, the demon clan, including the giant elephant demon king, not only had 4 demon kings come, but also thousands of demon beasts that were more than twice as strong as the human cultivators. If it weren't for Song Qingming's strong performance on the battlefield, he could have blocked 3 giant and demon kings on the opposite side. In the daytime battle, the human cultivators would have suffered even more losses, and might even have lost the White Lion Square, the most important line of defense on the front line. Although they temporarily repelled the demon clan, Song Qingming and others also knew that it would be difficult to stop so many demon armies with the existing strength of the White Lion Square. But what Song Qingming didn't know was that when she sent a letter for help, many places in the north of Wei State had already been attacked by the demon clan heading south. The next day, Song Qingming did not wait for the letter from the sect to send reinforcements, but instead received a piece of news that shocked her. Just as the demon tribe attacked the White Lion Square yesterday, the White Dragon Valley located in the north of the sect was also attacked by a large number of demon beasts. When the monks of the White Dragon Valley fought back, they did not expect that several Xiaoyao sect foundation building disciples were bewitched by the demon magic and suddenly attacked to destroy the mountain protection array in the city. In this way, before the monks of the White Dragon Valley could wait for the support of the sect, the White Dragon Valley mountain protection array was broken by the demon army. Except for a small number of Xiaoyao sect disciples, such as Chu Fengping who escaped from the teleportation array in the city, the nearly 3,000 monks defending the city in the entire White Dragon Valley were almost wiped out and killed by the demon army. The demon army also took advantage of the situation to break through many Lingshan squares near the White Dragon Valley and drove all the way to the Guiyan Square in the south to kill. After learning about the changes in the White Dragon Valley, the Xiaoyao sect had no time to take care of other things and could only concentrate all the forces of the sect on the Guiyan Square. Even the sect's supreme elders, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin, have already rushed to Guiyanfeng in person, ready to fight against the demon army heading south. Upon hearing this shocking news, Song Qingming and the others were surprised. They thought that the sudden siege of White Lion Square by so many demon beasts was because the demons wanted to concentrate their forces to defeat them first. Unexpectedly, the situation faced by other places was even more serious than theirs. Now, in a short period of time, White Lion Square may find it difficult to expect the sect to send troops to help Zheng State, Xiangxing Valley. In the main hall of Xiangxingmen, many Jinden monks were sitting together to discuss the battle situation. In the main hall, in addition to Wang Xian and the other 4 and the 3 Xiangxingmen Jinden elders, there were another 6 Jinden monks who came from the surrounding areas to support. While everyone was discussing, Xiangxing sect's Grand Elder Hu Zunjing glanced at the empty seat at the top, then turned to Wang Xian, who was not far away, and asked, "Fellow Taoist Wang, now that fellow Taoist Zhu and others have come to help, our strength in the valley is no weaker than that of the Demon Clan. We should be able to try to counterattack the Demon Clan army. But I don't know what Senior Song thinks about this matter. Can you help ask?" Hearing Hu Zunjing's question, Wang Xian smiled slightly, but shook her head gently at everyone in the hall. "Fellow Daoists, my husband is still in seclusion recently and it is inconvenient to disturb him. Let's put this matter on hold for now." Chapter 893, Concentrate Your Strength, Yuanying Battle. In the face of the massive attack of the demon tribe in Qi Mountain, the monks of Zheng State, with the support of Xiaoyao sect, barely managed to defend the Xiangxing Valley. However, because the Ming sect was suddenly destroyed by the demon tribe, the human monks were severely injured by the monsters and lost a lot of strength. They could only rely on Lingshan for defense and were unable to counterattack the northern demon army. Fortunately, there was a 4th-level mountain protection formation in the Xiangxing Valley. Even though the demon tribe had an advantage on the battlefield, they were unable to conquer the Xiangxing Valley for a while. After several battles, the two sides were unable to determine the winner, and they were deadlocked outside the Xiangxing Valley for more than half a year. During this period, facing the massive invasion of the demon tribe, the remaining monks of Zheng State were all concentrated in the Xiangxing Valley. Moreover, after the great elder Hu Zunjing of the Xiangxing sect sought help everywhere, several small countries near Zheng State also sent monks to support them. Until now, with the arrival of a group of monks from the southern Jinden sect, whose strength is not weaker than Zheng State's Xiangxingmen, the strength of the human monks in Xiangxing Valley has increased again. Seeing that their own strength is not weaker than the demon clan, Hu Zunjing, the elder of Xiangxingmen, discussed with everyone to take the initiative to attack and counterattack the demon army. But what everyone didn't expect was that when Hu Zunjing asked Wang Xian about the opinion of Song Qingming, the Yuanying senior, Wang Xian did not agree with this matter on the grounds that Song Qingming was in seclusion. At this moment, Hu Zunjing's face was a little disappointed, but seeing the extremely serious look in Wang Xian's eyes, he thought about it and didn't say much, and nodded directly. Wang Xian nodded slightly, and then turned around with a serious face and said to everyone, "I didn't want to tell you about my husband's retreat. But now it's not easy to hide it. I hope you remember not to leak the news, so as not to let the demons know about it. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, we know." Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Wang Xian got up and left the hall, returning to a cave in the valley with abundant spiritual energy. After opening the den and walking into it, Wang Xian saw a familiar figure not far away looking at her with a smile, and hurriedly walked over with a happy face. "Husband, when did you come back? Is everything going well over there?" "Don't worry, everything has been done smoothly." Seeing Wang Xian came up and asked with concern, Song Qingming immediately nodded calmly. Half a month later, in the hall of Jianfeng in the north of Weiguo, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin sat at the head of the hall, and many Jinden monks stood in turn below. There are now 17 Jinden elders in the Xiaoyao sect, in addition to Wang Xian, Zhang Tiang, Luo Qingyan, Song Yuanhao, and Fang Beixun, who went to Zhang State for support. Li Wutuang and Shen Tongzhao went to Pei State for support. Zhao Xingyan and Song Qingai were in charge of the front lines of Taifang and Beishifang respectively, and Su Ziyan stayed in the rear Guiyang Mountain. Now in the hall of Guiyanfang, there are only 7 Jinden elders of the sect left: Chen Zuingxin, Chu Fangping, Zhao Mengling, Hu Qingyan, Yu Nishan, Li Junayan, and Zhang Zuoxin. In addition, there are 3 other Jinden monks who came to support in the hall, namely Zhou Jiang, Jin Quan, and Liang Yuanying. Like Zhou Jiang, Jin Quan and Liang Yuanying were also from the background of independent cultivators. They came to Weiguo on their own initiative after the sect went north to conquer the country. They purchased a sacred mountain from the Xiaoyao sect to pass on their own traditions. Although the 3 of them were in Weiguo, like Zhang Rong of Tuan Mountain, they were still independent cultivators and did not directly join the Xiaoyao sect. After Chu Fengping and others were defeated in the White Dragon Valley, they learned that the demon army had moved south on a large scale. The human cultivators in the north of Weiguo retreated south and concentrated their forces in the Gianfang. The sacred mountain of Zhoujiang and the other two was also near the White Dragon Valley. Knowing that they could not resist the siege of the demon army, they took the initiative to give up their own sacred mountain and brought all their disciples to the Gianfang, preparing to cooperate with the Xiaoyao sect to defend this place. Because they had just lost their own sacred mountain, Zhoujiang and the other two standing in the hall also showed a bit of solemnity on their faces. Seeing that everyone below had already arrived, Li Mufeng, who was sitting at the head, immediately asked, "Fengping, where's the monster army in the north?" Facing the question from the sect's grand elder Li Mufeng, Chu Fengping, who was standing below, hurriedly stepped forward and responded, reporting to Uncle Li. "According to the information we have obtained, the monster army of Funiu Mountain has crossed Yingzhou Mountain and is less than 100 miles away from Gianfang. It is estimated that the monster army will arrive in about 2 hours at most. And yesterday we found that several monster armies have begun to turn around and head east, towards Tixianbao and Toyin Mountain. It seems that they are still planning to divide their forces to conquer the surrounding sacred mountains, and then concentrate their forces to deal with our Gianfang." After listening to Chu Fengping's report, Li Mufeng nodded slightly, and then immediately spoke to the people below. Junior brother Tianyang followed junior brother Song to Zhang State. "There is no giant cultivator guarding Tixin Fort yet, so it may be a little dangerous. We need to send one person to take on this task. Who among you is willing to guard Tixin Fort?" "Uncle Li, I am willing to go and serve the sect." Hearing Li Mufeng's question, before anyone else could respond, Li Junayan, who was standing at the bottom, immediately took the initiative to step forward and offered to take on the task. Li Junayan has only been in Jinden for less than 30 years, and his cultivation has just broken through the 3rd level of Jinden. Whether in terms of cultivation or personal fighting experience, among the many Jinden cultivators present, Li Junayan is not particularly outstanding. Seeing him take the initiative to stand up, Bai Yuxin, who was sitting at the top, had a little more worry on his face. Just as he was about to speak to dissuade him, Li Mufeng, who was standing beside him, took the lead and responded with a smile, "It's rare that Junayan has such courage. So this matter is handed over to you. I have already sent a message to inform Zhang Rong, asking Toyin Mountain and Tixin Fort to cooperate with each other to guard against monsters. If you encounter a critical moment and the sect has no time to mobilize troops, you can directly send a message to Toyin Mountain for help. Thank you for your trust, Uncle." Seeing that Li Mufeng agreed, Li Junayan's face suddenly lit up, and he immediately turned around and left the hall. Not long after Li Junayan left, a person suddenly ran in from outside the hall, and knelt down to the ground in panic in front of everyone in the hall. "Ancestor, there are many monsters in the sky that have come to the market." "Humph. It's just some low-level bird monsters. Why are you so panicked?" Seeing that the person was a little flustered, Li Mufeng's face changed slightly and reprimanded him. Then he immediately stood up and led everyone to the wall of the market. As soon as they came out, Li Mufeng and others saw thousands of monsters of all kinds flying densely in the sky in the distance, heading straight for the Gianfang Mountain Protection Formation. These bird monsters, because their flying speed is much faster than the monster army running on the ground, also arrived outside the Gianfang first. Facing the many monsters attacking from the sky, the many human monks guarding the city of Gianfang immediately activated the mountain protection formation with all their strength, and then controlled the many city defense magic weapons on the city wall to attack the monster army in the air. Only to see a series of spiritual lights flying out, and countless flying cloud crossbows and spiritual light cannons on the city wall kept lighting up, and soon hit the monsters outside head-on and caught them off guard. Before the many monsters could react, a series of sword lights flew out from the mountain protection formation below again. "Follow me to kill the enemy," Chu Fengping gave an order, and the hundreds of foundation-building monks guarding the city wall followed him out of the formation and killed the monsters. Although there were many bird monsters, most of them were low-level monsters, and there were very few foundation-building monsters above level 2. Faced with so many human foundation-building monks suddenly coming, these low-level monsters were unable to resist and were quickly frightened away, turning around and fleeing. They came quickly and left quickly. Not long after, many low-level monsters outside the market were repelled by the human monks, leaving hundreds of monster corpses that quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. "Haha! We won," The monsters retreated. We won. Seeing that the monster army in the distance was repelled so quickly by their side, many human monks guarding the city on the wall immediately cheered. However, Li Mufang and others standing in the air did not change their faces much when they saw this scene. These high-level monks have all experienced many monster turmoil and are very clear in their hearts that the monsters in front of them are just a vanguard of the monster army. Next, when the monsters on the land and many monster kings arrive here, it will be the time when the human race really needs to be tested. As expected by everyone, less than an hour after the battle, a cloud of smoke and dust rose in the north of Jianfang. Looking from the sky, countless monsters in the north were like dense ants, rushing straight to Jianfang with smoke and dust. There were as many as 10,000 or 20,000 monsters rushing all the way from the north, which was more than 10 times the number of monsters that had invaded before. Among them, there were many huge giant and monster kings. Seeing that the front was approaching Jianfang, they immediately shouted and urged the monsters below to speed up and rush forward. When the monster army approached the market, the violent vibration of thousands of troops and horses running immediately reached the ears of many monks on the city wall, making these monks who had just cheered for a while show a bit of solemnity on their faces. Start the magic weapon and fight the enemy. A command from the sky quickly awakened the monks who were still in shock. Everyone hurriedly loaded the spirit stones into the Fian crossbow and then controlled the magic weapon to attack the monster army rushing below. As countless spiritual lights lit up, the battlefield was instantly filled with rumbling sounds, and countless monsters were overturned to the ground. However, because of the intimidation and urging of the Golden Core Demon King above their heads, even though they knew there was danger ahead, the monster army was still not affected at all. They stepped over the bodies of the fallen monsters and rushed forward again to the mountain protection formation. Seeing that the monster army had already rushed to the foot of the city and began to fiercely attack the mountain protection formation, a deafening voice from the sky immediately rang in everyone's ears. Fellow Taoists, the monsters are going south to destroy our human race and are the mortal enemies of all of us humans. Now that Jianfang is behind us, there is no way to retreat. We must not let these monsters cross this place and harm our fellows in the rear. Charge! Encouraged by the high-level cultivators above, the human cultivator army, which had been prepared for a long time, rushed out of the mountain protection formation and started a battle with the incoming monsters. After the low-level monks below fought, Chu Fenping and others above also turned into rays of light and jumped out of the mountain protection formation. Their opponents were the many giant and demon kings who had already arrived above the battlefield. In addition to some demon kings from the northern border who went south, the many demon kings of Funiu Mountain and Chu Fenping of Xiaoyao sect were old rivals and were very familiar with each other before. After each of them selected their opponents, the air was soon filled with dazzling spells and bursts of intense spiritual light. Although the human race lost a lot of monks in the previous battle of White Dragon Valley, the Xiaoyao sect has been much stronger than 100 years ago after so much development. Facing the demon army swarming south, the monks of Xiaoyao sect relied on the protection of the mountain protection formation and did not fall below. The formations of both sides were extremely fierce for a while. When many city-guarding monks and the demon beast army were fighting, several figures were also facing each other in the sky near the battlefield. On the Xiaoyao sect side, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin had already arrived at the battlefield, looking at the place not far in front of them with a serious look. Standing opposite them were two old rivals who had fought many times before, the Maling Demon King and the Green Heron Demon King, who led the demon tribe of the Floating Cloud Mountain Range. Before knowing the news that the main force of the demon tribe of the Funiu Mountain was heading south, Li Mufang had already felt in his heart that the Maling Demon King must have come with bad intentions this time. Seeing the Green Heron Demon King invited by the Maling Demon King, Li Mufang did not show much surprise on his face, but looked very calm. The territory of the Green Heron Demon King was not far from the Funiu Mountain. Since the Maling Demon King was able to invite it last time, it was not strange for Li Mufang to see it this time. The Maling Demon King has reached the 6th level of the Nascent Soul, and the Green Heron Demon King is also a veteran Nascent Soul Demon King at the 3rd level of the Nascent Soul. However, Li Mufang's cultivation level is only at the peak of the 4th level of the Nascent Soul, and Bai Yuxin's cultivation level is only at the 2nd level of the Nascent Soul. Compared with the two unyielding cultivators, Li Mufang and his companions were still at a disadvantage. However, both sides were unyielding cultivators, and even if their cultivation was 1 or 2 levels lower, As long as Li Mufang and his companions were careful, it would be difficult for the Black Dragon Demon King to defeat them head-on easily, unlike the last time when they were attacked by the opponent's magic weapon. The four people stood in the sky and looked at each other. From time to time, a bit of coldness flashed in their eyes, but they did not make a move easily. It was not until nearly a quarter of an hour later that the Black Dragon Demon King could no longer hold back and directly cast a spell to spit out a cloud of black smoke from his mouth. With the help of the smoke cover, the figures of the Black Dragon Demon King and the Green Heron Demon King next to him were instantly covered and disappeared from the eyes of Li Mufang and his companions. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin immediately cast a spell towards a gust of wind, blowing directly towards the black smoke in the distance. At the same time, Li Mufang also cast a spell to take out the flying sword magic weapon, and in the blink of an eye, several powerful golden sword lights flew forward. But what surprised them was that the sword light passed through the smoke but did not attack the opponent. Soon, the black smoke was directly dispersed by the strong wind blew by Bai Yuxin's spell. Seeing the two demon kings suddenly disappear in the air, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin were slightly surprised, and their eyes immediately looked to the side not far away. Suddenly, more than a dozen Black Dragon Demon Kings appeared in the void, attacking Li Mufang and the others from all directions. Be careful, this is his illusion. Seeing this scene, Li Mufang immediately noticed it, and directly took out a talisman and cast a spell, instantly turning into a huge fire python and directly dispersing the many Black Dragon Demon Kings in front of him. The next moment, the two figures in the void were forced out by the flames released by the fire python. Seeing that Li Mufang was obviously prepared this time and was not affected by his own illusion, the Black Dragon Demon King suddenly looked a little ugly. And his body changed and turned into his true body and rushed straight to Li Mufang. Another Green Heron Demon King also flashed, and the whole person turned into a sword light and rushed towards Bai Yuxin. The four people from both sides immediately fought together, and the entire battlefield in the sky suddenly changed and shone with light. For a whole day, the shouting and killing outside Yunfang never stopped. Whether it was the human cultivators or the demon army, facing the battle orders passed down from above, they fought to the death and did not dare to easily withdraw from the battlefield. After a whole day of fighting, the human side of Xiaoao sect failed to defeat the opponent on the battlefield with the invading demon army. After leaving thousands of corpses on the battlefield, the cultivators of both sides withdrew from the battlefield in the night. Although many cultivators were killed in this battle, the human side did not let the demon side take advantage in the battle, so the entire Yunfang Mountain protection formation did not suffer much damage. Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin, who returned to the market from the sky, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the demon army slowly retreating. He and Bai Yuxin fought with the Malang Demon King for a whole day. Although they failed to occupy the upper hand, they still managed to hold the opponent back and finally held on until the end of the battle. Next, as long as they can stop the monster army from going south and wait for other parts of the sect to withdraw forces to come to reinforce, they will be able to repel the monster army in front of them sooner or later. The next day, the sun had just risen, and the Yunfang suddenly sounded with waves of war drums. The many monks who had just rested for a night immediately gathered on the city wall when they heard the drums. They saw the monster army that had just retreated yesterday in the distance, rushing towards the market again. Seeing this scene, everyone hurried to meet the enemy, and soon the shouts of killing resounded throughout the battlefield, northeast of Uyghur, in the White Lion Square. Song Qingyu sat alone in the hall of the market, looking at a letter from the sect in his hand, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. For half a month, Song Qingyu had been guarding the White Lion Square with the Song family monks. Although they barely managed to defend the market, they suffered heavy losses after several battles, and even Wang Meng was accidentally injured by the Demon King. But now the sect still couldn't send reinforcements to arrive, and Song Qingyu gradually began to feel a little worried, not knowing how long he could hold on. If the demon beasts broke through the market formation, the family would not only lose the White Lion Square, but when the demon army marched straight in, the entire Song family territory would probably suffer a bloody massacre by the demon beasts. Just when Song Qingyu was a little worried, a Song family cultivator suddenly walked in hurriedly outside the hall. "Ancestor. Someone is coming outside and wants to see you directly." "Oh. Who is it?" Hearing that someone came and asked by name, Song Qingyu was slightly surprised and asked. Seeing this, the Song family cultivator hurried forward and handed an iron plate to Song Qingyu. Seeing the iron plate in his hand, Song Qingyu's face suddenly changed, and he said to him with some excitement, "Go and invite him quickly." "Forget it, I will go to welcome him myself." A few days later, outside Gianfang, high in the sky, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin stood on the air, facing the two nascent soul demon kings standing not far away. Each of them had a very serious look on their faces, not daring to be careless. Looking at Li Mufang and the others not far away, a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the Malin Demon King. But what was a little strange was that this time, the Malin Demon King and the Green Heron Demon King did not rush to attack like they did a few days ago, but just quietly watched Li Mufang and the others not far away. "Dao Malin, don't you want to fight today?" Hearing Li Mufang's question, the Malin Demon King smiled and shook his head slightly and said, "Of course we still have to fight, but there is no rush today. I want you to watch a big show first, so as not to miss it later. It would be a pity. Watch the show." "What do you mean, Dao?" Seeing that the Malin Demon King had a hint of excitement on his face, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin were both puzzled, and their eyes looking around were inevitably a little more cautious. Just as Li Mufang's eyes were constantly searching around, in the market below, several foundation building monks wearing Xiaoyao sect clothing suddenly came to a formation center next to the mountain protection formation. A dozen monks who were guarding the formation center saw several people walking over not far away and were about to step forward to ask. But they saw several sword lights suddenly flying quickly, and several of them were killed by the sword light before they could react. Another monk who was guarding the formation center saw this amazing scene and just wanted to cast a spell to sound the alarm, but saw several strange red lights shooting over, and everyone suddenly stopped their actions. The next moment, many monks who were in the formation outside suddenly saw the white light shield on the side of the mountain protection formation behind them flash a few times, and then suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. "What's going on? Why is the mountain protection formation closed?" Seeing this scene, Chu Fengping and others who were still fighting in the air were also shocked and turned to look at the market. But before they could figure out what was going on, a red figure that had been hiding for a long time suddenly appeared in the sky, and then flashed and flew directly into the Gianfang through the gap in the formation. "Red Cloud Demon King. Damn, we can't let him destroy the formation." Bai Yuxin and Li Mufang, who were in the sky, saw this familiar figure and instantly recognized him. They quickly dodged and wanted to return to the market to rescue him. But before they could move, the Malin Demon King and the Qinglu Demon King had already blocked them, with a smug look on their faces. "Haha. Two fellow Taoists, you should take care of yourselves first." Chapter 894, The Demon King Falls, the War Ends. Here, as soon as the Black Dragon Demon King finished speaking, he immediately threw out a silver bell. Under its urging, the silver bell immediately sounded a sound wave, heading straight for Li Mufang and the others. As soon as he saw the other party take out this magic weapon, Li Mufang, who had suffered a loss, suddenly changed his face, and hurriedly urged a defensive magic weapon to release a shield in front of the two to resist the opponent's sound waves. At the same time, Bai Yuxin had also cast a spell and threw out the magic weapon Golden Flame bottle, and an extremely dazzling golden flame flew out of the bottle, sweeping the two demon kings of the other side. Seeing this, the Green Heron Demon King next to him saw a pair of huge wings appear out of thin air with a flash of light behind him, and the next moment hundreds of wind blades came forward to block the golden flame. The four people on both sides cast their own spells and immediately fought in one place. Compared with the previous few days of fighting, the two sides still had a little spare energy. This time, as soon as they started, the monks on both sides used all their trump cards and used all their strength. Seeing that Li Mufang and the other man were anxious and eager to get away but were still tightly entangled by him, the Malin Demon King smiled a little more. This time, in order to break through the Gianfang, the Malin Demon King not only invited the Qinglu Demon King and the Qian Demon King to help. He also borrowed a lot of reinforcements from the Lian Demon King, another big demon clan in the Funiu Mountains. It was with the help of the Lingyuan Demon King, a strange and magical under the Lian Demon King, that they were able to sneak into the Gianfang and break the opponent's mountain protection formation from the inside. Now that the plan has succeeded, the two of them have also entangled Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin, and the Malin Demon King has already won the victory in his heart. Next, just wait for the Qian Demon King to completely destroy the mountain protection formation and teleportation formation in the Gianfang, and then support them. With the three demon kings of his side joining forces, Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin, who have no way out, will also be doomed. As long as they can break through the Gianfang and kill one or two Yuanying monks of the other side, the strength of the Xiaoyao sect will inevitably suffer a heavy blow, and it will be difficult to stop the Jinaishan demon army from moving south. At that time, the entire northern part of Wei State, including Zhang State in the east, will inevitably fall into the hands of the northern demons. Thinking of this, the Maling Demon King was very excited and tried his best to activate the magic weapon in his hand to prevent Li Mufeng and the others from getting away easily. In the Gianfang, facing several Xiaoyao sect foundation building monks who came to stop him, the Qian Demon King waved his hand and killed them directly. Then he disappeared from the spot with a flash and came directly to another area next to the Gianfang. Just as he was about to go forward to destroy the area in front of him, the Qian Demon King suddenly felt a hint of danger behind him, and immediately turned around and cast a spell to release a shield. A white light flew quickly from a distance. After a loud bang, the Red Cloud Demon Emperor was knocked away by the white light and fell directly into the ground, smashing a large pit in the nearby ground. Just after being repelled, a red light immediately appeared in the deep pit. The next moment, the Red Cloud Demon Emperor flew up with a ball of red flames. Seeing a middle-aged man standing in the white light in the air, the Red Cloud Demon Emperor suddenly showed a trace of shock on his face, and the words in his mouth could not help but blurt out. Yang Fengaiyu, how is this possible? Haha. Fellow Taoist Qian can come here, why can't I come? Seeing the shocked Red Cloud Demon Emperor, Yang Fengaiyu, the elder of the Xianji sect, smiled slightly, and a picture full of various flying swords appeared out of thin air with a flash of light in his hand. Go! As Yang Fengaiyu uttered a light, more than a dozen flying swords flew out of the picture in an instant and went straight to the location of the Red Cloud Demon Emperor. Seeing the opponent coming fiercely, the Red Cloud Demon Emperor was shocked and immediately dodged and left the place decisively. He turned into a ray of light and ran straight to the gap in the formation. The Red Cloud Demon Emperor was only at the second level of the nascent soul. Facing Yang Fengaiyu, who had reached the sixth level of the nascent soul, he knew that he was no match for him. Seeing that the task of destroying the eye of the formation could not be completed, the Red Cloud Demon Emperor immediately evacuated decisively and did not dare to stay there. Otherwise, if he was entangled by Yang Fengaiyu here, once the mountain protection formation outside recovered, he would probably find it difficult to escape. However, just as the Red Cloud Demon Emperor was about to move, a sword light suddenly flew in the air in front of him, and a man in green holding a red flying sword blocked him again. Song Qingming. Before the Red Cloud Demon Emperor was surprised for a moment, several figures holding formation flags flew out of the market not far away. They were Su Ziyan, Wang Xian, a woman in white and a short old man. After the four people appeared, they each activated the formation flag in their hands. In an instant, a black and white cloud light shield appeared above the battlefield, blocking the Red Cloud Demon Emperor directly in the formation. Seeing that he was about to be trapped in the formation, the Red Cloud Demon Emperor suddenly changed his aura, and his whole body was immediately covered by a large ball of flames. The next moment, a huge rooster with a red crown on its head and a blazing body appeared on the battlefield. After the Red Cloud Demon Emperor appeared, it flapped its wings and activated the flames to resist the attack of Song Qingming in front of it, and then dodged Yang Fengaiyu behind him and rushed directly to the top of his head. But before he could touch the formation flags in the hands of Su Ziyan and the other four changed, and a huge stream of water rushed out of the yin-yang Baji formation instantly, and the Red Cloud Demon Emperor was swept into the water waves. After the yin-yang Baji formation was successfully repaired by Song Qingming, its power had already reached the fourth level lower grade. With the help of four late giant and cultivators such as Su Ziyan, even a Yuanying cultivator like Qian Demon King could not break through the yin-yang, water and fire in the formation. Before he could escape, Song Qingming and Yang Fengaiyu had already killed him from behind. The two had been prepared for a long time, and they immediately used their magic weapons to attack, and instantly forced Qian Demon King to retreat again and again. Yang Fengaiyu is a 6th level Yuanying master. With the help of the One-Ling puppet array, Song Qingming's cultivation can instantly rise to the 4th level of the Yuanying realm. Facing the two mid-Yuanying cultivators joining forces, plus Su Ziyan and 4 others outside to help with the 4th level formation, Qian Demon King himself could not fight against them. Even if he transformed into his original body, The magical power of Qi and Demon King was still firmly suppressed by Song Qingming and others, and he had no way to escape from the siege. The nascent soul cultivators fought fiercely, and all kinds of high-level magical powers and magic weapons were used. For a time, the entire Gianfeng was shaken, and many low-level cultivators nearby were shaken to the point that they could not stand. Near the battlefield, the aftermath of swordlight continued to fly out, and the houses around collapsed. No one dared to approach easily. At this time, on the house on the other side of Gianfeng, a gray-clothed Zioao sect foundation building disciple with a strange red light flashing in his eyes saw this scene from a distance and couldn't help but show a very ugly look on his face. Seeing a jade card that kept lighting up in his hand, the Zioao sect disciple hesitated for a moment, but still decisively turned around and left, following the crowd in the market and quietly approaching the city wall. Just as he came to the vicinity of the mountain protection array and was about to pass through the array to leave the market, a voice suddenly came from the sky above his head, which made him temporarily stop his steps. No one is allowed to approach the city wall. Those who disobey the order will be treated as deserters. After hearing the cold order from the law enforcement team monks above, the nearby Zioao sect monks hurriedly turned around and left the city wall. When the law enforcement monks patrolling above were about to leave, they saw a person wearing the clothes of the Zioao sect foundation building disciples below, who ignored the order and continued to walk towards the city wall. "Stop! Who are you?" the law enforcement monks here just shouted with doubts, but saw a red spiritual light suddenly flew in front of the other party and landed directly on him. The next moment, the law enforcement monk found that he could not move his whole body, and he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The foundation building monk immediately flashed and turned into light to bypass the law enforcement monks above. Just when he was about to pass through the mountain protection formation, he didn't expect a green sword light to suddenly fly from the side in the distance, and the speed was much faster than his shield method. Seeing the sword light, the breath was pressing and it was coming to kill him. The foundation building disciple of the Zioao sect turned around quickly, cast a spell to release a white shield and urged it to protect him. But what he didn't expect was that the white shield magic weapon in front of him, under the attack of the green sword light, could not block the opponent's attack and shattered on the spot. Fortunately, his reaction speed was very fast. He quickly dodged the aftermath of the sword light before the magic weapon shattered, so he was not seriously injured by the opponent's sword, but there was a blood hole on his shoulder. Looking at the green figure that suddenly came to kill in front of him, the foundation building disciple of the Zioao sect also knew that he had been exposed, so he didn't hide his identity anymore. I saw a flash of red light, and the original ordinary-looking Zioao sect foundation building disciple's body shape instantly changed into a white civet cat that was slightly taller than the human race. This white civet cat is the reinforcements that the Malang Demon King invited from the Mount Mountain, the Wind Spirit Demon King. The aura of the Wind Spirit Demon King was not weak at all. Song Qingming, who was confronting it, was also a great demon king of the late Jiandan period with profound cultivation. After revealing his true form, the Wind Spirit Demon King opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of yellow smoke. Then, 5 or 6 white civet cats with similar shapes and appearances suddenly ran out of this smoke. These white civet cats rushed out of the yellow smoke and immediately scattered and rushed straight to the mountain protection formation behind Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not change his expression and immediately cast a spell to summon his natal flying sword. Then the Qingming golden light sword was divided into 7 parts and quickly chased after them. In just a moment, several white civet cats were stopped and directly killed and turned into a puff of yellow smoke. The last white civet cat was stopped by the sword shadow clone, released by Song Qingming, and failed to escape from the mountain protection formation. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked, the Wind Spirit Demon King spit out yellow demon mist again from his mouth, blocking Song Qingming's sight. Then, with the help of smoke, he turned around and fled to the gap of the mountain protection formation on the other side. "Where are you going?" Seeing that the other party wanted to use the same trip to escape from the market, Song Qingming immediately chased after him with the Qingming golden light sword in his hand. Seeing Song Qingming chasing him, the Wind Spirit Demon King's expression moved slightly, and when the other party approached him, he suddenly turned around and shot out a strange red light from his eyes. What it didn't expect was that Song Qingming was well prepared for this sneak attack. The white dragon ruler in front of him had already turned into a shield, easily blocking the opponent's attack. At the same time, The flying sword in Song Qingyu's hand broke through the air again, blocking the Wind Spirit Demon King who wanted to escape in midair. Facing Song Qingyu's desperate obstruction, the Wind Spirit Demon King showed a little fear on his face. Dao, I am the descendant of the ancestor of Funiu Mountain. You are forcing me like this today. Aren't you afraid that the ancestor will take revenge on you in the future? I advise you to get out of the way, humph. I don't care whose descendant you are. Since you are here today, if you want to leave, ask my sword first. Hearing the threat of Wind Spirit Demon King, Song Qingyu's cold expression did not change at all, and he directly responded to the other party with a sword light emitted by the flying sword in his hand. Seeing that the other party had no scruples about the forces behind him, Wind Spirit Demon King looked slightly angry, and stopped talking. He spit out a golden ball directly from his mouth and went straight to the opponent. Since there was no way to convince the other party, he could only rely on his strength to get out. While the battle in the market was fierce, on the battlefield outside Yianfang, tens of thousands of monsters and human monks were also fighting fiercely. Before, seeing that a huge gap was opened in the mountain protection formation of Yianfang, the demon army outside the city surrounded the gap one after another, wanting to rush into the market from this side. The human cultivators guarding this side were caught off guard by the monsters because the mountain protection formation behind them was suddenly closed. They were soon dispersed by many monsters, and even a large section of the city wall was destroyed by monsters. Seeing countless monsters pouring into the city wall from the gap, some cultivators who were still staying in Yianfang hurried forward to reorganize a line of defense at the gap. What was somewhat surprising was that the ones who led these cultivators to resist the monster army were several highly skilled spirit beasts. They were the Sex Mountain Protection Spirit Beast Wind Ape Ancestor, the Ice and Fire Dragon who had followed Song Qingming for many years, and the Spirit Beast Red Flame Rat Wang Xian. These three spirit beasts are all powerful giant and demon kings, and the Wind Ape Ancestor who led them has reached the peak of the giant realm, and his strength is not much worse than Song Qingyu. Under their leadership, although the human cultivators were unable to immediately drive out all the monsters in the market, they still helped the cultivators gradually stabilize the front line and prevented the monster army outside from advancing any further. Chen Zuixin and others who were fighting the monster army outside saw a gap in the mountain protection formation at first, and the monster army rushed into the market frantically. They wanted to go to support, but were stopped by the other monster king, and they were extremely anxious. Later, when they saw the Wind Ape Ancestor coming to support and help stabilize the front line at the gap, everyone slowly breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to try their best to stop the monster army in front. Now that the entire market formation has been broken, they have no way out in the rear. The only way to find a glimmer of hope for themselves is to fight hard and defeat the monster army in front of them. At this time, in the sky, the two monster kings were fighting with Li Mufang and the others. Seeing that the attack of the monster army below was blocked, but there was no Red Cloud Demon King destroying other key points of the market formation, he gradually felt something was wrong. Brother Molong, it's been so long, what on earth is that Guy Chiyun doing? Why hasn't he come to help? Is there any master in Xiaoao sect who can stop him? Impossible. Song Qingming is in Zhang state, and the remaining people in Xiaoao sect are at most at the Golden Core realm. How could anyone stop Chiyun? Could it be that the information Feng Ling gave before was wrong, and there is some powerful formation hidden in the market that is holding Chiyun back? I'll hold them back, brother, see if I can go over and take a look. Before, Molong Demon King had already noticed something was wrong, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't guess what happened. Faced with the inquiry of Green Heron Demon King, Molong Demon King didn't know how to reply for a while, and could only suggest that it go to help. But as soon as the Green Heron Demon King made a move, Bai Yuxin on the opposite side immediately noticed it. He ignored the Black Dragon Demon King's spell to stop him, and forced himself to move forward again to stop the other party, even though his own life magic weapon was damaged. However, the Green Heron Demon King was higher than Bai Yuxin after all, and with the help of the Black Dragon Demon King to stop him, he was forced to the gap of the Fangxi array below after a lot of effort. Under the joint siege of Song Qingming, Yang Fengyu and others, the Red Cloud Demon King was trapped in the formation and could not get out. At this moment, he had been forced into a desperate situation by everyone. He was covered in wounds, and the red crown on his head had been cut into two pieces. He could only rely on the powerful physical body of the demon clan to barely cope with the fierce attack of Song Qingming and others. The Green Heron Demon King, who came to the front of the Fangshi, happened to see the miserable appearance of the Red Cloud Demon King, who was being besieged inside from the gap in the formation, and was immediately surprised. According to their plan, the main force of the human cultivators and Yianfang had been successfully led out of the formation. As long as Wind Spirit Demon King could successfully destroy the mountain protection formation, Qian Demon King would only face some low-level cultivators who stayed in the market. Even if there were other large formations and forbidden defenses in the city, it would be difficult to stop Qian Demon King, a unyielding master. Destroying other formations in the market was a piece of cake for him. What Qinglu Demon King never expected was that at this moment, Yianfang not only had many more giant masters such as Wang Xiu than they expected, but also Song Qingming and Yang Fenggai who would never appear here. Seeing that Qian Demon King was besieged in the distance, he was on the verge of despair. Qinglu Demon King was about to go to rescue him, but was entangled by Bai Yuxin behind him and could not get close. On the contrary, when Bai Yuxin saw what happened in the distant market, a trace of joy appeared on his face, and he tried his best to stop the Green Heron Demon King. Seeing that he was unable to rescue the Red Cloud Demon King alone, the Green Heron Demon King could only inform the Black Dragon Demon King in the distance of this critical news. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Black Dragon Demon King was also firmly blocked by Li Mufen, and it was difficult for him to get out and come to help. Helplessly, they could only send orders to drive the many monsters below to besiege the gap in the mountain protection array and rush into the market to rescue the Red Cloud Demon King. However, even if the demon army attacked fiercely, the human cultivators were also strong and could not break through the defense line of the human cultivators guarding the city in a short time. In order to win this battle, the Xiaoyao sect also prepared for a long time and deployed almost most of the cultivators of the entire Uiguo here. Even Su Ziyan and the Wind Ape ancestor, who stayed behind in the sect, personally led the sect cultivators to the front line to support. After struggling for half an hour, the Red Cloud Demon King finally couldn't withstand the siege of Song Qingming and others, and his huge flaming head was cut off by the flying sword in Yang Fengaiyu's hand. Before the head fell, a red shadow suddenly appeared in the flames of the Red Cloud Demon Emperor, and it left its body and quickly dodged away. But before he could get far away, Wang Xiun and others who had been prepared activated the formation, erected a ball of black flames in front of him, and blocked the way of his natal infant. Then, Song Qingming attacked with a red heart sword of fire in his hand, directly breaking through the opponent's magic weapon defense, and cut the Red Cloud Demon Emperor's infant into two pieces with one sword. After the natal infant fell, the Red Cloud Demon Emperor, a master of the infant who had practiced for thousands of years, also died completely in the hands of Song Qingming and others, and there was no other movement on the battlefield. Seeing that the Red Cloud Demon Emperor had been killed by Song Qingming, the Green Heron Demon Emperor, who saw this scene nearby, suddenly changed his face, left Bai Yuxin behind, turned around and rushed out of the market to escape to the sky. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin quickly dodged and chased after him, trying to entangle the opponent. However, before Bai Yuxin could catch up with him, the Green Heron Demon King immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood essence, which was added to his wings. The speed of the light under his feet increased by several times again, leaving Bai Yuxin behind him for a distance. Bai Yuxin's cultivation was not as good as that of the Green Heron Demon King, and he had already consumed a lot of mana in the previous battle. At this moment, facing the Green Heron Demon King escaping at all costs and consuming his own blood essence, Bai Yuxin wanted to keep him, but because of his average speed, he still couldn't stop the Green Heron Demon King after chasing for a while. On the other hand, after receiving the news of the death of the Red Cloud Demon King, the Black Dragon Demon King was extremely angry, but also somewhat helpless. Seeing that Song Qingming and others in the formation had already chased out, the Black Dragon Demon King had no choice but to use the magic weapon in his hand to force Li Mufang in front of him to retreat, and turn to flee in the direction of Golden Feather Mountain in the north. At this time, many demon kings such as the White Dragon Demon King below had also received a retreat order from the Black Dragon Demon King and began to stop attacking and turn around to retreat northward. Seeing this, the human monks guarding the city of Jianfeng immediately turned from defense to offense and chased the retreating demon beast army outside the city. This fierce battle, as the demon army retreated comprehensively, also announced that the human monks had won the final victory. Near dusk, The human monk army chasing the demon beasts outside gradually turned around and returned to Qianfang. It was not because everyone did not want to continue chasing the demon beast army, but after a whole day of fighting, most of the mana in the bodies of many monks was consumed at this moment, and they were already very tired. If they continued to chase northward at this time, once they encountered a counterattack from the demon beasts, they might suffer a loss. Seeing that the demon beast army had all retreated to the north, the Xiaoyao sect also stopped while they were ahead and gradually withdrew to the market. As several rays of light fell from the sky, Song Qingming, Li Mufen, Bai Yuxin, and Yang Fengyu also returned to the Qianfang. Song Qingming and his 4 companions chased the Maling Demon King and the Qinglu Demon King all the way. Although they almost stopped the other party several times, they still failed to keep the 2 Yuanying Demon Kings, and they successfully escaped back to the Funiu Mountain. Even though the Yuanying combat power on their side was superior, they were facing the 4th level mountain protection formation on the Funiu Mountain and many low-level monsters to assist in the defense. Song Qingming and others also knew that it was difficult for them to directly conquer the Funiu mountain protection formation. After trying, everyone could only turn around and return to the Qianfang. Looking at the battlefield below and the severely damaged Qianfang, Li Mufang sighed lightly, and immediately commanded everyone to start cleaning the battlefield and repairing the mountain protection formation in the market. In this battle, in addition to killing the old opponent Qian Demon King, Song Qingming and his companions also knew that they could not directly conquer the Funiu mountain protection formation. After trying, everyone could only turn around and return to the Qianfang. Looking at the battlefield below and the severely damaged Qianfang, Li Mufang sighed lightly, and immediately directed everyone to start cleaning the battlefield and repairing the mountain protection formation in the market. In addition to killing the old opponent Qian Demon King, Song Qingming and his companions also knew that they could not directly conquer the Funiu mountain protection formation. In addition to killing the old opponent Qian Demon King, Song Qingming and his companions also knew that they could not directly conquer the Funiu mountain protection formation. After trying, everyone could only turn around and return to the Qianfang. Looking at the battlefield below and the severely damaged Qianfang, Li Mufang sighed lightly, and then immediately directed everyone to start cleaning the battlefield and repairing the mountain protection formation in the market. In addition to killing the old opponent Qian Demon King, Song Qingming the Xiaoyao sect also killed nearly 10,000 monsters of all kinds on the battlefield. 5 giant and demon kings who failed to escape also died in the hands of human cultivators in the battle, directly damaging the Jinayashan demon army, including the Wind Spirit Demon King who fought with Song Qingyu, who had strange magical powers and led the demon army to break through the White Dragon Valley. In the end, he was entangled by Song Qingyu and also died in the siege of Wangxian and others who came to help. However, after the war, the Xiaoyao sect also lost more than 2,000 cultivators. Fortunately, no one died in the Jiandan cultivators. Only Zhao Mengling and Hu Qingyan were more seriously injured. At night, after a busy day on the battlefield, everyone held a banquet in the market to celebrate the victory of this battle. In the main hall of Qianfang, 4 Yuanying cultivators including Li Mufang and Song Qingming sat at the top, and below them were Su Ziyan, Chen Zuixin and others, as well as 2 Jiandan elders from the Xianji sect who followed Yang Fengyu to support the country. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Mufang put down the wine glass in his hand, and then took out a 4th level magic weapon seized from the Red Cloud Demon King and presented it to Yang Fengyu. Thank you, Taoist Yang, for taking the trouble to come and help us. We have the opportunity to eliminate the scourge of the Red Cloud Demon King. Taoist Yang, please accept this magic weapon first. When the Japanese sect conquers the northern Lingshan, I will go to the Xianji sect in person to thank Taoist for your help. After killing the Red Cloud Demon King, Yang Fengyu had taken a high-level material from the Demon King. Seeing Li Mufang take out a 4th level magic weapon again, Yang Fengyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Haha. Fellow Taoist Li, you are too polite. If it weren't for a fellow Taoist Song who went to Shanghaiang State to help me out, even if I wanted to, I would have found it difficult to come here to help. If it's hard work, it's because I accepted fellow Taoist Song's kindness first. How can I accept this thing again? Fellow Taoist, please don't embarrass me." The reason why Song Qingming and Yang Fengyu appeared together in Qianfang today and ambushed the Red Cloud Demon King was actually because they had returned to Wei State before the arrival of the Demon Beast army a few days ago. This was also a strategy of luring the enemy that they and Li Mufang had already discussed. When Zhang State was confronting the Red Cloud Mountain Demon Beast army before, seeing that the demon army attacked Zhang State so vigorously, but there was no movement on the Wei State side, Song Qingming actually quickly noticed something wrong. However, at the beginning, he did not figure out what conspiracy the demon clan had, and thought that the other party was targeting him, so he did not dare to act rashly. It was not until a few months later that Song Qingming confronted the Red Cloud Demon King and accidentally discovered through the green rhinoceros jade pendant on his body that the other party was covered with illusions. Song Qingming guessed that the Red Cloud Demon King might not be on the front line of Zhang State, and the demon clan would most likely have some big conspiracy next. In order to defeat the demon army as soon as possible and resolve their conspiracy, Song Qingming took the initiative to contact the Xianji sect in the south and secretly left Zhang State for Shengyang State. After helping the Xianji sect defeat their opponent, the Belan Mountain Demon Clan, Song Qingming went north with Yang Fengyu. At this time, the Maling Demon King happened to lead the Jinyu Mountain Demon Army to the south to attack Wei State. Song Qingming, who originally wanted to join forces with the Xianji sect to repel the demon army on the front line of Zhang State, immediately changed his mind after receiving this urgent news from the sect and returned to Wei State with Yang Fengyu. However, after the two of them came back, they did not show up in front of people. Except for Li Mufeng, Bai Yuxin and Su Ziyan, the head of the Ziyao sect, no one knew about this. After a discussion among several people, Song Qingming, Yang Fengyu and Wang Xian and others who came to support set up an ambush in the Gianfang. Sure enough, they succeeded today and killed the Chilean Demon King together. This time, the Battle of Gianfang would not have been possible without the help of Yang Fengyu, a 6th-level unyielding master. Song Qingming alone, even if he could defeat his opponent, it would be unlikely for him to kill the Chilean Demon King. Seeing Yang Fengyu refusing the 4th-level magic weapon that Li Mufang took out, Song Qingming immediately stood up and persuaded him. Alice, this time, fellow Taoist Yang made great efforts to kill the Red Cloud Demon King. It is only right to accept this spiritual object. Fellow Taoist, please do not refuse. After some polite words, Yang Fengyu finally took the 4th-level magic weapon from Li Mufang's hand, and bowed to everyone with a happy face. After several people tasted a glass of spiritual wine, Yang Fengyu changed the subject again and asked Li Mufang with a smile, fellow Taoist Li, now that the Red Cloud Demon King has died, the Jinyu Mountain Demon Army has suffered a crushing defeat. Next, Zhang State should also counterattack the Demon Army. This time, we will definitely be able to recover all the lost land in the north of Zhang State in one go. Yang asked, I wonder if your sect has any idea to directly take over the 4th-level spiritual vein of Red Cloud Mountain. Red Cloud Mountain is the home of the Red Cloud Demon King, and it is also an extremely rare 4th-level lower-grade spiritual vein. In the world of immortal cultivation, spirit veins below level 4 can be promoted through the cultivation of spirit stones. As long as there are enough spirit stones, anyone can find a high-level formation master to cultivate the spirit vein of the desired grade. However, spirit veins above level 4 need to add high-level ground vein stones to the spirit veins to be promoted. This thing is extremely difficult to find in the world of immortal cultivation. It is not a simple matter to cultivate spirit veins above level 4, even for a large unyielding sect like Ziyao sect. Therefore, the value of spirit veins above level 4 is also very precious in the world of immortal cultivation. It can be said that they are priceless. Here in Yang Fengyu mentioned the 4th-level spirit vein Qi Mountain, Li Mufang instantly guessed the other party's thoughts and was testing his attitude towards Qi Mountain. Without thinking too much, Li Mufang shook his head and said, fellow Taoist Yang, my Wei country has just experienced a great war, and our sect's cultivators have also suffered heavy losses. And although Jinyu Mountain was defeated, the Black Dragon Demon King is still eyeing the north, and there are also Taiyu Lake monsters in the south that can attack at any time. At this time, it is already very difficult for our sect to recover the lost territory in the north, so how can we even think of taking Qi Mountain? Fellow Taoist, don't worry, if your sect wants to go north to take Qi Mountain, our sect will definitely not have any objection, seeing that Li Mufang directly refused and wanted to give the Qi Mountain spiritual vein to himself. Although Yang Fengyu's face was moved for a moment, he still smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Taoist Li, you have misunderstood. Our Xianji sect is far to the south, and we are also restrained by the demon tribe of Belan Mountain. How could we have the idea of going north to seize the spiritual vein of Qi Mountain? What I meant was that I just wanted to ask your opinion. If you want to seize Qi Mountain, our sect is willing to cooperate with your action. If our two sects work together, the probability of success will naturally increase a lot. Otherwise, Qi Mountain is located in the floating Cloud Mountain range, and there is not enough power to guard it. Even if we can temporarily occupy this spiritual vein, it will be difficult for us to defend it for a long time. After hearing Yang Fengyu's explanation, Li Mufeng's face changed slightly, and he smiled and nodded. Well, Dao, you have a point, but this matter is of great importance, and I still need to think about it. Dao Yang, don't be anxious. Why don't we discuss this matter in detail after our sect has conquered the lost territory in the north? Let's see how we can cooperate. Haha, then listen to Dao Ali. I hope we can cooperate happily. After the Golden Feather Mountain demon army was defeated, the demon armies that besieged Camel Cloud Mountain, Iron Fairy Castle and White Lion Square also began to retreat after receiving the news. The Xiaoyao sect monk army rested in the market for a few days before they began to counterattack the north under the command of Li Mufeng and began to recover the sacred mountains conquered by the monsters. Because most of the main forces of the monsters had already evacuated in advance, the monsters left on those sacred mountains were all low-level monsters with weak strength, and they could not stop the aggressive human monk army at all. Soon, the Xiaoyao sect led the human monks to the north and recovered many sacred mountains along the way. In less than half a month, they arrived outside the White Dragon Valley. The White Dragon Demon King guarding here originally wanted to repair the miasma formation in the valley to stop the human monks. But this time, the Xiaoyao sect monks came too quickly and did not give the demons too many opportunities. They quickly broke through the formation that had not been completely repaired and directly attacked the White Dragon Valley. In the sky, the Maling Demon King and the Qinglu Demon King also rushed to the battlefield. But facing Li Mufeng and Song Qingming standing in the distance, the two demon kings did not dare to act rashly, and could only watch the human monks below recover the White Dragon Valley. At this point, the Uyghur monks completely recovered all the lost land in the north and maintained the front line with the demons at the White Dragon Valley. On the other side of Zheng State, under the leadership of Yang Fengyu of Xianji sect, the monks of Zheng State and the coalition of monks who came to support them also won a great victory in the counterattack against the demon army. The remaining demon army soon withdrew to the Funiu Mountains in the north. However, although the monks of Zheng State defeated the demon army with the help of monks from various countries, the entire Zheng State became a ruined land after more than half a year of destruction by the demons. In the Zheng State's cultivation world, almost more than 70% of the territory suffered from war, and the mortals lost almost half of their population. And compared with mortals, the losses of the monks of Zheng State were even greater. After the turmoil, most of the scattered cultivators in Zheng State fled to the surrounding countries. Even the Ming sect, a golden elixir sect that had been passed down for thousands of years, was broken by the demon beasts and destroyed. Only a small number of low-level monks escaped. After the war, Zheng State was full of ruins and ownerless mountains. This also provided opportunities for many casual cultivators who were suffering from the lack of spiritual veins to practice. Soon, casual cultivators from surrounding countries who wanted to seek opportunities turned to Zheng State again. As for Wei State, because the northern territory was just occupied a few decades ago, most of the territory was still a wasteland, and there were not many mortals living on the various spiritual mountains. Although many cultivators were lost in the attack by the monsters, the huge number of mortals in Wei State did not suffer too much loss. For the Xiaoyao sect, this monster turmoil was more dangerous than in previous years, but the overall loss of the sect's strength was not too serious. Half a month later, after helping to repair the White Dragon Valley Mountain Protection Formation, Song Qingming took Song Qingyu, Wang Xiun and others back to the family's spiritual land Funiu Mountain. This time, in order to guard the White Lion Square, Song Qingyu led the Song family cultivators to fight several battles with a monster army, and many family cultivators also died on the battlefield. Even two of the clan's foundation building elders died on the front battlefield this time, which really made the ancestor Song Qingyu feel distressed for a long time. When Song Qingming returned to Funiu Mountain, many flags had been hung everywhere on the mountain, and there was a hint of sadness on the entire family's sacred mountain. Fortunately, these things are now fully handled by Song Yuanfeng and his men, and they have been arranged without Song Qingming and his men coming forward, which saves him. the clan leader, a lot of trouble. The three of them had just passed through the mountain protection formation when they saw a green-clothed figure standing in front of them, smiling and greeting them. Seeing this person, Song Qingming's originally calm face suddenly showed a smile, and he quickly stepped forward and bowed to him with a solemn face. This time our family is in trouble, thanks to senior sister for helping to take care of us. Please accept my greeting first. Recently I have seen many people criticize the thin plot of this monster riot. Xiaomeng also found that I did not write it well, so I would like to apologize to everyone here first, and I will make up a confession later. Chapter 895, Can Become a Great Person, Unyielding Puppet. The figure in green standing in front of Song Qingming and the other two was none other than senior sister Li Xuanyi, who had traveled to the Thunder Yuan Xiuxin realm alone more than a decade ago. Li Xuanyi actually returned to the floating Cloud Mountain Xiuxin realm a few months ago. At that time, the situation in Uyghur was still very calm, and it had not been invaded by the Monster Beast Rebellion. Therefore, after Li Xuanyi learned that Song Qingming was resisting the demon army on the front line of Xiangul, he went directly to the Xiangxing Valley to join Song Qingming, Wang Xian and others. Later, after learning that the Golden Feather Mountain demons were heading south across the board, Li Xuanyi followed Song Qingming and others back to Uyghur. It was precisely because of the help of senior sister Li Xuanyi, a 9th-level giant and master, that Song Qingming and the others were able to successfully block the demon army led by the giant elephant demon king in the White Lion Square and withdraw to the Giant Square to help. Seeing that Song Qingming took the initiative to salute with gratitude as soon as he came up, Li Xuanyi hurriedly stepped forward and smiled and said, "Junior brother Song is already a unyielding cultivator, but he still keeps bowing to me, a giant and cultivator. It really makes me feel uneasy. If you really want to thank me for your help, you might as well take some time to help me look at the exercises. Now that the northern monster riots have ended, junior brother Song should have nothing to worry about. If I ask you now, you will not be able to find an excuse to refuse me, haha. Senior sister Li has a request, and as a junior brother, I will do my best. But I just came back today, senior sister don't be anxious. Please follow me to Huxin Pavilion to prepare a banquet. Let us welcome senior sister first." Yes. What brother Qi said is true. Senior sister Li came back from Liuan Sea to help. We should also celebrate for senior sister first. Other things will be discussed later. Then my husband, you take senior sister to Huxin Pavilion first. I will inform Yuan Fang and the others to prepare a banquet. Seeing that Wang Xian took the initiative to walk down the mountain without waiting for her consent, Li Xuanyi smiled slightly and could only nod softly and said, "Yes. Since junior brother has invited you so kindly, I will not be polite with you." Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly extended his hand to invite him and took Li Xuanyi and Song Qingming to the Huxin Pavilion on the top of the mountain. At night, the four of them sat around the table to drink tea and wine. Song Qingming, who had long been very curious about the outside world of cultivation, began to pester senior sister Li Xuanyi and asked questions before drinking a few cups of spiritual wine. When senior sister Li Xuanyi left, Song Qingming, who had a good relationship with her, wanted to follow her to the Thunder Yuan Xiuxin realm. However, because the monster turbulence was approaching, Song Qingming was moved, but he was still worried about his family, so he could not go with Li Xuanyi. Seeing that Song Qingming was extremely curious, Li Xuanyi did not hide it from him, and smiled and simply told everyone about his travels in the past 10 years. After Li Xuanyi arrived at the Thunder Yuan Xiuxin realm, in addition to traveling to many places and seeing a lot of scenery, he also explored several secret realms with others in the Thunder Yuan Xiuxin realm and obtained a lot of spiritual objects and opportunities. Although the process was a bit dangerous, Li Xuanyi also gained a lot from it. Hearing him talk about his 10 years of experience in the Thunder Yuan Sea, Song Qingming's face was sometimes full of curiosity and sometimes nervous. It was not until Li Xuanyi finished telling the story that a relatively relaxed laughter sounded in the meeting Immortal Pavilion. When the next day dawned, Song Qingming and Wang Xian found out that Li Xuanyi still wanted to discuss the technique with Song Qingming, so they each found a reason to leave first. The two girls knew about the special relationship between Song Qingming and Li Xuanyi, and knew that they could not easily pass on their own cultivation techniques due to the rules of the sect. In recent years, whenever they encountered similar things, Wang Xian and Song Qingming would choose to avoid them. Seeing that only himself and Song Qingming were left in the third-floor hall of Weixian Pavilion, Li Zuanai immediately used his magic power and took out a very ordinary and simple jade plate. The jade plate was green all over, and it seemed to be quite old, with a few wear and tear on it. Seeing that what Li Zuanai took out was not the technique she practiced, Taixu sword art, but a green jade plate that he had never seen before, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a trace of doubt. "Senior Sister Li, this thing looks like it's a bit old, but did you bring it back from Lei Yuanhe?" Hearing Song Qingming's puzzled question, Li Zuanai nodded slightly and immediately explained, "Junior brother Song, I accidentally found this thing in a secret place in Lei Yuanhe. I don't know where it came from. I only found a special technique related to refining puppets in it. But I have studied it for a long time in the past few years and found that this technique is a bit incomplete and cannot be used normally. Today I would like to ask Junior brother to help me see if there is a way to repair and complete this set of techniques." "Oh. Special techniques for refining puppets are quite rare. Let me take a look first." Because of practicing the one-ling puppet array, Song Qingming has been studying the way of puppets for these years. With the guidance of Chu Bai, he has become a puppet master. However, due to the lack of materials for refining high-level puppets, Song Qingming's puppet skills are still at the second-level upper grade, and he has not successfully refined a third-level puppet beast. Hearing that the jade-green jade plate brought by senior sister Li Zuanai actually concealed a special method for refining puppets, Song Qingming immediately became interested and put the jade plate on his forehead. As Song Qingming's spiritual consciousness probed into it, a burst of green spiritual light suddenly emanated from the jade-green jade plate. At the same time, Song Qingming's spiritual consciousness immediately came to a special space full of white light. Wherever he looked, the surroundings were all snow white, except for a stone tablet in the middle, which was engraved with many very simple runes. Just a glance, Song Qingming immediately recognized that these runes were very similar to the ancient runes he had seen in the past, and they were indeed of extraordinary origin. Seeing this, Song Qingming's spiritual consciousness immediately covered the stone tablet, and saw that the runes immediately moved on the stone tablet, and then flew quickly in front of Song Qingming's eyes, combining into a huge golden pattern. After about a quarter of an hour, Song Qingming opened his eyes and took the initiative to put down the jade-green jade plate in his hand. Seeing this scene, Li Zuanai immediately asked with anticipation, "How is it, Junior brother Song? Do you have any way to repair this technique?" Hearing this, Song Qingming sighed lightly and said, "This technique is indeed as senior sister said. It is a technique for refining special puppets. However, I took a closer look, and the refining method inside is not for ordinary low-level puppets. It is estimated that it may be a puppet beast of the nascent soul level. At present, my own puppetry skills are not very advanced, and I am afraid I am powerless to repair this set of techniques. If senior sister is in a hurry, I guess I need to find another master who has practiced puppetry skills to help. It can refine a puppet beast of the nascent soul level. I thought it was just a giant puppet technique before, but I didn't expect it to be a nascent soul level technique. In this case, this thing is really valuable, and it's worth my effort to bring it out. In the world of immortal cultivation, techniques and skills above the fourth level are priceless. Even if they are a little incomplete, they are not comparable to ordinary third-level techniques." Hearing that what was hidden inside was actually a technique for refining the nascent soul puppet beast, Li Zuanai was surprised, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. After standing there and thinking for a while, Li Zuanai turned to Song Qingming and asked, "Junior brother Song, except for you, I don't know any masters of puppetry here. I wonder if you know anyone who can help repair this thing. As long as the technique inside can be repaired, I will definitely not be stingy with a reward." "Yes. I do know one or two cultivators who practice high-level puppetry techniques. They are relatively familiar people. If you are assured, then leave this J token with me first. When I find a suitable opportunity, I will take the time to ask them to help." "That's great. Then I'll leave it to Junior brother Song." Seeing that Song Qingming was indeed as he thought, and knew a master who practiced puppetry techniques, Li Zuanai's face suddenly became happy, and he quickly nodded and agreed. After Song Qingming put away the green jade card in his hand, Li Zuanai took out the Taixu sword art she had practiced, and asked Song Qingming for advice on the parts of the technique that she didn't understand. After traveling to the Thunder Yuan Sea to cultivate the immortal world for 10 years, Li Zuanai not only returned safely, but also did not fall behind in her own cultivation. It was much more solid than when she left. Now Lizuanai's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the golden core. After practicing to this point, she naturally has to prepare for her own infant formation. In Song Qingming's view, as long as she carefully polishes it for another 7 or 8 years, she should be ready to impact the nascent soul realm. In the face of Lizuanai's humble questions, Song Qingming naturally answered all the questions and took the initiative to pass on his own experience of forming an infant to his senior sister Lizuanai. This time, the two chatted in the meeting Immortal Pavilion for a whole day. It was not until Lizuanai solved all her doubts about the technique that she smiled and bowed and left. After bidding farewell to his senior sister Lizuanai, Song Qingming, who left the Huxin Pavilion, did not return to his cave, but turned to face the bright moonlight in the sky and turned into a spiritual light, quietly passing through the Funiu Mountain mountain protection formation. Going eastward, Song Qingming's figure soon appeared on the back mountain of Yinfeng Ridge. This time, Song Qingming did not alarm the Song family monks guarding the mine on the mountain, and quietly came to the edge of the canyon and jumped down. At this time, in a spiritual medicine garden below the valley, Song Yushan was sitting on a blue stone with his eyes closed in meditation. Seeing a breeze blowing, Song Yushan, who heard a subtle sound in front of him, immediately opened his eyes and scanned his side. Seeing Song Qingming suddenly appear not far in front of him, Song Yushan was surprised and took the initiative to step forward and bow. "Greetings, clan leader, it's been less than 2 years, and your cultivation has already broken through to the late stage of Qi refining. It seems that you have made great progress these days." When Song Yushan fell into the valley, his cultivation had just broken through to the 5th level of Qi refining. This time, seeing that he had actually broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining, Song Qingming was slightly surprised and couldn't help but praise him. Hearing the verbal praise from Song Qingming, the ancestor of the family, Song Yushan was excited for a moment, and immediately bowed his hands and responded, "Patriarch, you are wise, Yushan is unworthy. I have been able to practice so fast in the past 2 years, in fact, it is because I was fortunate to get the guidance of Senior Chu, not all my own practice. Well, after all, it is your opportunity, and it is okay to praise you. However, the matter of practice is like sailing against a current. If you don't move forward, you will retreat. The opportunity given to you by others is not your own foundation after all. Don't slack off in your own practice, otherwise you will not be able to achieve great things in the future." Patriarch's teachings, Yushan will remember it. After bowing and paying a respect, Song Yushan just raised his head and found that the figure of Song Qingming in front of him had disappeared long ago. He couldn't help but smile knowingly and let out a breath. Although Song Yushan is a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots, in the current Song family with many talented cultivators, his spiritual root talent is actually not very outstanding. After practicing for more than 10 years, Song Yushan's cultivation has barely advanced to the 5th level of Qi refining. With his cultivation speed, if he continued to cultivate normally, it would not be a big problem for him to cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining before the age of 60. But it was not so easy for him to go further and build a foundation. Even in a large cultivation family like the Song family, there were not a few ordinary 3 spiritual root cultivators like Song Yushan who would spend their entire lives in the Qi refining stage without high enough talent. When he fell to the bottom of the valley, he was forced to exchange 100 years of freedom for Chubai to save his life. Song Yushan once thought that he could only sit in the dark valley for the rest of his life, and his fate was doomed to be hopeless. What he didn't expect was that in the past 2 years, he stayed in the valley, and because he received guidance from the mysterious Senior Chubai many times, his cultivation speed actually improved by leaps and bounds. Even Song Yushan himself found it hard to believe that he had successfully broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining in just 2 years. I'm afraid that few people, even those cultivation geniuses in the Song family, could successfully advance to the late stage of Qi refining at his age. Hearing the praise from the clan leader Song Qingming, Song Yushan's heart could not calm down for a long time. Could I become a great man in the future? In a cave deep in the canyon, a figure in black was holding a green jade tablet in his hand and examining it carefully. Not far away, Song Qingming saw this scene. After hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't help but stood aside and waited quietly. It was not until half an hour later that Chubai retracted his gaze and turned to look at Song Qingming, and said directly, "Did you just say that you wanted to repair the skills inside?" Hearing the other party's question, Song Qingming nodded quickly. "Yes, I was entrusted by someone, but I came here to ask for advice because I am not sure of myself. If you can help, just tell me the reward, and I will try my best to satisfy you. This technique is used to refine a puppet in the nascent soul stage. I am afraid it is not very useful to you now. After all, the materials for refining this level of puppets are not easy for you to find. But if you really need it, I can also help you. As for the reward, you don't need anything else, just give me this J token. Song Qingming promised his senior sister Li Zuanai before because he knew Chu Bai, a master who is proficient in puppetry. Seeing that Chu Bai could really help, Song Qingming's face instantly showed a trace of joy. But when he heard that the reward the other party wanted was the green jade token that he had been staring at for a long time, Song Qingming, who was originally happy, suddenly changed his face and fell silent. What's the matter? What's the problem? Seeing that Song Qingming looked unhappy, Chu Bai turned his eyes slightly and asked again. Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately bowed and apologized to him. Senior, you don't know that this thing is not mine. I really can't agree to this matter directly. I hope you can forgive me. Can I change my request? Haha. I just want to keep this thing to study it because it's a bit novel. Do you really think it's something extraordinary? Okay, since you can't make the decision, then change your request. Seeing that Song Qingming looked a little embarrassed, Chu Bai didn't force it. After he finished speaking, the spiritual light in his hand moved, and he directly sent a sound transmission into Song Qingming's ears. Compared to repairing that puppet technique, I have a better idea for you. Last time, you asked me how to repair that unyielding puppet. Recently, I thought of a way that might work. However, in order to completely repair it, I still lack a few things, the most important of which is the spirit of a unyielding monster. Not long ago, I heard that you killed a demon king in the north. I think you should be able to find this thing. You just need to bring it here, and it will be considered as fulfilling my request. As for the rest of the things, it should not be difficult for you to find them. When you are ready, bring them to me. After this unyielding puppet is repaired, I can give it to you for use. But if I need it in the future, you must give it to me immediately. I think you should agree to this. When Song Qingming first met Chu Bai in Luoxian, Song Qingming and others had a battle with him and destroyed many humanoid puppets in his hands. Later, after Song Qingming returned to the floating cloud mountain range Zhuxin realm, he exchanged the collected damaged puppet materials with Chu Bai and asked him if he could repair these puppets. At that time, facing the request made by Song Qingming, Chu Bai simply shook his head and said that he was powerless. After asking carefully, Song Qingming learned that these human-shaped puppets were not made by Chu Bai himself, and his puppet skills were actually learned from a master. The human-shaped puppets made by this master are not only very difficult to make, but also the materials used are also very difficult to find. After hearing this, Song Qingming gave up the idea of repairing those human-shaped puppets. He didn't expect that after so many years, Chu Bai would mention this again. Hearing Chu Bai mention that the main material for repairing the puppets was actually a unyielding demon emperor spirit, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a bit of complexity. It seems that the other party had already calculated it, and even the fact that he and others joined forces to kill the Chilean demon emperor was clear, so he directly made this request that he could hardly refuse. Helping Chu Bai repair that unyielding puppet was not a bad thing for Song Qingming. Not only can he get a nascent soul puppet to help temporarily, but when Chu Bai repairs the puppet, maybe he can also learn on the side and improve his puppet skills. Even if it requires some materials to repair this nascent soul puppet, Song Qingming is willing to do it. After checking the other spiritual objects that Chu Bai needs, seeing that he knows most of them and it is not difficult to get them, Song Qingming nodded slightly and agreed immediately. Just as Song Qingming turned around and prepared to leave, Chu Bai spoke to him seriously. Boy, this J token in your hand, if I am not mistaken, should have some origin. No matter whether this thing is yours or someone else's, remember that it is best not to show it in front of others. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will bring yourself some trouble for no reason. You will die in vain and fail to fulfill the agreement between you and me. This, senior, you mean that this thing can bring me a fatal disaster? This is a bit too alarmist. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Song Qingming has long stood at the top of the floating cloud mountain range Immortal cultivation world. Although his cultivation is not the best among the nascent soul cultivators, the only ones who can threaten his life now are at least late nascent soul cultivators. And there are only a few people with such cultivation in the entire floating cloud mountain range Immortal cultivation world, even if they are considered monsters and demons. Hearing the reminder of Chu Bai, Song Qingming's face was slightly stunned, and he always felt that what he said was a bit exaggerated. Seeing Song Qingming looking at him with a puzzled look, Chu Bai still looked very serious, and answered him, "I have already said it, believe it or not. Anyway, I just remind you, then thank you very much, senior." After leaving Yinfeng Ridge, Song Qingming returned to the cave and took out the green jade plate on his body and looked at it carefully. But apart from the set of puppetry skills hidden in the jade plate, on the surface, there was nothing strange about this green jade plate. After studying it for a few days, Song Qingming still had no clue. He could only carefully put it back into the storage tool and turn to the stone chamber where he practiced daily. After experiencing a fierce battle of the nascent soul, Song Qingming also had a lot of insights into the practice of cultivation. After explaining the search for spiritual objects for Chu Bai to Song Yuanfeng and others, Song Qingming began to practice in seclusion. It was not until a few months later that the things he wanted were found. After he was ready, he took the initiative to walk out of the cave where he practiced, and brought the spirit of the Red Cloud Demon King that he had killed last time, and sent all these spiritual objects to Chu Bai. In the following time, Song Qingming took the initiative to stay in Yinfeng Ridge to help Chu Bai repair the damaged nascent soul puppet. In this way, with the joint efforts of the two, it took nearly a year for Song Qingming to walk out of the canyon of Yinfeng Ridge. At this time, Song Qingming, who was standing in the air, had a figure covered in a black robe beside him. The aura emanating from his body seemed to have reached the nascent soul level. It was the nascent soul puppet that he and Chu Bai had repaired together. Chapter 896, Refining the Puppet and Conquering Qi Mountain. Looking at the nascent soul puppet beside him, Song Qingming's face was full of joy, and his eyes were extremely satisfied. Although it cost a lot of spiritual objects and time, and also sacrificed a valuable nascent soul monster spirit. But being able to successfully repair this nascent soul puppet is definitely worth it for Song Qingming. Now that his own cultivation has reached the second level of the nascent soul, with the help of this puppet equivalent to half a nascent soul cultivator, Song Qingming's fighting ability can barely be equivalent to that of a nascent soul mid-stage cultivator. After Song Qingming sacrifices this nascent soul puppet, if it is blessed by the 10,000 spirits puppet array, his fighting ability can be increased a lot. In the future, even if he encounters a nascent soul 6th level master like the Maling Demon King, Song Qingming will have the confidence to deal with him on the battlefield, without being afraid of fighting with him. As he flew all the way, Song Qingming's eyes were still constantly looking at the puppet beside him. It was not until the escape light reached the outside of Funiu Mountain that he reluctantly put the nascent soul puppet into the storage bag. When Song Qingming passed through the mountain protection formation, he suddenly saw a familiar figure on the side of the mountaintop, and immediately the escape light flashed and fell from the sky. "Yuanfang, meet my seventh uncle." After glancing at Song Yuanfang, who was saluting in front of him, Song Qingming waved his hand gently and immediately asked, "Are you here for something to talk to me about?" Reporting to my seventh uncle, "I just received a message from the East China Sea that Chang's and the others want to upgrade the Black Cloud Island spiritual vein, and want the family to send a few array masters to help deliver a set of third-level spirit gathering array. This matter is not easy to discuss with others, and I dare not make the decision alone, so I want to go to the top of the mountain to discuss this matter with my great-aunt. Who would have thought that I would meet my seventh uncle out of retreat today, and I would like to ask you to help decide this matter. At this time, Chang's and the others want to upgrade the Black Cloud Island spiritual vein. Could it be that Yu Xin has successfully formed a pill?" Hearing what Song Yuanfang said, Song Qingming nodded slightly, but asked with some confusion on his face. Ever since the family moved some of the family cultivators to the Black Cloud Island in the East China Sea's Yuxin realm, Song Qingming has always been concerned about the development of the family branch there. Because they knew that the family monks on the Black Cloud Island had just moved there and had not yet established a firm foothold in the Red Star Sea. Almost every few years, Song Qingming would ask Song Yuanfang to arrange for the family to secretly transport a batch of supplies and mortals to the Red Star Sea to support the family monks there. Later, Song Chang successfully formed a golden elixir, and with this golden elixir monk in charge of the Black Cloud Island, Song Qingming and others were a little relieved about that place. After so many decades of development, the Song family monks on the Black Cloud Island have already established a firm foothold and gradually integrated into the Red Star Sea. In addition to Song Chang's and his wife, There are more than 80 Song family monks on the Black Cloud Island, 3 of whom have successfully established their foundation. However, the number of family mortals on the island is not large now, only less than 10,000 people, and for a golden elixir force, the foundation is still a little insufficient. However, as long as the family monks there can develop steadily and slowly, these situations will be slowly supplemented in the future, and there is no need to rush. Compared with the shortage of manpower, the spiritual veins on the Black Cloud Island were originally only of the 2nd level upper grade. The only cave on the island that has more spiritual energy under the volcano because of the existence of the spiritual spring eye can barely provide a giant and cultivator for practice. Among the several foundation building cultivators on Black Cloud Island, the others are still a little far from forming a pill. Only Song Chang's Taoist partner Liu Yuxin has reached the 9th level of foundation building for many years. With the help and support of Song Chang's, the giant and Taoist partner, and her master Qingming, who is also a late giant and cultivator, if nothing unexpected happens, Liu Yuxin is indeed very likely to successfully form a pill. Hearing that Song Chang's sent a message to promote the Black Cloud Island spiritual vein, Song Qingming couldn't help but wonder if it was because a new giant and cultivator appeared on the island that he suddenly had this idea. Facing Song Qingming's inquiry, Song Yuanfang simply shook his head and replied, "I heard about Yuzin's retreat from Chang's before, but Chang's didn't mention it in this letter, and I don't know whether Yuzin has succeeded in forming the elixir. 7th uncle, do you think we should send someone to the East China Sea to inquire about the situation first?" "No need. Regardless of whether Yuzin succeeds in forming the elixir or not, the Black Cloud Island spiritual vein will need to be upgraded in the future. You send a letter to Chang's first, and the family will arrange it as soon as possible. The family can help to provide half of the spirit stones needed to upgrade the spiritual vein, and let them find a way to raise the rest themselves. I can help to refine the 3rd level spirit gathering formation, and I will send a letter to inform you when the formation is refined. Don't worry, 7th uncle, I'll arrange it right away." After getting an accurate answer from Song Qingming, Song Yuanfang immediately smiled and nodded, turned around and walked back from the top of the mountain. After returning to his own cave, Song Qingming did not rush to refine the 3rd level spirit gathering array that Song Chang's and the others needed. Instead, he buried himself in the stone chamber and fiddled with the newly acquired nascent soul puppet. Because before, Song Qingming only had 4 giant level puppets: Golden Wind, Silver Armor, White Lion and Purple Wolf. When performing the 10,000 spirits puppet array, he had to add 2 late-stage foundation building puppets to make up the number, and then he could barely exert the full power of the array. Now that he has obtained a nascent soul puppet, Song Qingming is even more impatient. It took him 2 months to successfully integrate the puppet into his own array. After replacing the 2 foundation building puppet beasts with a nascent soul puppet in his hand, Song Qingming tried it and found that the power of the 10,000 spirits puppet array has increased by about 30%. Now, with the blessing of the array, he can make his own cultivation reach the peak of the 4th level of the nascent soul in a short period of time, which is almost the same as the sect's supreme elder Li Mufeng. Song Qingming had just finished his work and was about to take time to refine a high-level spirit gathering array. Unexpectedly, just when he was halfway through refining the array, news came from the sect that he and Song Qingai were invited to Qiyang Mountain to discuss matters. It has been nearly 2 years since the outbreak of the monster rebellion in the north. Now, in the entire floating cloud mountain range cultivation world, except for a few countries where cultivators are still confronting monsters, the war has slowly subsided in most places. On the wayside, since the Guiyunfang battle defeated the demon army, it quickly pacified the war in the north. In the south of Tai Lake, the Golden Horn Demon King who had conquered many territories of Pei State. After learning the news that the demons in the Funiu Mountain in the north were defeated, he immediately gave up the confrontation with the human cultivators in Qiyang Mountain and led his demon army to gradually withdraw to the east bank of Tai Lake. When Bai Yuxin led the monks to come back for help, the monks of Pei State quickly recovered the lost territory and drove the invading monsters out of Pei State. After nearly a year of rest and recuperation, the Xiaoyao sect finally turned its attention to the Qiyang Mountain located in the north of Zhang State. Because of the sudden death of the Qiyang Demon Emperor, the 4th-level spiritual vein of Qiyang Mountain in the north of Zhang State was temporarily vacant. And this priceless high-level spiritual vein suddenly had no owner, and naturally soon fell into the eyes of the surrounding major forces. This time, Li Mufang personally sent a letter to summon everyone in the sect to come to Guiyang Mountain for discussion. It was to take advantage of the opportunity when the monster turbulence had just ended and the nearby monsters had not yet recovered their strength, and join forces with the Xianji sect in the south to take this 4th level spiritual vein. When Song Qingming and Song Qinggai arrived at the Xiaoyao Hall, most of the elders of the sect had already gathered in the hall, including Li Mufang and Bai Yuxin. Seeing Song Qingming walk into the hall, Chen Zuixin, Su Ziyan and other Jiandan elders immediately stood up and bowed to him. It was not until Song Qingming walked to the head of the hall and waved his hand that everyone turned around and sat down. After everyone in the hall sat down, Li Mufang immediately spoke to Song Qingming on the side. Junior brother Song, Xianji Sect's Yang Daoyao has sent troops to Zhang State. This opportunity is rare, and we must also seize the time to send troops. I have already agreed with Xianji sect that after conquering Qi Mountain, both sides will jointly defend this place and build a market to resist the northern monsters. At that time, I will need you to take charge for a while. I wonder what you think. Don't worry, if we can successfully take over Qi Mountain, I can go there to take charge. When the Guiyang battle just ended, Song Qingming had heard Li Mufang and Xianji sect Grand Elder Yang Fengaiyu talking about Qi Mountain. Although Li Mufang claimed that he was not in a hurry at that time, it was actually for the sect to take some initiative in the negotiation of cooperation with Xianji sect. After all, Qi Mountain is located at the front line of Funiu Mountain range, and it is basically surrounded by the territory of the demon clan. Even if Xiaoyao sect has the ability to conquer the spiritual vein, it is extremely difficult for them to defend this place for a long time with their own strength, and they still have to cooperate with Xianji sect. However, now Xiaoyao sect has 3 unyielding monks, which has surpassed Xianji sect in high-end combat power. For the cooperation between the two sides, Li Mufang naturally did not want to share this 4th level spiritual vein with the other party, so he deliberately delayed time. Although Song Qingming did not directly participate in these things, he was still very clear in his mind. This time, Li Mufang summoned him to discuss the matter of sending troops, and Song Qingming also knew that the negotiations between the two sects had basically been concluded. At this moment, hearing that Li Mufang wanted him to sit in Qi Mountain in the future, Song Qingming did not think much and directly agreed to it. At present, the spiritual vein of the family spiritual land Funiu Mountain is only of the 3rd grade upper grade, which is not enough to support the daily practice of this unyielding cultivator. Every year, Song Qingming needs the sect to consume a large amount of spiritual stones to subsidize him in order to maintain his own practice speed, which is really a bit wasteful. This time, Li Mufang arranged for Song Qingming to go to Qi Mountain to take charge, and naturally wanted to help him solve this problem completely. Seeing that Song Qingming agreed at once, Li Mufang nodded with satisfaction, and then announced the order to send troops to everyone. In order to successfully capture Qi Mountain this time, the Xiaoyao sect directly dispatched 3 large flying boats, carrying nearly 7,000 sect cultivators. As for the Jiandan cultivators, the sect also dispatched 8 Jiandan elders, Song Qinggai, Chen Zuixin, Chu Fengping, Zhao Mengling, Yu Nishan, Fang Baixun, Zhang Zongxin, and Song Yuanhao. And the 2 sect supreme elders, Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin, led this army of cultivators. Seeing this army of monks, which almost accounted for half of the power of the entire Xiaoyao sect, marching northward in a mighty manner, all the monks and monsters along the way were extremely shocked. Even the Black Dragon Demon King, who was far away in the Golden Feather Mountain, was shocked and a little uneasy when he suddenly heard such a big commotion from the Xiaoyao sect. The Black Dragon Demon King, who thought that the other party was coming for him, quickly sent a message to shrink his forces and recalled all the demon army under his command to the Golden Feather Mountain. After the Xiaoyao sect monk army went all the way north through the White Lion Square, they immediately changed direction and went northeast. After running around for nearly half a month, Song Qingming and others finally joined the Xianji sect monk army led by Yang Fengaiyu at the foot of the Qi Mountain in the north. Compared with the many monks brought by the Xiaoyao sect, there were also many people from the Xianji sect, with nearly 6,000 monks. In addition, the Xianxing sect of Zhang State and several small countries around it also sent thousands of monks to participate in this battle. The reason why these monks from small sects appeared here was not because they were specially invited by the Xiaoyao sect and Xianji sect. The reason why they followed the 2 unyielding sects was actually very simple, that is, They wanted to take advantage of their opportunity to destroy Qi Mountain and try to get a share of the pie. Although facing the Qi Mountain spiritual vein that the two unyielding sects were eyeing together, it was definitely impossible for them to have a share. But as long as they could contribute in the next battle, it would not be difficult to get a share of the many monsters and spiritual medicines on the mountain. In addition, after taking down Qi Mountain, they would also have the opportunity to occupy one or two of the many low-level spiritual veins around. For these monks from small sects who took the initiative to help, the Xiaoyao sect and Xianji sect would naturally not refuse. After all, if you want to take down a fourth-level spiritual vein like Qi Mountain, you must go through a brutal battle next. With so many monks coming to help, not only did the hope of taking over the spiritual vein increase a lot, but it also helped them avoid some losses. After the monks of the two sects joined together, after a period of discussion, they decided to attack Qi Mountain in three directions. Xianji sect attacked from the west, Xiaoyao sect was responsible for attacking the front, and the weaker defenses in the east were handed over to the monks of many small sects such as Xianxing sect who followed. At the command of the three unyielding monks, a huge army of tens of thousands of monks immediately rushed to the north. Just as the monk army below began to approach Qi Mountain, many demon kings on the top of the mountain had received news of the invasion of human monks, and they gathered together in panic. When the Qi demon king died, many demon beasts under his command suddenly lost their backbone, and soon there was civil strife. Like the human monks, the demons also respected the strong. After a melee between several great demon kings in the late Jinden stage, the most powerful Black Wolf Demon King finally overwhelmed the other demon kings and temporarily became the new leader of Qi Mountain. However, the Black Wolf Demon King had only occupied Lingyuan for less than a year, and before he could be happy for long, the human army had already killed its way to the foot of the mountain. Seeing that the human cultivators outside were besieging from three sides, the Black Wolf Demon King hurriedly commanded his demon beasts to cast a spell with all his strength to activate the demon mist array guarding the mountain. Although there was no unyielding Demon King sitting in charge, the demon mist array arranged by the Qi Demon King on the mountain was still there. As waves of purple smoke came, the human cultivators who rushed to the front soon smelled a very disgusting smell. Those cultivators in the Qi refining stage with lower cultivation just smelled this unpleasant smell and immediately felt dizzy and vomited on the spot. At the same time, the roar of the monster beasts came out of the smoke again. And countless monster beasts rushed out of the smoke and headed straight for the weak human monks in the distance. Although these monster beasts were also deep in the purple smoke, they were not affected by the unpleasant smoke at all. Faced with a sudden attack of the monster beasts, the human monks who were leading the front immediately screamed and were caught off guard by the monster army. Seeing that the attack in front was unfavorable, many Jinden monks standing in the back immediately flew forward and cast a spell to dispel the thick fog in front of them, so as to cover the many low-level monks below and temporarily withdraw from the range covered by the smoke. But facing the continuous purple smoke in front and the fierce attack of many monster beasts, the monk army that was attacking Qi Mountain not only found it difficult to move forward, but was forced to retreat again and again by the monster beast army covered by the smoke. At this time, several figures in the sky had already flown to the top of the mountain. Song Qingming, Bai Yuxin and the other two looked at the Qi Mountain, which was already covered by purple smoke, and could not help but frown slightly. Fellow Taoist Yang, I have a magic array in my hand that can temporarily suppress the demon fog array on the mountain. Junior brother Song and I will suppress the array later. Please help to break the array below. That's good. Although Yang Fenggai had also learned some array techniques, his array techniques were still slightly inferior to Bai Yuxin, a fourth-level lower-grade array master. Seeing Bai Yuxin's initiative to propose a strategy to break the array, Yang Fenggai nodded without thinking too much and agreed. The three of them quickly separated on the spot. As several array flags shot into the sky, Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming each held an array flag and quickly arranged a huge white light in the sky above the mountain to form a dazzling array. Fall! Bai Yuxin shouted with a crisp voice, and the white light array in the sky above immediately fell down and directly covered the purple smoke. As soon as the white light magic array fell into the smoke, the purple smoke below immediately boiled up, and soon became much lighter. Seeing that the demon fog array in front was weakened, Yang Fenggai immediately rushed to the position of the array on the top of the mountain with a magic weapon in his hand. He saw a sword light in his hand swing out, and a stone pillar in the smoke immediately shook, and the entire Qi Mountain trembled slightly. Seeing that the array was attacked, several figures hiding in the purple smoke immediately rushed out, trying to stop Yang Fenggai who was attacking the array. But facing a unyielding cultivator, the Black Wolf Demon King and other giant and demon kings were obviously not strong enough, and they could not restrain the opponent at all. They could only watch the flying sword in Yang Fenggai's hand, and the sword light fell one after another. Soon, the array below was directly destroyed by it. After the array was damaged, the purple smoke blocking the many cultivators below immediately dimmed a little. An hour later, as Yang Fenggai successively broke through several arrays on the top of the mountain, the power of the demon fog array on Qi Mountain was also weakened by more than half. Seeing this, the army of monks below immediately became excited and began to stabilize their position and counterattack the attacking army of demon beasts. Although there were still nearly 10,000 demon beasts on the Qi Mountain, they were defeated in the face of the human cultivators who were stronger in number and strength, and could only retreat to the top of the mountain step by step. At this time, the 5 demon kings of the Black Wolf Demon King on the top of the mountain. Because Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin suppressed the power of the demon mist array below, they could not stop the opponent with the help of the array, even with the cover of purple smoke. As a result, after fighting for such a long time, they not only failed to stop Yang Fenggai from destroying the array on the mountain, but the opponent seized the opportunity to kill a demon king. Seeing that there were not many arrays left on the mountain, the Black Wolf Demon King, who knew that the situation was over, could only decisively lead the remaining demon beasts on the mountain, with the help of purple smoke, to evacuate from a gap in the north. This time, Song Qingming and others came here mainly to occupy the spiritual vein of Qi Mountain. Faced with a decisive retreat of the monster army, everyone did not chase too much, and rushed to the Lingyuan mountain to destroy all the demon fog formations on the mountain. After clearing the monsters on the mountain, Song Qingming and others immediately commanded the monk army to start collecting the many spiritual objects treasured on the mountain. In addition to the spiritual objects below level 2, which can belong to the monks who find them, all spiritual objects above level 2 must be handed in and then distributed uniformly. In order to prevent those low-level monks from hiding high-level spiritual objects, the 2 major sects of Xiaoyao sect and Xianji sect also specially arranged monks to guard at the bottom of the mountain. When all low-level monks go down the mountain, they must pass their inspection to confirm that they are not carrying high-level spiritual medicines before they can leave. As a 4th-level spiritual vein occupied by the Demon King for thousands of years, there are naturally many high-level spiritual objects on Qi Mountain. After a whole day of searching, there are more than 33rd-level spiritual objects that everyone has voluntarily handed in. Song Qingming and his companions also found a 4th-level spiritual medicine and a very rare 4th-level spiritual fruit tree in a cave on the top of the mountain. However, the spiritual fruits on the fruit tree are not yet mature, and it will take at least several decades to pick them. There are countless other spiritual objects below the 3rd level, which makes it difficult for many monks on the mountain to hide their excitement. It took 3 full days for everyone to gather all the spiritual objects they got in one place. Next, it is time for the participating families to start distributing the spiritual objects they got. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897, How to Distribute Spiritual Objects. A few days later, in the hall on the top of Qi Mountain, 3 unyielding cultivators Yang Fenggai, Song Qingming, and Bai Yuxin sat at the top. Below them were dozens of giant and cultivators such as Song Qingming and Chen Zuixin, who were on both sides. Everyone's eyes were all focused on the stone platform on one side of the platform. That place was full of spiritual light, and hundreds of various precious spiritual objects were placed on it. In addition to the many spiritual medicines collected on the mountain before, there were also those high-level monster materials seized in the battle, which were also sorted and placed in the hall. Even for the giant and cultivators who had already cultivated to a high level, seeing so many precious spiritual objects appear in front of them at once, everyone present was inevitably a little excited. After the joint statistics of the cultivators of the 2 sects, there were more than 600 spiritual medicines above level 2 seized in this battle. Among them, there were 36 high-level spiritual medicines, with a grade of more than level 3, all of which were mature spiritual medicines and spiritual objects. Although with the help of the demon Mist Array on the mountain, some monsters followed a Black Wolf Demon King and successfully escaped from Qi Mountain before the formation was broken. However, in this battle, the Human Cultivator Coalition still won a great victory and successfully killed thousands of monsters in the battle. Among them were 3 giant and demon kings and nearly 200 second-level monsters in the foundation building period. The reason why the Black Wolf Demon King and other monsters were not completely killed was not entirely due to the influence of the demon Mist Array on the mountain. It was because the area around Qi Mountain was the territory of monsters, and there was more than one demon king here. Just as they broke through Qi Mountain, Qingming and his men felt that there were other powerful pressures that were no less than those of unyielding cultivators nearby. Therefore, they who had just occupied Qi Mountain did not dare to rashly chase the fleeing monsters, so as not to be exploited by other demon kings. Under the unified distribution of the 3 unyielding ancestors Qingming, Yang Fengyu and Bai Yuxin, everyone in the hall quickly reached a consensus. Among them, the Xiaoyao sect and the Xianji sect each occupied 40% of all the spiritual objects, and the remaining 20% was divided by the monks of the other major giant sects who came to help. After some discussion, Bai Yuxin took the 4th-level spiritual fruit tree on behalf of the Xiaoyao sect, which was the 2 most valuable 4th-level spiritual objects on the mountain. The remaining 4th-level spiritual medicine was directly owned by Yang Fengyu of the Xianji sect. The value of the 2 4th-level spiritual objects found by the crowd is needless to say. As long as the mature 4th-level spiritual medicine is worth at least 100,000 spiritual stones. As for the other 4th-level lower-grade spiritual fruit tree, although there is no mature spiritual fruit on it now, but as long as it can be transplanted back to the sect and carefully cultivated, a precious 4th-level spiritual fruit can be harvested every few hundred years. From a long-term perspective, the value of the spiritual fruit tree is slightly higher than that of the 4th-level lower-grade spiritual medicine. Because the 2 sides had already discussed before the war, the Xiaoyao sect could give priority to choosing a spiritual object on the mountain. Even though he knew that the value of the spiritual fruit tree might be higher than the spiritual medicine he got, Yang Fengyu could only accept this result and said nothing more. Under the leadership of Qingming and other 3 nascent soul cultivators, everyone in the hall quickly completed the distribution of spiritual objects, and a smile appeared on their faces. Although the human cultivators also lost thousands of cultivators in the battle to conquer Qi Mountain in this battle. But compared with these spiritual objects, this loss is absolutely acceptable to the major sects. Whether it is the Xiaoyao sect and Xianji sect, or other giant sects, the cultivators were very satisfied and had no opinions when they got the spiritual objects in their hands. Qingming and Qinggai represented the Xiaoyao sect to go to war, and they also got several 3rd-level spiritual medicines on the spot. After all the cultivators in the hall had obtained the spiritual objects they wanted, Bai Yuxin stood up and spoke loudly to everyone. Everyone, Brother Yang and I have already discussed that our 2 sects will build a market in Qi Mountain to fight against the northern monsters moving south. If you are interested, you can also choose to invest in this new market to help us fight against the northern monsters. As for the spiritual veins around Qi Mountain, any sect that invests can capture one on its own, although everyone successfully conquered Qi Mountain, because this 4th-level spiritual vein maintains the depths of the floating cloud mountains, the surrounding areas are full of monsters. It is not an easy task to build a large market in such a place and have enough power to defend it, and it cannot be done overnight. The manpower and spiritual stones required in the early stage of building the market are a very large number. Bai Yuxin proposed that other sects invest in the Qi Mountain market, which was already discussed by Xiaoyao sect and Xianji sect. I just want to take this opportunity to pull all the small sects nearby into it. As long as they agree to invest in the market, they can share a large amount of spiritual stones they invested in the early stage of building the market, and it can also relieve a lot of pressure on the 2 major sects. Even if these small sects can occupy some shares of the market, it will not affect the management of the market by Xiaoyao sect and Xianji sect too much. When Qi Mountain faces the attack of the monster army in the future and needs help with these shares, there is no need to worry that these people will not contribute. Senior Bai is so generous and willing to give us some shares. It is really a blessing for us. My Xianxing sect is willing to invest in the Qi Mountain market. As soon as Bai Yuxin finished speaking, Hu Zunjing, the great elder of Xianxing sect standing below, immediately stood up and responded to Bai Yuxin's proposal. As the Xianxing sect was almost destroyed by the monster army, If it were not for the timely assistance of Xiaoyao sect, the entire Zhang state would probably have fallen. At this moment, facing Bai Yuxin's initiative, Hu Xuanjing naturally did not dare to lag behind and took the lead to express his sincerity. Seeing this, the other sects in the hall thought about it and stood up one after another, agreeing to Bai Yuxin's proposal. After all, Qi Mountain is a 4th-level spiritual vein, and it is led by the two major Yuanying sects, Xiaoyao sect and Xianji sect. The scale of the market to be built here in the future must be large. Maybe in the future, Qi Mountain will become the leading large-scale market in the entire floating cloud mountain range cultivation world. If they don't seize the opportunity to invest at this time, when the Qi Mountain market stabilizes in the future, they will not have such a good opportunity again. Moreover, as long as they can participate in the investment, they will have the opportunity to occupy a spiritual vein around Qi Mountain, which is also a big temptation for them. Seeing that several Jinden sects in the hall have agreed one after another, Bai Yuxin's face also showed a bit of satisfaction. In the next 6 months, Song Qingming and others led the human cultivators and dared not leave for a moment. They guarded the Qi Mountain and repelled several large-scale counterattacks by the Demon Beast army, led by the Demon King. In this process, several battles were also very tragic. In order to defend the Qi Mountain, the human cultivators fought desperately with the invading demons and paid a huge price. Not only did they lose thousands of low-level cultivators, but even the Jinden cultivators fell on the battlefield. Fortunately, Song Qingming and 3 Yuanying cultivators were stationed in the Qi Mountain. The human cultivators had an advantage in high-level combat power and were not inferior to the surrounding demon forces. Although they suffered heavy losses in several battles, the human cultivators still firmly held this 4th-level spiritual vein. It was not until half a year later that Bai Yuxin and Yang Fengaiyu successfully arranged a 4th-level mountain protection formation on the Qi Mountain that the situation on the mountain gradually stabilized. Seeing the entire Qi Mountain covered by the formation look brand new, Song Qingming and his friends were slightly relieved. With the protection of this 4th-level mountain protection formation, the human cultivators who were defending the city and faced the monster army's attack again were relieved of a lot of pressure and easily defended the Lingyuan Mountain. After suffering several losses in Qi Mountain, the monster kings in the surrounding areas saw that it was really difficult to conquer the Lingyuan Mountain, and slowly gave up the idea of counterattacking Qi Mountain. During this period, Song Qingming and others led the cultivator army and successively conquered more than a dozen large and small 3rd-level spiritual veins around Qi Mountain. The entire territory of Qi Mountain within a radius of thousands of miles was completely cleared. Among them, several of the best 3rd-level spiritual veins were directly divided by Xiaoyao sect and Xianji sect, and the rest were left to other sects that invested in Qi Mountain. Since then, the human cultivators have also gained a firm foothold near Qi Mountain and won a territory where they can survive in the depths of the floating cloud mountain range, where there are many monsters. This is also the first time in nearly 10,000 years that the human cultivators in the south have extended the power to the floating cloud mountains. Seeing that the situation in Qi Mountain has gradually stabilized, Yang Fengaiyu, Bai Yuxin and other talents began to say goodbye and return to their respective sects. All the matters of guarding Lingyuan and building the market were handed over to Song Qingming and others. In addition to Song Qingming, a Yuanying cultivator, the Xiaoyao sect also left 4 Jinden cultivators, Song Qingaiyu, Song Yuanhao, Luo Qingaiyan, and Zhang Zongxin, to help guard Lingyuan. On the Xianji sect side, Yang Fengaiyu also left Zhou Yuquan, Li Huangxuan, and Wei Dongchang to assist Song Qingming in building and managing the Qi Mountain market, and left Song Qingming and his group with a full 5,000 cultivators to help guard Qi Mountain. This was also discussed by the two sects before. The Qi Mountain spiritual vein and market belong to the two sects together. It's just that the Xiaoyao sect holds a relatively larger share than the Xianji sect. Moreover, Qi Mountain will be presided over by Song Qingming, a Yuanying cultivator, from now on, and the management rights of the spiritual veins and the market will naturally be firmly controlled by the Xiaoyao sect. These things were all discussed by the two sects in advance. After Bai Yuxin and others left, Song Qingming immediately set about arranging the construction of the Qi Mountain market. Under the leadership of the two major sects and the full support of many surrounding sects such as the Xiangxing sect, the construction of the Qi Mountain market was very smooth. In just less than a year, the entire market has taken shape, attracting many outside cultivators to live in Qi Mountain. Because it is located deep in the floating cloud mountain range where spiritual objects are abundant, and this place has been ruled by the demon race for many years, few human cultivators have set foot in it. Whether it is demon beasts or spiritual medicines and other resources around Qi Mountain, they are much richer than the areas ruled by the human race in the south, and the opportunities are naturally much more abundant than other places. The Qi Mountain market was just established not long ago, and many independent cultivators from the surrounding countries such as Uiguo and Cingguo in the south came here after hearing the news. Then, news suddenly came out from Qi Mountain that many ordinary independent cultivators had found high-level spiritual objects. Soon the news spread throughout the eastern part of the floating cloud mountain Xiuxin world, and the Qi Mountain market became hot all of a sudden. At the same time, Qingming took the initiative to recruit many surrounding businesses to move into the market, providing all kinds of configurations required for those independent cultivators who came to find opportunities and other foreign families or sect cultivators. In just a few years, the prosperity of the Qi Mountain market has surpassed many surrounding markets, and even the Gianfeng and Uiguo is somewhat difficult to compare. In addition to helping the sect build the market, Qingming used the convenience of managing the market to extend the influence of the Song family to the Qi Mountain. Not long after the Qi Mountain market was built, Wang Xiun brought Song Zuanqing, Song Linfeng, Song Linru and hundreds of Song family cultivators to the Qi Mountain. With Qingming, the unyielding ancestor, the Song family naturally got a lot of shops with good locations in the market. Because most of the monks brought by Wang Xiun were carefully selected by the family to manage the market and shops, the more than a dozen shops of the Song family in the Qi Mountain market soon became famous in the market. In addition, in order to get the opportunity to get close to Qingming, the unyielding ancestor, many monks around naturally paid attention to the Song family's shops in the market. This also led to many merchants with sect backgrounds in the market who liked to take the initiative to cooperate with the Song family shops, and for a time, the Song family monks' business in the Qi Mountain market was extremely hot. Later, Qingming discovered that there was something wrong in the market, and took the initiative to tell Song Zuanqing and others to try to take less business from other sects, which curbed this bad trend a little. After sitting in the fourth-level spiritual vein of Qi Mountain, Qingming and Wang Xiun moved the cave residence directly to Qi Mountain. With this fourth-level lower-grade spiritual vein, Qingming no longer had to worry about the lack of spiritual energy for his cultivation, and soon entered into closed-door cultivation again. As for the management of the spiritual mountain, Qingming directly handed it over to Wang Xiun and several giant cultivators under his command. Anyway, now that Qi Mountain has stabilized everywhere, as long as there is no invasion by the unyielding Demon King from the outside world, Wang Xiun and others are enough to handle other things. It is impossible for Qingming, the unyielding ancestor, to have to trouble everything, Qixing Sea area in the East China Sea Xiuxin realm. On this day, in a sea area northeast of the Qixing Sea area, two escape lights flew quickly and landed directly outside a black cloud, turning into two figures, one yellow and one white. One of the old men in yellow robes looked at the rolling black clouds not far away and asked the person next to him with a strange look, "Fellow Taoist Meng, is this the Black Cloud Island you mentioned?" Another man in white, who looked a little younger, looked around and nodded and said, "I sent someone to inquire about the area before." "Yes, it's here." After that, the man in white had a flash of light in his hand and threw out a golden talisman. After a moment, the talisman turned into golden light and sank directly into the black cloud in front of him. The two waited for a moment, and suddenly a flash of light flashed in the black cloud, and then a man in green appeared from the light. Seeing that the man had an extraordinary aura and was also a giant and cultivator like himself, the two men in white immediately smiled and stepped forward to greet him with a slight bow. "I am Meng Dongyang from Jiling sect, and this is fellow Taoist Chuan He from Qishan Island. I believe you are fellow Taoist Song from Heian Island." Song Changs, who looked a little puzzled, nodded slightly when he heard the two people introduce themselves, and then bowed his hands in return. "I am Song Changs from Heian Island. May I ask what brings you two Taoists here today?" Seeing Song Changs looking at him with a hint of caution, Meng Dongyang smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Song, don't be nervous. We too came here today for no other reason, but we want to inform you of something. On the 7th day of next month, Qishan Island will hold an alliance meeting, and specially invites nearby Jinden forces to discuss matters. When the time comes, please go to the meeting on time, alliance meeting, since receiving the family's order to come to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm to garrison Heian Island. Over the years, Song Changs has led this branch of the Song family and has always lived a low-key life on the island, and has not actively participated in the struggles of nearby sea forces. Although the Black Cloud Island is located in a remote place, it is inevitable that monks will come to the vicinity over time. The news that Song Changs and others are entrenched on the island has gradually been known by nearby monks. The Red Star Sea is originally located in a relatively chaotic place. Because there is no Yuanying sect ruling it, the surrounding Jinden forces often attack each other. Some of those who can't beat each other will form an alliance with each other or force others to participate. Although Song Changs has not participated in this matter for decades in the Red Star Sea, he still has some understanding of these things happening in the nearby sea area. Song Changs naturally knows the purpose of the two people who came to the front of him, representing the Qingming and Qishan Island, inviting him to participate in the alliance conference. After hesitating for a moment, Song Changs still bowed directly to the two people and put on an apologetic face. You two fellow Taoists, you may not know that there are not many cultivators on our Black Cloud Island. We are just a small family. We have just migrated here and do not know much about the surrounding things. How dare we talk about forming an alliance with you to discuss matters? I am really sorry that you two fellow Taoists have made a wasted trip. I hope you will not despise my small gift. After saying that, Song Changs' hand flashed with a spiritual light, and he threw out a bag of spiritual stones, which flew into the hands of Meng Dongyang next to him. Seeing this scene, Meng Dongyang wanted to reach out and take the spiritual stones. But the old man named Yuan who came from Qishan Island next to him was slightly angry, and directly cast a spell to bounce the spiritual stones that Song Changs took out back. Fellow Taoist Song, the people of the Iron Sword League have already arrived in front of us. You are here but you want to stay out of it. Isn't it a bit too naive? Even though the nobles are weak, we have not looked down on them. We have come to invite you personally today, which is already a great honor for you. You don't appreciate our kindness this time, but refuse us so coldly. You really don't take us seriously. Do you look down on our Qishan Island, fellow Taoist? You misunderstood. It's not that I don't appreciate your kindness, but it's just that my strength is low. Seeing that the cultivator named Yuan from Qishan Island suddenly changed his face, Song Changs was about to explain when a flash of light suddenly flashed in the black cloud behind him. Then, a purple-clothed figure appeared beside him and interrupted Song Changs' words. The person who came was Song Changs' Taoist partner Liu Yuxin. However, Liu Yuxin's aura was no longer at the foundation building stage, but had become a giant and cultivator like Song Changs and the others. Seeing Liu Yuxin suddenly appear, Meng Dongyang and the cultivator surnamed Yuan were surprised at first, and then their eyes showed a different and complicated look. Before coming to Black Cloud Island, the two had already inquired about it, and there was only one Jinden level 4 cultivator, Song Changs, on the island. Unexpectedly, there was a woman who had just formed a Jinden not long ago on this inconspicuous island. The two of them couldn't help but feel a little more puzzled about the Black Cloud Island in front of them, and they were even more displeased with Song Changs' humble words just now. They already have two Jinden cultivators in charge, and they keep claiming to be a small family. It's obvious that they are deliberately trying to deceive them. I didn't expect that the other party, who looks honest, is actually a person who likes to play dumb and talk nonsense. Seeing Liu Yuxin suddenly appear, Meng Dongyang was about to step forward to greet her, but he saw that the other party suddenly said with a cold face, "Husband, since these people are unreasonable, why do you waste time talking to them? Let's go back directly. If you want to form an alliance, you two can find someone else. We Black Cloud Island will not participate in your outside fights, and you don't have to scare people here with the words, humph. Your words are really arrogant. Do you think what we just said is just to scare you?" Seeing Liu Yuxin in front of him, who had just formed a Jinden not long ago, he didn't take his two Jinden mid-stage cultivators seriously at all. After the old man surnamed Yuan finished speaking, he couldn't help but look a little angry, and he flashed forward to stop the two of them. "Why, do you still want to fight here?" Seeing Liu Yuxin looking at him with a bad face, the old man surnamed Yuan ignored her and turned his eyes to Song Changs on the side. "Fellow Taoist Song, we came here today with good intentions, not to fight with the nobles. It's just that you don't take my Qishan Island seriously. If I go back like this, I really can't explain this matter. Fellow Taoist, please don't make it difficult for me. If you agree to form an alliance, I can ignore your neglect today. May I ask, what will happen if I neglect you? Just as the old man surnamed Yuan finished speaking, a crisp voice suddenly came from the black cloud. Chapter 898, No Mercy, Changes in Black Cloud Island. As soon as the voice fell, before the old man surnamed Yuan could react, two beams of light flew out of the black cloud again, and landed directly in front of everyone. The two people who came were dressed in black and blue, both of them were young and beautiful female cultivators. The one who spoke was the blue-dressed woman with a somewhat cold expression. Seeing the two women who suddenly appeared beside him, the aura they exuded was actually masters who had reached the late Jinden realm. The old man surnamed Yuan, who had just wanted to question the other party, was stunned and quickly swallowed back the words that had already come to his mouth. Meng Donggang, who came with him not far away, was also extremely shocked at this moment, and couldn't help but think of something that made him very scared. Grandma, Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin, who were still in the same place, saw Song Qingming and Himengxin who came from the island, and hurriedly bowed and saluted, and took the initiative to stand behind the two. Seeing Song Qingming not far away, his eyes were like a sharp blade staring at him. The old man surnamed Yuan quickly adjusted his facial expression, put on a smiling face, and respectfully bowed to him and said, "My fellow Taoist, I am Yuan Xing from Qishan Island. I just wanted to invite your island to attend the alliance meeting. I didn't mean to offend you. I hope you fellow Taoists don't misunderstand. This is an invitation letter specially sent by our island. Even if the alliance fails, everyone can take this opportunity to get to know each other while practicing in the Red Star Sea. I hope you fellow Taoists can show me your face when the time comes." If it is said that Liu Yuxin's sudden appearance before just made Yuan Xing feel a little surprised, Song Qingming and Himengxin, who appeared again from the island, were enough to shock him and make him feel a little dangerous. He couldn't help but want to scold Meng Dongyan beside him. If he had known that there were so many Jinden masters hiding on Black Cloud Island, he would not dare to visit so easily today, let alone say what he just said in front of Song Qingming and others. Seeing Yuan Xing in front of him, his attitude changed drastically, from the previous tough tone of superiority to a respectful smile. Song Qingming's face still did not change at all. He waved his hand and released a sword light, and then directly chopped the invitation card sent by the other party in front of him. This sword was extremely powerful. After passing through the invitation card, it flew quickly towards Yuan Xing not far away. Facing the sharp sword light released by Song Qingming's spell, Yuan Xing was really scared, and hurriedly urged the magic weapon to protect himself. With a bang, Yuan Xing flew out directly, and he retreated more than 10 feet away before he stabilized his body. At the same time, a cold voice sounded in the ears of Yuan Xing and Meng Donggang. "Since this is your first visit, I will not bother with you about your offense today. If you dare to come here and speak wildly again, don't blame me for being merciless." After saying that, Song Qingming turned around and walked into the black cloud with Song Chang's and others, leaving only Yuan and Meng who were still in shock. Looking at Song Qingming and others who disappeared in the black cloud not far away, Meng Donggang hurried forward to help up Yuan Xing who was still in a daze. Then the two of them left the Black Cloud Island and fled far away with embarrassed faces. The two of them kept running for hundreds of miles without looking back. Seeing that no one was chasing them from behind, Meng Donggang and Yuan Xing stopped to rest for a while above a deserted island. "Brother Meng, what is the origin of this Black Cloud Island? Didn't you say before that there was only a small cultivation family on the island? Why are there so many masters hiding on it? Today, I have been harmed by you." Facing Yuan Xing's accusation, Meng Donggang, who was standing aside, could only sigh with a hint of apology. "Brother Yuan, we were indeed careless and rash this time. We didn't expect that the Song family of Black Cloud Island would have such a powerful background. Fortunately, the other party still showed some mercy and didn't kill us, otherwise we might not be able to come back today." "Humph. Brother Meng, your words are a bit harsh. Today, we were caught off guard because we were not prepared and rushed to their door rashly. When I go back, I will tell Brother Chu about this, and then I will avenge this sort and let these people know how powerful our Qishan Island is." Seeing that Yuan Xing was full of dissatisfaction in his tone, as if he wanted to go to Black Cloud Island to seek revenge on Song Qingming and others, Meng Donggang, who was standing aside, changed his expression but couldn't help shaking his head and persuading him, "Brother Yuan, why do you have to do this? I think the Black Cloud Island has a powerful background. From now on, we should not rashly provoke them, so as not to touch the people behind them." "The people behind them? What do you mean by this, Brother Meng? Apart from that woman in green, is there any other master behind the Black Cloud Island?" Hearing the fear of Black Cloud Island in Meng Dongyang's tone, Yuan Xing couldn't help but show some doubts on his face and asked again. Seeing this, Meng Dongyang hurriedly explained, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, you don't know, I have seen the person next to the green-clothed woman at the Julong Island conference. If I am not mistaken, she seems to be an inner sect giant and elder of the 100 Flowers Palace. There is definitely not that simple behind this Black Cloud Island. We'd better be a little cautious. Don't tell fellow Taoist Chu about this, so as not to offend the wrong person. You said she was from the 100 Flowers Palace on Wonhu Island. So that's the case. No wonder I thought the woman in white looked familiar just now. Could it be that the Black Cloud Island is really supported by the 100 Flowers Palace? It's really strange. How could the dignified Wonhu Island 100 Flowers Palace, such a dominant nascent soul force, take a fancy to their small Black Cloud Island?" When Yuan Xing heard Meng Dongyang mention the identity of He Mengson next to Song Qingming, who is actually an inner sect giant and elder of the 100 Flowers Palace, a major nascent soul sect in the East China Sea cultivation world, a look of surprise appeared on his face again. Although Wonhu Island is still some distance away from Qingming Sea area, there are several sea areas in between. Since Xiaomo successfully formed a baby several decades ago, the 100 Flowers Palace on Wonhu Island has already had 3 nascent soul cultivators, becoming one of the top 3 major sects in the entire East China Sea cultivation world. As a giant and cultivator who has been famous for many years, Yuan Xing has naturally heard of the great reputation of 100 Flowers Palace, and now he's even more afraid. Although Song Qingyu's fighting power in front of them just now was very strong, he almost severely injured Yuan Xing with a sword, which really scared Yuan and Meng. However, the other party is only a giant and cultivator after all. Even with Song Cheng's and others, Black Cloud Island is not enough to really scare them. But if Black Cloud Island is related to the 100 Flowers Palace, a major nascent soul sect, the situation will be very different. Whether it is the Juling sect where Meng Dongyang is, or the Qishan Island behind Yuan Xing, in front of a behemoth like the 100 Flowers Palace, their giant insects are not worth mentioning at all. If they really provoke the 100 Flowers Palace because of touching the Black Cloud Island, things will be difficult for them. Seeing that Yuan Xing's face beside him had a little more regret, Meng Dongyang quickly stepped forward and responded, "Brother Yuan, you and I are both giant and cultivators. It is not easy for us to practice to this day. No matter what the relationship between Behu Palace and Black Cloud Island is, it is not something you and I can inquire about. Since the other party has shown mercy, there is still room for maneuver on this matter. Brother Yuan, don't be so fussy." Well, what Brother Meng said is right. We are all giant and cultivators and can act so impulsively. Since they are still involved with Behu Palace, let's leave it at that for now. In the future, when there is a suitable opportunity, we will try to contact Black Cloud Island and see if we can ease the relationship with it and bring them into the alliance. I hope Brother Meng can help keep today's matter a secret to avoid any trouble in the future. I have to go back to report, so I'll take my leave first." Seeing that Meng Dongyang took the initiative to help him set up a way out, Yuan Xing did not think too much, and immediately smiled and revealed the matter. Then he bowed and said goodbye to him, and directly turned into a ray of light and left the deserted island. After Yuan Xing left, Meng Dongyang, who was standing in the same place, thought of Song Qingming, Song Cheng's and others whom he had met before, and a figure that made him a little afraid suddenly appeared in his mind. They are all surnamed Song. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. If I had known that they were so difficult to deal with, I really shouldn't have gotten involved in this muddy water with Qishan Island. I need to be more careful in the future. After shaking his head with some regret on his face, Meng Dongyang did not stay for long, and left the place with a move. On Black Cloud Island, Song Qingming and his companions, who had just returned from outside, passed through the black clouds outside the island and went directly east to the foot of a lush green mountain. It has been more than 40 years since Song Qingming brought the first batch of Song family monks to Black Cloud Island. After the continuous transformation of the Song family monks, the appearance of Black Cloud Island has changed a lot. The entire island has changed from a purgatory covered by volcanic ash fog and a harsh environment that is not suitable for human survival to a place full of vitality, full of beautiful plants, flowers and fruits. The monks and mortals living here are protected by the black clouds outside and have not experienced any danger for decades. Even if there are monsters that occasionally invade the vicinity of Black Cloud Island, they are quickly driven away and hunted by the monks guarding the island, making this place a rare place isolated from the world. There are nearly 10,000 mortals at the foot of the mountain. Some of them were sent here by Song Qingming and his men from the floating cloud mountains by flying boats, and some of them were migrated from Beisha Island on behalf of the Xiangsun sect by Luoli. Now the environment on the island has changed greatly and is very suitable for mortals to survive. After decades of reproduction and development, the number of mortals at the foot of the mountain has quickly increased several times. At this rate of development, the number of mortals on the island will gradually increase in a few decades. By then, the number of monks on Black Cloud Island will also grow rapidly, and gradually become a qualified giant in force. Song Qingming actually came to Black Cloud Island on purpose a few months ago under the instructions of Song Qingming. This time, she not only brought a lot of spiritual stones and supplies to Song Chang's and his friends, but also specially sent a third-level spirit gathering array personally refined by Song Qingming. She came here to help Song Chang's and his friends to upgrade the spiritual veins on the island. Before, there were not many cultivators on Black Cloud Island, only Song Chang's, a giant and cultivator, and the spiritual energy on the island was almost enough for them to practice. But 2 years ago, with the help of his master Himengsen, Liu Yuxin closed the door in the Beihu Palace of Wunhu Island and successfully broke through to the Jiandan realm. Since then, there has been another Jiandan cultivator on the island, and the spiritual energy has been a little insufficient. Therefore, Song Chang's specially sent a message to the floating cloud mountain range to ask the main vein of the family to help upgrade the spiritual veins of Black Cloud Island. After Song Qingming brought people to Black Cloud Island, with the help of several second-level array masters of the family, they soon successfully arranged a third-level spirit gathering array on the island. Liu Yuxin's master Himengsen, who had just come out of seclusion and wanted to go out and relax, happened to learn that Song Qingming had come to the East China Sea's Yuxin world, so he took the initiative to come to Black Cloud Island as a guest. Unexpectedly, less than half a month after Himengsen came to the island, he happened to meet Yuan Xing and Meng Donggang, who came to invite the Song family to participate in the Qishan Island Alliance, which led to the scene that happened before. Song Qingming had just driven away Yuan Xing and Meng Donggang, and invited Himengsen and others to go to a cave on the top of the mountain. After several people sat down, Song Qingming took the initiative to ask Song Chang's about the origins of the two people. After learning that they were all from the nearby Jiandan sect, Song Qingming nodded slightly and thought for a moment before speaking to Himengsen on the side. Sister He, the spiritual energy on the mountain has been improved by more than half now. I will be ready to set off back to Floating Cloud Mountains in a while. Chang's and the others are on Black Cloud Island, and they will inevitably encounter these difficult things in the future. My seventh brother and the others are far away in the Floating Cloud Mountains, and it is difficult to take care of them due to the long journey. I am afraid that I will have to trouble you to help take care of them in the future. Facing Song Qingming's request, Himengsen immediately smiled and nodded and replied, Look at what you said, Yuxin and Chang's are not outsiders. How can I ignore them when they are in the East China Sea? Don't worry, I have just appeared in front of them, and they should have guessed my identity by now. Black Cloud Island is not far from Wunhu Island. With me here, you and Senior Song can rest assured. Himengsen is now also a late giant and cultivator, and his cultivation is not much worse than Song Qingming, and behind him is the Yuanying sect Beihu Palace. In the Red Star Sea where there are no Yuanying forces, Jiandan forces such as Zhulingmen and Qishan Island, unless they have a problem with their brains, would never dare to take the initiative to provoke a person with a background like her. After getting the promise given by Himengsen in person, Song Qingming gradually felt relieved and a little worried, and then they changed the topic and talked about other things. While they were chatting, the forbidden formation at the entrance of the cave suddenly lit up with a wave of spiritual energy. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly got up and greeted everyone, and then walked out. As soon as he arrived outside the cave, he saw a beautiful woman in blue clothes, who took the initiative to come forward and kneel to Song Qingming, and bowed respectfully. Luoli greets you, Senior, Song Qingyu's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise after his spiritual sense swept over Luo Li in front of him. He quickly waved his hand and said directly, "You have been in seclusion for such a long time, and I thought you failed to break through. I didn't expect that I was wrong. Although your spiritual root talent is average, you are also a person with a strong will. You should achieve more in the future. No wonder Brother Seven thinks highly of you." Hearing Song Qingyu's praise, Luo Li immediately said humbly, "This time I was able to successfully break through my cultivation, all thanks to Senior for rewarding me with spiritual objects and lending me the spiritual island on the island for my seclusion. If not for this, I don't know when I can advance to the 9th level of foundation building. Please accept Luo Li's greeting again, Senior." Okay, after all, your matter was specifically instructed by the 7th brother. How dare I accept this gift on his behalf? If you really want to, why not wait until the 7th brother comes to the East China Sea in the future and thank him in person? This time, in addition to helping Song Cheng's and others to advance to the Black Cloud Island spiritual vein, Song Qingming also specially entrusted Song Qingyu to bring a 2nd level high-quality elixir to Luo Li, the head of the Xiangsuan sect who had not seen him for many years. It was with this elixir that Luo Li retreated on the Black Cloud Island for half a year, and this time he successfully broke through his cultivation and advanced to the 9th level of the foundation building realm. After comforting Luo Li, Song Qingyu's hand moved with a flash of light, and he took out 2 bamboo scrolls and threw them in front of Luo Li. "Senior, what are you doing?" Seeing that Song Qingyu suddenly took out 2 more spiritual objects, Luo Li's face was suddenly a little puzzled. Just when she wanted to refuse, she was interrupted by Song Qingyu in advance. "There are 2 sets of exercises in here. One can help cultivators improve the chance of forming a pill. My 7th brother specially asked me to bring it to you. The other set of exercises is what I got after improving and deducing the exercises I practiced myself. Since you are also practicing water-attributed exercises, you are destined to be with me. Just treat it as a gift to you. These exercises are copied, and they are not valuable to us. Just accept them with confidence. I give you these because I see that you are determined to pursue the Tao. If you can really form a pill as we wish, there will be a chance to repay you in the future." Seeing that Luo Li hesitated for a moment, he still took the bamboo slips in front of him. Song Qingyu nodded with satisfaction and continued, "You have to remember that these 2 volumes of skills have special restrictions on them. You can only read and practice them, and you cannot pass them on to others. Once the bamboo slips touch the consciousness of another person, the skills on them will be destroyed by themselves. Remember to keep this thing carefully. Don't worry, Senior." Luo Li has taken note of it. Hearing Song Qingyu's serious and careful instructions, Luo Li hurriedly nodded and bowed to thank him, then put away the bamboo slips and turned to leave the cave. Seeing the background of Luo Li's departure, Song Qingyu couldn't help but shook his head with a smile, then turned and walked back. On the west side of the floating Cloud Mountain range, in a cave in the northeast of Liang State. On this day, near the cave, which was originally very quiet, the sky suddenly changed, and bursts of blood-red light emerged, dyeing the surrounding clouds and mist into a red color. The birds and beasts in the nearby mountains and forests were all shocked when they saw this scene, and hurriedly fled away from the vicinity. After a full half-day, the red clouds in the sky gradually dissipated and returned to their original calm appearance. In the cave, 7 or 8 skinny and bloodless bodies of monks were tied to the stone pillars. Not far away sat a handsome man in black. After a while, the man in black inhaled a ball of blood mist in front of him with satisfaction, and then stood up with satisfaction. Pushing open the door of the cave, a black spiritual light suddenly flashed, and the man in black appeared outside the cave. After looking at the sky around him, his face regained some calmness. "It took me so long to advance to the middle stage of the golden core. The speed of cultivation is really too slow." After standing there and muttering to himself, a red light suddenly flew from the top of the mountain not far away, landed in front of the man in black and turned into a big man in a green robe. "Master," seeing the newcomer, the man in black stepped forward and bowed to him respectfully. Seeing this, the man in green robe smiled and nodded, saying, "Not bad. After such a long period of seclusion, Xiao, you finally broke through the 4th level of the golden core. It is all thanks to the guidance of Master that I can practice so fast. Haha. Xiao, don't be too modest. You also received personal guidance from the ancestor back then. Your talent is naturally no worse than that of other people on the mountain. But now the ancestor has not come back, and we can only hide from place to place. Life is really hard. I am afraid that it will delay your practice speed. Master has been looking for cultivation resources and catching blood food for me these years. If it weren't for your kindness, how could I have been so fast? How dares you complain to you about breaking through the middle stage of the golden core, Alice? My master's talent is mediocre. I have been practicing for more than 100 years and have not made any progress. There is no hope in this life. In the last battle, several of your brothers died in the hands of the Oneling sect. Now you are the only one with the best talent among our disciples. As long as you have the hope of breaking through the nascent soul realm, I will do my best to support you even if it costs more resources. We brothers have been controlled by the ancestor all our lives and have no freedom in this life. My master can only place all his hopes on you. Seeing that the green-robed man was looking at him with a face full of care and his tone of voice was a little excited, the man in black hurriedly stepped forward and kowtowed and replied, Master, don't worry. I will work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. Well, it's good to have this ambition. Since you have already broken through, I will not stay on the mountain to look after you. Now that the ancestor is not here, if you go out, remember to be careful and don't let those righteous sex monks target you. Master, don't worry. I have now broken through to the middle stage of the golden core. There are probably not many people who can keep me near lying state. As long as I don't go far, nothing will happen. When the green-robed man left the place with a satisfied look on his face, the black-clothed man looked at the other's back and showed a strange smile. Then the black-clothed man immediately returned to his cave, packed up, and quietly left the high mountain where he was hiding at night. Chapter 899, Exploring the Secret Realm Again, by Chance. 4 years later, in the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountain range, Qi Mountain. It was late autumn, and outside a cave on the top of the mountain, which was full of spiritual energy, there were fallen leaves flying all over the ground, and the entire flat ground outside the cave was covered with a withered yellow. More than a dozen birds landed in the dead leaves, accompanied by a burst of chirping sounds, searching for the food they wanted. Just after noon, a creaking sound suddenly came from the stone door of the cave that had been silent for a long time not far away. This sudden movement immediately startled many birds on the ground, and they were frightened and flew into the nearby mountains and forests. Not long after, as the door of the cave slowly opened, a green escape light shot out quickly from inside and flashed to the outside of the cave. Looking up at the long-lost sunshine in the sky, Qingming turned his eyes to the ground, then stood there and waved his hand gently. Then the spiritual light in Qingming's hand moved, and a yellow puppet beast several feet tall and resembling a flying eagle appeared. The aura emanating from this puppet beast was not weaker than that of a giant and cultivator. It was obviously a giant and early-stage puppet beast of the third lower grade. During the 4 years of seclusion, in addition to daily practice, Qingming also spent a lot of time in the cave to refine his puppet skills. After stationing at Qi Mountain, Qingming used the family cultivators to collect some materials for refining high-level puppets in the market. In addition, when he helped repair the nascent soul puppet in Yinfeng Ridge, he also received some guidance from Chu Bai. After spending several years and a lot of materials on his body, Qingming finally successfully refined a giant and stage puppet beast, raising his own puppet skills to the third lower grade. Casting a spell towards the giant and puppet beast he refined in front of him, he released several wind blades not far in front of him. I saw a gust of wind blowing quickly, and the fallen leaves on the ground were swept aside, revealing a clean and tidy open space. The wind blade in front reached a boulder, and with a loud boom, the green boulder that originally weighed thousands of pounds was directly chopped into several pieces. Feeling the attack power of the yellow eagle puppet beast, which was not much worse than he had imagined, Qingming nodded with satisfaction, and waved his hand to take it back into the storage magic weapon. Just as Qingming turned around and prepared to walk back to the cave, a beam of light suddenly flew over from a distance and landed in front of him. Seeing the familiar figure in front of him, Qingming smiled slightly, stepped forward and took Wang Xian's jade hand, and the two walked back to their own cave together. As soon as they sat down, Wang Xian took out a set of tea-making utensils from her storage bag with a smile on her face. The ice and fire dragon hiding in the cave, under the instruction of Qingming, took spring water from a mountain spring in the cave and helped deliver it to Wang Xian. When I came here last year, I saw some unusual movements in your cave. Seeing that my husband had been in seclusion for such a long time, I thought you were breaking through again. It seems that the one who broke through that time should be this guy. He has reached the 3rd level of Jinden in less than 40 years. Xiaojin's bloodline is really good, and his cultivation speed is no worse than that of our human cultivators. It seems that it won't be long before his cultivation will catch up with Qian, because of the bloodline enlightened by the fire phoenix, the cultivation speed of the ice and fire dragon that opened up its spiritual wisdom in advance is obviously faster than other ordinary monsters. Although the master Song Qingming spent spiritual objects to cultivate it carefully, the fact that it advanced to the 3rd level of Jinden in less than 200 years did indeed surprise Wang Xian, a bystander. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately smiled and shook his head and replied, with my level of cultivation, it is not easy to break through the realm without decades. If it weren't for the elixir given by Brother Zhao last time, I would not have been able to advance to the 2nd level of nascent soul so quickly. But this guy didn't let me down. I have given him a lot of elixirs and spiritual objects over the years, and he has swallowed so much spiritual dew, so he is worthy of my support. After saying that, Song Qingming took out another elixir from his body and threw it to the ice and fire dragon with a look of expectation on its face, which made it leave with a satisfied look on its face, wagging its tail. After Wang Xian prepared a cup of spiritual tea and handed it to him, Song Qingming asked her again, how are Qingyu and the other now? Nothing happened to the sect and the family in the past few years, right? Yes. In the past few years, everything in Uyghur has been relatively peaceful. Apart from some trivial matters at home, there has been no major incident. It has been less than a year since you went into seclusion, and Qingyu has returned from the East China Sea. The spiritual veins of the Black Cloud Island have now been successfully upgraded to the 3rd grade lower grade. My husband guessed correctly last time. Yuxin has successfully formed a pill in the Beihu Palace. Now that Xi and Chang's are in the East China Sea, there is nothing for us to worry about. After speaking, Wang Xian paused for a moment, filled Song Qingming's cup of spiritual tea again, and continued softly, not long after Qingyu came back, she moved her cave here. She no longer lives in Funiu Mountain. Yuan Hao is in charge there now. Every once in a while, Yuan Fang and the others will send a message to report safety. Well, now that Qi Mountain is in our hands, the attention of the northern monsters is focused here. There shouldn't be any major danger in Funiu Mountain. But you said Qingyu has moved to Qi Mountain, so why haven't we seen her yet? Is she in seclusion again? Hearing Song Qingming asking about Song Qingyu's whereabouts, Wang Xian hurriedly shook her head and said, last month, the Xingqian sect held the Star Conference. Qingyu took senior sister Li to Wu State. When they left, they said they wanted to travel around the area and they probably won't be back so soon. When Qingyu left, I left them a sound transmission talisman. Wu State is not too far from here. If my husband needs to find her urgently for something, he can use this talisman to send a message at any time. Seeing Wang Xian took out a high-level sound transmission talisman from his body, Song Qingming hurriedly waved to her. I don't have anything urgent to ask her, I just asked casually. This time, I plan to go to the secret realm of Xianidun Island in the East China Sea to get some spiritual medicine, so I may not be back so soon. Since Qingyu is not here, the mountain will be temporarily entrusted to you. Don't worry, I will send a message to the sect and let senior sister Bai take care of this place. If you encounter anything that is difficult to solve, just send a message to Guiyang Mountain directly. It has been nearly 100 years since Song Qingming and Wang Xian went to explore the secret realm of Xianidun sect in the outer sea. Now it is time to open the secret realm again. Hearing that Song Qingming was going to the East China Sea to explore the secret realm, Wang Xian nodded quickly, and then took out a piece of paper that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Song Qingming. Speaking of that secret place, my husband didn't mention it this time. I wanted to remind you of it. These are the spiritual herbs I need for my recent alchemy. I remember that there should be some in the medicine garden. If the spiritual herbs in it are ripe, please help me get some, okay? Don't worry. I will come back as soon as possible. After putting away the note in his hand, Song Qingming took the spiritual tea handed by Wang Xian and poured it into his mouth with satisfaction. 2 days later, a beam of spiritual light from the top of Qi Mountain quickly flew out of the mountain protection formation and headed east to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm. After reaching the nascent soul stage, Song Qingming's escape speed was naturally much faster than when he was in the golden core stage. It only took more than half a month for him to pass through many islands in the East China Sea's Yuxian realm and successfully arrived at the Xianyuan Sea area located in the Outer Sea. I haven't been here for nearly 100 years. The surrounding area of Xianyuan Sea area is still the same as it was back then, and there have not been many changes. It's just that the number of monsters nearby seems to be slightly more than when Song Qingming came here before. Along the way, Song Qingming passed through several groups of monsters and finally successfully arrived near the deserted island where the secret realm was hidden. Just after descending from the sky, Song Qingming felt that in the sea below, several breaths that had at least reached the golden core realm were coming towards his feet. But before he was ready to take action, those breaths seemed to sense some danger and immediately dived into the deep sea and disappeared. Seeing that the other party was scared away by his breath, Song Qingming shook his head gently, and then immediately turned into a beam of light and sank directly into the sea. Although he hadn't been here for nearly 100 years, Song Qingming still remembered the route under the island. He soon passed through the cave below and came to the outside of the grotto where the secret realm was located. After checking that the restrictions he had set up that year had not been touched by anyone, Song Qingming gradually let go of a trace of worry in his heart and walked directly into the stone chamber in front. After reaching the unyielding stage, Song Qingming's mana in his body has long surpassed that of the past. As the token in his hand was thrown out to open the restriction, under the rapid casting of his hands, a vortex cave appeared in the air in just a moment. After checking that there was no problem with the entrance, Song Qingming flashed and disappeared in a flash of light. One day later, on the sea near the deserted island, there was a loud noise in the sea, and a flash of light shot out from the bottom of the sea, flashed to the sky and turned into an ordinary-looking man in green. After nearly 100 years, not only a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines matured in the secret realm of Xianyuan Island, but there were also a lot more monsters in it. It took a whole day for Song Qingming to carefully sweep through the secret realm of Xianyuan sect. He didn't come out until all the high-level spiritual objects in the secret realm were swept away. This time, Song Qingming harvested more than 100 mature spiritual herbs, including more than a dozen third-level spiritual herbs and a fourth-level low-grade spiritual herb. Not only that, Song Qingming also found some accumulated Wanlingdu in the cave where the giant bear demon king was killed. Compared with the first time he entered the secret realm with Wang Xian, although the harvest this time was less than half, Song Qingming was still very satisfied with it. After all, it has only been more than 100 years since the secret realm was opened, and the situation is very different from the first time. To have so many harvests has already exceeded his original expectations. After a glance around, seeing that there was no movement nearby, Song Qingming immediately turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot. After leaving the Xianyuan Sea area, Song Qingming did not rush to return to the floating cloud mountain range Yuxian realm, but took a detour to the Red Star Sea area in the East China Sea not far away. Since he finally found time to come to the East China Sea, Song Qingming went to visit the Song family members on the Black Cloud Island. After spending a few days on the road, Song Qingming soon arrived at the Red Star Sea area. Seeing that the Beisha Island where the Xiangsuan sect was located not far ahead, Song Qingming thought for a moment and fell directly from the sky. Ever since Song Qingming helped Luoli and others to take back Beisha Island from the Zhuling sect, the island has been safe and sound for these years, and has restored the prosperity when Song Qingming first came. The Zhuling sect not only did not dare to collect offerings from the Xiangsuan sect, but also took the initiative to hand over dozens of islands in the nearby small sea area to the jurisdiction of the Beisha Island. Therefore, the development of the Xiangsuan sect has been very smooth in recent years. Not only has the number of cultivators on the island increased to hundreds, but 2 foundation-building cultivators have been cultivated. Moreover, Luoli, the head of the Xiangsuan sect, has advanced to the 9th level of the foundation-building realm, and is only 1 step away from the formation of the elixir. With Luoli's talent of 3 spiritual roots, although not particularly outstanding, but with her ability to practice all the way to the 9th level of the foundation building at the age of less than 130, it can be seen that her talent for cultivation and her heart for the Tao are not inferior to those cultivators with better spiritual roots. With Song Qingming's support in secret, Luoli's hope of forming a pill in the future is indeed not small. Upon learning that Song Qingming, the great benefactor, was coming, Luoli, the head of the Xiangsuan sect who was practicing on the mountain, immediately came down with a happy face and personally brought people to greet him. This time, Song Qingming was just passing by and did not plan to stay in the Xiangsuan sect for a long time. He just stayed on the island for 2 days, left some spiritual objects by the way, and gave Luo Li some advice on his practice. Song Qingming took the initiative to say goodbye and left Xiangsuan Island. After all, he was able to get so many useful spiritual objects from the secret realm of Xianyuan Sea area this time, which was more or less due to the blessing of the ancestors of the Xiangsuan sect. It was natural for Song Qingming to leave some spiritual objects for Luo Li and others to take care of. After leaving the Xiangsuan sect, Song Qingming ran all the way north, and soon passed through the black clouds covering the outside of the island and landed on the Black Cloud Island, which had already been renewed. Feeling that the spiritual energy on the island has far exceeded that of the past, and successfully advanced to the 3rd level lower grade, Song Qingming's face immediately showed a bit of satisfaction. He had just passed through the mountain protection formation and soon alarmed the cultivators on the island. Soon Liu Yuxin brought 2 foundation building cultivators and flew to Song Qingming. Seeing that it was the patriarch Song Qingming who came, Song Chang's and the other 2 family foundation building elders hurriedly took the initiative to step forward and respectfully saluted him. Greetings, patriarch. Although he had been sitting in the East China Sea family branch, Song Chang's and others had already known that the patriarch Song Qingming had successfully formed a fetus. At this moment, at such a close distance, facing this nascent soul cultivator who stood at the top of the cultivation world. Even though Song Qingming deliberately restrained his own aura, Song Chang's and others still felt a trace of invisible pressure from him, and they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Seeing that Song Chang's and the others were under great pressure when they saw him suddenly appear, Song Qingming hurriedly smiled and comforted them, waved his hand and used a relatively gentle magic power to help them up. No need to be polite, get up. I just passed by and came to see you this time. There is nothing special, so you don't have to be too nervous. After getting up, Song Chang's immediately gave a look to the 2 people beside him. After they left on their own initiative, he turned to Song Qingming and bowed and said, Patriarch. It's a coincidence that you came this time. There is another senior on the island who just wants to see you. Senior. Which senior do you mean wants to see me? Hearing Song Chang say that someone on the island wanted to see him, and it was a nascent soul cultivator like himself, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a puzzled look. Seeing this, Song Chang's quickly replied, this senior is also an acquaintance of the patriarch. Half a quarter of an hour later, Song Qingming, led by Song Chang's, came to the outside of a cave on the top of the mountain. Liu Yuxin, who had been waiting here for a long time, hurried forward to help open the cave's restrictions. After Song Qingming walked in, he took the initiative to close the restrictions and carefully guarded outside the cave. Song Qingming, who had just entered the cave, saw a figure in white sitting not far away. A smile immediately appeared on his face, and he stepped forward and bowed slightly. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect to meet Fairy Xia here. It really surprised Song. The white-clothed woman sitting in front of the stone table not far away was the Yuanying Supreme Elder of Beihou Palace, who had known Song Qingming for many years and went to the Outer Sea to help him protect the law at the critical moment of his breakthrough. Fairy Xiamo. After parting in the Outer Sea that year, Song Qingming and Xiamo had not seen each other for 30 years. Now the two met again, and Xiamo's cultivation was not as Song Qingming expected, and she had been further promoted to the 3rd level of the Yuanying realm. Seeing Song Qingming coming, Xiamo immediately stood up and bowed in return, then spoke softly. I originally wanted to go to the floating cloud mountains to find fellow Taoist Song, but I didn't expect to meet fellow Taoist here by chance. Fortunately, I stayed here for a few more days, otherwise I would have missed fellow Taoist this time. Oh. This is really a coincidence. May I ask why fellow Taoist Xia is looking for me? Hearing Song Qingming asking about the purpose of looking for him directly, Xiamo waved one hand lightly and set up another soundproof band beside the two of them, and then continued to speak to Song Qingming. Fellow Taoist Song, do you still remember the agreement we made in the 100 Flowers Palace? In order to find healing pills for his senior sister Li Zuanai, Song Qingming went to the 100 Flowers Palace in person and asked Xiamo to help exchange elixirs. It was also because of this that the two made a bet that year. As long as Song Qingming can advance to the nascent soul realm within 100 years, he will help Xiamo do two things within his ability. Later, after leaving the 100 Flowers Palace, less than 20 years later, Song Qingming successfully formed a newborn and broke through to the nascent soul stage. According to the agreement of that year, Xiamo did win the bet in the end. Hearing Xiaomo mention the bed of that year, Song Qingming was mentally prepared and did not hesitate too much. He nodded and said, in the matter of that year, Dao Yao did win me. How dare Song forget this agreement? Dao Yao Xia needs me to help you with anything, just tell me, I will do my best. Not to mention that he did lose the bet of that year. The two of them had signed a written agreement, and Song Qingming could not deny it on the spot. Just because Xiaomo took the initiative to go to the outer sea to help him pass the tribulation and protect the law when he formed a newborn, Song Qingming could not refuse this favor. Seeing Song Qingming agreed immediately, Xiaomo smiled slightly and continued, this time I came to see Brother Song. Actually, I want to invite you to go to Northern Frontier with me to help get a spiritual object that is very important to me. Northern Frontier. Fellow Taoist, are you talking about the northern border north of the floating cloud mountains? When he agreed to help the other party at the beginning, Song Qingming had already guessed in his heart that what Xiaomo wanted to find him for would definitely not be that simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party, a unyielding cultivator, to come to his door in person to ask for help. But when he heard that the place Xiaomo was going to was actually the northern frontier led by the demon clan, Song Qingming couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to go to such a dangerous place to search for spiritual objects. The northern frontier is located in the north of the floating cloud mountains. It is the place where the demon clan occupies most of the territory of the eastern Phoenix Fairyland. It is said that the entire northern frontier is ruled by demon clans of all sizes. There are not only a large number of unyielding demon kings, but also demon saints who can compare to the human race's divine transformation cultivators. Even though his cultivation has reached the unyielding stage, Song Qingming has only been to the vicinity of the floating cloud mountains and has never dared to cross the demon clan territory to the more dangerous northern frontier. Seeing the surprise on Song Qingming's face, Xiaomo was not surprised at all. He nodded to him again and explained, fellow Taoist, you are right. The place I am going to is the northern frontier, which is located in the north of the floating cloud mountains. However, fellow Taoist, you don't have to be so surprised. Since I dare to go there, I am sure of it, and there are more than just you and me on this trip. Although I dare not say that this will definitely succeed, it is not as dangerous as you think. If you really encounter any danger, fellow Taoist can save your own life and don't have to worry about us. If fellow Taoist Song is willing to accept it, after this trip is completed, except for the thing I want, everyone can choose the other things you get. Although you have never been to the northern frontier, you should know what it is. I don't need to explain the opportunities to you too much. I have reached the nascent soul realm, and ordinary spiritual objects are of no use till I practice. Otherwise, if I practice at home, I can break through the realm by myself, and I will not take the risk to go to the northern frontier to search for the spiritual objects I want. After hearing Xiaomo's explanation, Song Qingming stood there in silence for a moment, and then looked up at the other party with a serious face. I wonder when you are going to leave, fellow Taoist, you have already agreed to it. Seeing Song Qingming nodded to her gently, Xiaomo's face covered by the white veil suddenly showed a hint of joy. Chapter 900, Making a Scene in the Funeral Hall and Improving Strength. Half an hour later, Liu Yuxin, who was guarding outside the cave on the top of the mountain, suddenly felt a wave of movement coming from the restriction beside her. Before she could get close, two figures walked out of the restriction with calm faces. As soon as she walked out of the cave, Xiaomo took the initiative to turn around and bowed to Song Qingming, saying, fellow Taoist Song, since you and I have already agreed on this matter, I will take my leave first. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, I will definitely be there on time. Yuxin, please send fellow Taoist Xia off for me. Song Qingming nodded, and then gave an order to Liu Yuxin beside him. Soon, Xiaomo left the Black Cloud Island directly under her initiative. Looking at the backs of Xiaomo and the other person leaving, Song Qingming, who was standing in place, could not help but remain silent for a moment before turning around and walking down the mountain. When Song Qingming heard Xiaomo ask for his help in searching for spiritual objects in the northern frontier just now, he was indeed a little hesitant at first. After all, the place to go is the northern frontier, which is extremely dangerous and inhabited by demons. Even if he is a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, if he accidentally encounters a demon master, he may not be able to escape safely. But he hesitated for a moment, and after a little thought, Song Qingming quickly strengthened his heart and nodded to agree to Xiaomo's request. As the other party said, They have already cultivated to the nascent soul stage and stood at the top of the world of immortal cultivation. It is very difficult to take another step forward. If you have no hope on the path of Taoism and just want to stay in the nascent soul stage for the rest of your life, then Song Qingming can naturally close the door and hide in his own Lingshan to cultivate, not going out to take risks to seek opportunities or ask about things outside. But if he is unwilling to stop here and wants to go further on the path of Taoism, he will not be able to stay at home in the future. In recent years, although Song Qingming's cultivation speed is not slow, he has successfully advanced to the second level of the nascent soul. But most of these are attributed to the flame heart jade that he swallowed accidentally that year, and the fourth level elixir given by Zhao Wuling of the Wanling sect. If it weren't for these spiritual objects that helped Song Qingming save decades of cultivation time, he would most likely still be at the first level of the nascent soul stage, and would not have achieved what he has today. This kind of thing that others take the initiative to deliver to your door is only possible occasionally, and it is impossible for you to have such good luck all the time. In the world of cultivating immortals, most opportunities or spiritual objects are accompanied by equal dangers. This trip to the northern frontier is indeed a bit risky for Song Qingming, but it will also bring him some experience in going out for adventure. Since he wants to continue, these dangers are inevitable. Instead of hesitating and missing the opportunity, it is better to take the initiative to go out and see more different scenery. Compared with hundreds of years ago, the Song family was just a small Qi refining family that survived in the cracks of the world of cultivating immortals. But now Song Qingming, Song Yuanhao and others have successfully formed the elixir. And the Funiu Mountain family is very stable and prosperous. In the East China Sea, there is also a family branch led by Song Chang's, which has also taken root in the Red Star Sea. Even without the help of the patriarch, these younger generations can already lead the family to continue, and at this time he can also think more about his own path. Walking in the mountains, Song Qingming looked at the earth-shaking changes on the Black Cloud Island, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. After living in the Black Cloud Island for a few days, Song Qingming took the initiative to instruct Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin and others in their practice, and then he left with peace of mind and returned to the floating Cloud Mountain Range Xuxin realm. This time, from leaving to returning, Song Qingming spent less than 2 months in total. The reason why he was so anxious was because he was afraid that something would happen to the Red Cloud Mountain after he left. Fortunately, when Song Qingming returned, the mountain was still safe and sound, and finally he was able to put down his worries. Seeing that Song Qingming had brought back so many high-level spiritual medicines so smoothly this time, Wang Xian was immediately very happy, and soon immersed herself in the retreat to make alchemy. There is also a third-level fire vein on Qi Mountain, which is better than the Funiu Mountain of the Song family. After the two moved here, in order to facilitate Wang Xian's alchemy, Song Qingming personally arranged for people to build a larger alchemy room on Qi Mountain. Although it is not as good as the alchemy pavilion managed by Chu Fengping and Guiyang Mountain, it is enough for Wang Xian to use. Wang Xian started to make alchemy in seclusion, and Song Qingming also quickly returned to his cave to get busy. This time, Song Qingming promised Xiamo that he would go to northern frontier to search for spiritual objects next, so he naturally had to prepare as much as possible. Now that his cultivation has reached the nascent soul stage, it is very difficult to break through each level. Without special high-level spiritual objects that can improve his cultivation, it is difficult for Song Qingming to break through the realm by just practicing daily. According to his own estimation, under normal circumstances, it would take at least 30 to 40 years for Song Qingming to advance to the third level of the nascent soul, even if it goes smoothly. It is still a long way for Song Qingming to rely on breakthroughs in cultivation to improve his own strength. In addition, the biggest factor affecting the cultivator's own strength is the quality of the many fighting spiritual objects in his hands, such as magic weapons and talismans. Magical weapons and talismans of the 4th level medium grade or above are extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Except for some large-scale cross-continental trade fairs such as the Thunder Yuanhe, this level of spiritual objects cannot be seen in ordinary markets. As for the 4th level low-grade magic weapons on Song Qingming, even if his own life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror is not counted, there are also several magic weapons of the 4th level or above, such as green jade bottle, leaving fire red heart sword, and precious light golden armor. There is also a special magic weapon green rhinoceros jade pendant that helps to break illusions. and the red jade plate obtained from the magic cultivator of the Illusion Sea Desert, which is also a good high-level defensive magic weapon. Although he didn't have any magic weapons above the 4th level middle grade, he had 6 4th level low-grade magic weapons. Even if he encountered a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, he wouldn't suffer too much in this regard. As for high-level talismans above the 4th level, Song Qingming also had 2 in his hand. One of the 4th level low-grade talismans was exchanged by Song Qingming from a big customer of the Yundan League through Wang Xian's relationship a few years ago. The other one was made by Li Mufang using the materials from the Demon King after killing the Red Cloud Demon King last time, and asked the Great Elder of the Stargate Wuao to help him refine it. At that time, Wuao refined a total of 2 4th level low-grade talismans, and Li Mufang gave one of them to Song Qingming. Now his wealth in magic weapons and talismans is definitely far beyond that of ordinary cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul, and it is enough for him to use for the time being. What Song Qingming is more anxious to improve now is his biggest trump card, the 10,000 Spirits Puppet Array. Although he already has a Yuanying stage and 5 Jinden stage puppets, most of the puppets in his hands are at the Jinden stage, and the quality is not too high. Once fighting with a powerful Yuanying stage master, this level of puppet beasts will be easily damaged on the spot when encountering the opponent's powerful magical attack. After Song Qingming fought with a mysterious demon cultivator in the Fantasy Sea Desert, all the foundation building stage puppet beasts he was equipped with were damaged in the fight. In order to prevent the several puppet beasts on his body from being damaged in the battle in the future, Song Qingming also wants to prepare 1 or 2 more for himself as a backup before setting off. In addition, he also needs to try to improve the cultivation of golden wind and silver armor to strengthen their combat effectiveness. This is also one of the few ways for him to improve the formation in his own strength in a short period of time. Fortunately, after coming to Qi Mountain, with a large market at the foot of the mountain that is now not inferior to Gianfang, Song Qingming's collection of high-level puppet materials is indeed much more convenient. In less than 2 months, Song Zuanqing, who was stationed in the Song family shop at the foot of the mountain, collected a lot of puppet materials and sent them to Song Qingming. Just when Song Qingming was busy in the cave, a letter suddenly came from Guiyang Mountain, interrupting him who was hiding in the cave and refining puppet beasts. Standing in the cave, Song Qingming held the letter in his hand and read it carefully for a long time, and then turned his eyes to Wang Xian, Luo Qingyan, and Zhang Zongxin with a heavy face. Why did senior sister Zhao leave so suddenly? Why didn't you mention her serious illness in advance, a few years ago? When Xiaoao sect and Xianji sect led many cultivators to attack Qi Mountain, Zhao Mengling, the elder of the sect, also participated in the battle. However, in the subsequent battle to guard Qi Mountain, she was unfortunately injured by a late Jinden Demon King. So she returned to the sect in advance to heal her wounds. Although Zhao Mengling's injuries were somewhat serious at the time, Song Qingming and his men quickly gave her healing pills and sent her back to the rear for recuperation. In the past few years, because he had been in Qi Mountain all the time, Song Qingming did not return to the sect without knowing the specific situation. He thought that Zhao Mengling's injuries had stabilized and were fine. Unexpectedly, he suddenly received news from Guiyang Mountain that Zhao Mengling's injuries had worsened and she had passed away in her own cave, and he could not help but be full of surprise. Hearing Song Qingming's questioning tone in front of him, Luo Qingyan and Zhang Zongxin, who were standing aside, looked embarrassed and did not know how to respond for a while. Wang Xian, who was still standing aside, sighed lightly and slowly explained, "Husband, when senior sister Zhao returned to the sect, I also went to visit her. At that time, her injuries had indeed improved. This time, as far as I know, senior sister Zhao seemed to have obtained a healing elixir a year ago, and she was anxious to close the door. I guess there must be something wrong with the healing of senior sister, which is why she suddenly sat in the cave. Husband, you also know that senior sister Zhao's lifespan is not much, and she suffered such a serious injury in the past few years. It is not strange that there is such a situation. Among the more than a dozen Jinden elders of the Xiaoao sect, Zhao Mengling is the oldest one, and her lifespan is almost 540 years old. According to the 600-year limit of Jinden cultivators, Zhao Mengling only has more than 50 years of life left at most, and it is indeed close to the time when her own blood and qi are declining. Suffering a serious injury at this time will affect Zhao Mengling's own lifespan. In addition, she was eager to recover from her injuries in seclusion. If something went wrong during the healing process, it would indeed lead to the monk's premature death. Zhao Mangling survived the monster rebellion in such a dangerous time. Unexpectedly, she suddenly passed away in this peace that was hard to come by. Thinking of this, Song Qingming couldn't help but sigh slightly, feeling a little regretful. After hearing Wang Xian's explanation, Song Qingming stood there in silence for a moment, then turned around and nodded to everyone. Notify all the monks on the mountain to strengthen their vigilance. We will set off to return to Qiyang Mountain tomorrow. A day later, Song Qingming, Wang Xian, Luo Qingyan and others appeared outside Qiyang Mountain together. As soon as everyone arrived at Mu'ayan Peak, they saw that the white sails were already flying on the mountain, and many disciples of the sects walked up to the Lingyuan one by one, most of whom had a bit of sadness on their faces. As a giant and elder who has guarded the sect for many years, Zhao Mangling has a mild temper. She has a good reputation among the elders in dealing with people and handling affairs. In addition, she has been in charge of the sect's Lingzi Pavilion for many years and has trained many elite disciples. Therefore, the number of sect monks who took the initiative to come to Mu'ayan Peak to mourn her is much more than Song Qingming imagined. As soon as he entered the mourning hall, he saw dozens of white-clothed monks kneeling in front of the coffin in front of him. Most of them were Zhao Mangling's disciples who had been taught by him over the years. Among them, the one who knelt in the front and cried the most sadly was Yu Nishan, the only one among Zhao Mangling's many disciples who had successfully formed a pale. Because her Taoist partner failed to form a pale in her early years, Zhao Mangling did not leave many descendants although she got married. Therefore, her funeral was mainly organized by Yu Nishan and these disciples. Seeing Song Qingming and his people coming in, Yu Nishan and others in the mourning hall immediately took the initiative to bow to the ground. Seeing this, everyone bowed and returned the greeting. Then, led by Song Qingming, they stepped forward one by one and took the initiative to burn incense and worship in front of Zhao Mangling's tablet. Just as everyone was worshipping Zhao Mangling in turn, a voice suddenly sounded in the mourning hall, causing everyone to turn their eyes. A man in a white robe suddenly stepped forward and knelt directly at the feet of Song Qingming, who had just finished worshipping. He cried loudly with a sad face, "Grandfather, my great-grandmother just passed away, and Uncle Yun sealed her cave. Even the spiritual objects given to me by my family have now been taken away by Uncle Yun, leaving nothing for me. Please, ancestor, do justice for me here and let Uncle Yun return my great-grandmother's relics to me." The crying white-robed man was named Chen Deding. He was the only one of the few descendants of Zhao Mangling who had successfully established a foundation in recent years. However, Chen Deding's talent for cultivation was not high. Although he succeeded in establishing a foundation at the age of 60 with the support of Zhao Mangling. But in the past 100 years, Chen Deding has barely cultivated to the 6th level of foundation building. Among all the disciples of Zhao Mangling, his talent is almost the lowest. In recent years, Chen Deding has always felt indignant when he saw his great-grandmother Zhao Mangling gradually neglect him, but fully supported Yu Nishan and others. After Zhao Mangling passed away, the cave was directly closed by Yu Nishan and others. Chen Deding thought that all the relics of his great-grandmother had fallen into the hands of these disciples. After seeking help everywhere without success, he saw Song Qingming, the Yuanying ancestor of the sect, coming to worship today, and he simply made a scene in the mourning hall. Seeing Chen Deding suddenly kneeling in front of Song Qingming and complaining, several disciples of Zhao Mangling standing not far away were caught off guard and hurried forward to help the man in white robe up. "Brother Chen, what are you doing? The headmaster asked us to seal Master's cave first." "What does it have to do with senior sister Guan Yun?" "Yes. The Supreme Elder can come to pay homage to Master in person today, which is a great honor for us. How can you cry and make a fuss in front of Master's spirit like this?" Seeing this, Chen Deding didn't care and simply threw himself forward to hug Song Qingming's right foot. But before he could touch Song Qingming, a strong force pushed him back and made him fall to the ground. "Where is the law enforcement hall?" Hearing Song Qingming's order, several monks standing by the hall immediately walked in quickly and bowed to Song Qingming. "Greetings, ancestor, take him away and hand him over to the headmaster for disposal." "As you command." Seeing several monks from the sect's law enforcement hall walking towards him with cold faces, Chen Deding's face suddenly panicked, and he knelt down and kowtowed for mercy. "I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me, ancestor." In the face of Chen Deding's desperate plea for mercy, Song Qingming ignored him and turned around and walked out of the hall with a calm face. Originally, He just wanted to pay his respects to the old friend, but encountered Chen Deding's disturbance in the morning hall. Song Qingming was a little unhappy about this. After saying hello to Bai Yuxin and others, he hurriedly left Guiyang Mountain. After returning to Qi Mountain, Song Qingming entered seclusion again. In addition to daily practice, he also devoted all his thoughts to refining puppets. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Song Qingming, who is meditating with his eyes closed in the cave, had a red spiritual light flashing on his head, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The red spiritual light suddenly changed color and turned into a somewhat dim orange-yellow color. Then, Song Qingming's face relaxed, and the sweat on his forehead suddenly dried up and turned into a white mist. When Song Qingming gradually exhaled a large amount of turbid air, his tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and he stood up from the mat. After practicing for so long, I finally passed the first level. Song Qingming's Tongshan Wanlingju Jinden stage technique is divided into 9 levels. Every time a level is completed, the color of the spiritual light above his head will change during practice. After successfully breaking through the first level and reaching the second level, Song Qingming also felt that his physical body was significantly strengthened. Knowing that the Tongshan Wanlingju he practiced had made a slight improvement, he couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. After practicing Tongshan Wanlingju for so many years, Song Qingming had long thought that this set of techniques would become more difficult to practice after reaching the Jinden stage. Now it took more than 10 years to finally break through to the second level of the Jinden stage. Although this speed is not very fast, it is also within Song Qingming's expectations. However, Song Qingming was very happy to be able to strengthen his body at this time. After taking out a new set of clothes from the storage bag and putting them on, Song Qingming turned around and came to a cave next to him. Standing at the door, Song Qingming looked at Golden Wind and Silver Armor who were still practicing not far in front of him, as well as the 2 golden elixir puppet beasts guarding them, and immediately put them back into the spirit beast bag with a hint of satisfaction. Relying on his own efforts and the materials for refining puppets collected by the monks of the family below, Song Qingming spent 3 years and finally succeeded in refining 2 more puppet beasts in the early stage of the golden core. Moreover, with a large amount of elixirs refined by Wang Xian, the cultivation of the 2 corpse puppets, Golden Wind and Silver Armor, was also raised to the 7th and 6th levels of the golden core respectively. Although a lot of materials and spiritual objects were consumed this time, the power of the Oneling puppet array was finally raised to the limit of what he could do now. Song Qingming was also very satisfied with this. After installing them, he turned around and came to another stone chamber next to him. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a bunch of golden fantasy butterflies flying towards him, and the ice and fire dragon with a red body also quickly came to Song Qingming's feet. Seeing this, Song Qingming took out the spirit beast bag and cast a spell to throw it into the air. A burst of colorful light flew up, and the countless golden illusion butterflies that landed on Song Qingming flew into the spirit beast bag in midair. I'm going to be out for a while, you stay on the mountain and take care of the cave. If Xiao needs help with anything, don't be lazy, remember this. Hearing Song Qingming's serious instructions, the ice and fire dragon suddenly showed a trace of grievance on his face, and quickly climbed onto his shoulder. Master, you haven't taken Xiao Jin out for a long time. This time take me out for a while. I have already broken through the 3rd level of the golden elixir, I can definitely help, and I won't cause you any trouble. Seeing that the ice and fire dragon bowed his head and kept complaining in his ear, Song Qingming thought about it and nodded gently. Seeing that Song Qingming finally agreed to his request, the ice and fire dragon suddenly showed a burst of joy on his face, and he dived directly into the spirit beast bag that Song Qingming had just taken out. After putting away all the storage bags on his waist, Song Qingming turned around and walked out of his cave, and took out a sound transmission talisman from his body, and cast a spell to release it. Seeing that the talisman successfully entered a cave not far from the top of the mountain, Song Qingming immediately stepped on the spiritual light and left the top of the mountain. The next moment, a beam of light quickly passed through the Qi mountain protection formation, and then went all the way east. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.